What is Gannett like? Acquire this company? Gu Xiao's words immediately silenced Luo Xiang, who looked at Gu Xiao in astonishment. He wanted his boss to get involved in the media field. It would also be good if you could acquire a media company. It would be easier and more convenient to get started. But he really didn't expect that Gu Xiao would directly target a big media company like Gannett. Boss, the acquisition of Gannett is not a small matter. This company is not small. After hesitating for a long time, Luo Xiang finally couldn't help but speak. This is actually very euphemistic. Gannett's size is not just small. It is now one of the top 10 media companies in Amlike. Gannett definitely makes the list. At first glance, it seemed to be in the top 10, but in fact it was just like that. At least it wouldn't surprise Luo Xiang. But in fact, there are actually many types of media companies. From the carrier, they can be divided into print media, TV media, outdoor tool media, direct sales promotion, etc. And looking at the content, it can be divided into news media, film and television media, music media, advertising media, store media, and so on. This means there are not many news media in itself. In fact, Gannett is now ranked among the top 3 news media, and is even basically regarded as the second super media. They have only 2 competitors. The first to bear the brunt is Rupert Murdoch, the godfather of media who controls News Corporation. He controls many newspapers such as the New York Post, the Times, and the Sun. As well as relying on the depth of Fox's television media, he firmly holds the top spot in the news media field. Another competitor is America Online from Time Warner. Before the internet bubble, America Online even became the internet product with the most terrifying valuation. However, with the onset of the internet bubble, this competitor began to slowly show weakness and gradually shifted its focus from news media to advertising, film, and television media. And Gannett, who can compete with these 2 in the ring, is naturally not to be outdone. This media company is unique. The unique thing is, he did not develop business in advertising media or even film and television media like his peers. Instead, he concentrated on news reporting, especially focusing on traditional newspapers and magazines. It seems like their business is too narrow. But in fact, it is precisely because their business is single enough that they have better credibility and authority than traditional news media. And their development is indeed very smooth. In Alekan alone, they own nearly 400 newspapers, including the largest circulation daily USA Today, and this is just Alekans. In China, they also own nearly 300 newspapers and 22 TV stations. This is not an unknown small company, let alone an acquisition. Boss, what I just meant is that our acquisition of media company is mainly used as a springboard for the development of our media field. There is absolutely no need to choose such a good company. Maybe, boss, you heard that Gannett's situation is not very good recently, and the stock price has shrunk significantly. But after all, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. If you want to win such a company, the capital cost is too high. Luo Xiang persuaded. Although he suggested that Gu Xiao get involved in the media field, he only planned to use this as a springboard to use traditional media to jump to the internet media. No plans. If you directly find a super boss as a springboard, can you still call it a springboard? Yes. Gannett's situation has continued to be sluggish in recent years, and its stock price has been falling rapidly since 2 years ago. At first glance, now, seems like a good opportunity to pick up Gannett at the bottom. But now there have been analysis by valuation companies. Gannett has begun to decline and may even be destroyed in less than 10 years. If it's for this, there is no need now to pursue Gannett, a giant ship that has begun to sink. I feel that we don't just need a springboard. If we insist on talking about a springboard, what we need is that this springboard is thick enough and flexible enough. Especially in terms of public recognition and trust, we need a certain degree of authority. In this way, it will be more beneficial to us, right? Gu Xiao said with a smile. That's true, Luo Xiang said faintly. But Gannett's current situation doesn't seem to be particularly good. Otherwise, their stock price wouldn't have been plummeting. I'm afraid that after we invest, problems will arise. Do you think that once we invest in the acquisition, we may focus on Gannett's own traditional media, but it will be difficult to develop internet media on two fronts. Guxiu saw Luo Xiang's worries. Yes, Luo Xiang nodded. This in itself is one of the concerns. Gannett's situation is not good, and it is completely different from Helan Royal Airlines. Although Helan Royal Airlines' situation is equally bad, his own boss can only be regarded as changing hands, and the company management or other things are all handled by others. But Gannett is different. This is the media. Wanting this power means that once you start investing in such a company, you must hold on to it. That's when Gannett's predicament requires them to find a solution. And if they want to develop on two fronts at this time, the management difficulty will increase infinitely. After all, the company that was acquired at such a large price was originally intended to develop new businesses by leveraging the company's fundamentals. As a result, the new business did not develop, and a lot of money and effort were invested in stabilizing the basic market. If by this time the company's fundamentals have been stabilized and are getting smoother and smoother, or even breaking through before, that would be a good thing. But here's the thing. Gannett is a traditional media company. According to Luo Xiang, this kind of traditional media company will not seek change if it does not seek change. It will eventually perish. This is not just what he thinks. Many analysts also predict this. So, from this point of view, acquiring such a large company may give it a name, but it is just a name. On the contrary, the difficulty will increase exponentially. Gannett's problem? It's nothing. Guxiu had his own opinion on Luo Xiang's concerns. The newspaper they own, as well as their popularity and credibility, are enough to make them invincible. Although they are continuing to decline now, they can still come back to life as long as they adjust their internal direction. As for the two-front battle you mentioned, this is simple. We only need to set up a branch of Gannett to operate independently and be responsible for the business development of new internet media. Double lines are for sure, but in fact you can imagine that the two parties do not have much relationship, and you can even say that the two parties are just partners. Or you can think of it as two things. One is investment. The other is entrepreneurship. Luo Xiang was a little surprised by this answer. What does this mean? Not to mention what Guxiu said. The solution to the current Gannett problem is very simple. To be honest, Luo Xiang doesn't see how this problem is simple. What shocked him even more was Guxiu's words about treating this matter as two different things. What's the meaning? One is investment, and the other is entrepreneurship. He understood the matter of starting a business, and what his boss was talking about must be investing in new internet media. After all, they both thought it was very promising. But what is investing all about? Does the boss think that Gannett Company has great investment prospects? This, boss, investing in Gannett is probably not a trivial matter. After pondering for a long time, Luo Xiang couldn't help but speak. Although Gannett's situation has been declining in recent years and is getting worse, they are still one of the best-known media companies in the West. It is not a trivial matter to invest in and acquire such a company now, and their valuation will not be very low. I know that, not to mention, Guxiu smiled indeed. I didn't say I was going to touch this company now. Not planning to move now? Luo Xiang was puzzled, but he saw that Guxiu had already explained directly. You ask Yuanxiu Investment to send people to contact Gannett, and investment and acquisition are fine. But there is one thing. No matter what Gannett quotation is, we will just cut the return price 10 times. Luo Xiang was confused. Boss, our investment manager, may have some opinions. More than just opinions. At this moment, he was shouting directly in his heart, Boss, are you kidding me? Cut 10 times? Is this your attitude when talking about investments and acquisitions? It's outrageous enough for others to break bones or cut off the waist, but boss, you just cut off everything from the neck down. I'm afraid. The final result is not that both parties work hand in hand. On the contrary, the people who came to discuss cooperation on their own should have their legs broken and sent away. This clearly shows that you are just teasing others. There's nothing you can do if you have an opinion. Don't worry, we are all big companies. No matter how angry you are, you won't hit someone on the spot. Okay, let's increase the salary and bonus of the person responsible for this project. If you're still worried, Buy more insurance for them. Well, after all this has been said, what else could be said? Luo Xiang understands. The boss has made up his mind. But at the same time, he couldn't help but become curious. Boss, are you? You want to become a familiar face in advance and plan to seize the opportunity to take over this company at the right time? Smart. You are worthy of being my dog-headed strategist. Guxiu laughed and praised. Dog-headed strategist? Luo Xiang said that although he was praised, he was not particularly happy. But then, Luo Xiang thought again. Boss, do you think this company will plummet or even have a big crisis? The reason why he wanted to stop the boss's thoughts on Gannett was because Gannett was too big and its market value was not low. Right now, the company's market value is at least $3 billion. This is not a small amount of money. Yuanxiu investment can definitely be used, but when multiple industries are developing in an all-round way, Yuanxiu investment will be stretched after spending this money. But that's what the boss means now. Is there any chance of bargain hunting? Of course. And let me tell you, this opportunity is probably a rare opportunity that only comes across hundreds of thousands of years. A missed opportunity. Opportunity to pick up missed opportunities. Guxiu's words made Luo Xiang's eyes brighten instantly. He knows. My boss has always had the ability to predict the future. The so-called prophet is of course a joke, but my boss definitely has a very sharp ability to predict the future. Originally thought, the boss favored Gannett because he simply felt that the company had a bright future and it could be used as a springboard. But now it seems, the boss is not just looking for a springboard, he even plans to do something big. Pick up leaks. Doesn't that mean that Gannett's valuation will continue to fall, or even fall below 10 times? And that the future growth rate will be very high? In an instant, Luo Xiang couldn't help but get excited. Boss, don't worry. I will immediately tell people to start keeping an eye on this matter, and we will not let up for a moment. He did not ask for more details. This is not necessary. He can raise objections to the boss's instructions, but that doesn't mean he needs to fully understand his boss's thoughts. Sometimes he knows more. On the contrary, it is not a good thing. Now that I know the boss has complete ideas and plans. That's enough. As for myself, all I need to do next is to complete the tasks assigned by my boss and be an excellent executor. Guxiu was very satisfied with Luo Xiang's answer. Yes. However, she is very optimistic about Gannett, not only because this media company has now reached the top level, but also because this company is in a stage of nirvana and rebirth. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Luo Xiang. If he hadn't reminded him, he would have missed this opportunity. In fact, for the company Gannett Media, Guxiu didn't know much about it. What really made him interested in this company was that he had seen a report about Gannett in his previous life. The report is very rational, without any emotion or personal life in it. Just dispassionate and objective data analysis. The word nirvana was most commonly used in that report. Gannett's stock price plummeted for several consecutive years and never recovered. The company's market value even dropped by one price every day. But when the stock price even plummeted to 2.14 meters per share, the company finally made adjustments, replaced the CEO, and implemented large-scale reforms to the company, and finally succeeded in bringing the company back to its peak in just a few years, breaking through 33 meters per share. After that, the company started to soar rapidly like a rocket, reaching a point where it could compete with Murdoch's media empire. Before Guxiu was reborn, this company already has its own industries in various countries around the world, including several professional magazines and new media businesses, which have authority and credibility that are difficult to replicate. It can be said, this company has great potential. Guxiu had forgotten about it first, but after Luo Xiang reminded him, he heard the name of this company and immediately thought of the report he saw. At this time, what else is there to think about? Must win. As a reborn person, if you miss this kind of good opportunity that comes to your doorstep, it will be a real loss. But there is no need to worry about this matter. Look at the stock price. It's still some time before Gannett's best hold, so it can be used no matter how you arrange it. After finalizing the matter, Luo Xiang got down to business. Now World of Warcraft has attracted the attention of the whole world, including those companies that we sent emails before but ignored us and later successfully exploded. Same. Because of these reports, some companies that had always been watching before have also begun to choose to cooperate with vulnerability hunters. There are even many who have compromised with the vulnerability hunters and are willing to pay us to help them fix the vulnerabilities. In this battle, we vulnerability hunters have become frightened. Are we frightened? Gushio shook his head. But as far as I know, some large companies, even among the Fortune 500, still do not choose to cooperate with vulnerability hunters. This, Luo Xiong was embarrassed. Boss, we are a new platform after all. Although this time has proved our strength and attitude, these large groups and companies still hope to solve problems on their own most of the time. So, it's normal for these big companies to be unwilling to deal with us for the time being. Of course this is normal, but I heard that there are still people who are rude to us and even publicly slander us vulnerability hunters. Gushio asked, "Are you talking about the token bank in Neon?" Luo Xiong understood instantly. When he mentioned this bank, his expression was not very good, and he said dully, "These little devils are a group of arrogant megalomaniacs." Token Bank is a local bank in Neon. At the same time, it is also one of the previous batch of companies that have received emails from vulnerability hunters. Most people will basically not take them seriously after receiving emails from vulnerability hunters. The same goes for this bank from Neon itself. But what they did was even better. After conducting internal self-diagnosis and reviewing their own systems, they immediately told reporters and media reporters that they would definitely not have any system vulnerabilities. By the way, I also scolded the Vulnerability Hunter platform for being alarmist, saying that they are a group of hackers who only do bad things and have no credibility in themselves. This remark attracted a lot of media coverage at the time. However, there were many companies saying this at that time, and even World of Warcraft mentioned it to the outside world at the time. From beginning to end, they showed that they did not take vulnerability hunters seriously. Tamura Bank's remarks actually did not cause much reaction at the time, but the last few days have been different. Following the model, the world was completely devastated. Even after the game was forced to stop serving, many companies around the world began to stage explosive dramas, and various messy system vulnerabilities were exposed one after another. In this case, many people could not sit still. As Luo Xiong said, those companies that are willing to cooperate basically fall into this category. After all, no one wants to have an irreparable disaster due to some system loophole. But some people just did the opposite. And this person is Tamura Bank from Neon. This is a local commercial bank in Neon. Its business is not extensive, and its reputation is only mediocre. In Neon, which has many local commercial banks, this bank actually has nothing worthy of attention. But this time it was different. When faced with the vulnerability hunter's email, they not only immediately disclosed that they had received the vulnerability hunter's email, but also ridiculed the vulnerability hunter's behavior. Even now, when everyone began to choose silence, Tamura Bank still went its own way, always adhered to its own principles, and resolutely refused to bow to evil forces. This is a group of rabble. It is absolutely impossible for us at Tamura Bank to compromise with them. We need to consider the safety of our depositors. The so-called vulnerability hunters are just a platform composed of a group of cockroaches and rats who are unhappy in society and can only hide behind the internet. We have no fear of them, and we will not compromise with them. We hope that everyone will view this matter rationally. Hackers are not as powerful as you think. On the contrary, these hackers always do things that undermine network security, but in fact they may not be as powerful as you think. In fact, as soon as we received the email, we conducted a detailed verification of our own system. At present, we can be 100% sure that our system does not have any security risks. This is a group of rookies. There are many similar words, all of which were spoken by senior executives of Tamura Bank to the media. No one paid much attention to what they said before. But now when everyone is timid and afraid of vulnerability hunters, they have chosen to stand up and become serious rebels. I have to say, the effect was very good. This neon bank, which was originally unremarkable and did not have much popularity, received a lot of support and solidarity in the first place. It is even said, because of their toughness this time, many locals in Neon looked at them differently, and even the savings rate of the entire bank increased by several points. It seems that the benefits are too obvious. Tamura Bank, which was originally just a high-profile bank, even started to engage in mad dog mode. They began to receive frequent interviews from various reporters, and they openly and silently mocked the vulnerability hunters. They even put a sign saying, "We are not afraid of hackers," directly at the bank door, and it almost became an internet celebrity check-in place. The main reason why it didn't work is that there are not many internet celebrities these days. Luo Xiong even suspected that part of the reason why those large companies did not compromise with the vulnerability hunters was due to the influence of Tamura Bank. After all, such a local commercial bank, which is not too big in size, is not afraid. Instead, they, a Fortune 500 company, should be afraid of such a group of rabble? Where can I put my old face? So, in the eyes of Luo Xiong, or in the eyes of all the vulnerability hunters, this bank is just a mess. Speaking of which, these guys are really courageous. They're also banks after all, and they're involved in the safety of countless depositors. Logically speaking, our fees are not high, and they're not a powerful bank. They can cooperate with us. They're still so staunch. People who don't know may even think that their bank really has no system bugs. Luo Xiong complained angrily. But that's it. Luo Xiong found that Gu Xiu's expression was more or less strange, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. "What's wrong, boss? I think you may have misunderstood them." Gu Xiu hesitated and said, "Misunderstanding." Luo Xiong didn't know why, but he saw Gu Xiu grinning, looking innocent. The reason why they are so tough. It's because they really don't have bugs. What? Boss? So, this company has offended you? No. Gu Xiu shook his head. Then, does this company have anything to do with you? Is there any intersection? No. In fact, I have no interaction with them. Then, Luo Xiong was speechless for a while, and then he couldn't help but ask, "Boss, why are you targeting them?" To this, Gu Xiu's answer was only 2 words, neon. Yes, Luo Xiong understood instantly that our boss really had no favorable impression of the country Neon at all. Of course, there are actually some relatively small personal grievances, but these small grievances are not big and not the main thing. Gu Xiu added another answer. "I understand, boss. I know what to do about this. I will give it to the Vulnerability Alliance now and let people—" Luo Xiong did not say the next words, but everyone knows what he means. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiu shook his head. "We are not breaking the law. It is best not to do things that are not on the table, especially the power of the Vulnerability Alliance." Luo Xiong was stunned. "You mean to prevent hackers from getting involved?" "No need." Luo Xiong was a little confused. If the boss doesn't plan to use hackers to fight back, doesn't that mean he's being scolded? As long as there are no bugs in Tamura Bank, the Vulnerability Hunter website will inevitably have an impact on its credibility and may even poke your spine for the rest of your life. In this case, can the boss tolerate it? Luo Xiong didn't believe it anyway. Really? Gu Xiu smiled slightly and said, "Who said that because he has no bugs, he can benefit the invincible army? Sometimes this matter is not that important." Luo Xiong was surprised and a little confused. There was some murmuring in my heart. They don't even have bugs, and you don't plan to use hacking methods to attack the other party. So how can you control the other party? But the thought just came up. Luo Xiong suddenly thought of the topic they were discussing just a moment ago. Media. For a moment, some special thoughts began to appear in his mind, which made Luo Xiong couldn't help being surprised. "Boss, what do you mean? Referring to a deer as a horse?" "Referring to a deer as a horse?" Gu Xiu touched his chin. "You can also say that, after all, the purpose of our vulnerability hunters should not just be to remain neutral, but also need to be able to act as a deterrent to a certain extent." After receiving the affirmative answer from his boss, Luo Xiong couldn't help but gasp. He understood what Gu Xiu was thinking. At the same time, I also know why Gu Xiao is talking about the troublemaker in Token Bank. This is from the beginning. Just give this bank a death sentence. Then what are we going to do next? Luo Xiang asked. Although he asked this, he couldn't help but look towards Gu Xiao's naval base camp. You've already thought of it, haven't you? Gu Xiao smiled. Luo Xiang nodded repeatedly. I think I probably understand. But what we have to face this time is a bank after all, and although this bank is just a small local commercial bank in Neon, but it is also a bank. If you want to make it happen, you need some support and cooperation. I want a bank to fail. What is the simplest and most direct way? When anyone thinks of this question, one word comes to mind. Run. To put it bluntly, it means that all the depositors of this bank are busy withdrawing all the money they have deposited in the bank. Once this happens, 99% of the banks in the world will never be able to survive. After all, the business of banks has never just been as simple as helping users make deposits. Many banks also include a series of financial activities such as lending and borrowing. To put it bluntly, that is, the bank takes out the depositor's money and then lends it to other people at higher interest rates and interests. The more loans it makes, the more it can earn. Although the bank itself will have money, it often does not have much money. In most cases, they will only retain the share of money that users will withdraw from their own bank within the normal period. Beyond this share, there will be an imbalance in bank funds. Once a large number of bank users suddenly initiate withdrawals from the bank, if the bank is unprepared, it is likely to cause a vicious cycle of runs. This time, if the bank has no way to provide users with withdrawals, the final result can be imagined. The capital chain is broken. The bank declared bankruptcy. Depositors lost all their money. But if you know this truth, you will know it. But if you really want to make a bank bankrupt, it can't be done with just 2 sentences or some fanning operations. Fortunately, Gu Xiao understands the difficulties involved, and naturally he will not do anything like the leader opening his mouth and his subordinates running away and breaking their legs. I will give you the highest authority on this matter. Especially with Yuanxiu Investment, I will greet Lao Tan and ask him to fully cooperate with you. Boss, I will feel relieved. Luo Xiang laughed instantly. If he is left with nothing, he wants to attack Tamura Bank. That level of difficulty can be called hell. But if there is a huge amount of funds from Yuanxiu Investment behind this operation, things will be much simpler. Cooperation is necessary. You should discuss it with Lao Tan then and see if you could take advantage of this opportunity and make some money on the way. Gu Xiao reminded, after all, although our company's assets are getting higher and higher, the expenses are also getting bigger and bigger. We have to make some money on the way. If this bank plays well this time, it should be able to make a fortune. These words were highly recognized by Luo Xiang. Really, don't look at the fact that Yuanxiu's investment front is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more companies it invests in. It seems to be very brilliant. But in fact, the current life of remote investment is not as easy as it was in previous years. After all, the more projects we invest in, the higher the cost of capital investment. In the past, when there were few projects, tens of millions or hundreds of millions could sustain the investment for a long time. But now, with so many mouths to eat, even the daily salary expenses are not a small amount. Not to mention that many of the companies invested by Yuanxiu Investment are gold-burning projects. They all want to develop, and they all thought that Yuanxiu Investment could continue to pursue investment. It's okay if you don't surrender. But the problem is that companies like Taobao, Penguin, Facebook, and DJI are all full of potential, and their bosses have given them the highest priority support policies. This means these companies have no money. As long as they open their mouths, Yuanxiu Investment will do its best to help and provide money immediately. So consumed, the landlord's family doesn't have any food left. To put it bluntly, in the past 2 years, although Gu Xiao made a lot of money, he also spent more money. Even in the past, everyone could still be happy for a while if they made tens of millions or hundreds of millions. But now, earning tens of millions or hundreds of millions, in fact, in most cases, everyone is calm and even has to think about how to use the money so that they can persist for a longer period of time. The main reason is that I spend too much money. Even if we don't talk about those companies, just these recent investments Whether it is ASML in the field of lithography or Healan Royal Airlines, these have spent a lot of money. The only website that has invested less recently is the Vulnerability Hunter website. Understand. Don't worry, boss. Leave this matter to me. I will definitely do a great job this time. Luo Xiang assured him, patting his chest. Then, he couldn't help but wink and wink. But, speaking of money, Taobao has approached us for investment during this period. They asked for 80 to 100 million, as if they want to invest in some cloud computing. Cloud computing? Goo. Xiao raised his eyebrows. Wang Jian. Hey boss, do you know this person? Luo Xiang was stunned, then nodded and said, this person was born in psychology. He seemed to have studied psychology during college and doctorate. Later he served as a visiting professor in the Department of Psychology at Gotham State University. Later he went to Microsoft and seemed to be the executive vice president of Microsoft Research Asia. I don't know how, but I met Ma Yun. Not long after they met, Ma Yun attracted this person to Ollie and planned to invest money in him to do some cloud computing. I have met this person before, to be honest. It feels like someone who is not very professional. Anyway, I talked with him about this so-called cloud computing, and I feel that what he said, a bit too fantasy-oriented. Biased toward fantasy? Hearing this, Gu Xiao couldn't help but smile. Do you think this person looks like a liar? Well, Luo Xiang hesitated but nodded. Seeing Gu Xiao looking at him with amusement, he couldn't help but emphasize it again. I'm not the only one who says this. In fact, many people who have come into contact with Wang Jian have this idea. Even within Ari, there are actually many people who think that Wang Jian is a liar. And although Ari has basically stabilized its basic market, Taobao has also begun to make profits. Now the number of users and transaction volume are increasing every year, and Ari even plans to go public. But to be honest, they're still just a weak sparrow. It's okay to be yourself, but if they reach out to engage in cloud computing, I feel it is completely unnecessary. After all, this term has only just appeared in the past 2 years. Although many world-renowned large technology companies have begun to develop in this area, Ari does not have the need. This will cost too much money. It can be seen. Luo Xiang had some complaints about Ma Yun, or he was not complaining about Ma Yun, but about the money-burning Professor Wang Jian whom Ma Yun had just recruited. The company had no money to begin with. I still think about it every day, giving up my company to this person who looks like a liar. This made Luo Xiang very unhappy. But unexpectedly, he had already talked about this, and Gu Xiao, who was supposed to agree with his idea, waved his hand uncharacteristically. Support. I feel like this is something that is going to happen. It can't just be done by big companies like Microsoft. We can also do it in China. Gu Xiao said, besides, I think Professor Wang Jian is pretty good and I can support him. But, Luo Xiang smiled bitterly. But boss, our current funds are not too much. This was said tactfully. Not only is it too much, he even wants to say that if he continues to spend money so unscrupulously, Yuanxiu investment may even face the risk of financial rupture. Poor, short of money. As for the money, don't be in a hurry. The cash out of the Healan Airlines shares should be available soon, and the operation of the Tamura Bank this time can also make a small profit. Moreover, Gu Xiao suddenly smiled. I asked you to establish a new game company in a Milliken in the name of 3 Body Games. Is it done now? Facing Gu Xiao's questioning, Luo Xiang's first reaction was to be stunned, and then he came back to his senses. It's done. According to your wishes, boss, although I borrowed the name of 3 Body Games, I only said this to internal employees. In fact, the 2 companies are completely independent. This new company is the shell of a local small game company that was acquired, and now it is called Wanslick. Although it was acquired, the main market of the previous company was web games and the like. It was not large in size, and the equipment was not very good. So in addition to borrowing some of their qualifications, we need to rebuild everything else. So far, the company's office decoration has been improved, and the game team has been set up. According to your request, boss, they have been training recently, mainly practicing some web games we have played before. In addition, I also asked them to do a project screening activity imitating the previous three-body game. The content of the event is the same as before at three-body games. Those who are thoughtful can prepare a game plan and submit it. After it is approved, it can be designated as the company's main project. The establishment of an overseas game company has actually been planned a few years ago. Especially when Supernova was launched globally, three-body games also established branches around the world. But with the development in the past few years, most of these branches have been merged and closed. After all, they are mainly used for market expansion and server construction and maintenance. In fact, there is no need to establish so many branches. Certainly, the main thing is because the game Supernova Battle has a huge player base around the world, so there is no need to promote it on its own, and it's relatively better than doing it yourself. In fact, they are more willing to find local agents. After all, the reputation of Supernova Battle is there. As soon as the banner of looking for agents was launched, it immediately received many agent requests from game companies around the world. It was determined after internal discussions within three-body games. Instead of going through a thankless process and spending a huge amount of money to expand branches, it is better to streamline the number of overseas branches a little and organize them according to agents in each region. And some time ago, Gushio suddenly asked Luo Xiong to set up a game company in Amlican again, but it was interesting. According to Xiao's words, this company can borrow the name of three-body games. But in essence, it has nothing to do with a three-body game. Gushio even reminded him to try his best to operate the game in a similar way. Although Luo Xiong felt very baffled by this request. But if the boss gives instructions, of course he will obey unconditionally. But it was just obedience. After doing it, Luo Xiong himself forgot about it. If Gushio hadn't suddenly asked, he would have almost forgotten about it. There is still such a special company. Yes, so this company now has the ability to independently launch games, right? Gushio asked. Luo Xiong nodded. Theoretically, that's the case. After all, when we recruited people before, we used the name of three-body games. So many of the people who joined us are actually game practitioners with certain experience. Even if they don't have work experience, they are basically the kind who graduated from prestigious universities. It's not like making some masterpieces. But there is no problem with ordinary games. The main thing is to have good projects. Gushio expressed satisfaction with this answer. So, someone from them has already sent me a game plan? No, Luo Xiong explained. After all, boss, you no longer need to do these insignificant tasks. Their plans are mainly sent to the director. Oh, by the way, the director of this company was transferred from three-body games. You should know it, boss. Who? Gushio asked. Wang Miao. Gushio. It's not the Wang Miao, written in Mr. Lu's novel, but Wang Miao, the operations director of our three-body game. Looking at his boss's expression, Luo Xiong thought his boss had misunderstood, so he immediately explained. The main reason is that Teacher Lu has already started writing a novel called The Three-Body Problem. Luo Xiong himself has read a little bit and knows that there's a protagonist named Wang Miao in it. Think about it. As a serious and enthusiastic fan of Teacher Lu, the boss must have read the first draft. It is normal to have some misunderstandings for a while, so he reminded me. This name does always give me a sense of violation. Gushio laughed and instantly thought of Wang Miao mentioned by Luo Xiong. Teacher Wang Miao in the real world is not a scientist who has conquered nanomaterials, but an out-and-out game developer, and he focuses on game operations. Gushio once established an internal promotion channel for three-body games, and Wang Miao relied on his outstanding performance. Gained Gushio's attention. Gushio remembered that Wang Miao once suggested that he should not be busy making games himself, but should be an agent of games first, and what he was talking about was the current World of Warcraft. Although, in the end, Gushio did not adopt his suggestion. But this man's vision and ideas also won him the position of senior management of three-body games. And, if I remember correctly, did Wang Miao have a quarrel with other management at three-body games? Gushio asked. Yes, boss. Luo Xiong said helplessly. The differences in ideas are actually for the good of the company, but because of some deviations in ideas, there will be some disagreements occasionally. This time I want to set up a new company. I just told 3 body games, and Wang Miao signed up directly. It can be seen that he is not very happy at 3 body games. Is there a disagreement? Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. As the big boss of the company, Gu Xiu naturally doesn't need to care about the psychological condition of every employee in the company. Not to mention that with so many companies under his control, there is no need for it. All he knew was that Wang Miao had conflicts with other people in the 3 body game, and he didn't know much else. Yes, the concepts are inconsistent. Luo Xiang nodded, pondered for a moment, and then explained to Gu Xiu. 3 body game has always been on the path of high-quality products and has a very good reputation among the player community. This is because 3 body game strategy is always to ensure players' gaming experience while making profits. To put it bluntly, although 3 body game also makes money, it is mainly because the player base is large enough and players are willing to spend. In Wang Miao's eyes, 3 body games is wasting its potential. With such a huge player base, 3 body games should not give up making money in pursuit of so-called artistry and reputation. He believes that game creation is an industry that requires continuous investment. It is a good thing that 1 or 2 games are successful, but no one is sure that such success can be maintained forever. Money, or funds for creation, is the foundation. Only by always having sufficient funds in your account and not being forced by life can you create better games. So he believes that without affecting the quality of the game, some points should be appropriately added to encourage players to spend Krypton gold. Is this a disagreement? Gu Xiu couldn't help but ask. Others don't think so? Not really. Luo Xiang shook his head. It's just that other people think that each game has its own different gold points. Supernova Battle itself is not a game that mainly focuses on recharge. Instead, changing various skins and players buying passes are the mainstream gameplay. Wang Miao feels that something should be added to break the balance and completely highlight the difference between gold players and ordinary players. This can be more effective in stimulating players to spend and recharge. After hearing this, Gu Xiu understood. Wang Miao does have ideas. He knows that the most important thing for a game company is the ability to make money. But it's obvious. He was a little pushy, and Luo Xiang made it clear in an understatement. But Gu Xiu guessed that some of the top executives of 3 body games were indeed full of ideals, not bread, in order to pursue better game quality and higher player reputation. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as being unwilling to add some Krypton gold models. This matter. In fact, it is impossible to say who is right and who is wrong. After all, both parties are considering the company. One is more practical and the other is more ideal. In fact, neither party is wrong. And, although there are conflicts, they are just conflicts, but they have not escalated. This is not bad. At least it will not cause the 3 body game to fall apart. Not only was Gu Xiu not angry at this situation, he couldn't help but smile. A harmonious company is a good thing. But actually, some disagreements are better. What's more, originally I thought that in this new game company, I might have to carefully check the candidate for the director position. Now it seems that Wang Miao coming to this company is the best choice. Oh, Luo Xiang was stunned, and then suddenly understood what Gu Xiu meant. Boss, what do you mean this new company you plan to build a company that is all about profits? Is a company similar to the web games we made before? No, it's different. Gu Xiu shook his head. Luo Xiang was surprised. But Gu Xiu added, in the web game, we were still too conservative after all, and the environment was different at that time, so we actually didn't do well. This, Luo Xiang couldn't help but clicked his tongue and felt a little bit grumpy in his heart. When I was playing web games back then, the income was extremely high. Although it was not as big as it is now, the company was only so big back then, but it is completely different now. As a result, the boss meant that the previous income was not high enough. Do you know why I call this company this name? Gu Xiu suddenly asked. To be honest, I don't know. Luo Xiang burst into tears and laughed. The name of this company was chosen by the boss himself, and it is a completely unfamiliar word that does not exist in English. Luo Xiang never quite understood the meaning. But Gu Xiao smiled slightly. Let's look at the transliteration from a Chinese perspective. Huh? Luo Xiang was stunned for a moment, then said softly, to slicker. No, you are wrong. Gu Xiao smiled slightly, showing an innocent smile. The real thought should be, go to death. Ding! Cheers! Ha ha! In the past month, the number of our customers has skyrocketed, and the storage rate has also begun to increase significantly. Ha ha! We have made a big deal this time. This is all thanks to Mr. Sakurai. If it weren't for you, we might have really thought that there was something wrong with our system. Isn't it true? Those hackers are really damned. Now that I see so many companies choosing to join this vulnerability hunter, I feel funny. They're all a bunch of idiots, huh? If Mr. Sakurai hadn't seen through their plot early, maybe we would have been really scared. If nothing else, just thank Mr. Sakurai. In Neon, in a uniquely decorated izakaya, a group of men were holding wine glasses and discussing excitedly. They were top management at nearby Tamir Bank. Recently, they encountered something great that would keep them happy for several years. Before, the website Vulnerability Hunter suddenly emerged out of nowhere and immediately issued warnings of system vulnerabilities to many companies. At that time, Tamira Bank immediately became nervous and even dispatched many technical staff to conduct self-examination. After all, others may not take system vulnerabilities seriously, but they are highly financed and work in banks. Any system vulnerabilities may lead to devastating disasters. And, in order to avoid panic among depositors, they also announced immediately that after their self-examination, they determined that there were no problems with the system, so that depositors can rest assured. This is what must be done. There's nothing wrong with being tough-spoken. But in fact, they were already discussing whether to cooperate with vulnerability hunters as soon as possible at that time, and it was acceptable to spend more money. After all, we are a bank. If someone takes advantage of the bank system loopholes to illegally make money or even steal money, once it is exposed, their Tukun Bank will probably be embarrassed on the spot. But it was unexpected. After some self-examination, they found that theoretically there should be no problems with their system, which confused many people. Could it be that the bug is hidden too deeply? Or is it because our technicians are too poor in skills? Thinking of this, they started to panic, and they even made 2 preparations. While planning to start asking the vulnerability hunters to surrender, they also approached the investor's father, the funder, and asked them to help. Good thing. As a big chaebol with one of the top positions in Neon, the financial owner's father was very fond of their small bank and immediately mobilized a group of professional experts. The leader of the group was Mr. Sakurai Yusho, who was surrounded by everyone and toasted. Mr. Sakurai's skills are indeed not impeccable. After he led the team and spent a full 36 hours, finally confirmed, their system is unlikely to have any fatal bugs. There may be some minor bugs, but they are basically trivial and will definitely not cause any major security issues. When he said this, Sakurai Yuseong was very sure. However, many people were actually worried at the time. I was afraid that he might not see clearly. But Sakurai Yuseong's technology is indeed powerful. In order to prove his strength, he even pointed out several companies that also received emails and found out what the bugs of these companies were. This can be regarded as a pure show of skills. At the same time, it also makes everyone understand that what he said is true. Since he said that there are no fatal loopholes in this system, there are absolutely no fatal loopholes. When Tamura Bank reacted, he became furious at the time. As the head of the bank, Nobita Yoshino even scolded the vulnerability hunter directly on the spot. When facing reporters, he was so angry that he directly fired at the vulnerability hunter. In fact, after those remarks, Yoshino Nobita regretted it. After all, we are running a bank to do business, and we are not here to offend anyone, let alone a group of hackers. Even if we're being played, we should remain calm and restrained. Look at those companies that have made it to the top 100 or even the top 500 companies in the world. Which one doesn't just keep its mouth shut and say nothing? To put it bluntly, isn't it just because you don't want to attract the attention of these hackers? But when it's unexpected, after Nobita Yoshino complained directly, The media and the public became very vocal and even regarded him as a hero. This made Nobita Yoshino change his mind. It turns out that if you curse others in a high-profile manner, you can still have such benefits? Can the bank's business even be improved? It's so easy to get benefits, so why should you hesitate? This is what happened. A period of crazy bombardment followed. Anyway, there are indeed no loopholes in my system, and if I say it out loud, it will be water thrown out. So why should I hesitate? Open black. Ever since, in the discussion about the Vulnerability Hunter website, Tamura Bank has become the kindest light. The benefits are obvious. Because the bank ensures that its system has no loopholes and ensures the safety of users, it even does not hesitate to offend the hacker group. But the hackers have nothing to do with them. What does that mean? This means that this bank is definitely the safest bank in the world. Some people even compared them to the world-famous Swiss bank. Even Tamura Bank internally began to discuss whether to develop their own bank in the direction of the Swiss bank. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Certainly, this is not without its disadvantages. What the Loophole Alliance hates most right now is definitely our bank. In the next period of time, you will still need to worry about it, Mr. Sakurai. Nobita Yoshino was the first to pick it up and spoke to Sakurai Yuseong. This thing itself has its pros and cons. Since it can improve the reputation of your own bank, it can even improve your bank's credibility. But the same thing. It is certain that the vulnerability hunters will be offended, but they are all a group of hackers. It is definitely bragging to say that they are not afraid. Others nodded repeatedly and echoed. Yes, those hackers must be eager for us to explode thunder now to scare others. Otherwise, our existence will be a slap in their face. If nothing happens, they will definitely attack us. Hackers are unscrupulous and unreasonable people. If they really do something, it will be a disaster for us. Although our system basically uses an internal network, it often needs to connect to an external network. We must pay attention to this matter. We have to have Mr. Sakurai Yuseong help us. It will be miserable if we launch an attack. Everyone is afraid of hackers. After all, what methods hackers can use, to be honest, everyone has no idea. Initiate an attack. Sakurai Yuseong was not aloof at all. The bald but paunchy man just smiled at this time. Think too much. Don't think that hackers are really powerful. Let's put it this way. If our system itself has no loopholes, it is impossible for them to invade our computers without anyone noticing. In this case, we have nothing to be afraid of. There are no loopholes, but they can also attack our firewall, right? Someone questioned. These are hackers. What if they directly, forcibly attack our system? There are no loopholes, and maybe they can create loopholes for us. This was everyone's worry, and all eyes were focused on Sakurai Yuseong. But seeing this expert in the field of electronic computer security, he did not have any worries when facing doubts. Instead, he shook his head calmly. Don't worry, they don't dare to do this. If they really dare to do this, it will be a great joy for us. Huh? Everyone was immediately confused. What's the meaning? Are you being watched by a group of hackers who dare not invade your system and are not allowed to mess with your system to maintain their own strength? And what does it mean that if it is really invaded, it will be a good thing? This is a bank. If it were true that the banking system had been hacked and the hackers had quietly transferred all the bank's money, then everyone sitting here would probably have to commit seppuku. Is this still a good thing? Although you are not ignorant, you don't understand the key issues in this matter now. Sakurai Yuseong sighed and analyzed it for them. First of all, let's talk about the possibility of attacking the firewall. Indeed, our system has no loopholes, which means that if a hacker wants to directly attack our firewall, it is not impossible. But there is one thing. This method is equivalent to a hard crack. Once this method is adopted, no matter how powerful or top-notch the hacker master is, he will not be able to escape unscathed. Instead, he will leave a large number of clues for tracing. And now, the whole world knows that our Tamura Bank has enmity and even conflicts with the vulnerability hunters. You said, if our bank is exposed and has been attacked by hackers, regardless of the success or failure of the hacker attack, the attacking hacker will be excavated by the world immediately. You said, once this happens, What will be the consequences? This. Everyone, look at me, and I'll look at you. It dawned on me instantly. Yes. Once this happens, it goes without saying that the final result will be a complete collapse of Vulnerability Hunter's trust. After all, this website has stated externally since its establishment that although they are a group of hackers, they will abide by the contract perfectly and will not use their expertise to do bad things. But once they do this, it will be equivalent to making an exception, which means that the Vulnerability Hunter platform will immediately encounter a crisis of trust that will never be remedied. From this point of view, even if Vulnerability Hunters really want to do something, they would never dare to do it blatantly now. But if they don't do it blatantly, they can't break through their firewall. Looking at it this way, although they offended the Vulnerability Hunters, they actually benefited the Invincibles from the beginning. What if they don't build this website, but want us to pay the price? You know, hackers are unreasonable. If they really plan to do such crazy things regardless of the consequences, then we will definitely be the unlucky ones in the end. Someone raised their concerns. Hacker. It is unrestrained in itself. It comes and goes without a trace. It is an existence that will never give up to achieve its goal. If they break the jar, in the end, it is they themselves who are unlucky. Then this would be easier. But he didn't want to. Faced with this problem, the smile on Sakurai Yuxiang's face became brighter and brighter. In this case, wouldn't it be a good thing for us? However, Sakurai Yushio said quietly, hackers maliciously entered the bank system and secretly transferred a large amount of funds, causing complete chaos in Tamura Bank's capital system. The hacker was quickly traced by the police and has been successfully arrested and is under investigation. What a pity! Tamura Bank suffered huge losses this time. A large amount of stored funds were looted, and the bank had no choice but to declare bankruptcy. At this point, Sakurai Yushio stopped talking. He did not continue speaking, but there is actually no need to continue talking, because everyone present knew very well what to do next. Is there money in the bank? If you ask this question, I am afraid that everyone in the world will give the answer without hesitation. Rich. After all, they received deposits from a large number of depositors, and then use the depositors' money from working as social animals to invest, whether it is a loan or financial investment. They deal with money every day. Even the highest level of money robbery is to rob a bank. But if you ask this question to a banker, the answer you get will be completely different. Rich? That's all other people's money. Even though they handle tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or more every day. But that money, after all, it is not their own. Maybe they can use the investment money to make money, but it is just interest for depositors. It's a huge astronomical number. So, not to mention that the bank has money. The bank's money is not their own. It belongs to the depositors and must be spit out. Of course, if you have the opportunity to make this money your own, it will be completely different. And what Sakurai Yuxiang said obviously reminded everyone. Some things don't need to be said clearly. After all, if something happens to the bank, who is the unlucky person? Is it a bank? It's so naive, and it's the millions of savers who are really unlucky. A simple example. A bank encounters a robber. After some thrilling maneuvers, the robber successfully grabs the money and evacuates, taking away 1 million. Dividends are issued, net of costs and casualty expenses. Maybe only a few $100,000 in the end. As a result, the bank reported that a full 10 million yuan had been robbed. Ask, where did the 9 million go? Certainly. After all, the number of people who are proud of this is limited, and the overall interest of the bank will be lost. After all, if the bank wants to continue to operate, it still has to be responsible to its depositors. But what if this robbery directly bankrupted the bank? Do we still need to be responsible to depositors? Although this kind of problem will be bigger, and even a lot of people may have to go in and cry behind bars, but these efforts have been made. It is different from letting depositors lose all their money. Money in hand. This is the real deal. Of course, it is not that simple to achieve such a situation. Although everyone present felt a little passionate in their hearts, they also skipped this topic wisely. After all, even if there is really a hacker attack, it will not cause the entire bank to go bankrupt. This kind of thing is rare. But There is still room for maneuver to take advantage of hackers' attacks and take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. Everyone was in a hurry, but no one continued this topic. Let's think about what we should do next. The number of depositors in our bank is still rising rapidly. Not only some small individual depositors, but also many enterprises and companies hope to open accounts in our bank. This means that soon we will have a large amount of funds in our account. If the cash is well used, I think each of us can get a lot of commission this year. As soon as this topic came up, everyone nodded. Really, if you have money in hand, the next thing you need to consider is how to maximize the benefits of this money. Making money is always the right choice. After all, when people save money, they need interest, investment, expand our loan limit. I think our loan conditions can be appropriately relaxed. There were several large companies that wanted to seek loans before, and now I think we should be able to make this money. There are still a few investment projects. I think we can put them on the agenda. Next, the wine party began to become normal, and the content of the chat was mainly focused on the future development direction of the bank. But when we talked about this next, Yoshino Nobita was more or less absent-minded. The main reason is that Sakurai Yusian's previous topic was too high. After all, this was just a drinking party, not a formal office meeting. So when the top leader Nobita, Yoshino, seemed to be too drunk, the conversation finally ended hastily. In the evening, everyone went home. After Nobita, Yoshino returned home, still looking a bit drunk. He immediately came to the computer and started browsing the topic of the Vulnerability Hunter website. In fact, although this topic has been a hot topic during this period, but after all, no new news has appeared for the time being. There are only a few topics. Good thing. After some searching, Yoshino Nobita quickly found a post in a forum. Guess how bug hunters will fight back against Nomura Bank? Just look at the title. This made Yoshino Nobita full of interest. If it were before, Yoshino Nobita would basically just sneer at such a post, but now when it appears in front of him, he is more or less relieved. There is a little bit of expectation in my heart. This is a website that is all organized by hackers. To put it bluntly, Nomura Bank is just a small bank. If it fails in front of such a bank, the vulnerability hunter will be completely embarrassed. That's right. Looking at the companies named by the vulnerability hunters before, it seems that no company has good results and basically suffered. I think Nomura Bank will definitely have problems. Maybe the vulnerability hunters are now trying to find ways to trigger the vulnerability. I don't understand what I saw upstairs. If there was really a loophole, I would never have waited until now. On the contrary, I feel that Nomura Bank may not really have any loopholes. Regardless of whether there are loopholes or not, the vulnerability hunters will definitely fight back. Otherwise, what credibility do they still have? Counterattack, what to fight back with? Vulnerability hunters don't have the ability to fight back at all now. I didn't look at their website. They just emphasize that Nomura Bank has system vulnerabilities, but they don't mention any specific vulnerabilities. If there are real vulnerabilities, they may have already started to take action. There are many discussions of this type. If it was before today, Yoshino Nobita would probably be happy to see this, but now he saw this after his mentality changed. He was a little more helpless and resentful. Damn it! After all, you're a website built by a team of top hackers in the world. And this is the result? Do you dare to do something? Especially the further back he looked, the more distressed Yoshino Nobita became, because after the post, more and more people felt that it was impossible for the vulnerability hunter to do anything, and it was a shame. How does this work? If that's the case, wouldn't you still be living on a fixed salary every month? Although his salary is not low. But compared to the large amount of money he handles every day, to be honest, that salary often makes Nomura feel uncomfortable sometimes. After thinking about it, Yoshino Nobita pursed his lips and left a message in the post. I think Nomura Bank is just a small bank after all, and it can't be particularly perfect. Look at so many companies that have suffered. Why wouldn't something happen to Nomura Bank? The bug hunters are silent. Maybe they are making preparations. After all, we are facing a big bank this time. Also, I actually have some inside information. The Tamir Bank side is actually very panicked. They have noticed the existence of the vulnerability and are very afraid of the vulnerability hunter's attack. After clicking send, Yoshino Nobita curled his lips. I hope these damn hackers can have some backbone. At night, when going to bed, Yoshino Nobita even had a dream. He dreamed that Tamura Bank encountered an unprecedented hacker attack, and everyone in the bank panicked. But Nobita Yoshino in his dream was not at all panicked. Not only was he not anxious, but he was able to steal a large amount of money easily with his guidance. Finally, after the hacking incident was over, he immediately took the blame and resigned, and then walked away with a huge sum of money. Even in his dream, he bought an island, took more than 10 wives, and more than 100 servants, and lived the life of a dragon king without shame or impatience. Pity. A dream is a dream after all. When the yellow-faced woman at home woke him up, she made him understand that he still had to face reality. Also let him know, what happens in dreams is only a small probability event. For the next period of time, Yoshino Nobita continued to work diligently, and as for the dream that was so exciting that he could keep it deep in his heart, it's not that I don't like obscenity. It's because he doesn't have time to indulge, because there has been no movement from the vulnerability hunters. Their bank's reputation is getting higher and higher, and its performance is getting better and better. Even this time, there were also large loan deals from several companies, and the conditions offered were very generous. Although it would not allow him to live the life of his dreams, once he got it done, his bonus this year would definitely be doubled. In a blink of an eye, half a month has passed. On this day, Yoshino Nobita drove to the bank as usual. In the past half month, he has been so busy that he never touched the ground. But the effect is very good. Several large loan matters have been completely finalized, and other miscellaneous financial projects have also been comprehensively rectified. Tamura Bank is a small bank that was previously unknown. Even at this moment, they all have the momentum to soar into the sky. But just when he thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief today, he suddenly heard bad news when he arrived at the company. I just negotiated with a company that gave me money. It finally exploded. The company went bankrupt, and the huge amount of money they just released may also become bad debts. What's even scarier is, this is not just one case, but multiple cases appearing together. Bad debts are nothing in banks. Every bank will have bad debts, and basically everyone will have their own response measures. In fact, no matter how bad the situation is. In fact, as long as the bank is given time, the bank can solve the problem. But here's the thing. In addition to the problem of bad debts, an investment project started by the bank a few years ago also encountered problems, and the return of funds needs to be delayed. This news, Yoshino Nobita couldn't help but his eyelids twitching wildly. Bank's short-term capital reserves are suddenly running low, which is not good news. More importantly, he noticed that he did not know who had released the news that the bank was in a serious financial crisis, and even bluntly stated that Tamura Bank could not solve the problem on its own. This is not a good sign. This can easily cause people to panic. But at this moment, there is even worse news. Tamura Bank encountered a hacker attack. Breaking news, Tamura Bank has encountered the most serious vicious bug in history. According to expert analysis, Tamura Bank will cause a major loss of at least $1 billion this time. Tamura Bank has failed in several investments, and its funds have been severely locked up. I am afraid that Tamura Bank will have no way to maintain user withdrawals in the short term. The bug hunter successfully counterattacked. The official website of Tamura Bank has been hacked. The homepage of the website has been tampered with. Clicking it will automatically jump to a pirated AV playback station in Neon. Currently, Tamura Bank is working hard to repair it. According to reliable information, Tamura Bank's website was not just hacked this time. Their online banking business was invaded. According to relevant analysis, customer bank account information of Tamura Bank may have been leaked. Tamura Bank is in danger. Looking at the series of reports in front of him, Yoshino Nobita felt cold sweat on his back and his face turned pale. How so? Why is this happening? Obviously, everything was fine when I left the company yesterday, but what's going on now? Wake up. Has it become like this? Especially for the cooperation loans that were just finalized, Yoshino Nobita was basically personally involved in the negotiations. As a result, I paid you a hello last night. Overnight, something like this happened, and even the former high-quality customer directly turned into a risky customer? Is this news confirmed? Didn't these loans successfully pass the approval before the cooperation? And didn't they tell me that they were high-quality customers? But now you tell me who is the risky customer? Is the risk control done by your risk control department all crappy? After such a big thing happened, Nobita Yoshino was still confused. At this moment, he felt at a loss. The only thing he could do was to find the relevant person in charge to reprimand him. But it's a pity. Nobita Yoshino, who originally planned to reprimand his subordinates, was questioned by his subordinates. Mr. Yoshino, everything done by our risk control department is reasonable and compliant. In fact, we have warned you before about several customers this time that their risks are problematic. But you said that they are big customers, and now the bank is also in urgent need to lend these funds out and force us to pass the closure approval for them. So, if Mr. Yoshino wants to find someone to take responsibility for this matter, I think you shouldn't ask me. As soon as these words came out, Yoshino Nobita's face suddenly turned the color of pig liver. Extremely ugly. But he couldn't refute anything. After all, what this subordinate said was indeed the truth. Bank business has been really good recently. Storage rates skyrocketed. They naturally hope that the money deposited in the bank can be released to the market for investment as soon as possible. In fact, it is not uncommon for the risk control department to speed up approval. But he really didn't expect it. It should have been impossible for something to go wrong, but it happened. Especially looking at the half-smiling expressions of his subordinates. Yoshino Nobita knew in his heart that if this matter could not be handled well, then he, the general manager, might have to bear the main responsibility. This is not a good thing. They would suddenly do something like this? Have you never heard of it before? Yoshino Nobita said softly and asked. After putting down his attitude, the effect was still good. At least his subordinates were not so aggressive. He shook his head and said, "This time, several companies that borrow money from us had different reasons for borrowing, but in the end they had problems with their funds, and they all came out on the stock market. In fact, what we investigated in risk control before was only their previous qualifications and whether the company had the strength to repay. To be honest, they have the ability in this area. So, the situation is not as bad as imagined." Yoshino Nobita's eyes lit up, seeing his subordinates nodding in affirmation. Yoshino Nobita breathed a sigh of relief instantly. Okay. As long as it is not definitely a dead debt, there is no problem, and it is not unacceptable to delay it for a while. But the current situation may not allow us to dwell on bad debts. Another manager in charge of bank deposit and withdrawal services next to him said, "Although our storage rate has increased during this period, our withdrawal users have also increased significantly since this morning, although there has not been a run yet. But if this continues, our funds will not be able to support normal withdrawals for up to 3 days. And I suggest that we start concentrating funds in big cities immediately and at least ensure that there will be no problems in a few major cities." These words made Nobita Yoshino feel like a bucket of cold water was poured on his head. Really, insufficient capital reserves in banks are the most likely to cause problems. Although look at it in order. The first thing that happened, and the cause of everything, was actually this time there was a problem with the bank's commercial investment activities. But actually, now that the problem has developed to this point, the main problem is no longer just investment failure. It's the panic caused by the bank's investment failure this time. Or rather, it is now that a large number of customers are busy withdrawing money. This is the biggest problem now. The main thing is public opinion. Those damn media are watching the excitement and don't think it's a big deal. This time, for us, it is actually a small matter for any company. But it is such a small matter deliberately amplified by the media, but it seems to have become a huge event. That is why users are now panicking. Someone started talking. This statement won the approval of many people. Indeed, these media are not good things. I don't know how they know the news. I can't help it, because we challenged those hackers. We have already become the most concerned object of the hackers. All eyes will be on us, and they want to use us to bring them more news and popularity. Damn media! Listening to everyone scolding each other more harshly, Yoshino Nobita was a little strange. Where are the hackers? I thought I read a report just now. Hackers attacked our system and even hacked our website. Does this matter have anything to do with bug hunters? Question. It suddenly erupted like a volcano, and many problems were concentrated together. Even Yoshino Nobita almost ignored it. But what made him relieved was that this issue that was not noticed by everyone was not a big problem. Mr. Yusho Sakuraya was right when he said it before. Our system could not be invaded silently by just a few hackers. They did not break through our firewall at all. The main reason is that the website was hacked by hackers. Mr. Yusho Sakuraya is tracing the identity and location of the hackers. I believe there will be results soon. These hackers are useless and pose no threat at all. They don't even dare to attack our firewall. They can only hack our website to vent their anger. For us, this will basically not cause any loss to us. They're just a group of clowns. I think we still overestimate the so-called hackers. In fact, hackers are not as mysterious as we think. Everyone said something to me. In this critical situation, hacking is the most relaxing thing. It can even put a smile on everyone's frosty face. And such a smile made Yoshino Nobita couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. It's okay if it's okay. It's okay if it's okay. But then, Yoshino Nobita couldn't help but frown. Now is not the time to relax. The hacker attack may not have caused any real impact on us, but the attack they launched on our website has had a very serious impact on our reputation. Now we must avoid the impact of hackers on our reputation. We must avoid a run on our reputation. So, now you start taking action. Immediately. First of all, I would like to declare to the outside world that this hacker attack only changed our website, but it did not have a substantial impact on us, and it reassures depositors that our bank will not collapse due to a mere hacker attack. Secondly, in terms of funds, don't we still have some investment bonds and stocks on hand, and we will start cashing out part of it as soon as possible to deal with possible large-scale withdrawals by depositors. Third, in terms of public image, we have to tell the public that this is just a normal investment and will not affect us. We should tell depositors that our funds are normal and will never affect withdrawals. However, due to limited manpower, we ask everyone to wait until there are fewer people to withdraw money. Otherwise, they will have to wait a long time in line. In fact, it is also a small problem. To put it bluntly, they just need to stabilize the situation now. After all, there are problems with lending, but 1 or 2 failures will not kill the bank. Investment failure can only be regarded as an exception. After all, a large number of depositors come to save money every day. As long as people's habit of depositing money in banks does not change, banks will have countless money to carry out a series of commercial activities. As for losses, thinking too much. Even if it is a loss, the bank is not afraid at all. To put it bluntly, as long as depositors are guaranteed to be able to withdraw their money and depositors do not cause large-scale panic, the bank will always be in an invincible position. Nothing could ever go wrong. But at this moment, Yoshino Nobita never expected that just when he felt that the situation was about me. Condition. But it has developed in a worse direction. Vulnerability hunter, there's action again. The vulnerability hunter is on the move again. When he heard the news, Yoshino Nobita was eating in the restaurant, and his subordinates hurried over to deliver the news. When he first heard the news, Yoshino Nobita even glanced at this subordinate reproachfully. You are so frizzy and panicked. How can you behave like this? If the media reporters see it, wouldn't this give them an opportunity to attack us? If you're panicked, look eventually causes our bank to suffer heavy losses. Can you bear such responsibility? This is a huge pot, and anyone with any brains will never agree to anything at this time. At least this subordinate is sleeping like this at this time. His face was pale, and he was speechless. Fortunately, this is our internal restaurant. If it were outside, I would have deducted your salary and demoted your position because of your behavior just now. Nobita Yoshino did not make trouble unreasonably. He was well versed in the art of beating. Seeing that his subordinates were already frightened, he asked, "Tell me, what happened to make you panic? From what you mean, isn't there something new from the vulnerability hunter?" At this point, Yoshino Nobita suddenly sat up straight. "Can they still break through our firewall?" "No, they didn't break through our firewall." His subordinates shook their heads repeatedly. "Then what are you doing in such a panic?" At noon today, a reporter conducted an interview with a vulnerability hunter through the internet chat platform. They asked the vulnerability hunter about the vulnerability of our Tamura bank. Then what? Then the vulnerability hunter definitely said that we have a very fatal bug. In severe cases, it may even cause the user's deposits to disappear and make withdrawals impossible. What? Yoshino Nobita's mind was full of questions. After looking at his men up and down for a while, he couldn't help but add, "That's it?" "Yes, yes." His men nodded. Yoshino Nobita suddenly straightened his face again and looked at his men seriously. "Be reasonable. If this subordinate hadn't been following him for many years and had been performing very well, Yoshino Nobita would have wanted to kick this guy to death. What the hell happened to scare you like this? Are you here to make fun of me?" Yoshino-san, the vulnerability hunter has indeed said this many times, but this time he said such words at this critical moment, which has had a great impact on us. Especially under the exaggeration of various media reports, the current situation has begun to slowly become out of control. Sensing the distrust in his boss's eyes, his subordinates hurriedly explained and took out some newspapers from their arms. Yoshino Nobita, who originally didn't care. When I saw the contents of those newspapers, I finally couldn't sit still and stood up immediately. The bug of Tamura Bank is suspected to be related to customer risk control detection. Previous loan problems are probably related to this bug. There is also a speculation that the system bug of Tamura Bank is actually a bug that users cannot withdraw money. Users can see their bank balances on mobile phone text messages and even see their bank on the ATM. But once they choose to withdraw money, they cannot successfully withdraw money. Be alert, another world-renowned company is deeply affected by system bugs, which makes us start to worry. Is the bug in Tamura Bank still lurking, and it may explode at any time? The latest news is that in many cities across the country, users of Tamura Bank are unable to withdraw funds, indicating insufficient funds. Tamura Bank has encountered serious problems with funds, and withdrawals in major cities have been unable to succeed. Currently, there are no such problems in several major cities, but this also reflects that Tamura Bank has indeed been significantly affected. Depositors complained, "Our money in the bank has disappeared, out of sight and out of touch." Similar reports are almost everywhere in all kinds of reports. What's even scarier is, this is just news. In some traditional media newspapers, but on the internet, the discussion is beyond imagination. "I can no longer withdraw money here. It shows that the deposit in the deposit machine is insufficient." What are you bragging about? "I just deposited the money last night, and now I have no money." I heard that Tamura Bank was attacked by hackers, and all the deposits in the bank were transferred. Now the whole bank is in a mess. If you care about the money in your bank card, I suggest you withdraw the money now. If it is late, you may not even get the money. The bank is going bankrupt. I, Oniai-chan, am a staff member of Tamura Bank. He told me that the bank has a big problem now, and even several bank leaders are preparing to leave for countries that do not have extradition agreements. So if you have time, you should try to withdraw the money from the bank as soon as possible. If it is too late, it may be gone. Don't listen to the nonsense that Tamura Bank says. They say they have sufficient fund reserves, but they are actually bragging. A lot of money has begun to be transported to several big cities and headquarters. This is a big problem. There is a problem with their online banking. I have said it before. You can transfer all other people's money to your own pockets, and you can even make false deposit records, but in fact you can't withdraw it at all. Madam, you don't want your husband's hard-earned salary to be misappropriated by the bank, right? So don't be stunned. Go and get the money. Similar remarks are outrageous. But in fact, this outrageous statement has flooded the entire internet at this moment. No matter what kind of communication and discussion website is opened, or what mainstream information platform. As far as the eye can see, there's only one piece of information. Token Bank is going to be cold. Tamura Bank is out of money. The senior executives of Tamura Bank are ready to run away. The money you deposit in the bank will not be withdrawn any later. This was a targeted blast targeting Tamura Bank. Netizens around the world seemed to be under a spell. 1 second it was calm, and the next second there was a sudden landslide and tsunami. All burst out, and Nobita Yoshino, who was watching these discussions, finally couldn't sit still at this moment. He could no longer eat quietly in the cafeteria and stood up because it was too confusing. When he stood up, all the soup and water was spilled out, and a lot of it dripped directly onto his trouser legs and sleeves. This is obviously not the time to pay attention to this. Let's go. Notify everyone. Notify everyone immediately to come to the meeting. Quick. As he quickly left the restaurant, Nobita Yoshino gave instructions anxiously. At this moment, his mind was filled with one idea. Big deal. This matter must be dealt with immediately, otherwise it will cause a tragedy. But he hasn't figured out how to solve it yet. But there was a flash of light coming towards him. Crack! Yoshino Nobita hurriedly looked back and saw a reporter appearing not far away. He sneaked in quietly at some point, and he found this opportunity and suddenly jumped out to take pictures. Before the photo was taken, the reporter immediately took out a voice recorder and came over. Mr. Yoshino, now the internet is saying that your Tamura Bank is in serious crisis. What do you think about this matter? What do you think? Look at your sister. Yoshino Nobita naturally did not answer, but waved to the security guard on the side with a dark face. The security guard immediately stepped forward, held the reporter to the left and right, and pulled him out. Yoshino Nobita breathed a sigh of relief, and then realized that if the reporter just reported the water all over his body, it would have a major impact on his bank again. Not only do we have to drive the person away, but also his camera. Everything in the camera must be deleted. We must not let him take any pictures and leave. After a reminder, and with the security guard's consent, Yoshino Nobita quickly started to rush to the conference room. Next, it was a meeting that lasted several hours. In fact, the matter itself is not as complicated as imagined. It is just that everyone is questioning whether they can come up with so much money. The best solution is to ensure that any bank business can be carried out smoothly in the next few days or a period of time. Even if everyone withdraws money, it is enough to ensure that depositors can withdraw money successfully. Even if there is a delay, or there are too many people queuing up, ask the bank counter staff to slow down and delay as much as possible. If you do this, the rumors will naturally be self-defeating. But here's the problem. Today's banks simply can't come up with that much money for the time being. After all, they were aggressively adding various investments some time ago, and spending money is their job. As a result, not long after the money was spent, they themselves were short of money again. How to do this? The content of the following meeting will mainly focus on this aspect. The result of the meeting was actually like that. There are just two ways. First, ask the father of the funder above for help. Let the father of the funder's consortium company save the life with the little money, or let other banks come to help save the life. Second, sell some of your assets at low prices, whether they are stocks, funds, or other things that take a while to cash out, and withdraw the funds as soon as possible. These two methods were quickly implemented. Of course, in addition to these two main methods, there are also some trivial methods, such as making counterstaff dawdle to reduce work efficiency, such as putting unmanned teller machines that do not need maintenance into a period of forced damage, or increasing bank storage interest rates, and so on. Certainly, these little tricks will be of some use, but obviously they won't be of much use. The most important thing at the moment, or money. This money. That's the most important thing. Good thing. The two methods discussed at the emergency meeting attracted a lot of attention. First of all, the sponsor's father not only scolded them, but also promised to solve the funding problem in the next day or two. Then there was a fire sale of some assets. After all, the price was not high, and no one would want to take away the assets that could make a lot of money in just a few months. They quickly found someone to take over. The only thing that dissatisfied the senior management of Tamura Bank was that the most refreshing thing turned out to be the Longwa enterprise, which they hated and disliked the most. But there is no way. People feel comfortable giving money, but if they don't like it, they will feel unhappy, so they can only do this. Things have come to this. Basically, Tamura Bank has the confidence to stabilize the overall situation. As long as it lasts 2 to 3 days, everything can get back on track. But sometimes 2 or 3 days can actually determine life or death. In Tamura Bank, obviously, no way out, because it was in the early morning of that night. An even more important piece of news came out. The general manager of Tamura Bank is in a state of shock. In fact, the staff of Tamura Bank are already familiar with things like thunder explosions during this period. To put it nicely, he has experienced many battles. To put it harshly, in fact, after being tortured, a lot of experience has been accumulated. But this time, this thunderstorm was more or less shocking. The first thing to be exposed was, not surprisingly, the photo taken by the reporter who was kicked out of the restaurant today. However, there are 2 mainstream reports on this photo. One is, the situation of Tamura Bank is very bad. As the general manager of Tamura Bank, Yoshino Nobita, because the bank situation is so bad, he even has mental state problems. He pours soup and water on himself, but doesn't care, but still thinks about how to solve the predicament. This is the initial statement, and the statement closest to the truth. Anyway, this statement convinces many people. But based on the first statement, there is a second statement. It is said that the water on Yoshino Nobita's body was not accidentally caused by him at all, but was poured on him by the boss behind the scenes at Tamura Bank. The reason is because Yoshino Nobita planned to run away with the money, but was discovered by the big boss. The reason why Yoshino Nobita was not repaired directly was because if Yoshino Nobita was captured now, the bank would be completely destroyed. But in fact, the situation of Tamura Bank has reached a precarious state, and internal loopholes have put the entire bank on the verge of collapse. Except for these 2 statements. There are other nonsense theories. Some are outrageous, some are perverted, some are imaginative, and so on. But one thing is for sure. The situation of Tamura Bank. Very bad. This is actually a small matter. Although the entire internet has discussed and paid attention to it, it is just a catchy photo after all, and it cannot explain too much. This is not the first time that Yoshino Nobita has been scolded, but by accident. At such times, such discussions arise. On timing. This in itself is very detrimental to Tamura Bank. But, after all, these reports are just superficial reports, and naturally there is no so-called real evidence. At least for Tamura Bank, similar reports will not have any impact on them. After all, there's a fatal core in this series of reports. That's a system bug. Everyone is saying that there are bugs in their systems. Hackers have invaded their systems, and their situation is as bad as it gets. This can indeed cause people to panic. But the same thing, this is also a fatal weakness. As long as people understand that their system is unbreakable, the so-called bugs do not exist at all, and hackers have no way to hack into their system. That's enough. But this seemingly simple thing has become extremely difficult at this moment. How to prove it? This kind of thing is simply difficult to prove to the public. Do we have the final say whether there are bugs in our system? The current situation is very bad. It is impossible for us to allow everyone to freely enter the back end of our system. Wouldn't that be causing trouble for ourselves? Then how can we prove our innocence? Although it is already early in the morning, by this time, as senior executives of Tamura Bank, it is obvious that everyone cannot sleep peacefully. Because the problem is too complex. They encountered the ultimate paradox. How to prove? Are you okay? After all, this is not a disease that can be solved with a physical examination report. This involves the bank's internal system. It cannot be done easily. Just show it to the public, right? If we really do this, we don't know whether the bank system will be maliciously destroyed by others to make money. I'm afraid it's the user who is already trying his best to escape. I'm afraid it will run faster. Damn vulnerability hunters, damn hackers. They're the scum of this world. They should all die. After thinking hard to no avail, Yoshino Nobita couldn't help but cursed angrily. He really didn't expect that the situation would be so bad. But the good thing is, although he was angry at the moment, at least he still maintained confidence. This matter will be over soon. The head office has also promised to pay, and Yuanxiu Investment has already promised that they will pay early tomorrow morning. So, the current difficulty is only temporary. Tomorrow morning. As soon as the funds from Yuanxiu Investment arrive, we can immediately start to stabilize the situation normally. And when the funds from the head office arrive in 2 days at the latest, we will be completely out of danger. So, now, there's only one thing I want you to do. Remember all the guys who are participating in the report now and taking advantage of the situation. After this crisis is over, I will make them pay the price. Yoshino Nobita said through gritted teeth. The confidence conveyed by these words was still very strong, and at least it cheered up the senior executives in the conference room who were originally ashen. Really, the difficulties are only temporary. The difficulties they're facing now are indeed great, but as long as they're given time, they can reverse the situation. To put it bluntly, they just need to hold on and hold on. Besides, everyone thought of more things. This crisis occurred too suddenly. Even if the crisis was perfectly resolved in the end, it still made so many people fearful. In the end, they will definitely be held accountable. Someone is going to be punished. Likewise, some people will be rewarded. And, as the main leader, Nobita Yoshino is obviously the best person to take charge. Don't talk about taking the blame. The cause of this incident was Yoshino Nobita. Even the photos that are now being circulated on the internet that affect the image of the bank also feature Yoshino Nobita. It can be said that he has taken the blame. Then, since Yoshino Nobita is going to suffer the consequences, does it mean that his position will be vacant, and even many people who are close to Yoshino Nobita will have to give up their positions? In this case, the human heart is a complex and interesting thing. At least the senior executives who had thought clearly about the key points suddenly felt no panic or worry at all. Even the few people who originally cursed the vulnerability hunters shut their mouths at this time. Even in my heart, I wish the bug hunters could cause more trouble. Yoshino Nobita is not a fool. He quickly noticed the change in the status of these subordinates. After a little thought, he understood what these people were planning. But, precisely because of knowing, Yoshino Nobita felt even more helpless. He actually knew that his next result would definitely not be very good, and his demotion was already a certainty. Even more serious, you may be fired or even sued by the company. But even though he knew that waiting for his own ending would not be good, Yoshino Nobita had no choice but to change his ending. The only thing that can be done. It seems that the only thing I can do is try my best to let the headquarters see my efforts, so that when the matter is settled, I won't be too harsh on myself. Finally, after staying up most of the night, Yoshino Nobita and a group of senior executives ended the meeting. The meeting was confirmed. Next, the bank entered a state of high preparation, prohibiting rest and leave. All hands on deck. In fact, there is nothing special. The real difference is mainly the difference in the mentality of everyone participating in the meeting. A meeting, but made everyone's thoughts become complicated. The others were very relaxed, but Nobita Yoshino was still very nervous. After all, for the others, it was impossible for the bank to collapse anyway, and the bigger the mess would naturally be, the better. As for Yoshino Nobita, he didn't even think about going home to sleep. After everyone left, he filled up the air mattress in the office, lying on the bed. But there was a sadness in my heart. He knew that he was doomed. No matter what the outcome of this disaster was, he was doomed. There was absolutely no possibility of comeback. Litigation and expulsion will not result. As long as I perform well this time, it is basically impossible for this situation to happen. What really bothered him? It was very likely that he would be reprimanded by his subordinates who looked down upon him at first, but he did not dare to refute him at all. Such a picture. Every time he thinks about it, Yoshino Nobita feels a blockage in his heart. He doesn't want this to happen. Very undesirable. But it is a pity that there is nothing in this world that you will not come if you are afraid of him. Yoshino Nobita knows very well that his good days are about to end. Damn. In this empty company, Yoshino Nobita did not hide his collapse and anxiety. In the office that was still his own for the time being, he began to vent his anger. But no matter how messy he makes this office, before dawn, he still had to find a way to restore this damn place to its original state as soon as possible. This is very helpless. Finally, sitting on the messy office floor, Nobita Yoshino breathed heavily. He had vented enough, and the anger in his heart disappeared as all the office objects were smashed to the ground. Instead, they're worried about their current situation. What to do? What should I do? At this moment, in the mess, Yoshino Nobita saw a newspaper scattered on the ground. Or rather, these are the big words written in the newspaper that are particularly eye-catching. Hacker attack. Tamura Bank is in danger. In fact, during this period of time, reports with similar titles are not uncommon, and can even be said to be very common. Yoshino Nobita already has a deep understanding of these reports. But at this moment, when he saw these reports again, Yoshino Nobita had some other thoughts in his heart. Or rather, he thought of a beautiful dream he had just dreamed not long ago. Hacker? Bank's in danger? Moment. It was like a certain window was suddenly pushed open, causing Yoshino Nobita's heart to suddenly throb for no reason. What can I do? No. Yoshino Nobita shook his head quickly and shook off the terrible thought in his heart. If I do this, once someone discovers it, I will die without a burial place. Although my situation is not very good now, at least I am not in jail, and at least I can still make a steady living. If I did that, do I just want to live an ordinary life? But at this moment, another thought came up in my heart. Do this, and you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life, and find a small island to enjoy life. Risks are normal, high risks and high rewards. But the risk is too high. Am I going to be mediocre and spend my life with a glance? But the war between heaven and man. This was a real battle between heaven and man. Yoshino Nobita, who had been thinking about it all night, finally fell asleep in a daze, but he still had not made up his mind. This requires a lot of courage. Until, early the next morning, a report was placed in front of me. Yoshino Nobita finally made up his mind. This is rock-hard evidence. Tamura Bank really can't sustain it any longer. As the general manager and general manager of Tamura Bank, Nobita Yoshino anonymously admitted on the internet that there are serious loopholes in their system, and he also personally admitted that there have been major security problems within the bank. Here's the evidence. Picture. Many people may feel confused after seeing these screenshots and don't understand why this matter is related to Nobita Yoshino. After all, the poster is just a person whose name and true identity are unknown. But unfortunately, network acquisition is a layer of cover, but it is definitely not impossible to find. We investigated the IP information of the poster and found out unexpectedly. This IP information cannot be said to be roughly the same as the IP information Yoshino Nobita logged in on the internet. It can only be said to be exactly the same. What does this mean? This means that the publisher of this post is Yoshino Nobita himself. Even if it is not him, at least his family can do it. What does this mean? This means that Watanabe Bank has not been the bank that everyone imagined from the beginning. The level of security is even comparable to that of Swiss banks. On the contrary, they're a small bank full of various security loopholes and various hidden dangers. This bank does not have any security guarantee. So, I am here to remind everyone that if you find it difficult to make money and don't want your money to be stolen by others, then stay away from this damn Tamura Bank immediately. Snap! The sound of the pen hitting the table was heard, followed by a burst of curses. Baga! Yoshino, you idiot! Now answer me. What is going on? What are these reports about? Why are you stupid enough to say such things on the internet? You must give an explanation. In the office of Tamura Bank, he pointed at the nose of the general manager of Tamura Bank and cursed, making everyone in the conference room tremble, and the general manager Nobita Yoshino dared not say anything. There are only shareholder representatives. After all, it was his own bank that had such a big incident. This representative, who used to be a dragon but never saw his end, rushed over in a hurry this morning. And as soon as they arrived at the bank, a high-level meeting was held, and multiple reports were produced to directly question Yoshino Nobita. At this time, facing the representative's doubts, Yoshino Nobita shouted directly, without even thinking, "Slander! This is slander, rumor, and slander. They're liars, they're lies. I never said such things. Representative, believe me, I am not a fool. How could this be possible? It must be the Vulnerability Alliance. It is the group of hackers who have launched an attack on us. They're spreading rumors. They want to attack us. Please believe me, I am innocent. I heard that some hackers can fake their own IP addresses. Someone must be using this method to slander me. I'm not crazy. How could I say such a thing? Representative, I work hard for Tomura Bank. You must believe me." Nobita Yoshino's attitude was very firm, and he held on to a key point. "Wrong. This is a rumor. These people must be spreading rumors." Seeing Yoshino Nobita's reaction, the blame in the hearts of everyone present was relieved a lot. Really, anyone with any brains would not be able to make something out of nothing. No one would really think that the above words were said by Nobita Yoshino. To put it bluntly, this indictment was just a formality. "Okay, I will investigate this matter clearly. If I find out that this matter is really related to you, I will never be lenient." The representative snorted. The following meeting finally started normally. Suddenly such a big thing happened, disrupting all their plans. Next, they had to find a way to solve the problem. Seeing that the representative finally let him go temporarily, Yoshino Nobita couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, this morning, the moment he saw the representative coming with those reports, Yoshino Nobita knew that he was finished. After all, he still had some doubts about whether those words were his. The only thing that can be done now, just stabilize other people first. At the same time, Yoshino Nobita also knew in his heart that he was completely finished. The questions he struggled with last night now had answers. An answer that doesn't even require much thought. He's running away, and we have to run away as soon as possible, preferably with some money. After making up his mind, Yoshino Nobita felt a little listless throughout the entire meeting, and the others didn't say anything when they saw his performance. Many people even gloat a little bit about their misfortune. After all, everyone knew that this guy was going to die. In fact, the meeting is no longer important. Under this series of public opinion offensive, the entire bank has completely fallen into a state of run. A large number of depositors hold bank cards and queue up from morning to night to withdraw money. Afraid of being late. I can't get the money. The only good thing is that Uinshio Investment completed the fund transfer immediately after signing the contract, which gave Token Bank a chance to breathe. Besides, all the funds stored in the vault for use in critical moments began to be mobilized, and cash transport trucks were transported to all parts of the country like ant assembly lines to ensure the normal operation of the bank. Look like this. As long as the funds representing that side are in place, this crisis can be resolved. But when there should have been no accidents happened. The largest shareholder of Watanabe Bank encountered a financial sniper during the fund preparation process. This was a premeditated sniper, and the other party had even prepared for this battle before. A sudden offensive. No matter how powerful the Chable family is, they can't breathe when they're suddenly hit like this. In desperation, they could only say sorry to their pony boy, Bank Watanabe. After all, since ancient times, we have protected the big, but not the small. If a major crisis occurs in the head office for the sake of a small bank, that would be bad luck. But such a choice will inevitably make the bank executives who were originally relieved become nervous. Even a little carelessness may lead to unimaginable disasters. But, again, there's no way he would have betrayed his eldest brother just to save Ponyboy, right? Ever since, in the blink of an eye, the bank executives who had been sitting firmly at Daitai suddenly panicked. What's going on? The promised funds will arrive soon. Why are you suddenly saying that it will be postponed for a few days? The run has begun to occur now. We have tried our best to delay it until now. If this continues, we have no way to continue to persist. It's over. If this continues, our Tomura Bank will be in bad shape. How could this happen? Why is this happening? As soon as he entered the conference room, Yoshino Nobita saw a group of senior executives who had originally laughed at him. At this time, they were all anxious like ants on a hot pot. There was cold sweat on everyone's faces. Everyone has fear in their eyes. On the contrary, when Yoshino Nobita saw this scene, not only was he not worried at all, on the contrary, he even showed a sneer. A mocking sneer. In fact, at this point, there is no need to continue the meeting, because with the silence from the representatives, it means that they have only one choice next. Drink poison to quench your thirst. We still have some assets, all of which are sold at low prices. No matter what, the bank cannot fail. Runs are happening all over the country now. We must show our determination, otherwise we cannot avoid the worst ending. The most important thing for us now is funds. All futures, stocks, and bonds, regardless of whether they are profitable or not, are all sold. Hurry, we must persist, as long as we can hold on for a few more days. We must save ourselves. Only by overcoming this difficulty can we have a chance to be reborn. Otherwise, what awaits us is a cliff. New decisions soon emerged. Since the representatives are unreliable, they can only continue to sell off the assets in the bank's hands as soon as possible to cash out. But pity the water. The road is not that easy. The whole world knows how bad their situation is now. Naturally, no one will miss the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and extort money at this time. One by one, they lowered their prices to death. The senior executives of Tamura Bank were naturally unhappy, but no matter how unhappy they were, they could only hold their noses and admit it. But they are still willing to sell most of their assets to Yuanshio Investment at a low price. After all, they have already cooperated once, so they are familiar with the company and have experience, and the price offered by the other party is relatively generous. This is definitely drinking poison to quench thirst. You know, these assets are the most valuable things at Tamura Bank. In the past, they could bring terrifying profits every year. But they had to sell these cornucopias at low prices to protect themselves. But their idea is to protect themselves. But can we really protect ourselves? Answer: it's negative. What are you doing? I'm here to withdraw money. My money is in your bank. Why don't you let me in? It's my money. Why don't you let me withdraw it? Get out of here. I want to withdraw money. What the hell is going on with you? What did you do with the money I deposited? I want to withdraw money. Ah, someone touched my butt. Hurry up and get in. Don't block it. Why can't I withdraw the money I deposited? I can't even transfer money. The bank is going to collapse. If you wait any longer, you will have no money. A large number of people gathered in front of the headquarters building of Token Bank, and the business hall on the first floor was already surrounded by water. Today, most neon folk only have one thing: withdraw money. With more and more reports about Watanabe Bank on the internet, a large number of neon people or Watanabe Bank depositors finally couldn't sit still. The smarter ones will withdraw their money from the bank as soon as they hear some disturbance. But some people who had confidence in the bank did not take action at the beginning. Some people even tried to persuade others at the time. What are you thinking? Can the bank fail? Watanabe Bank is not a small company. They are backed by a world-class consortium. How can they still owe you that little money? Do you have millions or tens of millions in your bank? If not, why are you busy withdrawing money? This bank is so big. How can it be less like you? This is what most people really thought at the beginning of this public opinion war. No rush. Leisurely. The bank is so big. Can it owe you money? But in just a few days, the situation began to expand, and after various negative reports increased frequently, everything finally changed. The bank may really be out of money. Otherwise, why is it more and more difficult to withdraw money from banks as these rumors spread more and more? It used to take just 10 minutes to withdraw money. It will take at least 2 hours to withdraw money after that. But starting yesterday, even from queuing in the morning to evening, you may not be able to withdraw money. Today is even more terrible. The bank that originally had 10 counters actually opened 2 today, and there is a limit on the amount of money one person can withdraw at a time. If that's all it is, it's nothing. The worst thing is waiting in line. But the problem is that from the past few days, the efficiency of the staff at the bank counter has become lower and lower. Even the withdrawal service that usually takes up to 3 minutes will take you half an hour. And the most commonly used excuse is, sorry, the bank system is being upgraded recently. The system is slow to respond. You may need to enter your password again. The system is faulty. Please fill in the form again. Your password is wrong, right? There may be a problem with the system. Please try it again. Similar excuses are not easy to use. The depositors were panicking, but since the money was in their hands, they could only endure it. As for the cash machine, sorry, due to machine failure, all cash machine services are suspended. Please go to the counter to handle related services. Good guy. This set of tricks keeps the depositors in check. Although the money is in the hands of the bank, everyone will choose to swallow their anger in most cases, but when they can't bear it anymore, these depositors, who are willing to be manipulated by others, will also show surprising fighting power. Just like now, a large number of depositors gathered at the entrance of various business halls of Dutsuan Bank. They were wearing white shirts and holding signs high in their hands. Give me back my hard-earned money. Give me my money back. You are liars. I want to withdraw money. Similar titles were written in blood-red handwriting, making them particularly conspicuous. The bank is out of money. Attacked by hackers. System errors occur frequently. This has almost become the consensus of everyone, although in the past few days, Tamura Bank has stated more than once that they have absolutely no problems and that the bank's capital reserves are normal and can face any risks. But this, if you say it too much, no one will believe it. And just when everyone thought that the situation couldn't get any worse, an even heavier piece of news came out. Tamura banking system attacked by hackers. Moreover, the bank's reserves of more than 10 billion neon coins were looted by hackers. 10 billion. Converted into rice knives, it is about 80 million. For a large bank, this is definitely a big deal. But under normal circumstances, I might be able to grit my teeth and get through it. But the problem arises. This money appeared at a time when the bank's debt was already stretched thin and even depositors' withdrawals could not be guaranteed. This is for Tamura Bank, the one that broke the camel's back, the last meteor hammer. After all, such a large amount of money can't be just straw, right? Under the bombardment of the meteor hammer, Tamura Bank also responded very quickly. Almost as soon as the news was exposed, they broke out another news at the same time. Watanabe Bank may declare bankruptcy. Next, the bank will enter bankruptcy liquidation. This news just appeared, and everyone who heard the news was completely dumbfounded. Bankruptcy? Bankruptcy? This kind of thing has not happened before in history, but to be honest, for most people, it should be very far away from Tamura Bank. After all, Tamura Bank can only be regarded as a small and not very big bank in the world, but if you look at it in Neon's country, this bank is definitely not a small bank. Such a bank is going bankrupt? Is it false? I think it's impossible. There is a consortium behind Watanabe Bank. How could it go bankrupt so easily? This news is absolutely false. Just 2 hours ago, the bank sent a message saying that they did have some problems with their capital reserves, but they would solve the problem within 3 days. How could it go bankrupt immediately? I also think it is false. This is a bank. It is a big bank with tens of millions of depositors. How can it be said that it is bankrupt? This is the first reaction of many people when facing this news. But, although no one wants to believe it, it is worth mentioning that just because this news came out, more depositors began to attack the bank crazily. Regardless of whether the news is true or false. Withdraw money. You must withdraw your money before the official announcement. After all, if the bank really declares bankruptcy, the problems behind it will be a mess. The simplest thing to say, where's the money? Who can I ask for the depositor's money? Now that it has reached the point of bankruptcy, it will definitely not be able to repay depositors' deposits. At least it is impossible for all depositors to be able to repay them. At that time, who will pay back first and who will pay back last, who will pay back more and who will pay back less, and there will even be no one who will not get a penny. These are all questions. No one hopes that the unlucky guy will be themselves. Ever since, a bigger wave of crowding occurred, and even people who were just marching, shouting slogans, and holding signs finally couldn't bear the violence in their hearts. Beat, smash it, rub, For a time, neon began to appear all over the country. The business halls of many token banks were attacked by angry depositors. In desperation, these business halls simply closed their doors. Messy. It could be said that today's neon is in complete chaos. Tamura Bank. Total chaos. But it's not just the outside world that's really in chaos. Inside Tamura Bank, it's also in complete chaos at this moment. The representative also came. At this moment, he was angrily smashing everything that could be smashed in front of him. Damn. Asshole. Bankruptcy is just a proposal of ours. Why was it spread so quickly? Damn. And those group of hackers. Those group of damn hackers. The only voice in the room was the angry voice of this representative. All bank executives lower their heads at this moment, looking like their dead parents. It is completely impossible to tell that this group of people were an enviable group of social elites half a month ago or a week ago, going bankrupt. This is the proposal just mentioned by the representative. The current Tamura Bank is completely unable to hold on any longer. No matter how much reserve funds the bank has, it is impossible to cope with such a large-scale run. The bank's business has been unable to operate normally. And the same. Because the bank was affected by the run, other related projects at Tamura Bank were also severely affected. If you continue like this, things are only getting worse. In bankruptcy, it is the best choice at the moment. As long as they are fully prepared, even if the bank goes bankrupt, it will not have a big impact on the capital behind it. At least you won't lose blood. But now, they have only just raised this suspicion. But such rumors have already begun to appear in the outside world. They didn't even have a chance to prepare. It's those damn hackers. It's them, they did it. If they hadn't stolen the funds from our bank, we wouldn't be so passive at all. Damn vulnerability hunters, damn hackers. How did these hackers do it? They didn't enter from the inside, not from the external firewall. Does this mean there's a traitor within us? Does it make sense to say this now? The question now is, what should we do next? Damnit. Everyone cursed angrily. Looking at this scene, Yoshino Nobita, who was standing at the end of the crowd and had been marginalized since the day before yesterday, only thought of 4 words at this time. Incompetent rage. At the same time, Yoshino Nobita was still feeling a little unhappy. He found someone to do the hacking. After all, if outside hackers want to invade, they can only find ways to break through the firewall, invade the computer system, and then issue various commands. This is difficult, almost impossible to accomplish. But if someone directly plugs a USB flash drive with a virus into the computer internally and uses physical methods to implant the virus, the situation will be completely different. But, in all conscience, Yoshino Nobita definitely did not go too far. He just stole 100 million yen. But what about the result? With just one simple word, the price has doubled tenfold. Damn it. What to do next? Someone asked. Everyone present looked at me, and I looked at you. But they had no idea what to say. What to do next? What can be done? Everyone came up with the same answer in their minds. Bankruptcy. Later today, Neon Fuchin Bank officially announced bankruptcy settlement. This bank, which was established in the 1960s and has a history of more than 50 years, has finally come to ruin. The run crisis reappeared. Neon Fuchin Bank was brutally run by depositors and declared bankruptcy under the overwhelming pressure. This was a duel between hackers and financial capital. In the end, Tamura Bank ended up bankrupt, completely announcing the outcome of this battle. Why do banks still collapse? Next, let me take you to learn more about the collapse of Watanabe Bank. This is the first well-known bank failure in the new century. Financial expert. The collapse of Watanabe Bank is not an isolated case. In fact, it reflects the emergence of major hidden dangers in the world's international emergency, and perhaps there will be a greater reshuffle of the financial environment. The vulnerability hunter became famous in one battle. The last thing Watanabe Bank should do is to go against this website established by hackers. That night, dense reports suddenly spread like a volcano erupting through multiple channels, from traditional media to new internet media. Even Gushio, who is in the center of the world economy, can see reports on this matter if he clicks on a finance-related TV station at this moment. No way. After all, bank failure is a big event. Not to mention that the bank that failed this time was a well-known bank in Neon's hometown. More importantly, there are too many things to report about the collapse of Watanabe Bank. Vulnerability Alliance and Bank Watanabe can be seen as hacker groups and financial institutions. This in itself is conflicting. What's more, the meteor hammer that crushed Watanabe Bank to death also came from counterattack. This is something to write home about. Even if you want to stand out among the crowd of reports, you can still find different points to report. For example, Watanabe Bank's multiple reversals. Another example is the economic disaster caused by the collapse of Watanabe Bank. For example, the financial environment reflected by the collapse of Watanabe Bank. Anyway, those who can serve as editors in media reports can basically get full marks in reading comprehension. The first picture is all about making up the content. Very normal. Putting down the newspaper, Gushio turned on the computer. Compared with the comprehensive coverage of traditional media, the focus of all discussions on the internet is basically all on the collision of two different groups, hackers and finance. The Vulnerability Alliance is awesome. If you believe them, those who receive their emails will basically spend money to eliminate disasters. But if you don't believe them, they will basically be unlucky. Do you call a bank bankruptcy unlucky? This is too scary. I heard that the main reason why this bank went bankrupt is because they were robbed by hackers. Couldn't this be done by a vulnerability hunter? No need to doubt it. It must be the case. Hackers are really powerful. Let all these capitalists die, and I feel much better immediately. Although I hate capitalists, what will the depositors who have not withdrawn their deposits do next? Can they still get their money back? I am very curious about this question. I heard that Neon officials have begun to intervene. I don't know how to deal with it, but there's a high probability that it will not come back. You should try to find a big bank to save money. Such small banks have higher interest rates, but the risks are also greater. After briefly reading some of the more heated discussions, Gushio sat down. Luo Xiang, who was on the side, immediately offered a cup of tea and laughed as if he was taking credit. Boss, isn't Lao Luo doing a good job? Beautiful, very beautiful. Gushio gave a thumbs up and praised without hesitation. Hee. Luo Xiang chuckled, poured himself a cup of tea, sat down next to Gushio and said, "We've made a lot of money this time." When Tukan Bank sold off those miscellaneous industries to raise money, we at Yuanshio Investment made a lot of bargains, all of which were high-quality stocks and securities. Just relying on these things, we have made a lot of money in just a few days. And in addition to these, we have also made advance arrangements in the financial market for several companies that have in-depth cooperation with Token Bank. Catching them all in one fell swoop can be regarded as a big hit for us. Based on current statistics, we have made at least more than 300 million this time. This is still a conservative estimate. Lao Tan just called me and told me that in fact, as long as we make good use of this harvest, it is not a problem to make 400 million. The smile on Luo Xiang's face was particularly bright. They all laughed out loud. But yes, as the chief steward, he had been worried about the company's financial situation before. The result was a clever calculation by the boss. Less than a week before and after, he directly made hundreds of millions. To be honest, as a big butler, he just felt so happy to have such a boss. He didn't need to think too much. He just did as the boss told him. Lie down and win. A real win. And more importantly, boss, although we are making money very easily this time, the brothers are still working hard. Do you think? Double the bonus. The boss is powerful. The boss is grand. Luo Xiang suddenly smiled even brighter. Our boss is not only clever and clever, but more importantly, he is generous enough. Making money is never sloppy, and giving money is always straightforward. That's it. It perfectly explains what a quality boss means. However, although we have the advantage in this matter, it has also had a big impact on the vulnerability hunters. Especially in this matter, hackers were involved. We attacked their website before and even robbed them of 1 billion neon coins. This matter has now caused a quarrel on the internet. Many people probably don't trust the vulnerability hunters that much. Luo Xiang reminded carefully. He felt that the two hackers' involvement had something to do with Gu Xiao. To be honest, he actually didn't quite understand. After all, Gu Xiao had told him before that vulnerability hunters must not come forward in this matter. Even if they came forward, they would only spit on others and hackers would never be allowed to take part in the attack. Because this will have an impact on the reputation of vulnerability hunters. After all, the purpose of this website is to let everyone know about the vulnerabilities. Hunter hackers are just hackers and will not use their abilities to attack others. This time it wasn't just an attack, it even caused a bank to go bankrupt. The impact is actually huge. Although those corporate companies have not said anything for the time being, it is conceivable that in the eyes of those people, although the vulnerability hunter won this time, it is not actually glorious. At least, in the future, these companies will be prepared and vigilant when facing vulnerability hunters. This is not a good thing. However, after all, it was Gu Xiao who did this, and to be honest, it did accelerate the bankruptcy of Token Bank. Naturally, Luo Xiang would not blame anything. This was a careful reminder. But what surprised Luo Xiang was that Gu Xiao was surprised by this question. What kind of hacker? Luo Xiang was stunned. Boss, don't you know? Seeing the strangeness in Gu Xiao's eyes, Luo Xiang couldn't help but widen his eyes. When we first launched the public opinion war, a hacker invaded the official website of Tamura Bank and even redirected their website to some illegal websites. This matter is extremely serious. It has had an impact on Token Bank. After all, ordinary people don't know that the website is actually not that difficult to break. Isn't this done by you, boss? Luo Xiang had doubts in his eyes. That's definitely not the case. If I were the one to do it, I wouldn't be so simple. He's a newcomer. A newcomer? Yes, he's a newcomer who has just learned hacking. Skills for a few days, and hopes to join a vulnerability hunter. He felt that he wanted to apply for a certificate of fame. It happened that the dancing at Tamura Bank was quite popular at that time, so he started a battle for fame. Listening to Gu Xiao's explanation, Luo Xiang was completely confused. I want to say something, but I found that this seemed quite reasonable. Then, what about the next time? 1 billion? Luo Xiang asked again. There is no 1 billion, only 100 million neon coins. Not as many as you think. The 1 billion was announced by the bank's top management. Gu Xiao shook his head. What? Luo Xiang was stunned. He thought he had really been robbed so much. But soon, Luo Xiang understood the secret and couldn't help but cursed angrily. Fuck! Black! It's so dark. This means that the squire's money will be returned in full, and the common people's money will be divided 50-50. They won't lose themselves in this way. Gu Xiao shrugged and said nothing. The world is like this. Do you still expect fairness? When Token Bank went bankrupt, everyone lost money. But some people lost money because they lost less money in the future, while some people lost money in both the past and the future. The former will obviously not be ordinary people. Boss, you know so clearly. So you still say that this matter has nothing to do with you? Luo Xiang became confused. It really doesn't matter. Gu Xiao shrugged. Yoshino Nobita asked someone to get it. The virus is not advanced. Calculating the time, he should have boarded the plane and left Neon by now. What about the hacker? Luo Xiang's eyes lit up. Gu Xiao smiled. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with us vulnerability hunters. Hearing this, the last worry in Luo Xiang's heart was completely put aside. This sentence is enough. This wave, pure profit, the biggest twist in the bankruptcy case of Watanabe Bank. Vulnerability hunters have not conducted any hacking activities from beginning to end. All hacker attacks are not for vulnerability hunters. Vulnerability hunters. Do we look good to take the blame? A major clue is that Watanabe Bank was robbed by hackers. It was a gang of bank insiders. The suspect Yoshino Nobita has fled. It's outrageous. The Vulnerability Alliance turned out to be the most aggrieved in this incident. Isn't this the most outrageous thing? Isn't it the most outrageous thing that the bank's general manager conspired to rob the bank of 100 million neon coins through a virus, but the bank claimed to have been robbed of 1 billion? I also want to know whose pocket the 900 million that disappeared out of thin air went into? Shouldn't the money be used to compensate depositors? How come they can keep the money in their pockets with peace of mind? R&M pay back the money. In the next few days, the bankruptcy case of Tamura Bank, which should have been settled, once again took a shocking turn. He was originally supposed to be a bug hunter who was the ultimate boss. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the White Lotus of the Virgin Mary, and Tamura Bank, who was supposed to be the victim, suddenly discovered that they were the worst. This time, whether it is traditional media or voices on the internet, almost everyone has begun to criticize Tamura Bank verbally and in writing. In such a huge noise all the time. Those behind-the-scenes plutocrats who originally thought they had wiped the slate clean and packed up the mess through bankruptcy have fallen back into the quagmire. The stock price plummeted, and a large number of senior executives were forced to cry behind bars. Even many people involved with Tamura Bank were in danger. Even the entire Neon stock price plummeted across the board, and even some foreign-funded companies fled for fear that they would be implicated. Neon financial industry. What mess. The whole thing is in complete chaos. No one expected that such a small bank would be in a fierce battle with a website that seemed impossible to fight. In the end, it triggered such a major financial crisis. This was unexpected by everyone. And in this war, Gushio is undoubtedly the biggest profiteer. Yuan Shio invested in this sniper battle because he made various preparations early. For most Neon institutions, this is a huge disaster, but for Yuan Shio investment, it is a gluttonous feast. And what they eat is still the most essence and fattest parts. Another profitable one. Naturally, this is the origin of the bug hunter incident. In fact, when it comes down to it, although vulnerability hunters played a very important role in this incident, you will find out if you analyze it carefully. From beginning to end, bug hunters don't actually do anything. Suffocated. It was just a few words. But precisely because they did almost nothing, they also benefited the most from this major event that attracted a lot of attention. Rather than making profits from far-reaching investments, they're more likely to gain fame. Vulnerability hunters are so powerful. They are an organized, well-planned, and completely trustworthy platform. It is unimaginable that one website can bring together all the hackers from all over the world, and even make these unruly hackers obey the arrangements honestly. They have brought a new cooperation model and even a new profession. Strictly speaking, vulnerability hunter hackers are no longer hackers. They should have a new identity, that is, bounty hunters. I think vulnerability hunters are not just powerful. More importantly, their popularity and reputation are very good. Now I believe that companies around the world are worried about becoming the next company with problems in the eyes of vulnerability hunters. In the past few days, more than half of the world's top 500 companies have announced that they will enter into long-term strategic cooperation with vulnerability hunters. Microsoft announced that they have signed a 10-year long-term contract with vulnerability hunters, and they will become the #1 customer of vulnerability hunters. More and more people are joining vulnerability hunters. Vulnerability hunters say they will launch internal training channels, and they plan to open professional hacking courses. From now on, hacking may not be a derogatory term. It is a new profession recognized by everyone. Vulnerability hunters have launched a Hunter Star system. In the recruitment criteria column for technical positions in top companies, there is an additional item asking what star rating the other party has on the vulnerability hunter platform. Obviously, compared with Yuan Shio Investment, who quietly goes into the village to make money, the loophole hunter's harvest is even more than that of Yuan Shio Investment to some extent. Because this time, vulnerability hunters have finally gained a foothold. Of course, this is not just a matter of bank failure because of a loophole, but also brings to mind more core issues. What is the system vulnerability of Tamura Bank this time? In other words, is there really a loophole in Tamura Bank's system? This is actually quite scary when you think about it. Because as long as you calm down and think carefully, you'll find that there is a loophole in the system of Tamura Bank, although it has been spread all over the world from the beginning. But in fact, until the bank went bankrupt, no one has discovered what this vulnerability is. Although there are various rumors, they are basically all rumors. So far, there's been no stone hammer at all. Even when the bank was robbed by hackers in the end, it was because the other party directly planted viruses on the system computers. That's on this basis. Can it be said that whether there are vulnerabilities is not that important at all? The most important thing is that vulnerability hunters must announce that they have no vulnerabilities. If you think about it further, a company that relies heavily on system software must have a good relationship with bug hunters. At least, can't they be like Tom, you're a bank, and exchange insults with this powerful platform in public? With this in mind, next, when facing vulnerability hunters, it will be simple and clear how everyone should choose. Bug hunter must make good friends. Just now, several large financial institutions have also applied to become our users and hope to sign a 10-year contract with us. A technology company also wants to cooperate with us, mainly for vulnerability detection and software development. We don't have enough manpower and are overwhelmed. I didn't expect that before. I thought our website would be very difficult, but it only took a few days to fight back. It's too strong. Is this why I can only be a hacker, but boss can be a boss? I made a lot of money during this period. I didn't expect that the vulnerability finding competition before was so effective. Now the training program we just launched has also attracted a lot of people. Yesterday, boss said that if we have any new ideas and want to start a business, we can also come to him. Do you think our boss is a boy or a girl? How old is he? Then who can say for sure, but for someone so powerful and so tough, he must be quite young, and I guess he's a big boss. That makes sense. He is such a powerful boss. Looking at the discussion among the senior executives of the Vulnerability Hunter in the chat group, Gushio couldn't help but smile like his aunt. However, after laughing, Gushio did not join the discussion, but directly left the group chat. We are the group leaders. As a group leader who acts like a leader, he must have a good sense of mystery. It is impossible for group members to post a silly picture and immediately become famous. Then what kind of dignity does the group leader have? Gushio did not close the computer, but opened the email and sent a document on the computer desktop to Luo Xiang. He also added a sentence. Pay attention to the people above. They are all talents. He did not say how to deal with it or how to contact them. As the chief butler, Luo Xiang will take care of it. This was Gushio's original intention to become a vulnerability hunter. There is basically no one with an IQ below the standard among the hacker community, and the number of geniuses among them was obviously not low. To put it bluntly, Gushio gave the vulnerability hunter an accurate position from the beginning. Youth training camp. Moreover, it is a youth training camp with talent attraction. Like now, although the recruitment of technical positions in some large companies even requires registered hackers who have obtained stars in vulnerability hunters, it can be imagined that this place will become a key talent export destination for high-tech companies in the future. And as a boss, if we have such a treasured feng shui land and don't make good use of it, will we be able to cultivate talents for others? To put it bluntly, these talents, the highest priority group, will be absorbed into the companies controlled by Gushio. They will help Gushio earn more wealth and make more breakthroughs. Form a virtuous cycle. In fact, during this period of time, Gushio had been browsing the information of every hacker who was a resident vulnerability hunter. Gushio would specially mark anyone whose name would be heard by future generations, or who would have great potential in the future. As for how these people will get their hands on him and how they will invest in their bold industrial startup, that is not Gushio's business. After the email was sent, Gushio stretched. He looked at a newspaper on the table. But this time, what Gushio read was no longer the relevant content in a series of reports in the newspaper. He saw it. The names of media companies were written on the front pages of newspapers. Gannett Media. Now that the talent reserve is completed, the short-term capital reserve can be relieved, but this little money is still not enough to do something big. Looks like the next step. We still have to think of ways to make more money. Thinking of this, Gushio looked away from the newspaper. Instead, look at the computer screen again. At this time, the official website of a game company appeared on the screen. The name of this gaming company is Go to Death. In Aliken, countless new companies are registered and established every day, And there are also countless companies that declare bankruptcy and close down. This kind of thing is not uncommon in Ali Kin, and it is extremely common in this professional office building. Basically everyone who works here. You can see old people leaving every day, and you can also see new people arriving every day. In fact, I stayed for a long time. Even the cleaning staff in the building can roughly tell which company has potential and which company may not last long. And this time, many people who work in this building basically have a company that they don't like. Wanslick. This is a game company that focuses on game production and distribution, and the reason why it is not favored. It's because of this company that basically every now and then someone packs up and leaves. Like now. Damn it. You liars. You are complete liars. If your philosophy is just like this, then I will never join in with you. You have tarnished your dream. I wish you will go bankrupt soon. Gushio just walked to the elevator door, but when the elevator door opened, he saw a man holding a cardboard box coming out cursing. Many people who saw this scene for the first time were shocked, but some people who have seen it a lot are not surprised at this time. A group of people got on the elevator, and someone started to discuss. Who was that person just now? Was he fired from the company? And he was so angry. I was shocked at first. I thought he was scolding me. Two people who were obviously working in this building for the first time started discussing because it was their first day at work that they encountered this kind of thing, and there was a bit of lingering fear in their eyes. Ha ha ha, don't worry. This company has nothing to do with us. An old man comforted him. The two newcomers immediately started to inquire. After all, they just went to work, and everyone was happy to gossip. The person's carton just now had Wanslick's logo printed on it. That must be the newly opened game company on the 13th floor. Yes, it must be them. This is the first time this month. Someone has resigned almost every now and then. Speaking of which, when the game company moved here some time ago, it hired a lot of people, and the pay was very good. I heard that many people from the gaming industry have gone there. I thought there would be movement in this company soon. Haha, there's indeed movement. You see, there is quite a movement now. This is the first time this week. People are resigning and leaving almost every day. Indeed, I don't know what is going on with that company. I heard that the treatment is good, but it turns out that it can't retain people. Everyone who leaves will talk about dreams and ideals, and they don't know what they did. I guess this company will go bankrupt soon. I just said that with such a bad number on the 13th floor, how could anyone go to the company? It is now working time, and the sound of gossip gradually disappeared as the elevators stopped one by one. And listening to these discussions, the man standing next to Gushio looked extremely embarrassed. He looked at Gushio from time to time until he was sure that the child did not seem to be dissatisfied. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Soon, the elevator stopped at the 13th floor. As soon as it opened, you could see that Wanslick's company logo was posted on the brand image wall at the entrance of the elevator. Zhang Xing immediately reached out to block the elevator door. Mr. Gu, we're here. Okay. Gu Xiao nodded and stepped out of the elevator first. Zhang Xing hurriedly followed. But when he saw that Gu Xiao didn't seem to go directly inside, but stood in front of the logo display wall to look at it, Zhang Xing felt nervous again. After all, he is currently the deputy general manager of Wanslick and also serves as the company's head of human resources department. There is currently a large-scale resignation wave in the company. He can hardly escape the blame. A lot of people have left the company recently. Gu Xiao asked. Zhang Xing was embarrassed for a moment, then said bravely, this is not too many. In fact, we have new employees joining us every day, and it's normal for some to leave. This situation will definitely become less common in the future. This is a big boss. Just now downstairs, when Zhang Xing confirmed the identity of this child, he was completely confused, but then he became nervous. Too many people are leaving. It happened to be seen by the boss. What should I do? Do you know why these people chose to resign? Gu Xiao asked regardless of Zhang Xing's embarrassment. Zhang Xing hesitated. Gu Xiao raised his eyebrows. It's impossible that you, the head of the human resources department, don't know about it, right? Don't say it yet. Although the other party was just a child, the frowning look made Zhang Xing panic, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The boss deserves to be a boss. This aura is so strong. However, since the boss asked this question, Zhang Xing did not dare to hesitate at this moment and answered hurriedly. The concepts are inconsistent. Tell me, what is the disagreement? Gu Xiu asked. We. Zhang Xing hesitated. He felt that it was a bit hard to say. After brainstorming for a while, Zhang Xing said, because our company pays more attention to results and benefits, and some employees pay more attention to some personal ideals. So, they choose to resign. What do you think? Gu Xiu asked. Whose idea is right? Whose idea is wrong? Is this a proposition in the first place? Zhang Xing expressed that it was very difficult for him. He smiled awkwardly and thought for a while and said, it's all right. Oh, the company's philosophy is result-oriented and success or failure is judged by profits. All work is to make money, and going to work should also be to make money. This is right. Well, aren't those employees who left right? It's not wrong. Zhang Xing shook his head. They come to work and want wages and income. At the same time, they also want to use our platform and our company to achieve their ideals. There is nothing wrong with this in itself. After finishing speaking, as if he felt that his answer was not good enough, Zhang Xing looked at Gu Xiu with some anxiety. Gu Xiu did not comment on his answer. Let's go, Mr. Wang should be waiting for us. This made Zhang Xing a little unsure and a little uneasy. Fortunately, he breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Xiu turned around and added, those people can leave when they should. If they don't share the same ideas, something will happen eventually. What we once need are people with a common goal. In fact, getting rid of some employees who have different ideas will be more conducive to the development of the company. These words, it made Zhang Xing put his heart back into his stomach. What the boss means by this is that now a large number of employees are leaving their jobs, and he is not to blame for this. That's enough. This is really Gu Xiu's true thoughts. After all, the name of the company is Krypton to Death, so why not make it clear that it is just trying to make money? After all, Three Body Games is based in the country. You have to pay attention to a reputation. You have to get a domestic light. But Krypton is different. The company is based in Alekin, and the basic version of the game is all in English, targeting the European and American markets. Then you can't use all your special skills? To put it bluntly, this company has never thought about creating a masterpiece, let alone gaining a top-notch reputation. It is obvious that it is here to make money. It's easy to understand. The kind who don't even care about making money. In such a company, it is quite normal for some employees to feel that their ideas are inconsistent. After all, I'm learning game production these days. Most of them regard games as the ninth art. They hope to earn wealth and fame while pursuing art. No one wants to lose their pursuit of making money, at least. So people are like this. In this case, it is not uncommon for people to be attracted by the company's high salary every day and then choose to leave because they realize the nature of the company. Gu Xiu can understand this, and naturally he won't blame Zhang Xing. Even telling the truth, Gu Xiu also wanted to praise Zhang Xing. Perhaps many of the people who left the company are serious talents, but for a company, especially a game production team, the most important thing, it's always a team effort. You can't just coax people in for other people's technology and end up making a bunch of junk games to make a lot of money. It's not impossible to do this, but it's not necessary. After all, this is a game that mainly focuses on making money. The technical content may not be that high, but the money-making game and the ugly attitude must be shown. So, it is more convenient to a certain extent to remove some people who have different ideas and let the team ensure that everyone is motivated to make a lot of money. Sure enough, companies with the same purpose and determination are essentially different from ordinary companies. At least Gu Xiu found out. In Wanslick, the atmosphere within the entire company is very harmonious and very efficient. When he first walked in, Gu Xiu felt that everyone was very busy, even getting water to make coffee as quickly as possible. Enthusiasm. Efficiency. This was Gu Xiu's first impression of this company. Everyone seemed to be very busy and walking quickly. Although it was just the beginning of work time, no one was out of shape. There were only one or two people who seemed to have troubled and anxious faces. They were obviously going to leave the company soon. While the company was going about its business, Gu Xiu also saw Wang Miao, who was handing over work to several middle-level managers. It was the same as every time Gu Xiu had experienced. When Wang Miao saw Gu Xiu, the strange expression on his face and the incredible look in his eyes could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried to cover it up. And Gu Xiaodao didn't say anything polite. He asked directly, "How is the development of the first game going?" "The development has been completed and is in the final stage of testing, which is..." Wang Miao hesitated and asked, "This is a game like this. Is it a bit too exaggerated?" "Exaggerated?" Gu Xiu asked. Wang Miao couldn't help but ask. "I feel that we should proceed step by step. You can't play this game without paying money. I'm afraid the players will scold you." Although his philosophy is consistent with the company's philosophy, he personally agrees that game companies should take making money as their mission, but he feels that making money also requires strategies, tactics, and methods. You can't just tell people that your game is forbidden to play by the poor and poor as soon as they open it, right? You can fix this game. But in Wang Miao's opinion, this is just such a game. But when faced with Wang Miao's question, Gu Xiu just smiled and said, "The company's slogan will only be one. Create happiness with salary. If you don't have money, it's useless." Wang Miao. Just kidding. Seeing Wang Miao's confused and doubtful look on life, Gu Xiu couldn't help laughing. "Don't worry. The reason why you feel that you can't play this game without money is because you're the producer of the game and you've seen the various data of the game with your own eyes. But in fact, for most players, this game is unfamiliar and mysterious. In fact, there's no such thing as saying that you can't play without paying money. This game can only be said to have a relatively complete means of making money." Gu Xiu comforted him, but unfortunately, Wang Miao expressed some doubts about this. He did not deny that he was from the developer's perspective. In fact, sometimes it is difficult to view the game from the player's perspective. But no matter what, you still know how this game is, right? From the beginning of recent games, maybe the level of Krypton Gold is not that high, but you will find out as long as you play in the middle and late stages. Kryptonian Gold and non-Kryptonian Gold. The difference is really big. To put it simply, if you don't recharge this game, then in the middle and late stages, it will basically bring fun to other players. Completely reduced to cannon fodder. This is no longer guiding players to earn money. This is forcing players to earn money. That's it. The boss actually dares to say that this is just a means of making money? If Wang Miao couldn't help but ask, "If I calculated correctly, boss, if you want to fully recharge this game, if you add up everything and choose to spend money, you'll have to recharge at least 500,000 yuan, right? How is that possible?" Gu Xiu shook his head quickly. "Isn't it?" Wang Miao breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, okay, it seems that although the previous game plan was like this, the boss himself probably thinks it is outrageous, so adjustments will definitely be made in the future. After all, 500,000, spending $500,000 to play a game, and it's still a US dollar. Isn't this crazy?" But he had just given this tone. Then Gu Xiu added, "Our game limit must be more than this. Otherwise, how can we reflect the superiority of gold-paying players?" Wang Miao. Besides, player recharging also requires a step-by-step process. You can't have someone just come to play the game for 3 days and then sell their house and car to support you, right? Wang Miao. This is unreasonable. If you ask others to recharge too much at once, no one in their right mind would do it. So if we want to continue recharging in the future, we can rely on updates. After all, we have to show that we are doing something when others recharge, right? If others recharge and we're not even willing to update the game, then it is more or less too much. Wang Miao. Finally, when his boss finished speaking, the confused Wang Miao couldn't help but ask, "Boss, in your opinion, recharging $500,000 to play games is not too much?" To Wang Miao's relief, Gu Xiu nodded. "More. After all, it's just playing a game, recharging so much money. To be honest, even for me now, is definitely a luxury. After all, what I am pursuing is just a bunch of data codes." It turns out that, boss, You also think it's outrageous to recharge a lot of 500,000 yuan to play a game, right? Then if you set such a high goal, is it too high? Wang Miao finally couldn't help but ask his doubts. In fact, what he said was polite. In fact, what he wanted to ask is, boss, you are worth so much that you are reluctant to recharge 500,000 yuan in the game. Do you think there are many people in the world who are richer than you? Do you think the setting is too high? Gu Xiao seemed to have finally come to his senses and couldn't help but ask. Yes. Wang Miao nodded repeatedly. To fully recharge, it will even cost 500,000 yuan. I feel it is too outrageous. Even if Amlike's per capita GDP is high enough, no one will use their income for several years to play a game, right? It seems that you still don't know enough about online game players. Gu Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. Don't know enough? Wang Miao couldn't help but look confused. He really wanted to say that when he was at Three Body Games, he had inspected the player base, so he knew that players were actually very willing to spend money when playing games. But you're not so willing to spend money, right? Of course, it seems that 500,000 is the upper limit now. But in fact, if you really recharge, you will definitely not be able to get that much for the time being. Gu Xiao said, after all, some props that can only be obtained by paying money can also be obtained from the game, or even purchased from other players. It does not necessarily have to be recharged. Even many props will be obtained in the normal process of the game. Players who really plan to spend all of them should only be a small number. A small part? Wang Miao couldn't help but show his teeth. Are you sure it's not completely absent? But, after thinking about it, Wang Miao still didn't say this. After all, we are not Mr. Luo. Dare to question your boss's decisions. The game should be all finished now, right? Can it be officially launched at any time? Gu Xiao asked. It's done, but we're still doing some late-stage optimizations and fixing some bugs. Wang Miao replied. Of course, we can speed up this process and ensure that it can be completed within half a month. If it's faster, it can be done in a week. After getting these done, we can start internal testing. Although making money is the main purpose and the quality of this game can only be considered average, there is definitely a relationship between Krypton Gold and game quality. So, the quality of the game still needs to be guaranteed. It may not be able to compete with any super masterpiece, but at least it can make players enjoy playing it, right? In a week, the time should be about the same. What about publicity? Have you done any publicity in this area? Gu Xiao asked. The smell of wine is also afraid of the alley, not to mention that this game is actually not that fragrant. In this case, the publicity must be in place. It's already been publicized. It's just that the publicity effect isn't very good. Speaking of this, Wang Miao's face looked a little embarrassed. We started investing in relevant advertising a week ago, and according to your previous instructions, boss, we spent crazy money on advertising. So we have invested in advertising on all major browsers and search engines, including Facebook and various game forums. But currently, the number of clicks on our ads, not ideal. Gu Xiao attaches great importance to publicity and has even set a ratio of publicity and game development of 1 to 3. What does this mean? This means that they spent $600,000 to develop this new game, and their publicity costs were a full $200,000. This kind of intensity of publicity has even exceeded that of most current mainstream games. Really do publicity with your heart and play games with your feet. Certainly, this is an exaggeration. The quality of the game is actually SOSO. Although it is not unique, in the current situation of uneven quality of online games, it can be regarded as mid-range and upper reaches. But what made Wang Miao feel embarrassed? With such a high ratio, the publicity effect should be very good, but unexpectedly, their advertising effect was very average. This is calculated through click-through rates and code grabs. After all, publicity is to attract traffic. To put it bluntly, it allows players to click on the link to jump to the game's official website and then receive the internal beta activation code on the game's official website, thereby increasing the popularity of the game. But it's a pity. The publicity fee was spent and the advertisement was successfully launched. But both the click-through rate and the number of activation codes received are obviously not proportional to the investment. Gushio couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. This data, it's really not normal. It seems that there have been too many new games recently. The online game market has been discovered by many game companies, although we have invested a lot in advertising. But in fact, it does not have particularly eye-catching features. With serious homogeneity, the effect of publicity is not particularly ideal. Wang Miao explained, yes, there is serious homogeneity and there are too many junk online games. For many users, they're even a little tired of aesthetics. If the public in China heard about this, they would probably scold Wang Miao for talking nonsense. The great Alekin should only have the true ninth art and only true standalone masterpieces. But in fact, cheating games and so on are the same all over the world. Even pig factories and goose factories that were often scolded in previous lives on Earth are actually relatively conscientious in the world. Just say that the word Krypton Gold was born from neon. Most of the Krypton games are cheating, but the one made by Goryo is enough to be seen. The Dragon Kingdom is not considered good, but it is not considered the source of all evil either. This is true only in Asia, let alone European and American countries that are capital society countries, especially in places like Alekin. There are countless cheating games. They are worse than the Dragon Kingdom simply because the Dragon Kingdom has a larger population and a larger base. In terms of spending power, the consumption power of Omega is obviously stronger than that of China. It mainly depends on whether you have the ability to empty the wallets of these foreigners. These are not just imagined by Gushio. It was something he once heard from a senior in the gaming industry. That senior is not a staff member of a big company, nor does he make any thankless standalone independent games. He mainly makes web and mobile games, and all of them are marginal games. The main market is not domestic, but overseas. Make a lot of money. Anyway, when Gushio met the other party already had a dozen or so small targets, and he was a low-key boss with true herbaging. In the words of that person, there are people everywhere who are stupid and have too much money. The richer the country, the more such people are. Just look and see if you have what it takes. Gushio didn't know whether the Alikans were stupid and had a lot of money, but he understood that since he wanted to earn money from beautiful Chinese people by spending money to death, he had to solve it first. It's a matter of publicity. After all, in a game, the number of players is always the most important. The more players and the higher the activity, the sharper the sickle will be, right? If there were 2 or 3 big cats and kittens in the whole game, how much money do you make? Is there something wrong with the promotional copy? Gushio asked. There is absolutely no problem in this regard. It is all mainstream advertising, and we also borrowed some promotional methods from web games and 3-body games. Wang Miao answered immediately. By the way, I also directly opened the computer browser and entered several mainstream browsers and some mainstream game community forums. I have to admit that I really spent money. Basically, all the advertisements are in good positions. When you open it, you can see various advertisement recommendations and some screenshots of games. The Battle of Creation is coming soon, a shocking closed beta, waiting for you to fight. A truly free game. Brand new 2.5D excellent picture quality, excellent game design, giving you the most refreshing gaming experience. You are a brother. Come and kill me. Battle of Creation, I invite you. Oh, Battle of Creation is Wanslick's first work. The name looks awesome, but this type of game name is popular now. There are not too many names such as Battle of Creation Gods, Battle of Destruction, and Attack of the Evil Demon King. Wanslick is a game that is not exempt for vulgarity. It is all about following the mainstream. After all, we only intend to make money, not to change the world, right? As for the game content, it is actually very simple. It is an ordinary RPG role-playing game, just like almost all games in the world that involve killing monsters, upgrading, and grinding dungeons. You can complete tasks, fight monsters and upgrade, grind dungeons, fight bosses, and explode equipment. There's really nothing special about it. Even the professions are basically the same. If there's anything that's different about it, it's probably this game's monetization is very comprehensive. Appearance costs money, battle pets cost money, building equipment costs money, and learning skills also costs money. And, relatively speaking, the graphics are better than some of the current mainstream games. This is due to the technology of three-body games. Supernova Battle is currently considered the best optimized game in the world, with the most garbage configuration, running the most perfect picture. Gushio took half of the credit for this matter. The other half is the Supernova Battle Blaze of Spoliers games, which has allowed them to attract many outstanding game producers from around the world and the technological breakthroughs brought about by these talents. Even to a certain extent, it was even more powerful than the world Gushio knew in his previous life. But the advantage almost ends here. After all, it's just a money-making game, and the quality is really not that high. As for career balance, game background, etc., what is that? There is nothing to say about balance. There is no absolute balance in this world. Anyway, Krypton Gold can change all disadvantages. As for the background of the game, basically, it was about which races entered this different world and what kind of super war was going to start in this world. Gushio glanced at the background of the story. It feels a bit like the style of ancient online novels that have just begun to develop. I can't say it's not good, I can only say it's average. Actually, we have also considered whether there's something wrong with our promotional copywriting, but to be honest, this is the mainstream in terms of promotional copywriting at the moment. Wang Miao said helplessly, game promotion, or any promotion, basically brings out one's own advantages and emphasizes them. But the problem is, their game really doesn't have any special promotion methods worth mentioning. It's impossible to say that our game can be used on even the most powerful computer, right? What appeal can this propaganda have? Therefore, after much deliberation, they finally chose the most popular and most reliable publicity model, emphasizing the passion of online games and emphasizing the battle and killing in the game. But now it seems, it's obvious. The effect is actually very average. Wang Miao obviously understood this. He looked at the silent Gushio and said after hesitation, "How about, let's change the copywriter? Any ideas?" Gushio asked. This. Wang Miao hesitated, as if he had something to say that he couldn't say directly. Gushio raised his eyebrows. If you have an idea, just say it. In fact, he had other ideas in mind. However, he did not intend to say it directly. The most important thing is to test the team, or to test Wang Miao. After all, if Wang Miao and Wanslick are really reliable, in the future, this company can even operate independently, bringing sustainable wealth to Gushio. Actually, I've done some statistics on game promotion, and I found that whether it's in Alican or elsewhere, there are some particularities in the selection of promotional images. Oh, Gushio's eyes lit up. Tell me more about it. Everyone prefers pictures of beautiful women. We have had several such pictures before, and I found that the click-through rate of advertisements with this kind of pictures is significantly higher than other advertisements. Wang Miao said bravely. In fact, if it were Luo Xiang who said this, he would be able to say it without any pressure, but the person sitting opposite him is now his boss, and he is also a teenager. Even if Wang Miao didn't mean anything else, it still felt a little weird to discuss this with a child. But it was beyond his expectation. Gushio was not surprised or disgusted, but took it for granted. He even summed it up with a smile. In the internet world, everyone is an old critic. Ah, Wang Miao smiled awkwardly. The boss is right. So what do you think? Gushio asked directly. I think we should change our publicity plan or modify our publicity method. Oh, how to change it? Just change all the messy copywriting about comradeship, brotherhood, etc. into more tempting copywriting. And those refined pictures, also change them into pictures of beautiful women who look like characters in the game. Of course, it won't work if we just take screenshots like this, so I will find a painter to make the pictures more beautiful and more in line with the public's aesthetics. In this way, I believe our advertising will be very effective. When Wang Miao said this, there was an excited look on his face. I couldn't help but look at Gushio with a little more admiration. This worship made Gushio baffled. After all, you have done almost nothing, right? Why are you looking at me like that? Gushio asked directly. After all, we're the boss, so we could just say whatever we need. Why should we tell our subordinates some workplace rules? But Wang Miao praised him without hesitation. Boss, you are so amazing. Gu Xiu. Good guy. I haven't done anything yet. Am I so awesome? Could it be that the guy from Sanpao started spreading the word about flattery again? If you find an opportunity, your salary will be deducted. But then again, looking at the excitement and admiration in Wang Miao's eyes, Gu Xiu felt that it didn't look like an act. If this was all an act, then Wang Miao probably wasn't suitable to go directly to Sister Hua to make a debut when the company came. He immediately became a super idol who was so awesome that he surpassed Zhang San. The key is that this super idol's acting skills are pretty good. Boss, you may not know that in the company, there are many myths about you, boss, and the most common one is this. When you encounter problems, just go to the boss. Huh? Gu Xiu. Of course. When you encounter a problem, go to your boss. It doesn't mean that everyone should go directly to your boss to help solve any problem. We definitely can't do this. This sentence means that no matter what kind of problem we encounter, as long as we chat with you, boss, a lot of inspiration will immediately appear. Naturally, we will think of solutions. Some people even say that just by pretending to send you an email in the email editing column, inspiration can suddenly appear. Wang Miao became more and more excited as he spoke, with an excited look on his face. Originally, I thought this was a bit exaggerated. Even to be honest, at first, I thought it was a rumor spread by flatterers. But now I find out. It's all true. You don't know how long I've been worried about this problem before, but within 10 minutes of talking to you, boss, I immediately found a solution. Boss, you are amazing. Hearing this, Gu Xiu couldn't help but touch his chin. Do you still have this ability? Special function? Shaking his head and throwing away this unrealistic idea, Gu Xiu said, since you have thought of the mistakes in the advertising copy, you have also thought of ways to attract players to click. Then why? Why not optimize on this basis? Optimize? Wang Miao was a little curious. But Gu Xiu smiled and said, selling dog meat with a sheep's head. Although it is not good to do this, but I have to admit that sometimes this method does work. Besides, isn't the purpose of advertising just to attract people? Since we are planning to change pictures of beautiful women, let's do something more cruel. What the hell are these games these days? I'm tired of playing many of them. The only thing I'm looking forward to now is Tomb Raider 7 at the end of the year. But I heard that this generation is completely independent and the story and plot are not connected with 6 at all. These games now are super boring. If it doesn't work, I will write another review of the headset. Anyway, I have only written 2 reviews of the K701, and I can write another one. In a uniquely decorated room in Florida, a young man was wearing AKG's K701 headphones, which had not been officially released recently, and was having a voice chat with a friend across from him. His name is Lauren, a well-known freelance review writer for AimRisen. But having said that, in fact, his actual work does not have an accurate name in this era. Because of his job content, he is not cooperating with various traditional paper media, but with various brands, and what he writes and publishes is not for traditional media, but for internet media. If you look at it from Gu Xiu's perspective, in fact, it is considered an early new internet media. Certainly, this era actually has a more appropriate name. Internet blogger. He has opened a personal blog of his own, and he will update and publish something on his blog every 3 to 5, including new game recommendations, hardware product reviews, and the like. Because not many people do this kind of thing in this era, and it's definitely no one else. Lauren is more professional, which has enabled him to gain support from many netizens. As for his personal blog, the number of daily visits can easily exceed 50,000. It started out of interest and hobby, but later he found out this can also bring him financial benefits, because some manufacturers will ask him to help evaluate and promote their new products before releasing them. Not only can they provide him with content, but they can also give him a pretty good commission. But recently, Lauren had a little bit of a problem. In other words, this is actually a problem that every content creator will encounter. Inspiration runs dry, especially for someone like him who reviews games and accessories. You can't talk about the same thing every day. For example, The headphones he is wearing now. When he published his first blog, he was able to attract a lot of attention and get a lot of likes and praise from netizens. But when he publishes his second blog, or because there is something novel, everyone will be willing to click on it and take a look, and they will even be willing to participate in discussions if they find it interesting. But what about the third, fourth, fifth, or even more times? It will obviously be disgusted by the audience. And to change this situation, it needs to replace another product, such as a new MP4 or a new mobile phone, hard drive, or even a monitor. The same goes for games. Today I will talk about World of Warcraft. Tomorrow I will talk about Super War. The day after tomorrow, I will talk about Half-Life. It seems that there are many things to talk about. But over the years, many things have become unspeakable, especially the plague bug incident in Warcraft some time ago, which caused Lauren to severely reap a wave of traffic. But that's all. What happens after that? He still has to find newer topics to talk about. But whether it's games or current accessories or hardware, new things don't appear every day. So outside of the mainstream, he can only find ways to find inspiration in other aspects. You have updated too many reviews of new headsets recently, and I see that many viewers of your blog hope that you can write more about games, especially new games. Everyone hopes that you can recommend some new games for them to play. Opposite the headset, a friend gave suggestions. In fact, in this era of self-media, there are very few ways to monetize traffic. Most of the time, everyone can only gain fame, but no actual benefits. Fortunately, although Lauren's main job is this, she doesn't expect this kind of life, so she doesn't have to work hard to accept orders from promoters. Recommend a new game? Today's games are all the same. They are either high-quality, standalone games from major manufacturers, or they are junk games produced by companies that are clearly trying to make money. There is nothing eye-catching about them. Lauren curled her lips. I heard that there's a new game company called Wanslick or something. It is said that this company has hired a lot of people before, and its banner is the three-body game. Oh, Lauren became interested. Wanslick? What is this name? What does it mean? Gossip can be considered content, right? I heard this from a programmer in the gaming circle, but I don't know the details. I only know that this company seems to have a new game now. If it doesn't work, why don't you give it a try? A friend gave advice. Lauren, who was not very interested at first, suddenly became interested. Although the news was just based on rumors, people in the self-media industry have become famous by catching rumors. A subsidiary of Three Body Games has released a new game. Three Body Games quietly established a new company and plans to attack the North American market. Three Body Games may bring a new masterpiece. It only took a moment. Lauren even had the title figured out. Nothing much to say. Just Rush. After making up his mind, the old man immediately opened a game for him. He wanted to search there to see if he could find Wanslick-related game content. But before the search started, he noticed that a pop-up window appeared in the lower right corner of his computer. The pop-up window was a picture in GIF format, which looked like a stop-motion animation. This type of advertisement is not uncommon. After all, it is basically impossible for the current network to support any video playback. GIF can, to a certain extent, solve the problem of dead images that everyone can only look at and cannot move. It wasn't the moving image that attracted Lauren. It's the content inside the picture. In the picture, the first thing that appeared was a girl with a look that could get Lauren's excitement. She had big golden waves and was wearing a red skirt. It only covered some key parts, but gave people a vague feeling. But this beautiful woman was tied to a chair at this moment, and two ugly orcs were walking towards the girl, with saliva still on the corners of their mouths, looking malicious. And at this time, an option appeared. Save the beauty. Stay still. These two options are flashing and eye-catching, making people want to click on them. Lauren didn't know what others were like, but he clicked on the option without hesitation. But as soon as he clicked on it, Lauren secretly thought that was bad. This is an advertisement. I went astray and clicked on the ad by mistake. But soon, the webpage jumps successfully. What appeared in front of me was a website that was made as well as possible. What appeared on it was a picture of a human disaster and a large number of beautiful women displaced. At a glance, it looked like someone was going in to save the world. Scroll down, and there are some brief introductions. In 4888 AD, the Earth ushered in the attack of extraterrestrial civilizations. A large number of people were displaced, and a large number of races were quietly born. This was a new battle for creation. Humanity has reached a critical point of survival or destruction. At this time, a large number of chosen people have emerged among mankind. They will shoulder the mission of saving mankind. The introduction is actually not too long. In just a few lines, the general worldview of the game is clearly introduced. But here's the interesting thing. Every time the word human comes up, the pictures that accompany it are all kinds of pictures of super beauties. Blonde wavy girls, white-haired cutie girls, black-haired lung Yujia, red-hot queens, etc. almost cover the hobbies of 98% of men, and every one of these beauties looks miserable, as if they are about to suffer disaster at any time. I feel pity for you. And just at this moment, the text reached the end. Save mankind and change destiny. The opportunity is in your hands. The Chosen One. Please register and download the Creation War game client immediately, and let's save mankind together at the bottom. It is a flashing selection box for game download and registration, and below it, there is a growing number. Currently, 64,768 chosen people have been recruited to fight. Looking forward to your joining. This promotion, it's kind of interesting. Although my heart tells me that the content of this game is definitely not in line with the promotion, I have to admit that I am really moved. Lauren said in her heart. As one of the earliest self-media practitioners in the internet era, Lauren is well-informed and saw through it immediately. This is actually a propaganda method. But even after seeing through it, facing those very tempting pictures, Lauren couldn't help but want to enter the game to see how far the picture and text could go. He would never admit it, mainly because the pictures were so attractive. Nothing to say. Download. After clicking download, Lauren got up directly, planning to find some snacks to eat and a good movie to watch. After all, he is an old game player, and he knows very well what the normal download speed of a game is. If nothing else happens, had to download all night today. If you go faster, it might take more than 2 hours. No way. Network restrictions. I just don't know. If games become bigger and bigger in the future, will it take a week to download to play a game? But once again, it was beyond Lauren's expectation. Ding! Just when he had just picked up the potato chips and Coke and was leaning on the sofa to select the channel, the computer suddenly sounded a notification that the download was completed. So fast. What the hell? Is it so efficient? He approached the computer suspiciously, and to Lauren's surprise, a message appeared on the computer. The download of the initial game file has been completed, and the full version will continue to download after you enter the game. I wish you a happy game. This is awesome. I don't know anything else, but I'm sure that this game is really great. I even see characteristics similar to those of 3-body games in them. That is innovation. Just like the current downloaded games, we all know that the gaming industry is an area that updates and iterates very quickly. Almost every few years, due to the upgrade of hardware products, the technology used in games, and the graphics displayed will also improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, this can bring players a better gaming experience, but there are also some disadvantages. The most important of them is that the game files will become larger and larger, and the game content will become more and more. Even the game files of tens and hundreds of KB have disappeared, and now the minimum is tens or hundreds of M-game files. But the files are getting larger and larger, and the download speed cannot be improved. As a result, many people want to play a game and even need to download it for a full night. But today this company has adopted a method that has been unheard of and unseen before. Play while downloading. They have preset download torrent files in advance. The file that players download for the first time only contains some necessary module maps and scene files for the early stage of the game. During the game, you can also choose the play-by-play mode, playing the game and upgrading, while continuing to download the game in the background, which does not delay the player's gaming experience and at the same time speeds up the game download speed. This, I think, can even provide ideas to many game companies. And it also shows that they really consider the gamers, otherwise there would not be such a user-friendly design. After typing the last subtitle, Lauren clicked to save. After all, we are writing articles, so we must write something eye-catching as soon as possible. At least, just playing this mode of this game is enough for people to spend a lot of time bragging about him. This is something new. Even before this, many games didn't have this mode. After finishing these things, Lauren moved her fingers. Next, it's game time. Although this mode of playing while playing made his eyes light up, it did not mean that this game was really good enough. You still have to play it to know. Soon, they enter the game. Lauren was surprised as soon as she came in. The frame rate of the game is so high. This is rare in new games. It seems that the optimization of this game is good. I even think our old antique can run it. However, it seems that for the sake of balance optimization, the game's picture performance is relatively ordinary. Although it is much better than most online games, compared with some standalone masterpieces, the performance is not that outstanding. Well, the occupational disease has occurred again. Let's take a look at the gameplay first. While exploring the highlights of the game, Lauren successfully entered the game. The game has passed the internal beta stage and entered the public beta stage. The account and password can be registered and obtained directly. After successfully logging into the game, the next step is to register the character. But what made Lauren couldn't help but frown? Why are they all humans? Aren't there other races? What about other races? You can't choose? Or is the game not fully open? In Lauren's character creation column, I thought that I should be able to directly select a race like World of Warcraft, but unexpectedly, the character creation here can only choose 3 simple things: male or female, and initial clothing and hairstyle. The only thing that stands out is that both the male characters and the female characters are very good-looking, especially in the character creation column. No matter how you look at it, they give people a pleasing feeling. But the question is, what about race? Are there no other races? Isn't it the battle of creation? And if I remember correctly, the official website interface also marks the skills and combinations of each. Race, right? Although she was a little confused, Lauren successfully entered the game. Once inside, Lauren couldn't help but be surprised. There are so many people. I saw that in the not-so-large novice village map. All the players coming and going were all kinds of players, all busy completing novice tasks. Lauren sighed with emotion and immediately threw herself into the task process. By this time, Lauren discovered another special feature of this game: mission tips. This game has mission prompts, and you don't even need to read any written instructions. You only need to click on the coordinates of the mission target point according to the mission prompts, and you can directly complete the one-stop mission. This thing looks simple, but it's rare in this era. Well-known games like World of Warcraft don't have too many task prompts, even when many players come into contact with them for the first time. If you're not careful enough, you may not even know what you are going to do. But this game is different. Even if you don't know anything, you can successfully complete a series of simple mainline novice tasks and obtain a set of pretty good novice equipment by just clicking with the mouse along the way. This game can greatly lower the entry threshold for players. Moreover, this game is free, which can attract new players to a great extent. From this point of view, if the quality and playability of this game are good, I am afraid the popularity of the game will not be too low. Lauren couldn't help but comment. After all, she reviews all kinds of products and games. Lauren is definitely well informed about all kinds of new games. For now, many people on the market have actually ignored systems such as novice task guidance. Although everyone has to do something, in fact, the guidance of each family is not very good. This game is different. In terms of novice guidance, Lauren feels that this is almost a completely threshold-free game. Even a fool can easily learn how to play this game. Think of this. Lauren's eyes lit up. This game is really beyond expectations. I have just entered the game not long ago, but I have already discovered many bright spots in this game. He was looking forward to it. What kind of surprise will this game bring you next? After all, he was here to review the game. Lauren was not busy completing the tasks mechanically. Instead, she carefully read the copy of each task, mainly to see the main plot of the game. There's nothing overly eye-catching about this, but Lauren discovered their trick. Because the background setting of the game is still the battle of creation, various alien creatures want to rob this continent, but the difference is that each race adopts the method of learning and selecting the chosen ones. When players reach level 10, they can choose to join different racial professions, obtain racial mutations, and learn various racial skills. Smart. This method is so smart. Using this mode, we can completely omit the different professional novice tasks for each race. Whether it is the plot line or the scene construction, we can directly save. I just don't know, after learning the profession, will there be any difference? Lauren was full of expectations. The novice tasks before level 10 basically have no difficulty, and even the upgrade speed is very fast. Even if Lauren reads the tasks and background word for word, it can only be completed in less than half an hour. He understood that if he didn't read these things again, he would be able to reach level 10 within 10 minutes. After upgrading, the next step is to join a profession. Only then did Lauren understand the career divisions in this game. There are 4 professions in total. They are human race, orc race, elf race, and vampire race, but it is not over after joining the profession. Each profession has different job transfer divisions. Similar to the human race, you can choose knights and magicians. The orcs can change careers and advance to tanks and druids. The same goes for the elves and vampires with melee and long-range options. And every profession has different development directions and creation ideas. All this, Lauren was amazed. I have seen people choose races, and I have also seen people choose careers, but it is really rare to see people who can be promoted to a career while choosing a career. And when all this is understood clearly, Lauren only had one thought in her mind. Major, very professional. Moreover, the production of this game must have a very complete set of settings. Otherwise, it would never be so good. This game, the quality is absolutely good. After thinking about this clearly, there's only one thing Lauren needs to do next. Live her game. He had to level up as soon as possible, change jobs, and get promoted as soon as possible, and learn more different things as soon as possible. And this game did not disappoint. It is like a treasure. Every time it is upgraded and breaks through a stage, something new will appear. Whether it's skills, maps, monsters, or even activities. Yes, this game has activities. There are all kinds of things like resisting foreigners, exploring treasure hunts, mission rings, etc. Brand new things will be unlocked without even breaking through level 5 to 10. And the same. As the level increases, other systems are also being opened up little by little. Equipment system, forging system, gem system, mastery system, strengthening system, skill advancement system. All these things in this era, most games are still straightforward. You can beat all the invincible players in the world with just one piece of equipment. However, in the later stage of the game, it is boring but boring. This game, in front of Lauren's eyes, the potential was very, very huge. At least, this is it now. This game seems to have some kind of magic, making players unable to help but be attracted into the game. Anyway, Lauren accidentally played the game to a large extent. When he finally reached level 30, he successfully transferred the top level 30 equipment from the system lottery. Lauren finally couldn't help but turn off the game. Can't play anymore. If you continue playing, you will die in front of your computer desktop. However, after closing the game, Lauren thought for a while and opened the document and typed a line on it. This game, if nothing else goes wrong, will become a hit masterpiece in the next period of time. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the entire office building, most companies have turned off the lights and gone to get off work, but only Wanslick's office is still brightly lit at this moment. Because today is Wanslick's first work. It's time to test the results of the creation war. As of now, Wanslick has been established for 4 months, and their first work, Battle of Creation, has been completed and has been in public beta for 1 month. Today, now, it will be carried out to determine whether the game can be officially launched based on the overall background data of this game within 1 month since the open beta of Battle of Creation. In fact, it is not impossible to see the data within a month. But in this month, everyone basically put all their energy and time on game optimization, feedback on player issues, and most importantly, bug fixes. The effect of this is obvious. From the beginning of the closed beta to the end of the open beta, the entire battle of creation basically earned enough attention and gained a lot of good reputation. Problems are handled very quickly. Treat players' problems sincerely. I am willing to listen to players' opinions and selectively accept player suggestions. A great game company, a great game. Similar compliments and compliments are almost everywhere in the game community and in the player forum on the official website. Many gamers, basically during the two testing phases, more or less heard about Wanslick's game and Wanslick's company's creation battle. It can be said, in terms of reputation, at least the current creation war is on a solid footing. In terms of player data, it's pretty good. But for Wanslick, what they are most concerned about is not the reputation among the player community, but whether this game really has commercial potential and whether it can really make money. To them, that's all that matters. Is it out? Not yet. A little nervous. Don't panic. Our data must be good. I heard that our number easily exceeded 30,000 during the test. If this data is true, then there will definitely be no problem for us to officially go online. It's hard to say. The number of players is the number of players. The most important thing is how many people are willing to spend money for the game. The recharge data during the internal testing period is crucial. I heard that no new problems were found in this open beta. According to the previous director's wishes, if the data meets the standard this time, the game will be officially launched in the shortest time. A group of employees gathered together and discussed in a low voice. After such a long period of time and effort, all employees in Wanslick have only one philosophy at this moment. Make money. Make money like crazy. Now, although the game has not yet been officially launched during the internal beta stage, the game has also opened a game recharge service. The recharge money will be returned to players in the form of rewards after the official server is launched. So, two pieces of data are crucial right now. One is the proportion of player activity. To put it bluntly, this is the number of online players in a week, which represents the player's stickiness. If you don't play games for a week, it is basically dead data. What they need to know is the proportion of active players among the total players. The second is the proportion of players recharge. Although the official server of the game has not yet been officially launched, due to the existence of activities to return recharges as feedback, the current number of recharge players can also be used as a very intuitive reference. Perhaps there will be fluctuations in the future, but in fact, it can also be seen that the current game content also has a great impact on whether players are willing to recharge. After all, data cannot lie. It can be said that no one will be nervous about tonight's data, and the most nervous one is obviously Wanslick's game director Wang Miao. At this moment, he is drinking tea with Gu Xiao in the office. Always a little restless. From time to time, he turns to look at the office door, obviously expecting the statistical results to be delivered. Gu Xiao, on the other hand, was not nervous at all, and was even leisurely and elegant. He read various related discussions and reports on the internet. This person named Lauren Knight is quite good. His reviews are very professional, and he praises our games very highly. It seems that we still have loyal fans. Such a person, you should take action, right? Yes. Wang Miao hurriedly replied. This player is a freelance writer who started a blog to share product recommendations for some games and computer accessories. He played our game before on the recommendation of a friend and recharged it. We really didn't notice this person before, but after he played and gave us a very good report, we got in touch with this player as soon as possible. We invited him to be the chief publicizer of our game and rewarded him with a reward of $500 for each qualified blog. $500. Not a small number. Although compared to the price of top media or search engines like Google, $500 is nothing, but for a blogger, it can be considered a relatively good price. Gu Xiao nodded. It was appropriate to provide some benefits to this kind of tap water. However, the more important reason why he paid attention to Lauren was because he thought that his Navy still lacked a Navy manager. Although he built an automatic commenting program and could even boast that it was an early form of artificial intelligence, Gu Xiao actually understood it. At best, it's just a program with more presets. When the Navy goes out on an expedition, it still needs someone to manage it. To put it bluntly, this thing is not yet advanced enough to be fully automated. Just some time ago, when the vulnerability hunter became famous, it seemed that Gu Xiao was not involved in the whole process. But in fact, he still had to keep an eye on the Navy in the computer room from time to time, and he always had to solve problems as soon as possible. So, Gu Xiao had been thinking about finding someone to be his Navy admiral, but unfortunately, he had never found a suitable candidate. It's not like I can't find anyone. In fact, whether it is from the three-body game or from places like Guxiang Taobao, anyone can actually be qualified to be a naval admiral, and Gu Xiao can even give their profession a beautiful name. It's called the Internet New Media Operations Department. But what Gu Xiao is looking for is not an obedient tool, but someone who is familiar with the industry, understands the operation of Internet media, and understands various overseas memes. A simple example. Everyone says it's difficult to lose weight by eating mushrooms. If the robot doesn't understand, it may even interpret this to mean that it's difficult to lose weight by eating mushrooms. This is just an example. In fact, in the world of the Internet, new vocabulary is born every year, and some outdated vocabulary disappears every year. To be a qualified troll, you can only speak in official accent. What kind of navy is that? A truly powerful sailor should be knowledgeable about astronomy and geography, be able to talk about history, follow rhythm, talk about science and technology, be able to brag, and play tricks. So, this thing also needs people to keep an eye on it, and new things need to be added to the library from time to time. Therefore, what Gu Xiao is looking for? He is someone who understands programming, basic media, and various Internet memes and popular elements. But such people are actually very rare. This Lauren can also be added to the list of candidates. Let's investigate and see the situation first. But, seeing Wang Miao's extremely nervous look, Gu Xiao thought for a moment and put aside the matter of finding the Navy admiral for the time being. Instead, he comforted him. Don't panic. Our data will not be too bad as expected. It might even be unexpected. It's a pity. Wang Miao just smiled. Reluctantly. He should be nervous or nervous. See this. Gu Xiao shook his head and offered no further comfort. He really didn't panic at all. There is nothing to panic about. Although Gu Xiao has always felt that the quality of this game is average. In fact, in this era where online games are still in the exploratory stage, the quality of this game is definitely above average. Whether it is simple and easy to understand novice guidance, rich and diverse game activities, or game design that attracts players to continue playing, as well as continuous Krypton gold attraction from shallow to deep. These things, it was something that was formed after more than 10 or 20 years of development, but it was taken out directly by Gu Xiao. In this case, Gu Xiao was almost sure. There may be many people who are not interested in this game, but as long as they are willing to experience the game and put enough concentration into it, there is no one there. I can still refuse this game. After all, it spans too many eras. Many things will just be ordinary small designs 10 or 20 years later, but in this era, that's Wangjia. If you squeeze it with your hands, it will explode. Can it still not explode? It's out. The data is out. It's exploded. It's completely exploded. At this moment, a staff member responsible for statistics rushed in, and you could tell from the extremely bright smile on his face. This time the data. Stable. Sure enough, the employee was excited to report first. As of now, the public beta is over. We have a total of 20,000 players participating in the public beta, and the number of active players within a week exceeds 14,000. Hiss. Just the first data made Wang Miao couldn't help but widen his eyes. The number of open beta players will not be too large. So the most important thing to look at is the proportion of active players. Normally, for a new game, this ratio is generally not too high. In most cases, a ratio of 10% is considered barely acceptable, 20% is considered qualified, and 30% is basically a hot game pre-order. As for 50% or even higher, sorry, this data is too exaggerated and no one dares to think about it. Certainly, everyone is here to make money. So Wang Miao has actually always estimated that the proportion of active players should reach more than 30%. If it can reach 40%, it will be completely worthy of celebration. But now, There are 20,000 players, and the number of active players directly reaches 14,000. 70% activity rate. Even after the game is officially launched, this active ratio will decrease, but it is still a very, very scary data. Because it means the stickiness of the game is very high. Just by looking at this data, you can basically be sure. This game, hot booking. It's too strong. It seems that I still underestimated my strength. Haha. Yeah, I originally thought that our number of active players could reach 35%, which would be very good, but I didn't expect that it would reach 70%, which is a full double. Don't be too happy. We are in the testing stage now, and the open beta has only been conducted for a month. It is not yet certain what will happen when it is officially launched. Anyway, the activity rate will definitely drop. Hey, the decline is inevitable, but the proportion here is enough to show the activity of players. Even if our activity rate drops after the official launch, it will never be too different. Wang Miao is not the only one who is happy. In fact, when the statistics were first released, the entire company was already excited. Because it means this game is basically destined to explode. But I'm even more nervous now. Me too. The data on active players is so beautiful now, but I'm worried that the proportion of recharging players may not look good. Whether it's popular or not is one thing, but making money is another thing. I hope the data on the proportion of recharges is also beautiful. While happy, many people became nervous again. The player activity rate is really good. This game is destined to become a popular target among players. If nothing else, the popularity of this game will only get higher and higher, and even attract more and more players to join. But what they care about most is not just a few people playing their own games. Those who are still in the company today are basically people with a common goal. That's making money. Profitability is the most important thing. Even Gushio was actually a little curious about this question. To be honest, he knew that money-making games that used a lot of futuristic concepts would definitely explode, but he really didn't expect that the data would be so beautiful. I didn't refresh the data myself. This means that these are all real data, and real data will never lie. At least for now, the results of this game are somewhat beyond his expectations. The recharge data is also out. Fortunately, people didn't have to wait too long. With a loud shout, employees from the data department hurried over. Compared to the excitement before, this time, his expression was more or less strange, and his brows were furrowed, as if he was troubled by some problem. Seeing this expression, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Is it because the data is bad? Otherwise, why do you have such an expression? Oops, is it that the data is very bad? We were all optimizing the game before and didn't pay attention to the recharge aspect. Isn't it possible that no one is recharging at all? Isn't it possible? Maybe the data is not ideal. After all, there are many active players. Even if there are 100 people recharging, the data is not pretty. Although they haven't seen the data yet, everyone feels a little uneasy. No way. The former data is eye-catching enough, but if the latter data is too bad, it will be somewhat flawed. Of course, not everyone is depressed. There are also those with a more optimistic attitude who are the first to comfort themselves. Don't worry. Players are the basis of everything. As long as we have enough players, more and more players will recharge in the future. After all, our game players are still in the testing phase, and they will be deleted later. Although there are recharge rewards, not everyone is willing to spend money on an excellent semi-finished product. After our official version is launched, the recharge rate should increase. Moreover, during the internal testing phase, our recharge activities basically have no promotion, so it is okay if the recharge rate is low. Most of those who said these words were middle-level and high-level administrators. After all, the results may not be ideal, but the most important thing now is to maintain everyone's momentum. Although I am disappointed as a middle and senior-level leader, I have to set an example. Judging from the activity rate, Acid Water has been successful. Even if the recharge rate is not very good, they can still find ways to make up for it later. Test. Is it a matter of constant trial and error, constantly discovering problems, and then constantly solving them? Wang Miao also thinks the same way. Of course, disappointment is definitely disappointing. But what surprised everyone was that when this group of middle and high-level executives were trying to comfort everyone, the employee who was doing statistics said strangely that the data is actually not bad. Don't think too much. I just feel that this data is a little bit wrong. Huh? What's the meaning? Not bad numbers, but something doesn't feel right? What'd be wrong? Let me take a look. One of the company's top executives was a little angry. The staff member who looked at this statistical data felt very angry. He immediately took the document from his hand and said, "This data is okay. The number of our recharge players has even exceeded 3,000. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. Immediately afterwards, he couldn't help but cheered. 3,000. There are 14,000 active players and 3,000 top-up players. What does that mean? This means that their recharge ratio has even reached 21.4% of active players, exceeding the 20 recharge ratio. Any idea what this means? This means that this game not only has high player stickiness, and there are many players willing to spend money. To know, for mainstream games on the market, especially free games, the proportion of recharge players is basically only 3% on average. That is to say, among 100 players, only 3 people can recharge the game. This data is not just talk, but it is the result of statistics on mainstream games on the market. In fact, 3% is actually just an average. Moreover, the statistics are collected in the middle and late stages of the game when a fixed player group has formed. Most games are just launched. A 1% recharge rate is actually the goal everyone is pursuing. Most take several months to break through 1%. Of course, the above data refers to normal commercial games. Excellent games such as Supernova Battle of 3-Body Game are not within the scope of these discussions. After all, 3-Body Game has too many Krypton Gold activities, and charging money does not affect the game experience. But even for the original Supernova Battle, it was impossible to have such high recharge rate data during the public beta stage. Breaking through 20. This is simply unprecedented data. Even a well-informed person like Gushio was stunned when he saw this data. As for the others, they could not help but cheer. Broken record. Another record broken. Where's the recharge amount? Someone asked. Others also looked at the manager holding the information, and some glanced at the statistician who was just too busy. This guy was really over the top. Even though the data is so good, he looks suspicious of life. Isn't this meant to tease everyone? But as soon as this thought came up, the manager suddenly opened his eyes wide, full of astonishment and disbelief. He turned to the statistician and asked, "Are you sure this data is true? Is it not wrong?" The statistician shook his head and said with a wry smile, "I was surprised by this just now. This data is very strange." "That's weird." Manager Nam Ming frowned and took the information to find his boss and several other company executives. A group of people all gathered together and looked at the information. From time to time, some people couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell is this? How could this happen? What's going on?" There were so many similar exclamations that ordinary employees who were already preparing for a carnival couldn't help but become curious. At least everyone knows it now. The Riddler is really annoying. At the same time, inevitably, I began to feel uneasy again. What's going on? Is the recharge rate high, but the recharge amount low? This is not impossible. If all the players who recharged only recharged $1, or even less, then their happiness would be in vain. Fortunately, these senior executives who acted as Riddlers were finally punished. What's going on? When you get the information, just report it directly. Why are you hesitating like this? Wang Miao couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but speak out. The director spoke. A group of executives suddenly did not dare to hide anymore, but there was some hesitation in their eyes. There is something wrong with this data. Not right. Wang Miao frowned. If there is something wrong, just say it directly. Isn't this still in the testing phase? If there are any problems, communicate on the spot. The executive smiled awkwardly. Our active player recharge ratio has reached 21.4%, and our recharge amount. The recharge amount is currently. It's reached 3.2 million. Rice Knife. Employees. Wang Miao. Guxiu. Hold the grass. People are stupid and have too much money. Come quickly. Guxiu's positioning for this leak-cutting game is very clear. Earn 1 vote and run. Then change the shell and do it again. After all, there were countless skin-changing games in the previous life, and basically every time the skin was changed, the leaks could be cut again immediately, which can be called a cyclic leak perpetual motion machine. Guxiu's plan for this creation battle. The same is true. He didn't plan to make a masterpiece, nor did he plan to make a masterpiece that people would often talk about after playing it for more than 10 or 20 years. The 3-body supernova battle is considered one. But Guxiu had no intention of trying to kill this company. With this in mind, the quality of the game is of course not that high, to be honest. It has even taken just a few months since the project was established to be officially launched. Before, Guxiu actually had some predictions about this game. Although we don't care about this game. After all, it uses a lot of tricks accumulated by our predecessors in previous lives, so we can definitely make money. And Guxiu also set a goal for this game. The goal is not big. Earning $10 to $20 million is enough. As for the recharge of this public test, Guxiu Dao didn't have high hopes. After all, this test will be deleted, not to mention that things such as promoting Krypton Gold have not been taken out yet. To put it bluntly, it's just that everyone didn't pay attention to the testing phase from beginning to end. Can be biased, unintentionally planting willows to create shade. Although there was obviously no attention at all, or even any expectations, the data of this game was actually so beautiful. Whether it is the number of active players or the proportion of recharge players, it was already beyond Guxiu's expectations. But what really exceeded expectations was the players' recharge amount. Originally, although there are a lot of players who have recharged, Guxiu estimates that the amount of recharge should not be too different. After all, this game basically sells attributes with a clear price, and even a fool can see that this game is a money trap. Normally, either retreat or exercise some restraint. Not to mention that the game has not officially launched yet. Even those familiar game giants have never heard of anyone directly throwing money at the game during the internal beta, right? But now what's going on? Is Alycon's consumption power so strong? Some people couldn't help but sigh. This statement won the approval of many people. Really, even for the 3-body game, the consumption intensity was definitely not that high in the early stages of the game. Although the main reason is that all the gold points of the 3-body game are placed on the appearance. Even if you're a leopard with 0 punch, as long as the skills are in place, you can easily defeat all opponents. Not like this game. Recharging money can be reflected in attributes. Players recharging money are almost equivalent to recharging attributes. The more they recharge, the more powerful they become. But that's a 3-body game. Nowadays, among all online game rankings around the world, Supernova Battle is firmly ranked first. Even the latecomer world of Warcraft. Because of their point card consumption model, they cannot compete with Supernova. But now, it's such a game that everyone thinks is absolutely average. But in the testing stage, it has already shown terrifying potential that even surpasses the 3-body game. This is nonsense. There is only one possibility, and that is that the 2 games were released in different places. Supernova Battle now also has American servers. But let's be honest, compared with the national server and the like, the data is still relatively poor. Although the per capita spending power of players has increased, the number of game players is still limited after all. And if you really compare the Krypton player data of the 2 servers, you'll find out. In comparison, players on the American server are actually not very interested in recharging to play games. Even skins in the game are not that expensive for most players. But everyone who recharges is actually more or less budget conscious, giving people the impression that they don't like playing games. In other words, I don't like the feeling of recharging money for virtual games. This phenomenon, in fact, the 3-body game has also been discussed. But now, this data, to be honest, is beyond everyone's expectations. Who would have thought that this kind of game would actually attract so many players' money? Are there any high-profile players? Gushio asked. With a recharge amount of more than 2 million, Gushio did not expect that this recharge amount would be an average of $100 or $200 per player for all players. Obviously, this is because there are a few Krypton money tycoons throwing money away. There are indeed a few players like this. They should have recharged due to the rewards we advertise for opening the server. After all, if you recharge 100,000 now, you will get 200,000 game coins back after the official server is launched. However, the number of players like this is actually not particularly large. More players are actually not too stingy when it comes to recharging. That is to say, it is the average recharge amount of the overall players, which is higher. The statistics employee said at this time. Moment. Everyone's eyes brightened. If that's the case, that means American, or at least their players, are really willing to recharge the game. Are people really stupid and have too much money? Does this mean that it won't be too bad for our game to make money in the future? Sure, it's really stable this time. I can't wait. I hope our game will be online as soon as possible. It would be even better if it could be online tomorrow. This time, we have won the first battle, right? More than just winning the first battle. As long as we ensure our excellent quality and player stickiness, our game may become the most profitable online game in the world. No one will discuss the differences between players from different countries. For the majority of employees, what they value more is the current achievements of the game Battle of Creation I, as well as this game has huge potential for the future. Well done. Thanks to everyone for your hard work during this period. This month's bonus, everyone's bonus this month, has been doubled. Looking at everyone's beaming look, Wang Miao was of course the first to give encouragement. The words immediately aroused cheers from everyone, and then they saw Wang Miao speaking again, of course. Our current good results show that we already have great potential, and it also means that we have made a good start. But next, what will happen after the game is officially launched? We can't confirm yet. So, we should not be arrogant and complacent at this time, but should be more careful and cautious, strive to maintain the quality of our games, and let our current achievements continue to the official server. These are all official words, standard leadership motivational lines. But in the company at the moment, everyone just keeps doing this. According to Wang Miao, everyone in this company comes with the same goals and dreams, although they seem to place more emphasis on profits and money. But that's it. Therefore, everyone is more united and more conducive to management. Anyway, at least now, under Wang Miao's chicken soup, everyone's faces are full of excitement, and everyone's blood is rising. Many people have even urged the game to be officially launched. On this issue, Wang Miao didn't even agree. There were almost no major bugs that were difficult to solve during the game testing phase. Basically, they were fixed while testing, and it was basically confirmed that the game could even be launched on the official server immediately. But this matter cannot be rushed. After all, opening a game requires more than just players being able to play normally. Publicity, game planning, server opening activities, these all need to be discussed in advance. And one more thing, boss, the spending power of players in Alikin is a bit beyond my expectation. How about we increase the prices of all items in the mall? After the employees went home from get off work, Wang Miao suggested to Gushio, if you think that the price increase will cause resentment among players, we can also adjust the game recharge ratio and lower the ratio, which should also be able to effectively provide the game recharge amount. Increase the price. Price increases across the board. This is what Wang Miao thought of immediately after seeing a series of data from the test server. One thing to say, in terms of prices in the game mall of the game creation battle, they basically draw on the prices of Supernova Battle in the three-body game. It is not expensive, but it is not too cheap either. I thought the performance would be mediocre. But now it seems that since Alikin players are so willing to spend money, there is nothing worth hesitating about. Prices must be raised. Prices must be raised. But it is a pity that Gushio directly rejected his proposal without hesitation. The price cannot be increased, and the recharge ratio cannot be changed. Players are not fools. Never treat them as fools. Gushio shook his head, thought for a while, and added, even if you really treat them as fools, remember not to let them find out that you treat them as fools. This is a bit roundabout. Fortunately, Wang Miao's understanding ability was adequate, and he understood what Gushio meant, but he couldn't help but sigh. But if it's just like this, then to be honest, we don't know how to do some operational planning next. Players have money, so we should find ways to empty our wallets. This is the truth. I originally thought that my players were screwdrivers with an income of 3,000 yuan a month, and the prices of the products in the game were also priced according to their spending power. Turn out, players are still screwdrivers, but their income has increased to 30,000 yuan. At this time, if you make less money, you will lose money. Have you ever thought about adding Krypton gold points and increasing the products sold in the mall? Gushio asked. Well, Wang Miao smiled bitterly. The game mall is a big deal, and when new products are launched, we can't guarantee that the new products will be popular. Look at this. At this moment, Gushio handed over a piece of information. Wang Miao was a little surprised. When he took it and took a look, he found that it was more detailed data about the company. Gushio asked people from the Information and Statistics Department to get this specially just now. Compared with the previous detailed calculation of the final result data, this data can be described as detailed. It includes the player's recharge method, recharge period, single recharge amount, and statistical details of the game mall's spending after recharge. But why are you looking at this? All your questions can be answered through data. You have to learn to read more data and find problems in the data. Gushio said. Wang Miao was a little confused. Data, what's wrong? Can you still answer your own questions? In domestic game-related magazines, have you seen any reports on the differences between players from the two countries? Gushio reminded. Wang Miao nodded. Are you talking about the public intellectuals who said that Alikans would not be addicted to online games and would not sell their metal to make money, just to play games? There are many such reports. It seems to be to wake up game players and make them consume rationally, but it is actually more or less mixed with the private work of the shepherd dog. I'm actually thinking about why the noble Alikan player who has been advocated by domestic intellectuals and is not obsessed with the online world and is not keen on recharging games has now become a stupid landlord with a lot of money. Don't say it yet. At first glance, this information can really find some answers. Gushio said. Oh, what is it? Wang Miao became more energetic and asked expectantly. The difference is not important now. I think the more important thing is to learn to read this data. Gushio said with a smile. Wang Miao was a little embarrassed. He could understand the dazzling array of data, but to be honest, he still didn't quite understand what his boss meant. The sales volume of appearance products is not very good. The best products are basically those with rough and crazy styles. This means that the appearance of our mall needs to be re-optimized. Both the model and the painter need to be replaced. We need to make our models more biased toward the player group. Does that mean that we can update some new appearance products? Isn't this an increase in consumption? Gushio reminded. One word awakens the dreamer. Wang Miao reacted instantly, his eyes widened, and he carefully read the information in front of him again. But he saw that Gushio had already continued. And this, players' recharge time is usually within these days, which means that most of our current players are likely to be paid in these days. Does that mean that some of our next game activity updates can also be placed in these days? Update activities every month. Update a new batch of places to spend money every month and improve players' money habits? Wang Miao was shocked. It's obviously a scam. Why are you so scientific, boss? But Gushio pointed to another place. Also, you can see what most of the things players buy are divided into categories. If the things in the mall are divided by categories, they're basically divided into 3 parts. Items and materials that can be obtained in the game but require time. Those that enhance combat power for a fee, and appearance fashion categories. And now it can be seen that the highest selling items are not appearance fashion items, nor things that directly enhance the player's combat effectiveness, but things that shorten the player's time or reduce the player's liver. What does this mean? This means that our players are not overly pursuing the improvement of combat effectiveness, but prefer to spend small money to save boring time. In this case, We can also improve our mall based on this aspect. Also, why don't players pursue the improvement of combat effectiveness? To put it bluntly, there is not enough pressure. The pressure sometimes comes from the simplicity of the monster boss, from the low competition between players, and from the lack of PvP mode between players. In this case, should we enhance these? I get these things based on data. And what you have to do is to take the data and see more, farther, and deeper than me. At this point, Gushio paused briefly. Do you know why our company, even for some ordinary positions, requires a high degree of education? Because even if it's a lie, we must also pay attention to science. That night, Gushio stayed at Wanslick until 3 o'clock in the morning. For Gushio, the distinguished boss behind Yuanshio Investment and a big figure in the domestic or international upper-level investment circles, this is even a matter of humiliation. But for Gushio, the late night is worth it. Throughout the night, Gushio taught Wang Miao how to analyze new things through various types of data and then come up with solutions from these things. These things, in fact, should be skills that the subordinates should learn by themselves and use them in practical applications. But Gushio didn't have the hobby of a boss who just did nothing and forced his subordinates to understand on their own. Since he could remind his subordinates, what's the point of keeping his mouth closed and practicing the chant? After all, aren't your subordinates making money for you, the boss? So, Wang Miao didn't react for a while. He didn't know much about thinking transformation. Gushio was willing to spend time to teach Wang Miao everything about this. Of course, the conversation is not just as simple as how to look at data. Likewise, Gushio also talked with him about many famous methods of defrauding Krypton in later generations. There are many doorways here. It's similar to the famous red envelope hacking event in a previous life, where the difference was only a few cents, and then hundreds of people were pulled out for the last penny. This is actually one of the ways to make money in the game. There's also the most mainstream and easiest way to make money. Lottery. This thing is more profitable than selling attributes with a clear price tag. At first glance, it seems that selling attributes with a clear price tag can easily cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, millions. The investment is even greater. But actually, after research by various top planners, it was discovered. Actually a lottery. It will always be the most profitable in the world. For items with a clearly marked price, you may weigh and think about it for a long time before finally making the decision whether to spend money on it. But it's different if it's a lottery, seeing that the number of draws is only a few tens of dollars, and you can win prizes worth tens of thousands. Don't you want to try it? And after the first time, there will inevitably be a second, third, and more times, especially if there's a guaranteed lottery. Big guarantees on those prize pools. Do you really think it's for the players' sake? No. The purpose of taking things is actually to allow players to be more attentive and to recharge and spend money for draws with greater peace of mind. This is an impulse purchase. It can be said that he was definitely manipulated by the game lottery. As for this matter, Gushio almost said whatever came to his mind and handed it all over to Wang Miao without reservation. After all, he is Wanslick's game director. He can use more advanced and scientific methods to empty out all the players' wallets. Isn't that better for himself? It turns out, Gushio's efforts are rewarded. Early the next morning, Wang Miao directly convened a meeting with Wanslick senior management and operations department. In the next few days, such meetings of various sizes were held for 3 days. 3 days later, Wanslick was fully operational and began a comprehensive transformation. They redesigned and improved the game store and made a series of adjustments to some gameplay without changing the core of the game. A makeover won't do, but it is definitely better than during the test. At first glance, it seems to have reduced the intensity of forcing players to consume, but in fact it has increased the inducement of players to spend money. And they officially announced that the game will be officially launched in half a month. This means a new round of publicity will begin again. When Gushio got here, he basically stopped paying too much attention to Wanslick and their creation battle, because he was already busy with another thing. Navy Admiral, the official. Launch of the new game means that the intensity of publicity will be increased again. It also means that Gu Xiao's 3,000 naval forces will have to operate at high speed. This is not good. He has to improve his naval force, and at the same time, he has to find a few qualified candidates for himself. Serve as Navy Admiral. Fight on the battlefield for yourself. After all, we are all tens of billions of people. As a rich person of this level, we still stir up troubles and fight with people on the internet all day long. How tasteless is that? Finding someone is the best way. But let's be honest. In terms of candidates, Gu Xiao never had a good choice, mainly because Gu Xiao's conditions were a bit harsh and ordinary people really couldn't meet them. A group of candidates he screened before. After investigating some information, most of them were passed directly. Most of these people are talkative and like to talk about all kinds of nonsense by hiding behind their computers. Maybe 1 second you were talking about a certain brand sponsor's daddy, and the next second you were complaining about how terrible the sponsor's daddy's products were. This is a typical case of burning bridges. Another part is respecting the contract and respecting the spirit of the contract. But sometimes we overprotect the so-called fans and even talk about all the bullshit and fabricated things. Obviously, this kind of person can't be used. Maybe he revealed that he was in charge of the Navy Army within 3 days. If this is true, then the thing he worked so hard to build is pure bullshit. The remaining few people. Gu Xiao tried to get in touch, mainly through the internet. But it is a pity that after the overall communication, Gu Xiao did not have any satisfactory candidates. These people all had more or less minor problems, or they did not accept the concept of online public opinion. In the end, after going around and around, Gu Xiao, a billionaire, had no choice but to return to his old job and squat in the computer room as a temporary worker. Brother Xiao, stop squatting and be busy. Come out and show you something good. On this day, Gu Xiao was still busy working when he heard the whirring sound of azurite outside the door. Gu Xiao stuck his head out and looked outside. Shi Qingsong was seen happily wearing a leather jacket, looking in the mirror, taking out a comb, and pretending to comb his hair. Seeing Gu Xiao, Shi Qingsong immediately shouted, Brother Xiao, look at this dress of mine. Is it handsome? Not handsome, Gu Xiao said simply. It's not a blow to the brothers. The main reason is that Shi Qingsong's body is relatively strong. Even in Europe and the United States, his figure does not appear thin and short. In addition, during this period, he was addicted to iron lifting and developed tendons all over his body. In his fantasy, his look should be that of Schwarzenegger, a macho man wearing a leather jacket. But it's a pity. The size of this leather jacket was a bit small, and when he put on, Gu Xiao always wondered if he would have to strangle himself to death if he zipped it up. Fortunately, Shi Qingsong had already understood Gu Xiao's outspokenness. At this time, he didn't feel shocked at all. He smiled and said, Brother Xiao, you must be jealous. Eve gave me this dress. She said I look very handsome in it. Your little blonde girlfriend? Gu Xiao rolled his eyes. To be honest, I think this girlfriend this time is not as good as the last one. Are you talking about Reese? No. Her father came to see me last time and said that if I don't want to be hospitalized, it's better to stay away from her daughter. Brother Xiao, you don't want your most handsome boy to be hospitalized either. Actually, I don't mind that much. Brother Xiao, the two of them complained every day. In the blink of an eye, it has been almost a year since I came to study abroad, and Shi Qingsong's personality has also undergone many changes in this year. When he first came to this place, because he was not very fluent in speaking, and because of the domestic media's promotion of the young adults since he was a child, Shi Qingsong actually felt a little inferior to himself. Just 1 year, Shi Qingsong finally distinguished the truth from the false, and understood that foreigners were not as high-ranking as the public media exaggerated, and many of them were even more rustic than him. As for spoken language, there is nothing much to say. In fact, most of the 50 states in Alekin speak poor spoken English, just like not everyone in China can speak Mandarin without an accent. After realizing this problem, Shi Qingsong simply did not force himself to improve his speaking skills or correct his accent problem. Instead, he openly regarded his accent problem as a special feature. Don't tell me yet. The effect was very good, making sure Ching Song the brightest star on campus. Even Gu Xiao complained that this guy immediately became a social butterfly after he came to Alican. Even my ex-girlfriend has one. Of course, Ching Song knew everything about the relationship between the two of them, including all the little secrets. After complaining to each other for a while, Ching Song took off his leather clothes and went to Gu Xiao's computer room. Brother Xiao, you haven't found anyone yet? No, there are no suitable candidates, and you don't have time to help me find one. Gu Xiao shook his head helplessly. If it doesn't work out, I'll recommend someone to you, Brother Xiao. Ching Song said. Gu Xiao became interested. Do you know anyone who understands programming, networking, and internet media? Brother Xiao, what you said is as if I only know nothing about learning and skills. Last time I knew you were looking for someone, I kept an eye on it for you. Ching Song said with a smile. He is the cousin of one of my classmates. I have met him twice. It seems that he was a website developer before. I heard that he also made a software that was famous for Facebook, but it was closed later. Oh, Gu Xiao blinked. Fame? Yes. Ching Song nodded. Although he is nothing successful, this person is a top student from Harvard University. Harvard? Famous for Facebook? Gu Xiao looked strange. What's that person's name? Ching Song replied. Zuckerberg. Gu Xiao. Brother Xiao, people are already here. They're outside. Do you want me to call them in? The next day, Gu Xiao was still debugging the system in the computer room when he saw Ching Song coming in and saying, "Coming so soon." Gu Xiao suddenly became energetic. Ching Song explained, "Hey, I heard that this guy failed to do Facebook before, and he has been a little depressed. I told him that my friend had a new project, and he was very interested, so he came in a hurry. Not bad. He is indeed my good brother." Gu Xiao praised. "Let's go, I'm going to meet someone." The two people immediately left the computer room and came to the living room. I saw a thin young man with brown curly hair sitting on the sofa in the living room. Gu Xiao understood this person the first time he saw him. It's him, Zuckerberg. In that previous life, he once created the most powerful unicorn and became a legend among young people. Zuckerberg, one of the world's 10 billionaires. But, unlike the young man in his previous life, who could still laugh and talk eloquently under flashlights and various big events, he now seemed more or less reserved in Gu Xiao's living room. His eyes glanced at the surrounding decoration from time to time. Although he was sitting on the sofa, he gave people the feeling of being cautious and entering the Grandview Garden for the first time. This is a young and fledgling college student. Anyway, if it were said that he could become the helmsman of a trillion-dollar empire in the future, not many people would believe it. But this future should be Gu Xiao's previous life. Zuckerberg in this life did not have such good luck, because when his Facebook was created, there was already a product called Facebook that was killing everyone in the instant messaging market of Alican. To this end, Zuckerberg was also teased by his classmates for naming him Zhuangshan. Later, he simply changed the name of his website to Campus Network. The main function was the same as the established track in his previous life, allowing students to upload their personal data, such as name, address, interests, hobbies, and photos. Students can use this free platform to keep up to date with their friends, chat with them, and search for new ones. The idea is good, but it is a pity that Facebook's gems came first, making Zuckerberg's website basically ineffective. Later, after learning from the experience, he changed his strategy and changed his website again. It focuses on student dating and stranger matching, and has improved instant messaging. The results were good at first. More than 80% of Harvard students have become members of his website, and many school clubs are recruiting new students and hosting gatherings to make friends. We use his website, but that's only for once. No one uses this thing after Harvard. Zuckerberg has tried to get his website out of Harvard. Go to more colleges and universities. Pity. An update on Facebook also added sharing interaction, which directly knocked him out of his armor. And it is not conducive to external expansion, and internal problems also occur frequently, especially his website, which is intended to be used by everyone to make friends at school and get to know more campus stars. But slowly, it evolved into something like a trading website, and it's still kind of adult-oriented. It was not just a simple matter of sentimentality. There were even people selling contraband and other messy things on it. As a result, the matter became so big that the school directly intervened and banned his website. This time, even if Zuckerberg's originally not smooth entrepreneurial path was completely beaten to death with a stick. So Zuckerberg in this life, unlike in his previous life, he was at the top when he debuted and then continued smoothly. On the contrary, he is now just an ordinary person who failed to start his own business. As for the situation in the previous life, where he was worth more than $300 billion, he did not even appear. On the contrary, it was in his pocket at the moment, even cleaner than my face. It is said that people who are unwilling to be ordinary will always find ways to escape from the ordinary. This time I followed Shurching Song because I heard that Shurching Song had a friend who built a computer cluster and planned to combine it with artificial intelligence to create an intelligent chat project. After hearing this famous name, Zuckerberg followed him without hesitation. He wanted to experience it. It just took him by surprise. This family seems to be a bit unexpected. Look at the decoration and the display. No matter how you look at it, it is a mansion for the rich. Really, I heard that all the Chinese students studying in American come from wealthy families. This is indeed true. I heard that this King Guoshi started a business while still in high school. He even made tens of thousands of dollars every month without even doing anything. Envy. Speaking of which, they're all from the Dragon Kingdom, so they must be very good at speaking Chinese. In this case, if I become friends with them, can I learn Chinese with them for free? Hey, Zuckerberg, this is my friend I told you about. While Zuckerberg was thinking about it, Shurching Song on the side had already brought Gu Xiao. Hello. I'm sorry for being distracted. Zuckerberg was startled and apologized hastily, but when he saw Gu Xiao, his expression froze. Look at Shurching Song and then at Gu Xiao. Blinking, this is the friend you mentioned who studies the combination of computer clusters and artificial intelligence? Yes, this is my best buddy, Gu Xiao. Shurching Song nodded repeatedly, making his chest thump. Zuckerberg was suddenly a little disappointed. How old is he? Is he 14 years old? I just celebrated my 11th birthday some time ago. Gu Xiao smiled, but using the calculation method from my hometown, it should be 12 years old now. It could be regarded as 12 years old. As he said that, Gu Xiao took the lead in reaching out to the other party. You're so young. Zuckerberg was a little embarrassed and shook Gu Xiao's hand subconsciously. Then he couldn't help but ask, I heard from your friend that you were studying the combination of computer clusters and artificial intelligence. The combination of computer clusters and artificial intelligence. Gu Xiao heard this long list of words and then remembered that he had boasted like this to Shurching Song before, but he didn't expect Shurching Song to boast like this to others. Shaking his head, Gu Xiao corrected. Actually, this name is unreasonable. It should be an artificial intelligence automated chat program. This seems to be a little more high-end and elegant. At least, Gu Xiao noticed that the expression of Zuckerberg in front of him was somewhat blank. Can you tell me what this thing is used for? After hesitating, Zuckerberg couldn't help but ask. It's very useful. Gu Xiao smiled and asked first. You know about artificial intelligence, right? Yeah, I know. Then what do you think AI can do? AI can do a lot of things, whether it's a fully automated production line or replacing humans to do some simple tasks. AI should be able to do it. You don't call that artificial intelligence. That's called a machine. This artificial intelligence, since it has the word smart, means that many machines cannot solve problems and even things that ordinary humans cannot do. For example, driverless driving may appear in the future. You only need to get in the car and enter your destination, and the car can automatically take you to your destination safely and quickly. This is just the most basic thing. Or, for example, if you want to make a program or a game, you might be able to hand it over to artificial intelligence. You just need to set your own goals and let the artificial intelligence type the code for you. Or, if you want to turn on the lights when you get home, you only need to say a word to turn on the lights, open the curtains, and turn on the TV. The artificial intelligence at home can automatically recognize your words and operate your home appliances and furniture. There are also medical aspects, such as target area delineation, organ segmentation, graphic reconstruction, and pathological slice analysis in medical imaging. Diagnosis through artificial intelligence may be more accurate and faster than human doctors. Identify the cause and diagnose the disease. At this point, Gushio noticed that Zuckerberg's eyes were widened and he was staring at him in disbelief. Not only him, but also Shi Qingsong on the side looked at him with surprise. Brother Xiao, is artificial intelligence really that powerful? Shi Qingsong was in disbelief. Can they even type code? It's not just coding. They could do many, many things. Even future comic illustrations and movies can be created with artificial intelligence. Isn't this impossible? Shi Qingsong couldn't help but wonder. You said this is creation. How is it possible that artificial intelligence can do it? Can they still appreciate art? Zuckerberg said nothing, but there was still a bit of doubt in his eyes. Gushio shook his head. The creation must be fake, but it shouldn't be a problem to piece together and split countless pictures to form a brand new picture. Then, isn't that plagiarism? Maybe. Gushio shook his head. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about movies, especially in the post-production special effects of movies. This requires a lot of time, manpower, and material resources. But if you use AI, it may only take 10 minutes to solve many problems. TSK, so powerful. Shi Qingsong couldn't help but clicked his tongue. It's not just that. Artificial intelligence is the future. After all, the most powerful thing about artificial intelligence than humans is that artificial intelligence is better at calculations and is better at executing tasks meticulously. Gushio shook his head. In fact, many jobs will be completed through this in the future. This is a natural development trend. Then from now on, will humans be wiped out by artificial intelligence? Shi Qingsong couldn't help but ask. It's like in the movie, where humans are replaced by artificial intelligence and then eliminated? Then who knows? Gushio spread his hands. But what is certain is that it will be difficult to be eliminated by artificial intelligence in at least a few decades. But it is certain that some types of work will be replaced by artificial intelligence. Shi Qingsong stopped talking, with a bit of longing and anxiety for the outside world in his eyes. Zuckerberg also yearned for it. Then what do you do? Gushio smiled, opened his eyes, and said, I only have one function. Chat. What kind of artificial intelligence does this require? As soon as Gushio finished speaking, Zuckerberg couldn't help but ask, chat with artificial intelligence? What's the use of it? If it's chatting, everyone seems to prefer that people talk to each other. No one is willing to chat with some machines by themselves, right? Even Shi Qingsong nodded beside him. Really? We were chatting about penguins in the classroom, and I had a heated chat with a girl, and even fell in love with her. But then I found out that she was just a robot. It was definitely not a wonderful feeling at that time. Regarding this question, Gushio answered from a different angle. The communication between humans and artificial intelligence must be simple enough and convenient enough. This is the correct interaction mode of artificial intelligence. You can't hope that in the future, people will need to know code to use artificial intelligence machines or other things, right? You mean you are still training your AI? Although Zuckerberg is still in a mediocre stage in this life. After all, his academic qualifications and knowledge are there, and he immediately understood what Gushio meant. Even when he saw the confused look on his Shi Qingsong's face, he explained to Shi Qingsong. In our imagination, artificial intelligence seems to be an independent individual, born with its own wisdom and its own ideas. But in fact, the basis of artificial intelligence is still composed of a bunch of programs and data. Usually, it is necessary to use a large amount of data and machine learning algorithms to train a computer model so that it can automatically perform specific tasks or provide useful output. These algorithms can help the model recognize patterns, classify data, make predictions, and optimize decisions, so that it becomes more and more accurate and intelligent with continuous training. What you said is a little bit profound. Shi Qingsong coughed twice. He was a little embarrassed to say that he didn't quite understand. Actually, to put it bluntly, artificial intelligence is to make computers automatically process large amounts of data and use specific algorithms to make them intelligent and automated. If you want artificial intelligence to grow, you need to constantly fill it with some data and information and constantly train the AI's capabilities, which is equivalent to when we learn basketball. We need to practice constantly so that you can shoot in overalls. Gushio explained. This made sure Ching Song understand, but he still didn't quite understand what Gushio said about shooting in overalls. Good thing. Not a big problem. After Gushio answered Sure Ching Song's question, Gushiobon turned his attention to Zuckerberg. My program is still in the training and learning stage, and what you said about why chat requires artificial intelligence is actually very simple. You have a question to find the answer to. 10 years ago, we could only go to the library to check out a large amount of information and finally get the answer. But today, 10 years later, we only need to sit in front of the computer, enter our questions, and collect relevant information online. But what about 10 or 20 years later? Can we just ask the artificial intelligence, and it will help us search for answers, eliminate some rubbish, and tell us simply and directly? This is indeed possible. Zuckerberg nodded repeatedly. This is more functional. Besides, Gushio's words were not over yet. No one likes to talk to robots. But what if it is a simpler or more repetitive scenario? For example, online shopping has become popular now. Everyone will ask the seller questions before shopping, and many people will even ask the same questions. Where does your product come from? When is the shelf life? How long it will take to deliver the goods to me? And other things. If a dedicated person is required to be responsible for these questions, it will take a long time for him to type repeated sentences every day. But what if it is left to a robot? Of course, these are all simple. Let's look at the complex side. For example, if someone suffers from depression and needs to communicate with him, can we create a companion artificial intelligence that can talk to me at any time when you encounter problems, and I can answer you as soon as possible, and give you the best comfort through a large number of problem-solving methods in my database? What I'm talking about actually still has limitations, and it's not even accurate artificial intelligence, because what I'm talking about is not intelligent yet. It will take a long time to get to that stage. But I think I can start trying now to cultivate and exercise my artificial intelligence. Isn't this a cool thing? Zuckerberg couldn't help but nod at this. Really, although this child is frighteningly young, his statement really has to be agreed with. Artificial intelligence. This child, who is only 11 years old, plans to develop artificial intelligence, and even plans to develop his own artificial intelligence. This isn't just cool, and if it succeeds, this thing has great future prospects. Then I heard that you are looking for help. Zuckerberg couldn't help but ask. I don't need help. Gushio shook his head. Zuckerberg was stunned for a moment and glanced at Shi Ching Song at a loss, with some doubts in his eyes. But Gushio added another sentence. What I need is a partner who has the same ideals, the same ambition, and the same desire to do something big as me. These words made Zuckerberg suddenly look forward to it. Let's go. I'll show you my computer room. Seeing the brilliance in his eyes, Gushio couldn't help but laugh. He immediately stood up and took Zuckerberg to visit his computer room. One thing to say, as a reborn person with the ability of photographic memory, Gushio is very strong in learning ability. He can even reach the level of master or even master in any field if he wants to. The same is true for online trolls. Gushio's linking the internet trolls to artificial intelligence is not pure deception, because his trolls indeed use methods and modules similar to artificial intelligence. All the manpower needs to do is just issue instructions, and these programs will automatically log into the accounts on each platform and then launch an offensive. Put simply, it's just much more advanced. This system does use a lot of technologies that are needed in the field of artificial intelligence, especially in the systems database. It took Gushio several months to complete. Of course, this is just completion, not perfection. But that's all. Fooling Zuckerberg is no longer a problem. Zuckerberg also asked questions, but I think your system seems to be mainly for making some guided comments on the internet. Hell, I have argued with him on the internet about this account before, and it turned out that this person is your AI. Also, I see that your data seems to be biased towards internet propaganda. Are you sure you're engaged in technology and not other things? It seems to me that you are more like a propaganda center. Promotion center. This is still Zuckerberg's base camp, where he doesn't know what the Navy is. But for such doubts, Gushio's answer was quite confident. I said, my artificial intelligence chat AI is still in the state of learning and training. This requires continuous exposure to some things on the internet and a clear understanding of some of the words and sentences and chat patterns of everyone on the internet. This can be closer to humans. But if that's all, you should let them join various interest groups to participate in discussions on some topics. I think you're more like doing some planned public opinion guidance and some advertising. Zuckerberg couldn't help but feel strange. After all, he's also a serious programmer. He has come to the backstage of the computer room, and naturally he has also seen some of the achievements of this Navy. Certainly, the main thing is that Gushio didn't hide anything. To this question, Gushio's answer was even simpler. I'm only 11 years old now, but my assets have exceeded 10 billion. I have not calculated the specific statistics, and it may be even higher. Zuckerberg, are you kidding or are you serious? What's super rich people? And, well, I like to ask, does this matter? Zuckerberg asked faintly. He felt that Gushio was in Versailles. But Gushio shook his head. I know very well that if anything in this world wants to continue, it needs a future, a prospect, and continuous enthusiasm. To put it in the simplest way, have money. These words silenced Zuckerberg. Really, having money can often solve many problems. If he had money, Zuckerberg's own website would definitely be able to expand. Even if it was blocked by the school, he could easily solve such a crisis. But to put it bluntly, just no money and no future. We can't let the scientists who save the world go without eating or drinking every day or even go hungry, right? Of course, since I want to do artificial intelligence, it's impossible to let our project continue in a low-key manner for more than 10 or 20 years or even longer without any news. I am willing to do this because I have the passion and hobby now. But if this project does not make any progress every year, it will require me to invest more funds. I may be able to persist for 1, 2, 3 years. But what if it takes longer? What about 5 years? What about 10 years? Or even longer? No one in this world can guarantee that their love will continue forever. And the best way is to see the effects and benefits of their love. So, I plan to set up a company with this thing and start doing some internet publicity work to gain profits and cover the costs of continued research and development. This is a virtuous cycle. The richer I am, the more I can continue to invest, and the more I invest, the higher my progress will be. I believe it. One day in the future, my artificial intelligence will completely become the best and most advanced artificial intelligence in the world. Even, he will change the world. These words are indeed beautiful. At least Zuckerberg felt that he didn't know how to refute it. He always felt that something was wrong with Gushio's explanation, but he couldn't explain what was wrong. But he saw that Gushio had extended his hand again. So, Zuckerberg, are you willing to join my great plan? No one can maintain their independent thinking despite Gushio's deception. Even more no one. When Gushio tried to draw cakes himself, he was still able to resist Gushio's cakes. Luo Xiang cannot. Xiaojia obviously can't either. After all, although today's Zuckerberg is still the smart top student, he is not the well-informed legendary tycoon in his previous life. No matter how high his IQ is, eating cakes has nothing to do with his IQ. So, not surprisingly, Zuckerberg finally successfully joined Gushio's dream project. Certainly, Gushio didn't regard the super unicorn tycoon as an idiot. In fact, most of what he said was suspected of making false claims and bragging. But if you really talk about it, in fact, what he said was not entirely lies. After all, he even set up a company specifically for this purpose, using the reputation of Yuanxiu Investment to inject capital. The company's content is mainly focused on the research and development of artificial intelligence projects. As for the company name, called Moss. However, This company is not a technology company as imagined, but a company in the media industry. It mainly targets the communication media of internet new media as its main field. Of course, although the company is just an internet media, but it is mainly in terms of R&D and application. Especially after Gushio came in with $500,000 and bluntly stated that the money was used to mess with artificial intelligence, Zuckerberg's only little entanglement disappeared. Certainly, the more important reason is that Gushio of this company directly promoted Zuckerberg to the position of company director and also gave him 10 points of technology shares. This moved Zuckerberg even more, because in his opinion, he was just an ordinary college student. When it came to technology, he definitely didn't have as much mastery as Gushio, and when it came to decision-making, he actually didn't have as high a vision as Gushio. Even a resume from a prestigious school. When he heard that Gushio was only 11 years old, but already a top student at Stanford, that feeling of superiority completely disappeared. Under this situation, Gushio was still willing to give him shares, a position, and a good salary. What is this called? This is called the grace of knowing someone. This is called the kindness of a drop of water being repaid by a spring of water. Of course, it is nonsense to talk about repaying the kindness of a drop of water with a spring of water. After all, even if Xiao Zhao wants to repay Gushio, there is no way to repay him. But one thing is for sure. For Xiao Zhao, mass media is his future career, a company he wants to fight for and risk. In fact, when classmate Xiao Zhao burst into tears of gratitude, Gushio on the other side was also struggling. Do you want it? Let Zuckerberg join Facebook? After all, when Zuckerberg led Facebook, he was a model of rapid progress and even created his own era. Although he later plunged into the Yuan universe with Facebook, he was so stunned that he couldn't catch his breath for several years. But it is undeniable. Every decision he makes is actually crucial to the development of Facebook. Besides, Gushio had this idea for another reason. He felt a little guilty. As a reborn person, Gushio relied on his foresight and foreboding memory to walk almost every step of the way, because in his brain he had every step that the big bosses had walked through in his previous life. This will keep him from falling into the pit. At the beginning, Gushio was very much in favor of doing this kind of thing. He even felt that he should finish all the journeys. If he came back and missed those opportunities, he would be wasting his life and wasting his opportunities. But slowly, Gushio's attitude towards making these things gradually became more casual. Regardless of whether I copied songs before, it's better to cut corners now. In fact, he felt a little guilty in his heart. This may be hypocritical, or it may not be moaning, but this feeling of guilt is real, especially when meeting Zuckerberg. Gushio's feeling of guilt became even stronger. After all, according to the normal timeline, Zuckerberg is now at the peak of his success, from an unknown college student to a unicorn Superman that attracts worldwide attention. But now, because Gushio took away his path, although the current Zuckerberg is not too miserable compared with the original Spring Breeze, after all, it is still far behind. For this reason, Gushio decided to completely seal Uncle Gu's vest and launch himself out of the music scene from now on. As a result, the myth of Uncle Gu is still circulating in the music world, but Uncle Gu has never appeared again. The same goes for starting a business. Facebook, as can be seen from the name, this is actually a complete plagiarism of Xiao Zhao's product. However, based on Xiao Zhao's original product, Facebook also borrowed Penguin's product. Seriously speaking, he is a suture monster. But no matter how we stitch it up in the future, at least in Gushio's view, it can't be eliminated. This company is directly related to Zuckerberg. Although Zuckerberg's ability is absolutely perfect for the position of Navy Admiral. But if he goes to Facebook, would it be better? He can go to the position he should have been in his previous life. And Gushio can even hand over all the power of the company to him. Although he cannot avoid becoming Gushio's wage earner in the end, it can still be regarded as a kind of inheritance. After such entanglement, when a Moss company was successfully founded, Gushio finally couldn't help but ask, "Mark, I heard that you made a website that rivaled Facebook's reputation before, and the effect was pretty good at Harvard. So, you are also very experienced in this type of product. Then are you interested in leaving Moss and trying Facebook? If Neo is interested, I can arrange it for you. If you perform well on Facebook, I can even make you the boss of Facebook. After thinking about it, I thought. Gu Xiao decided to ask Zuckerberg directly about his attitude. See how he chooses. But it was obvious that Zuckerberg was stunned when faced with Gu Xiao's sudden proposal, and looked at Gu Xiao with a strange expression. Boss, don't tell me you are serious? Yes. Gu Xiao nodded. The eyes are sincere. Serious. Zuckerberg's face gradually became serious, and he understood that Gu Xiao was not joking with him. Why? If just because I made a failed product, I have the strength to join a company as big as Facebook, or even become the core of Facebook. I'm afraid this is impossible, right? After a moment of silence, Zuckerberg couldn't help but ask. Gu Xiao was dumbfounded. There was no way he could say that he knew that this was how you started your career in your previous life. Do you have talent? I think you have great potential. I have always felt that my greatest ability is to judge people accurately. I think you're a young man with great potential. You have great potential in the future. Gu Xiao made an excuse. It can't be said to be an excuse at all. Gu Xiao is quite optimistic about classmate Xiao Jia. When these words came out, classmate Xiao Jia was even more moved. No wonder. Just because I think highly of myself, I directly entrust myself with such a powerful thing to be responsible for, and even invest more in myself so that a college student who was in a desperate situation 1 second can directly become the CEO of the company the next second. Take good care of yourself. That's trusting yourself. Since you think so highly of me, why do you want me to go to Facebook? Zuckerberg asked the last question. Facebook has more potential or is easier to succeed? Gu Xiao thought for a while and made up a reason. The scale of Facebook has now taken shape and is gradually developing in the direction of a super large company. I believe you can also see this. If nothing else happens, this company may become a miracle for the entire Alican and may even be sought after by countless capitals. But as for the company Moss, to be honest, although I am equally optimistic about this company's potential, no one is sure whether this company can succeed or what the final result will be. I don't want you to be stuck on a project that may never come to fruition. This is unfair to you. That's why I thought of asking you to go to Facebook. This is a heartfelt statement. Although it was a bit deceptive, this was also the status of these two companies in Gu Xiao's mind. Facebook itself draws on the well-known Facebook product from its previous life and also integrates the product advantages of instant messaging Penguin. It can be said that it is the king of social networking. To be honest, it's hard to lose in this company. Nowadays, Facebook has big capital coming to its door every day, hoping to seek cooperation and pursue listing together. The valuation is one price per day, and Gu Xiao can basically be sure. This company will win the title of the most powerful unicorn on the first day it goes public. And what about Moss? This company didn't exist at all in the previous life, and even the original intention of this company's emergence was to create a Navy company for Gu Xiao, even if it has something to do with artificial intelligence. But tell the truth more. The risks are still high. It is very likely that this company will eventually become a purely commercial company, even if it will not be unknown, but for Zuckerberg, who is full of ambitions. I'm afraid it's definitely not the best place to end up. But, although Gu Xiao thought so, it was unexpected. Zuckerberg finally shook his head. Thank you very much for your opinion of me and your consideration for me. But I still want to reject you. Although I know that Moss will be more challenging and even more risky than Facebook, but I think it should be such a challenge to make things more interesting, right? So, I am willing to stay in Moss and let this company grow into a towering tree step by step. In the end, Zuckerberg successfully stayed at Moss Media. He chose to challenge himself. Regarding this choice, Gu Xiao did not push too hard. The only thing he could do was to make a series of expansions to the company's scientific research team. Although this company, Gu Xiao's initial plan was to set up a large-scale Navy company and conduct some feuding and publicity activities for himself alone. However, it is not impossible to develop artificial intelligence on the way. After all, as a language company itself, the Navy company is fully capable of providing such a framework. That being the case, why not? What's more, I got the website Vulnerability Hunter before, and I went there because of the many outstanding talents there, especially those related to artificial intelligence. It was originally planned to be repaired as planned. Although he took down the bug hunter, he actually did not intend to take the initiative, but was prepared to wait passively when those destined to appear in history planned to do something. Gushio can show up at the first moment, donate generously, help them, and get more rewards at the same time. But now, Zuckerberg's arrival made Gushio change his mind. Instead of waiting passively, it is better to take the initiative and recruit all those who are destined to appear in history in the future, and then let these top talents gather together to do the same thing. So, will there be better results? Just do what comes to mind. As soon as he decided on this idea, Gushio directly chose to take the initiative. Recruiting. Moreover, just sift through all the hacker information in the Vulnerability Hunter's backend, and when you encounter the right one, you can directly find a way to deceive them. What? You said that the Vulnerability Hunter's information is top secret and cannot be viewed normally? Are you kidding me? No matter what kind of top secret information it is, isn't it only for people to see? Recruitment went smoothly. Most of the hackers these days are more inquisitive. Artificial intelligence is complex and profound, especially something that looks very high-end. There are quite a few people interested. Of course, the main reason is that these people chosen by Gushio will participate in the research and development of artificial intelligence in the future, and most of them are interested in this thing. It was an instant hit. In less than half a month, the first R&D team of Moss Media was successfully established. They will not participate in the operation and management of the company, and they have only one job. That's perfection, the company's first-generation artificial intelligence AI. Moss. This process is destined to be long. Although artificial intelligence has been proposed in the 1950s, even every decade, there is basically progress in artificial intelligence. From the birth of artificial intelligence, to knowledge representation and reasoning, to connectionism and machine learning, something new will be proposed almost every 10 or 20 years. But actually, most things are basically theory-based, but it is very difficult to implement in practice, although artificial intelligence has always been a relatively hot research project nowadays. But in fact, truly large-scale research project teams or any fruitful research results are currently rare and can even be said to be very few. The Moss Group wants to study it. It takes a lot of time and planning. Good thing. After all, they're all professionals. After a long discussion and Gushio's advice, although this is a bumpy road ahead, it can at least allow people to go on it. According to their plan, the Moss project is mainly divided into 3 phases. The first is the robot AI learning stage. This thing is nothing new. In fact, AI learning was already proposed and studied in the 1990s. The so-called AI learning refers to the process in which robots use algorithms and models to autonomously acquire knowledge and skills. It includes methods such as supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning to achieve intelligent behavior of robots in various environments. Gushio had actually been doing this before. By learning the chat habits of internet users, simulating learning, and improving your own system, you can finally achieve this. In the world of the internet, only AI can confuse fakes with real ones, making people think they are real people. The second stage is to upgrade the robot to another level based on its learning. Deep learning. This can also be regarded as a branch of robot learning, using multi-layer neural networks for learning and prediction. Deep learning discovers abstract features at multiple levels in the network by continuously iterating training data, thereby improving the accuracy and efficiency of learning. This thing is very complicated and difficult. If the first point is completed, it can be considered to be able to create artificial intelligence. And if the second point is completed, it can be said to be a bit artificial intelligence. Especially if this thing is completed, it can make breakthroughs in the fields of computer vision, speech recognition, and natural language processing. The third and final point is robot strengthening and market application. But this thing is still far away for now. Gushio also participated in 2 of these discussion meetings. Generally speaking, his senses were good. There was a light in everyone's eyes, which made Gu Xiao nod. He saw the expectations for the future in the eyes of these people. This is a spirit of confidence in the future. Nothing said. Gu Xiao announced on the spot that he would invest 100 million in research funds for this project. Although a scientific research project of this level, don't say 100 million. Even if it's 1 billion or tens of billions, I'm afraid it's not a big number, but after all, this project has just begun to enter the initial stage, and it is rare to directly spend 100 million. Highlight your confidence. Highlight a reckless. And with such a heroic sponsor father, a group of people naturally became excited and clamored to produce good results as soon as possible. But for Gu Xiao, he is actually not very confident. 100 million seems like a lot, but to Gu Xiao, it is actually just that. A lot? It's really a lot for the average person. But for Gu Xiao, even if he spends 1 billion a year to burn it, he can't afford it. 100 million is actually a bit stingy. So, if spending money could create a top-notch artificial intelligence, Gu Xiao would not hesitate to make the choice. Burn to death. Certainly, a scientific research project is a scientific research project. Since Moss Media is a media company, it certainly cannot be as simple as just research and development, although research and development and company operations are independent. But what currently attracts Gu Xiao's attention the most about this company is its media function. To put it bluntly, it is the function of the Navy. Fortunately, not everyone is a nerd who focuses on building and exploring artificial intelligence. There are also a few in the team who are very interested in leading an army of tens of millions to stir up trouble on the internet. After all, people who have mastered technology but are unwilling to join a large company to become a security officer and instead become a hacker. In essence, everyone is more or less wild. With this kind of thinking, the problem becomes much simpler. Anyway, when Gu Xiao mentioned the meaning of this company's cybercrime, many people not only did not question it, but were surprised, and some even suggested Gu Xiao, let him make this business bigger and stronger, and don't be dragged down by artificial intelligence. When I first heard this, Gu Xiao's expression was confused. But the people who made the suggestion not only didn't have any awareness in this regard, but they also analyzed it for Gu Xiao. This is a brand new field, a completely new field. I think we can definitely do this. As far as I know, this market is still in a blank stage and has a very broad market space. Some big companies really need our image and momentum, especially when new products are released. They need someone to praise them on the internet. You are right. The internet is becoming more and more popular now. When buying things, many people like to see and listen more, especially cars, cosmetics, mobile phones, and computers. Everyone is willing to read reviews online. I think this area has great potential. Not only these physical products, but also movies and TV series. Everyone also likes to listen to them online, especially movies. Before buying movie tickets, many people will ask whether the movie is good or not. I believe that before many movies are released, they hope that someone can help them promote the movie. It is absolutely possible. We can definitely try. There is a lot of potential. Similar remarks are not just one or two sentences, but almost everyone has said such things. Some people even think so. Moss's R&D team might be able to become self-sufficient entirely by relying on Moss Media's business. There's no need to reach out to Gu Xiao for money anymore. And when they said this, they actually got a lot of nods of approval. But for that, Gu Xiao expressed doubts. After all, Gu Xiao knows how powerful the internet trolls are, but to be honest, Gu Xiao doesn't know much about how much money this thing makes. At least in his opinion, if he only relies on internet trolls to support a scientific research team. It's basically impossible. But in order not to undermine everyone's self-confidence, Gu Xiaodao did not deny everyone's ideas. He just patted his chest and told them to feel free to go for it if they had any ideas. He fully supports it. But now Gu Xiao never imagined that this company, which he was somewhat suspicious of at this moment, would bring him a huge surprise in the near future. When Moss Media started to develop technology and business simultaneously, Gu Xiao on the other side was already working on another media company. Boss, the company is ready. According to your wishes, it will be called Global Media, with its headquarters in Heelan. As for Aliken, we use a studio model. This model is actually not uncommon among some media companies, let alone the current internet media model. Everyone is still confused and is still in the exploratory stage. Speaking of which, this company was established with the help of the Queen and the Prince. Otherwise, it would not have been so fast. After all, companies like news media have relatively high requirements, and colleagues usually resort to tricks. Fortunately, we have not encountered it. After the company was established, we started recruiting employees as soon as possible and attracted a lot of people to submit their resumes. However, those who come to us to submit their resumes are basically not big names. Luo Xiang reported while taking out some company information one by one. Show it to Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao did not interrupt his speech, but listened quietly throughout the whole process while looking at the series of company-related information in front of him. In the company name column, there is a name that is full of international style at first glance. Global Media. Yes, the name is so high-end and makes people feel full of international style and authority as soon as it sounds. This company is Gu Xiao's preparation for the next new internet media. Although Moss Media is called a media company, it also claims to be engaged in internet media. But to put it bluntly, after all, they are just a group of internet trolls and do not have real media capabilities. So this company, it is obviously impossible to expect to use it as a tool to stir up international troubles in the future. What Gu Xiao needs is a regular army, an army that feels authoritative, professional, and absolutely impartial. At least, make it feel good to most people. According to your previous positioning and plan, boss, what we are currently reporting on in this company is some major international news. We will open accounts on the top 10 largest platforms in the world, and according to your request, boss, we will broadcast some major events that have attracted international attention on these internet platforms. Slowly, some users will develop the habit of subscribing to our reports. It's not easy to make a profit in the short term. Profit. This is an eternal topic, and it is also a topic that any company is pursuing and exploring, and the same is true for media companies. After all, money is always the most important thing. The arrival of the internet era has brought countless possibilities, but has also brought countless problems, at least to the traditional media industry. The internet is nothing less than a huge flood. Facing this natural disaster, some people will be caught off guard and completely drowned in the flood. Some people took advantage of the opportunities of their opponents to capsize one by one to build Noah's Ark themselves and became the super overlords of this future water world. And money. It is the core energy source that can build a giant steel ship. After all, traditional media in the past could make money whether it was advertising on TV or subscribing to channels. Paper ones are even simpler, and you can make money by selling just one newspaper. This is visible and tangible. But in the era of the internet, everything seems to be changing because news spreads faster on the internet and people search for information faster and easier. How to make profits from this has become a question that everyone is exploring. Luo Xiang is also worried about this problem. Although Gu Xiao has been talking about new internet media, he has even planned the next development of this global media. But let's be honest, Luo Xiang has never seen any way to make profit. Perhaps the internet platform basically knows how to make money, but how does the internet media that mainly produces content make money? The platform can also increase its share of the platform by attracting traffic and increasing clicks, and at the same time obtain a higher valuation. Even advertisers are willing to seek out such large platforms to make money. But what about as a content creator? Most of the money is made by other platforms. How much money do you make as a content creator? This is actually a problem for most media that want to transform. Some people have actually tried electronic subscriptions before. Same as newspapers. If you spend money to subscribe to our membership, we can send you the daily electronic version of the newspaper or electronic version of the magazine through your mailbox. This is the simplest and most direct way, almost the model of a traditional newspaper. It was transported directly and rudely. It seems pretty reliable, but in fact, it can be seen from each company's back-end data and revenue reports that this new model has not brought much breakthrough. There are many questions. The first is inconvenience. Yes, it's just inconvenient. Traditionally, you can read a newspaper or a magazine while sitting on the sofa, in a restaurant, or even on the bus or subway. Basically, you can read it anytime and anywhere. But because this electronic subscription is based on the internet, it means that when everyone wants to see these things, they all have to sit in front of the computer and click on their own mailbox to see these things. But here comes the problem. Who the hell sits in front of a computer and reads this kind of information that can be found just by buying a newspaper? What's more, the internet itself is an open place for information exchange. A large amount of new content appears on the internet every day. Many news are definitely updated faster than them, and they are free. Then why should I subscribe to your electronic newspaper? This is a dead end. After that, various companies tried many methods, but in the end, without exception, they all failed. The emergence of the internet. It is a devastating blow to traditional media. As for the integration of the internet and media, there's no hope at all. Why do you have to make money? But when faced with Luo Xiang's question, Gu Xiao smiled. Luo Xiang was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, but we are a company, and we pay attention to profitability. If there is no profit model, how can we generate electricity for love? It is inevitable to generate electricity for love, but don't worry. I am the one who generates electricity. I will fully support the company's operations and all recent investments. Gu Xiao smiled. Luo Xiang was speechless. Luo Xiang knew that the new media on the internet had prospects. After all, he was the one who proposed it, because he knew very well that this was a huge opportunity. The only thing he didn't know, just how to seize this opportunity. I originally thought that the boss agreed very much with what he said and even planned to do something drastic. He should have a complete plan. But this stall has already been opened. As a result, the boss didn't even have any way to make a profit. Boss, no matter how rich you are, you can't be so selfless in your investment. And it's okay for a month or 2 months or a year or two. But over time, I'm afraid no one will think this thing is good. Luo Xiang couldn't help but remind him. Really, the boss is rich. He doesn't even care about money. Even if he spends hundreds of millions a year, there will be absolutely no problem. But here's the thing. Invest money in a company that will not bring any profits at all. And you have to invest it for a long time, which can easily take 10, 20, or even more years. This will be fraught with uncertainty. Actually, we might be able to open an entertainment sector. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Xiang couldn't help but remind him, it's really difficult to make a profit if we only do news. But if it comes to the entertainment sector, I believe our income should be diversified. We also have an entertainment company at home. Since we want to engage in new internet media, we must try to diversify. This was Luo Xiang's plan from the beginning. But it's a pity. For global media, Gu Xiao set the tone from the beginning. Global media. Only the news section will be started, and categories such as economy, business, military, and technology will be added at most. Other sections, such as entertainment and sports, will not be considered for the time being, or will not even be considered. This is obviously moving towards professionalism. But the income will definitely be greatly reduced. Give a simple example. If you're engaged in the entertainment sector, then you will definitely be chasing reports every day from various celebrities, entertainment companies, and even movies and TV series. Whether it is benefits from others, promotion fees from other artists, or even the promotion of products surrounding some celebrities, you can make money. The same goes for the sports sector, where you can always make money. But what about the news section? 1 second, you are still talking about the world structure and the most advanced military equipment. The next second, you recommend others to use your facial cleanser, even if it means being scolded to death. To put it bluntly, it is basically hellish to make a profit in this business. It is simply impossible to expect to get rich and make a lot of money. It is even difficult to expect to support a family. But regarding Luo Xiang's proposal, Gu Xiao once again rejected. I have said before that the positioning of global media has been a focus on authoritative global reports from the beginning. What we want to do is authoritative, not to do everything and do nothing well in the end. But You see Luo Xiang has something to say, but Gu Xiu shakes his head and interrupts him. I know what you were worried about. It's just that if this company does not focus and make money, its financial report will be ugly. This will not only dampen the enthusiasm of employees, but it will also dampen my enthusiasm, right? Luo Xiang nodded. What he cares about is not whether this company can really bring benefits. After all, how much money can he make if he expects this to make money? What he really cares about is whether the company can survive. Who can continue working in a company that has been losing money for several years, or even 10 or 20 years in a row? Which investor can guarantee that he will continue to do so? There are too many uncertainties here. In this case, let's draw up another contract. Yuan Shio Investment will inject funds every quarter, every year. This will give this company a boost. Gu Xiu thought for a while and spoke. Luo Xiang was stunned by this suggestion. What? But Gu Xiu smiled. This company has only one meaning of existence. Burn money. So, feel free to burn it. When setting up a news media company, Gu Xiu had no hope from the beginning of what kind of benefits such a company would bring to him. Make money, not the main thing. What he needs is just a broadcaster who can speak internationally in the future. What he needs is a media that can bring the real Dragon Kingdom to the world. Look at past lives. What are the domestic reports of overseas media like? Not to mention the past life, basically all the reports about the Dragon Kingdom that Gu Xiu saw in a Milliken were wearing colored glasses, full of pride and prejudice. I won't go into details. Suffice it to say that under the exaggeration of these media and newspapers, the Dragon Kingdom is a country like India in the eyes of the Chinese people in its previous life. Dirty and messy. Poverty, backwardness, poor infrastructure, isolation, barbarism. All words that represent bad things can basically be seen in overseas reports. If Gu Xiu was just an ordinary person, this kind of thing exists as long as it exists. Out of sight is out of mind. What foreigners think of Dragon Kingdom is actually not that important to an ordinary person. But now, when wealth and economy have accumulated to a certain extent, Gu Xiu wants to do more. Improving Dragon Kingdom's international reputation is one of them. It seems that this kind of thing is thankless, and some people may even think that it is enough if they are strong, no matter what those foreign devils think. But in fact, international prestige is extremely important to a country, and even to its citizens, especially for some overseas Chinese, overseas students, and overseas workers. If the motherland behind them is strong enough, they can also hold their heads high. What's more, if the Dragon Kingdom is strong enough and has enough international prestige, can it also curb the brain drain problem of the Dragon Kingdom to a certain extent? This may seem irrelevant at first glance, but it can be seen from the development of the Dragon Kingdom in previous lives. In the 1980s and 1990s, the Dragon Kingdom lost a lot of high-end talents, and even from that time, a bunch of public intellectuals who advocated foreign masters began to appear. After entering the new century, especially before the Olympics, although the brain drain of Dragon Kingdom has decreased, it is still a shocking number. However, after entering the tens, all aspects of the domestic industry have risen rapidly, and their international status has rapidly improved, which has brought about an increasingly low brain drain. Even words like shepherd dogs also began to be used on those former public intellectuals. This is actually brought about by the improvement of national self-confidence and international prestige. But nevertheless, in fact, this is still a difficult road, especially overseas. Basically, all mainstream media have always been full of prejudice and malicious guidance towards Longhua. Longhua has wanted to create top-notch and influential media similar to news media more than once. Speak up for the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, there are more monks than meat. When Longhua wanted to seize the high ground of media public opinion, these high ground had already been controlled by various forms of capitalism. Even though the Dragon Kingdom has become recognized as the second most powerful country in the world, most ordinary people overseas are still full of prejudices against the Dragon Kingdom. What Gu Xiu has to do is to quietly smash a nail in when the media industry is undergoing a major reshuffle. At this time, profit is a trivial matter, because once such a company is established, what it can bring in the future is not just money. Of course, this thing cannot be changed by a few words in a short period of time. Only when the Dragon Kingdom is strong enough can it truly change the international image of the Dragon Kingdom. However, this itself is a nail in the coffin. Just take your time. What's more, the existence of global media is not just a knock-a-nail. This company, at the same time, it is also an opportunity for Gushio to prepare to seize the media market. Gannett, this top media, whose status is not much worse than that of news media, has always been on Gushio's to-do list. Since you plan to swallow the elephant, then it has to be a snake, right? And global media is the snake in Gushio's hands. But there's still some time before the best time to take over Gannett. Now that global media has been established, there are indeed some things that should be done next. In the domestic public opinion environment, right now, the public intellectuals are still talking nonsense. Gushio asked, "Well, boss, you should know the domestic public opinion environment." Luo Xiong nodded helplessly. Those group of public intellectuals are damned. They do too many things that favor foreign countries. They all preach how good overseas is, how sweet the air is, and even the moon in foreign countries is rounder in their mouths than at home. Strictly speaking, this outlaw classmate Zhang San is also a typical angry youth with strong patriotic feelings. Naturally, for those public knowledge who confuse the public with their lies. He took it seriously. He hates this group of so-called public intellectuals, and even because of the university he studied in, he is also the most susceptible to negative emotions. Public intellectuals are such seemingly rare creatures. He has seen quite a lot. But after listening to Luo Xiong's words, Gushio smiled. In that case, let's aim our artillery fire at those so-called public intellectuals. Ah, Luo Xiong was stunned. What? What do you mean? Since the purpose of global media is to quickly open the market and increase its popularity, then what we have to do is to fight a good battle before successfully establishing global media. At least, we must let netizens around the world know about the existence of our global media, right? Gushio blinked. Luo Xiong instantly understood what Gushio meant. Boss, what do you mean, to create a topic and hype it up? A media wanted to make it popular. It's not that simple, and the best way is naturally to go to various major events and various groups. This is not a secret. However, traditional media can fight in most cases, but how can new media on the internet fight? It's right to be aggressive, but we can't be reckless. First of all, we have to make sure that what we are oriented to is international, but just one international is too broad. What we need is to deepen our influence in various countries. And the best way to influence this is to be aggressive. It must be to quarrel with others, but how to quarrel must also be strategic. The first thing is that we cannot have differences with the majority of the people in the entire country. Similar to the Dragon Kingdom, it is true that the public knowledge is misleading the public, so we can attack the public knowledge directly. But it is not possible to directly operate. The identity we want is authority, and we must always remain calm and objective. Therefore, we cannot directly go up and scold each other, but should let the other party scold us first. At this point, Gushio briefly paused, but he saw that Luo Xiong had already hurriedly added a cup of tea to Gushio. Boss, please continue. But since we are going to be scolded, we must not be scolded for nothing. To put it bluntly, we want to slap people in the face, that is, to slap people hard. Gushio continued. So, we have to come up with data and have to be well-founded. Even if it is unreasonable, we have to at least come up with something that can convince people. In this way, we are equivalent to becoming famous in one battle. Such a model can be used not only domestically, but also overseas. We can provoke the public at home, and we can provoke people who say that racial discrimination does not exist and post cases of actual racial discrimination. As for the rest, I believe I don't need to say it. You know that, right? In an instant, Luo Xiong realized. He understood what Gushio meant. Just looking for trouble. Everywhere. Just light fires everywhere. Moreover, it is not just as simple as being an internet troll. They also have to stand on the moral high ground and prepare all the information in advance to start the fire. This made Luo Xiang feel as if he had opened the door to a new world. After all, every country basically has its own different contradictions, and as long as you master these contradictions, you can immediately provoke disputes. At last, by amplifying conflicts and preparing some means in advance, you can easily gain a good reputation and then naturally become a well-known media. This hand, pretty. At the same time, Luo Xiang also understood. Next, global media will be very busy. While Luo Xiang was tinkering with this, Guxiu had already prepared the air tickets. Summer vacation is here. It's time to return home. Brother Xiu, we have agreed that when we go back, you can't tell my dad that I've found a girlfriend. You must not say anything. Also, if my dad asks me if I've studied hard here, you can tell him that I have studied hard and say more nice things. It depends on you, Brother Xiu, whether I can have a happy summer vacation this time. We are good brothers. You definitely don't want your best brother to be hung up in chains and beaten when he comes home, right? At the airport, Shi Qingsong and Guxiu walked in fully armed. Don't think too much. This fully armed means that he is carrying backpacks of various sizes, pushing a luggage trolley in his hand, and he also carries a large bag of snacks. Most of these snacks are hush money for Guxiu. There is no other way. Classmate Shi Qingsong, who completely let himself go in Olikin, is about to go home. For Shi Qingsong, that is definitely one of the biggest fears in life. And there are still 2 full months left for this vacation, and he is afraid that when he goes back, he will be directly suppressed by the old man in the family. Good thing, Guxiu did not disappoint Shi Qingsong, and he beat his chest loudly. Don't worry. Is Brother Xiu the kind of person who would betray his brothers for fun? Shi Qingsong hesitated to speak. Guxiu laughed and said, "Let's go. We're about to board the plane. You came to American to study, not to do evil. Uncle Shi is not that scary. Maybe he will have a long talk with you and become a good friend when he goes back this time." A long talk? As a buddy? Shi Qingsong shuddered and then shook his head crazily. I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it at all. Instead of thinking about this, it is better to think about how to use this rare vacation. Yes, a rare vacation. Alikin's education is something that all kinds of public intellectuals like to brag about. This is understandable. The situations in the 2 countries are different, their populations are different, and even the pressure to get into college is different. This in itself means that the education models cannot be exactly the same. However, under these exaggerations, many people in the Dragon Kingdom will have the feeling that Alikin students must be very happy and have many, many holidays. But in fact, the life of students in Alikin is not as easy as expected. Although they're not like Long Kingdom, where they have to take various prescribed courses and get high scores, their long study time still makes many people miserable. There are even many cram schools of all kinds. After all, human evolution will always exist. Whether it is the Dragon Kingdom or Milliken, it is the idea of almost all humans to hope that their children will be better and more perfect. As for the holidays, many of Shi Qingsong's classmates are actually envious of Longhua. Alikin also has various types of holidays, but there are basically only 4. New Year holidays, winter holidays, spring holidays, and summer holidays. If it were public knowledge, I would definitely say that the Dragon Kingdom only has winter and summer vacations, but the United States has 4 holidays. So cool. But in fact, the New Year holiday is basically the New Year's Eve day. The winter holiday is generally only 1 to 2 weeks, and the spring holiday is also basically only about a week. To put it bluntly, it can only be regarded as a short vacation. The longest one is only 1 summer vacation, which generally lasts about 8 to 10 weeks, but even so, many Alikin students have to participate in various summer camps. As for statutory holidays, the Alikin Federation's legal limit is 10, but it's basically just 1 day's holiday. Taking into account the holidays, Dragon Kingdom is actually more fragrant. So, when it comes to involution, the United States is no worse than the Dragon State. This kind of involution is not only reflected in school students, but also in company employees who work overtime until 1 or 2 o'clock and do not have 2 days off on weekends. It's Also everywhere in American. Lots of holidays? Taking care of family? Sorry, that's a European thing. Of course, this is far from the truth. Anyway, this summer vacation, Shi Song immediately chose to return to China. In fact, Gu Xiu went back to China during the winter vacation and waited until his birthday before coming back. This made Shi Song extremely envious. Return home. It can even be regarded as Shi Song's dream this year. The only thing that frightened classmate Shi Song was this holiday, which meant that he had to face Shi Chunlai's fierce old face. This kid is a little scared, but he was afraid. When he got on the plane, Shi Song immediately pulled Gu Xiu and talked about what he would do after returning to China. Why go back this time? I must go to Shuyi and Shu'er for a few days to eat well. I'm really tired of eating the food at Aliken. It's all junk food. I'll throw up if I eat too much. By the way, there's also the thin bean noodles at the entrance of the old number 1 middle school. TSK, now that I think about that thing, I can't help but salivate. Also, I also want to go to the old capital of Qi to have barbecue. I heard that it is definitely the best place in the world for barbecue, and the locals are warm and generous. I have to go there. By the way, you can't just think about eating, you also have to play. I want to take advantage of the holiday to go to Cayenne province. I heard that people there ride elephants when they go out. I don't know that as a Dragon State person, or my classmate of Aliken told me that I have to experience it before I can brag. That's right, I have a classmate from the Dragon Kingdom who lives in the Tibetan area. He asked me to go and play with him then. He said he would take me to ride horses on the prairie. Brother Xiu, you can come with me then. We can also raise 2 horses for fun when the holidays are over. Shi Song was full of expectations, thinking about his colorful and happy summer vacation. Gu Xiu was listening. I couldn't help but want to say something several times, but after thinking about it, I decided not to interrupt Shi Song's dream. After all, a little fantasy is a good thing, right? But while the two of them were chatting happily, a beautifully dressed dragon countrywoman came over with a particularly friendly smile on her face. Kids, can we change places? Change places? Shi Song was stunned, pointed at himself, and was sure that this woman was talking to him. Then he was surprised. Why do you want to change places? Where do you want me to change places? It's like this. My friend was busy booking flights today and couldn't get a first-class ticket, but he doesn't like to fly in economy class. I have no choice but to ask you for help. The woman explained immediately, and it was this explanation that made Shi Song a little dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you still sick of not being able to travel in economy class? Following the woman's direction, Shi Song noticed that there was a handsome white man sitting over there, looking at his clothes and the watch on his hand. They should be considered elites, or some kind of corporate executives. That's Mr. Turner. He's a very important friend of my sister. So can I ask you, little friend, to help me change my seat? I just heard you chatting. You're also from the Dragon Kingdom, right? Then your teachers and parents must have told you that when you go abroad, you must show the generosity of our Dragon Kingdom and the tolerance of the etiquette country. It is also appropriate to give up your seat. The woman's words were extremely polite. Her tone was gentle and her attitude was kind, and she even felt like a big sister next door, especially approachable. But no change. Shi Song answered directly without hesitation. What did you say? The woman obviously didn't expect that Shi Song would reject her. She was stunned for a moment, and the affinity in her body stagnated a bit. Shi Song was not used to it all. Anti-I can fool the kid who lives here without giving you a candy. Why should I give the ticket I bought to others? I didn't spend a penny less than others. If you want to do something good, then just do it yourself. What's wrong with dragging others along? Shi Song complained for a while, with dissatisfaction written all over his face. Racial discrimination is indeed very common in Aliken, but as others think, discrimination against people from the Dragon Kingdom in Aliken is actually not that common. It can only be said to be a small part of the phenomenon. The real discrimination is caused by some black people. While they shout racial discrimination, they themselves are among the racists. It can be said that the double standard is played well. But this is not the most extreme thing. In fact, Those who really discriminate against Chinese people are some of our own people, and they are either overseas Chinese or some Longwa people who come to Ami-like in themselves discriminate against our own people. When foreigners come, they have ice cream, and when Chinese people come, they have Gatling. To the extreme, you might even want to change your skin. This is the most common thing. As for the fellow villagers who burst into tears when they meet the fellow villagers, feel sorry. 2 tears refers to 2 eyes, not 2 pairs of eyes, and unfortunately, these 2 eyes are yours. As for the other 2 eyes, that must have turned into a crack when smiling. Although Shi Qing is still young, he has been studying at Alikan for a year, and he is already well informed about this situation. Of course, he won't pay attention to this woman. Give up your seat? Why? Ew. Little brother, respecting the elderly and loving the young is our traditional virtue, isn't it? Didn't your teachers and parents tell you what education is? The woman was a little annoyed. Shi Qing just curled his lips and glared at the woman sideways. Don't tell me yet. Shi Qing's tall and muscular figure made him look a little like a good person at first glance. When he looked at her like this, the woman actually felt a little hairy. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Gu Xiao and said, "Little kid, what about you? Can you give in?" What made her sigh in relief? This cute and well-behaved child nodded without even thinking about it. Of course, Auntie. As soon as she said this, the woman suddenly smiled and glanced at Shi Qing, who was a little surprised. The woman couldn't help but smile. The kid is so sensible. It would be great if there were more kids like you in our country. In response, Gu Xiao just smiled and seemed a little embarrassed. Sister, please call someone to give up your seat to someone. Okay, kid, please wait a moment. The woman agreed quickly, got up immediately, and rushed towards the economy class. Within a moment, she brought the blond man in a suit and tie over. The man was obviously very happy. When he saw Gu Xiao, he was the first to say gratefully, "Thank you. Thank you so much, kid. Thank you for giving me your place. Don't worry, I will pay you the difference." No, it's not much difference. No need. The traditional virtue of the Dragon Kingdom is to respect the old and love the young, and help others as much as possible. This is what my teacher has taught me since I was a child. Gu Xiao smiled sweetly. This cute look made the man and woman couldn't help but nod, and even wanted to have a child like this. Only Shi Qing was holding back his laughter at this time. Although he didn't know why Brother Xiao suddenly wanted to give up his seat, based on his understanding of Brother Xiao. He is not someone who is easily bullied. Really, just when a man was about to sit down, Gu Xiao suddenly stopped the man, tilted his head, and asked harmlessly, "Can I ask a question? Are you wearing a prosthetic leg?" "Well, what?" Gu Xiao's sudden question made the man stunned on the spot. Somewhat inexplicable, but he saw that Gu Xiao had already said again, "Didn't this sister say that you are a disabled person and asked me to respect the elderly, love the young, take care of the disabled, and give up your seat? I see that you walk normally, uncle, so I am curious to ask if your legs are prosthetic. Can you jump? Can you run? Does it usually hurt?" In the blink of an eye, the cute and sensible child has turned into a curious baby, explaining why in each mouthful. Normally a man might still find it cute, but at this moment, listening to the question asked by the other party, the man felt completely confused. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at the female companion who had found a place for him. Somewhat confused. "What's going on? Didn't you say that you were willing to change your seat if you communicate well? When did you become a disabled person?" "This damn boy, what are you talking about? How can Mr. Turner be a disabled person? You are the disabled person. Your whole family is disabled. You damn boy who talks so freely. When did I ever say that Mr. Turner is a disabled person? You are slandering me." The woman who was being licked by Mr. Yang looked at him like this. The woman was startled and scolded Gu Xiao. She spoke the entire process in Mandarin, without even taking a breath. She was completely different from the gentle, intellectual, and gentle young lady she had been before. Gu Xiao didn't hesitate. "Isn't it? But didn't you just say that you should listen to what my teacher and parents taught you?" "My teachers and parents have taught me, since I was a child, to respect the old and the young, and to respect the disabled. But I haven't heard that I need to give up my seat to an adult man with a different skin color, who is strong and looks very healthy, right? Gushio said this in English. Make sure the blonde man next to you can understand. Really? As soon as these words came out, the blonde man, who originally had only a vague understanding of what his female companion said, suddenly understood after hearing Gushio's words. His face was full of anger. What you told me was that this child was willing to give up his seat to me, but the reason was because you deceived this child and said that I was disabled? No, Mr. Turner, I absolutely did not. The woman explained quickly, but it was a pity that her foreign master was no longer bothered to listen to her explanation at this moment. He waved his hands and left on the spot, not even taking the plane. Extremely dry. After all, with such a good kung fu, a lot of people have done it on the plane, and what happened in the first-class cabin has already attracted a lot of people's attention. He wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl in, so he had the nerve to stay on the plane. As soon as the man left, the woman couldn't stay alone anymore. She wanted to slap Gushio twice, but looking at the fierce eyes of Shi Qing-song on the side, she didn't dare to say anything in the end. He hurriedly chased his foreign master. As soon as the two left, Shi Qing-song immediately clapped his hands and applauded. Brother Xiao is beautiful. I hate this kind of traitor the most. He treats himself as a slave all day long and brings shame to the country. That's right. At this moment, someone on the seat on one side also started to praise, what a beautiful kid. To be honest, I almost couldn't help but want to stop it. Fortunately, kid, you are smart enough. The speaker was a middle-aged man. He has dark skin and a slightly stout figure. He is wearing a gray suit and a very wide tie, which makes him look a bit nondescript at first glance. It was like an old farmer who was supposed to be sitting in the fields suddenly put on a suit and tie and was holding a cigar at the same time. But for such a middle-aged man, Gushio couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw him. No, my brother Xiao is unparalleled in intelligence. Even if Zhuge Liang comes, he still has to call him boss. Shi Qing-song was not polite at all and started bragging. But Gushio's expression was a bit awkward. What nonsense are you talking about? You are flattering me. Good guy. He is really good at blowing. And if he touches Zhuge Kongming, he is afraid that he will be rushed to death. Danger! Ha! I don't know if it's better than Zhuge Kongming's departure, but the kid's move just now was really beautiful. He hit the snake 7 inches away, captured the thief before the king, defeated the enemy with one blow, and quickly ended the battle. This tactic is really beautiful. The man burst out laughing. Seeing that the other party praised his brother Xiao so much, Shi Qing-song immediately gave the other party the title of one of his own. The two of them were talking and laughing and even talked about the art of war. But, obviously, it is impossible for someone of Shi Qing-song's rank to chat too openly with this person. Fortunately, the other party did not force anything when he arrived. Instead, he sighed and said, "You two studied abroad in Alikin, so you must have seen a lot of such things. It's annoying and hateful. The enemy is not scary, but I am afraid of people who don't even love their own country. Some people are fighting to the death in the front, while others are destroying the Great Wall behind. It's sad and lamentable." These words were obviously made with emotion. Shi Qing-song was a little unable to take it, but fortunately there was Gushio beside him. He smiled and said, "No matter what age, there will be no shortage of people like this. As we become stronger, there will always be a day when these banana faces will be smashed." Banana man? The middle-aged man was stunned. He seems to be wondering what this so-called banana man means. But I saw Shi Qing-song explaining beside him, "With yellow skin and white heart, aren't they banana people?" Ha! That's interesting, banana people. This title is quite appropriate. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed. Obviously, he was amused by the title. There is another explanation. Oh, the man was curious. What explanation? Gushio blinked, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Haha, okay, that's good. These banana people are indeed strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. People who don't even love their own country are just a bunch of losers. The middle-aged man burst out laughing, with a hint of depression in his body. At this moment, I felt a lot more cheerful. After a few simple words, the three of them closed the distance, and the man was the first to ask, "You two kids are really interesting. Speaking of which middle school you went to when you studied abroad, this kid is too young. Is he studying abroad by himself at such a young age? Studying abroad alone is nothing. My brother Xiao can still go abroad to play alone. The key is not to take me with him." Shi Qing said resentfully next to him. "Oh." The man was a little surprised and looked at Gu Xiao again for a while. At such a young age, he should still be in elementary school. "How brave are you, kid?" Shi Qing was happy when he heard this question. He knows. It's time for me to show off my brother Xiao again. "What elementary school?" "My brother Xiao is a top student at Stanford, a serious college student, and he is also the top student in school." "What? Just went to college? Still at Stanford?" As expected, like everyone who heard the news for the first time, the middle-aged man in front of him couldn't help but be surprised. His face was filled with disbelief. Such an expression greatly satisfied Shi Qing's bad taste, and Shi Qing couldn't help laughing wildly. "Then you don't know much about my brother Xiao. Let me tell you, my brother Xiao is not only great at this. He also knew not to talk casually. At least, the fact that Gu Xiao became the youngest scientist in the Dragon Kingdom was definitely impossible to tell everywhere. However, the Riddler's attitude made the man very interested in Gu Xiao. He didn't even get to the bottom of it. But on the next trip, I had a pleasant chat with these two children. The content is very complex. From the differences between Chinese and American folk customs to the cultures of the two countries, we then talked about the economy, military, and even politics of the two countries. The middle-aged man became more and more excited as he chatted, because he found that this young man, who looked young at his age, actually gave him a feeling of knowing astronomy from above and geography from below. It's unbelievable. What surprised him even more was that after chatting for a while, Gu Xiao actually took the initiative to bring up the topic. "I think instead of talking about those empty things, we should talk about something practical, such as the lawsuit you're facing now, uncle." As soon as these words came out, it made the middle-aged man look like he had seen a ghost, and his eyes were full of disbelief. "You know me?" "No." "Then how do you know that I have a lawsuit?" "I don't know you, but I know you." Gu Xiao smiled and said, "After all, I believe that there are not many people in the country who don't know the name of the Glass King. It is said that if you practice 360, you will be the #1 scholar. The industries owned by Longhua are not just as simple as 360 lines. Naturally, every field and every industry has its own leader. Even companies and wealthy circles are the same. There are real estate tycoons in real estate, internet tycoons in internet, automobile manufacturing, coal fanatics, and even marketing fraud all have different top ceilings. When it comes to domestic glass, only one name comes to mind for the first time: King Chao and his Fuyao glass. This can be regarded as 8 pounds of domestically produced light. Now, Fuyao Glass has become one of the top automotive glass manufacturers in China. And since entering the new century, this company has also begun to try to expand outwards. In the past few years, it has relied on low prices and excellent quality. He actually found a good way out. For such a character, even though Gu Xiao didn't pay much attention to this news in his previous life, he had heard about it countless times. The name of King Chao. What a glass king. He just did it a little earlier than others, seized some opportunities, and received help and support from the country. Facing Gu Xiao's words, King Chao took the lead in shaking his head, looking extremely humble. He is a humble and low-key person. After all, I was born in a rural area, without a high degree of education or a good background. I have overcome all obstacles along the way, relying on my dealings with others and my vision for the future. Gu Xiaodao didn't say anything on this, but asked first, "Uncle Chao came to Alikin this time for a Lycan's anti-dumping arbitration case, right? Do you even know this?" King Chao's eyes widened. "Then I thought that this kid seemed to be a college student at a prestigious school and even knew me, so it should be considered normal to know about the anti-dumping case." Sighing, King Chao nodded. "Yes. Since our Dragon Kingdom joined the WTO, it has been equivalent to completely opening the gateway to commercial trade with the world. This has not only stimulated our economy, but also driven the sales of our goods. But after all, we are a country with a large population and a large industrial country. Our cheap labor and low selling prices will have an impact on other countries. So, anti-dumping against us is inevitable. In fact, in the past 15 years, there have been more than 4,000 anti-dumping cases around the world, and 1,000 of them were against our Dragon Kingdom. These anti-dumping cases are basically all unwarranted accusations. Just like our Fuyao side, we have just opened the market for a Milliken, and we are being sued for anti-dumping. Do you think this is right? This is obviously deliberately targeting us. We just want to regain the market that we finally opened. Even many anti-dumping prosecutions against us are groundless accusations and are all to protect the interests of our own people. Obviously, King Chao is very troubled by the problems currently faced by Fuyao. It doesn't matter if you don't worry. King Chao has been working hard on this matter for 2 or 3 years, but the more he works, the more helpless and desperate he becomes. After all, it's on someone else's territory. Want to take away other people's capital jobs. How is it possible? Do you still expect to use other people's better laws to defeat others? That's even more nonsense. I heard that, Uncle Chao. You have been arguing with the Olikin commercial department for a long time about this matter. Is there no result yet? Gu Xiu asked. King Chao said angrily. This is just a bunch of confusion. What could be the result? Now they're dragging it out. After all, with this case on them, our Fuyao fine cannot be refunded, and our products cannot be sold in Olikin. It is obvious that Olikin's own glass factories are not up to par. Their technology and prices are not as good as ours, but they don't admit it. Instead, the stores are bullying customers. This so-called Olikin is a bit too petty. After hearing this, Gu Xiu was speechless. Being petty? This is absolutely true, and even as time goes on, Olikin's courage will become even smaller. Amlikin has no deep history and no lofty morals. In a country that can even play rogue in the presidential election, I think it is rare to expect them not to play rogue. Gu Xiu shrugged, as if he was not surprised. This statement won the approval of King Chao. You're right. You're not very old, but I didn't expect that your perspective on things is more thorough than many adults. Gu Xiu couldn't accept this. After all, I am a second-generation human being, and there seems to be nothing to be proud of in this regard. He immediately changed the subject. But I heard that you won the anti-dumping lawsuit against the Maple Leaf Country. After all these years, there is still no result from Olikin. No. King Chao shook his head and sighed. We're facing the Olikin commercial department this time, not to mention playing with their own rules on their own territory. It is difficult for us to make much progress. If we keep delaying, what are Uncle Chao going to do? Gu Xiu asked again. What should I do? King Chao hesitated. After all, this kind of thing is actually a high-level decision-making of the company. It is obviously impossible to just talk to a child who is meeting for the first time. But don't know why. When facing this child, especially when looking at the other person's eyes that are obviously different from ordinary children, King Chao, however, had a feeling that this child might know a lot of things that he knew or even didn't know. Even if he kept it hidden, it seemed to have no meaning. Thinking of this, King Chao said, this lawsuit has consumed too much of my energy and time, and the money spent up to now has almost reached 100 million. To be honest, I'm also hesitant now about what to do. After saying this, King Chao glanced at Gu Xiu nervously. When he breathed a sigh of relief, neither Gu Xiu nor Shi Qingsong's expressions changed much. To know, if such news were known to Fuyao insiders, it would easily upset the company's sentiments. At worst, it may even directly cause the company's stock price to plummet across the board, or their anxiety may be known to Olikin, which will eventually cause the entire company to suffer serious losses. However, the two children in front of him were so calm, which made King Chao sigh in relief. But something he didn't know. Gu Xiu was so calm because he knew that Chao Duong at this period was facing a dilemma. Either continue to persist and fight a lawsuit that I don't know when I will be able to fight. Either exit Olikin market. After all, over the years, money has been spent, manpower and material resources have been used, and even the company's development has been restricted. If Fuyao was not relatively strong, ordinary companies would have been dragged down long ago. This period is definitely the most difficult time for Fuyao. As for Shi Qingsong being so calm, it's just because Shi Qingsong knows nothing about Fuyao and is even a complete stranger to King Chao in front of him otherwise. There is absolutely no way this kid can be so calm. Since you have this plan, why not make 2 preparations? Gu Xiu suggested. Be prepared with both hands? You are talking about giving up the Alikin market. King Chao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although this market is not big, it is very important to Fuyao, not to mention that we have spent almost 100 million on this matter now. If we give up now, it is an unbearable thing for us. King Chao's face was full of bitterness, and it can be seen from his words that he is worried about the sunk cost. They have spent a lot of money on this. Give up now. It is equivalent to all the upfront expenses being wasted, and even millions of dollars in taxes on the goods seized by Alikin will be wasted. Gu Xiu, on the other hand, smiled at this moment. Uncle Chao has another question, right? Well, what? King Chao looked a little surprised. But Gu Xiu said softly, For Fuyao, the Alikin market has greater strategic significance than vested significance. As soon as these words came out, King Chao's eyelids jumped up subconsciously. He looked at Gu Xiu again. It is even more incredible. I was even more surprised than knowing that the kid in front of me was a college student from a prestigious university. Yes, it is rumored by the outside world that King Chao has never given up on the anti-dumping case of Alikin because King Chao is reluctant to bear the losses caused by this anti-dumping case. Some people even laughed at him. For that little money, he invested more and more, losing his wife and losing his troops. What's more, some people predict, even if he, King Chao, succeeds in defeating the Alikin Ministry of Commerce and influencing this anti-dumping case, it may take several years to make up for the losses caused this time. The gain outweighs the loss. This is the consensus of many people, and many people even regard this matter as an after-dinner joke. For these, King Chao did not refute it from beginning to end, and even approved of this statement openly and secretly. But in fact, King Chao was able to build his current business empire from scratch, from a rural child who had never finished elementary school. How could it be so simple? Alikin this market. Not really big. The profits it can bring are also very limited. But what King Chao values is not just this market, but what Gu Xiu said. Strategic significance is more important than vested interests. Yes, Fuyao won even this time. Perhaps the income earned by American is still very limited, and even the funds invested in this anti-dumping case may take a long time to recover. So in the eyes of many people, they can completely abandon the Alikin market and go all out to develop other regions and countries. Europe is a good choice, but you cannot look at the problem this way. Let's magnify the problem a little bit. What is the status of Alikin? World overlord. Dominant Western economies. The legendary leading brother. Fuyao encountered anti-dumping problems. To put it bluntly, it was a Milliken who was obstructing it. Otherwise, the Maple Leaf Country would not have jumped out to sue them for anti-dumping. And after the Maple Leaf Country lost the lawsuit, Alikin immediately took over. Many problems can be seen here. To put it bluntly, Alikin does not allow Fuyao to develop or go global. In this case, Fuyao has only one thing to do. Face Alikin and fight Alikin within the rules. Just take Alikin. Seeing that even the leader cannot win, other countries will definitely open their doors to Fuyao immediately. But if Fuyao intends to abandon a Milliken and develop other countries, it is equivalent to wanting to bypass the mountain. It's almost a no-brainer to know. If that is the case, Fuyao will be besieged by the entire Western group. So, this seems to be a path to life, but in fact, it is the real path to death. For Fuyao, there's only one real problem that needs to be faced now. Or go back to Dragon Kingdom and play in front of your own house. Or defeat the evil dragon, defeat Alikin, and advance to become a world player. King Chao obviously knew these things, but he didn't mention them. When others thought that he was reluctant to bear the sunk costs, in fact, he had already held back his energy and saw through the core of the problem from the beginning. It's just that King Chao obviously didn't expect it. This was hidden, even so hidden that many people didn't see the truth of the problem, but just like that, it was seen by a child who was no more than 11 years old. This kid is a monster, right? Immediately afterwards, King Chao suddenly realized that since Gu Xiu could see this problem, then the preparation he mentioned might not be that simple. At least, not what I thought. When I said about being prepared, I didn't mean to give up on Milliken as he thought Uncle Chao. Sure enough, Gu Xiu had already spoken. King Chao couldn't help but ask, "Then, may I ask, what do you think?" To have such a polite attitude of asking for advice from an 11-year-old child, if others saw it, their eyes would pop out. But King Chao didn't have these messy thoughts. He is really curious. Gu Xiu has any idea. Fortunately, Gu Xiu Dao didn't give in. It's very simple. Focus on technology with one hand and lawsuits with the other. Focus on technology with one hand. Are you talking about continuing to improve the company's R&D capabilities and product quality? King Chao frowned. Yes. Gu Xiu nodded. Technology is the core. Fuyao can pose a threat to Alikin, and letting them use such despicable methods means one thing. They are afraid of you. Afraid of your technology, afraid that you will compress profit margins, and afraid that you will cause their factory to close down. To put it bluntly, the core of the problem still lies in technology. As long as the technology is in hand and the patent is in hand, you can always be invincible and always have the initiative at any time. Well said. King Chao couldn't help but clapped his hands. In fact, I think so too. Fuyao's biggest trump card now is that our technology is better, and our glass has stronger hardness and toughness. Otherwise, those foreigners can't take a fancy to our products, right? So, I have never given up on technology. It's just a pity. Shaking his head, King Chao did not continue, but just sighed deeply. Gu Xiu naturally understood what he was worried about. R&D requires money and investment, and Fuyao has been deeply involved in this anti-dumping case, although it does not face any major financial problem for the time being. But obviously, there's more than one can do. It's okay to keep it going. But if you want to invest in research and development at this time, it will be a bit stretched. What about the second-hand preparation? The second-hand preparation still has to go back to the lawsuit. Oh, what should I say? King Chao's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask. But Gu Xiu smiled and whispered 5 words. Cut the knot with a sharp knife. A look of disappointment flashed across King Chao's eyes. Originally thought, Gu Xiu was able to come up with some amazing and brilliant ideas, but what he didn't expect was that Gu Xiu's method was not useless but was in vain. Everyone knows. The problem Fuyao faces now is the anti-dumping case. As long as this anti-dumping case can be resolved quickly, Fuyao will be able to get rid of the problem as soon as possible. But here's the thing. How to get rid of it? How as soon as possible? How to cut through the mess with a quick knife? This simply cannot be done. Kid, you have great ideas, and your ideas are very good. It's a pity that the problem may be a little more complicated than you think. King Chao couldn't help but say. He didn't mean to blame Gu Xiu. After all, he was just a child. An 11-year-old child could know so many things through his own analysis. He is already a genius in his own right. The only pity is, what he was facing was a dead end. Complicated? Sure enough, Gu Xiu asked curiously. It's really complicated. Can you explain it in detail? King Chao thought for a while. There was no need to talk about these issues to an unrelated child, but he still hesitated and said, let's start with the first question. This issue seems to be mainly academic and technical, but in fact there is another issue, money. To be honest, Fuyao's current financial situation is not very good. If it continues to invest in research and development, it may cause the company's financial crisis. So he's short of money? Gu Xiu tilted his head, with a bit of confusion in his eyes. Shi Qingsong noticed this look. His eyes widened immediately, and he glanced at King Chao strangely. Good thing. King Chao didn't know what the brilliance in Shi Qingsong's eyes meant, so he just nodded. That's right. After all, in the past few years, most of Fuyao's energy has been absorbed by anti-dumping cases, and the funds are indeed somewhat weak. Is that a lack of money? Gu Xiu blinked. If you are short of money, why don't you look for investment? I'm afraid it's not that easy now. King Chao smiled bitterly and shook his head. After all, our current situation is not very good, and the rumors about us from the outside world have been very bad. I don't think so. Maybe someone likes it. Gu Xiu said. King Chao was a little curious. He suddenly remembered that this child was obviously extraordinary, and the person who could raise such a child was obviously not an ordinary person. Then this child. Shaking his head, King Chao shook off this thought. He had only been able to talk to this child so much. Could it be that he, a big entrepreneur, wanted to deceive a child? So, Gu Xiu didn't say any more, and King Chao was too embarrassed to continue asking. He just continued the topic. You just mentioned the second question. This problem is more complicated. I also want to cut the knot quickly, but the litigation process is too long, and Aliken's commercial department has been delaying. Even if we want to speed up the litigation process, there's no way. After all, we are fighting them on Aliken's territory. The difficulty in this, it is very big. This is what troubles King Chao the most. Everyone knows that the most important thing is to solve the problem as soon as possible. But how can it be so simple to solve the problem? But faced with this problem, Gu Xiu thought for a while and said, although many of the official departments of Aliken are very good at playing rogue, at least the judicial system is relatively complete. Even if the litigation process is deliberately delayed, any result is at least justified. In fact, judging from the statistics of the lawsuits that Aliken has had, it can be seen that even Aliken's official department has the possibility of losing the case. This shows that as long as we are innocent, and as long as the lawyers are not idiots, there will be no cases of being wronged. That is to say, as long as the litigation process starts, we will definitely win, and once the litigation process is accelerated, we will win beautifully. King Chao sighed. That's the truth. After all, we don't have any anti-dumping problems ourselves. We have reasonable grounds and sufficient evidence. The problem now is that the judicial system and the Ministry of Commerce colluded to deliberately delay our time. Otherwise, we can't delay it for so long. Then this is a problem. Can't we just speed them up? Gu Xiu asked. It's still the same problem. We can't speed up. Why can't we do anything? Gu Xiu blinked and said, how long has it been? Uncle Chao, have you forgotten about the Aliken National Parade last year? Huh? You're talking about the soybean incident at the Ministry of Agriculture. King Chao was surprised. He had heard of it. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was the biggest winner in that big fight. It severely defeated the 4 major grain merchants and caused a stir in the Ministry of Agriculture. Even now, you can see some media bragging about this matter. This is a brilliant achievement. Of course it is. That soybean incident directly changed the people in the Ministry of Agriculture. A Milliken was embarrassed all over the world, lost his wife, and lost his army. In this so-called free country, public opinion is always a very powerful force. Especially once there is public opinion, it will inevitably affect the votes. Public opinion is also the best to speed up the litigation process. Public opinion. These words made King Chao narrow his eyes instantly. He probably understood what Gu Xiu meant. He wanted to learn from the previous public opinion offensive about the soybean incident and instigate a public opinion war. I have to say, if this method can really be used, the effect will definitely be very good. After all, even the judicial system will be oppressed by public opinion. But the previous soybean incident, to put it bluntly, there were masters stirring up the situation behind the scenes, turning a commercial incident into something closely related to many people. That's why the public had such a big reaction and the public opinion was so high. But we are different. We're just a company sitting on the glass. For many civilians, our life and death has nothing to do with them. We have nothing to do with ordinary people, and it is even more impossible for ordinary people to speak for us. If you want to stir up public opinion, I'm afraid it's not that simple. King Chao shook his head, feeling helpless. Yes, the soybean war can drive public opinion. To put it bluntly, it is because the Ministry of Agriculture's operations at the time trapped many people and caused many people to lose their money. To put it bluntly, it was a fire in the backyard. Fu Yao is very powerful, and it is considered a well-known large company in the domestic real estate industry. But when it comes to stirring up public opinion, to be honest, it is overthinking. Can face this problem. The smile on Gushio's face became even brighter. Play something else. Maybe I can't do it myself. But when it comes to playing with public opinion, we can all be considered professionals, more or less, right? But this matter. Gushio didn't say anything in the end. The first is that even if he says it, King Chao probably won't believe it. It's better to go back and ask Lao Luo to arrange a formal meeting for a talk. With just two idiots, Shi Qingsong and himself, no one will believe him even if he reveals his identity. The second reason is because Gushio then asked King Chao some questions about the company and found that although Fuyao was facing many difficulties now, it could basically stabilize the situation. Don't be too anxious. Of course, there's a more important reason. He had just returned to China to rest, and he had no intention of starting work right away. Otherwise, what would happen to us when we came back? Be a ruthless money-making machine? This is not what Gushio wants. King Chao didn't ask too much when he arrived, but he still warmly invited Gushio and Shi Qingsong to visit Jinan, where Fuyao was located. To this invitation, of course Gushio and Shi Qingsong declined politely, but it was unexpected. King Chao was obviously not casually polite. After that, he invited the two of them to Jinan no less than 3 times. In the end, Gushio said that there would definitely be a chance to meet in the future, so King Chao didn't say anything more. More than 10 hours later, the plane successfully arrived at the Dragon Kingdom capital airport. Gushio and Shi Qingsong frequently looked out the window. Finally, I'm back. It's better for me, Dalong country, where the air is sweet. Thinking about it, I have to go to a Milliken for at least 2 years. I'm not feeling well. Brother Shio, why can you run around without fear of being expelled from school? It would be great if I could be like you. Shi Qingsong sighed all the way, and at the same time, he was envious of his good brother. You want to be like me, not having to worry about studies, and just go wherever you want. Gushio blinked. I think, but let it go. Compared with you, Brother Shio, I'm still a little self-aware and don't embarrass myself. Shi Qingsong shook his head repeatedly, but speaking of it, it is better to go to high school overseas. I talked to my former classmates in Penguin. Several of them were driven crazy by the extra classes. I heard that there were tests every day, and even the physical education teachers disappeared. As it is now, I am very satisfied, ha. In response, Gushio smiled. I can't accept this. 2 children, this is my business card. It has my personal phone number on it. If you have time and are interested in visiting Jinan, just give me a call. After bidding farewell to the 2 children, King Chao and his men who came to pick him up quickly left. For King Chao, the time on the plane was the only time he could rest. The company still had a lot of things waiting for him. Got off the plane. This means that his busy work has also begun. When watching King Chao leave, Shi Qingsong finally couldn't help but ask, Brother Shio, who is this person? Is he amazing? Although he had been on the plane all the way. But Shi Qingsong still doesn't know much about King Chao's identity. Good thing. He didn't know King Chao, but he knew Gushio very well. Although Shi Qingsong didn't know exactly how many industries Brother Shio owned, he probably knew that Gushio seemed to own more than one company. If it were just a small role, Brother Shio would have no need to give others advice. There is even a hint of wanting to have in-depth contact with people. That only means one thing. This person should be quite powerful. In layman's terms, this person might be a real boss. This person is more than just awesome. Gushio shook his head and smiled. The most awesome company in the domestic glass manufacturing industry in the past, present, and even the future, and may even become a world-class glass king in the future. Do you think he is awesome? Shi Qingsong widened his eyes. Hey, is he so awesome? Brother Shio, you recognize him at a glance? He did not question the future that Gushio said. After all, as Brother Shio said, it will definitely happen. Gushio shook his head and reminded, Dragon Kingdom is, after all, a country with a large population with a history of 5,000 years. It is full of talented people, hiding dragons, and crouching tigers. It is not uncommon for big bosses like this to be invisible. It's just that the current internet focuses more on emerging industries, which makes many people not understand that the real industry is not weak. Shi Song is no longer the kid who thinks about how to skip school every day to secretly play games or how to have puppy love every day. Sometimes, Gu Xiao would consciously add some knowledge to Shi Song, give him some ideas about business. If it was before, Shi Song is definitely not interested. But now, Shi Song, who can be regarded as the largest overseas distributor of Jinjiu, is full of expectations for these things. Hearing this, Shi Song nodded repeatedly, but then couldn't help but ask, why? Is it because it's not easy to make money in traditional industries? Not really. Gu Xiao shook his head. Why is that? It's just because emerging industries seem to have a higher probability of success than ordinary people. Can't traditional industries? The bowl is only so big, and successful people won't let you get a share of the pie. Naturally, the probability of success is not that great. Does it mean that class is solidified and it is difficult for ordinary people to surpass it? Shi Song asked. This question, Gu Xiao couldn't help but be a little impressed. It seems you know a lot? Haha, even though I never seem to be doing my job properly when I go to a Milliken, it's not all a waste of time. Shi Song chuckled. Besides, Brother Xiao, you are so good. If I, the younger brother, don't learn more, then I won't be able to help you in the future. Isn't that a shame? These words once again made Gu Xiao couldn't help but smile. Sort of, develop a feeling of success. However, now that Shi Song has begun to grow, Gu Xiao thought about it and explained in more detail. Class solidification exists. Whether it is the traditional industry in the past or the emerging internet industry. In fact, over time, classes will appear, even if nothing unexpected happens. When the window of the internet begins to shrink, some well-known companies will slowly evolve into capital to control the industry. And now, this period is what everyone calls the outlet. Once you miss the opportunity, if you want to succeed, you usually have to pay a greater price and put in more effort, and the final result may be somewhat unsatisfactory. Shi Song was suddenly disappointed. That means that the opportunities will become less and less as time goes by. So if I plan to start a business in the future, will it be basically difficult to succeed? Of course not. Gu Xiao shook his head. The industry will continue to appear. The industry used to be a trend, the manufacturing industry will be a trend, and the internet is also a trend now. The trend will always exist, and it is estimated to be changing all the time. The key is whether you can seize the trend. You can see this from those investment banks. Investment banks? Shi Song wondered. What can we see from them? Isn't that a game of capital? The game of capital is true, but we need to see through the essence. Gu Xiao shook his head. First of all, we need to know, why does capital like to use the wealth in its hands to invest so much? Normally speaking, many capitals now accumulate wealth that they may not be able to spend in a few lifetimes. But why do they still enjoy it and invest a large amount of money every year? This, Shi Song frowned and thought seriously. Is it because of charity? Gu Xiao asked. Is it because they have too much money and want to do something good and help others become rich? That's definitely not the case. Shi Song shook his head without hesitation. Yes, definitely not. Gu Xiao smiled and said, the reason they did this is just because they are afraid of being eliminated. Afraid of being eliminated? Shi Song's eyes widened. Is this possible? Yes. Is this possible? The top investment banks are recognized as the richest people in the world, and even the wealth of these consortiums can influence the world structure. This kind of existence is at the top of the food chain. It turns out, are you also afraid of being replaced? No dynasty in this world can last for hundreds or thousands of years, and no company can easily continue to prosper forever, because the world is progressing and everything is growing. It's like you controlled a rickshaw dealership in the Republic of China. It seemed like a good business and could make a lot of money, but one day it would be eliminated by car taxis. And if you want to maintain long-term prosperity, You have to keep up with the times. Nowadays, world-renowned investment banks have completed their asset accumulation decades, or even hundreds of years ago. They continue to invest, not because they dislike too much money, but because they love money so much. They invest crazily in the hope that when the world pattern changes in the future, they can still stand on top of the world and still have the initiative. The same is true for industry development. Every era has its own trend. It seems to be the trend of the internet era now, but what kind of trend will it be in 10 years? What about 20 years and 30 years from now? So, never be discouraged. Because instead of being discouraged, you should enrich yourself and strengthen yourself so that you can accurately grasp any trend when it comes. Brother Xiao, you are so awesome. Your perspective on problems always makes people feel that they're standing at a higher level. After walking out of the airport, Shi Qing said with emotion. Every time he discusses something with Brother Xiao always gives him a feeling of benefiting a lot. And every time he felt, well, I can barely keep up with Brother Xiao, I find that I am still far away from Brother Xiao. I can't accept it. In response to the compliments from his little follower, Gu Xiao just smiled. As long as you are willing to think more and do more, you are no worse than me. Forget it. I have never thought about doing more harm than you, Brother Xiao. I still have a certain amount of weight. Shi Qing smiled and shook his head repeatedly. While talking, a BMW drove over and parked in front of the two of them. As the car door opened, Shi Qing stepped down and gave Gu Xiao a bear hug first. Gu Xiao, you guys are back. Good boy, you have grown a lot. It seems that a Lycan's nutrition is still good. Uncle Shi, when meeting elders, Gu Xiao always had a sweet mouth. You are getting richer and richer. It seems that business is getting better and better. It's not your fault. I listened to you. Otherwise, Uncle, how could I be where I am now? Shi Qing laughed. The two of them were talking and laughing, but Shi Qing next to them was left alone, feeling a little embarrassed. We chatted briefly. Shi Qing took the lead in stuffing Gu Xiao's luggage into the car. Seeing Shi Qing still standing aside, his old face darkened. What are you doing standing still? Why don't you hurry up and get in the car? Wait, you have stuffed your luggage yourself, and you expect me to get it for you? I think you are stupid, because you went to a Millicon to eat steak. Shi Qing suddenly looked bitter. Look at Gu Xiao. Take another look at yourself. Somewhat doubtful about life. Could this distinction be made more obvious? However, it was obvious that in front of Shi Qing, any fussing and wallowing was useless, and he could just accept the minor grievances. Obediently stuffing his luggage into the car and following Gu Xiao in the back seat, Shi Qing planned to check his presence. Dad, did you buy this car new? How much does it cost? Buying a car in China is not cheap. What can we do if it's not cheap? We're doing business in China, so why go abroad to buy a car and drive it ourselves? Shi Qing complained, but still said, recently, I often have to go to Yanjing for errands. I heard that the license plate in Yanjing may be changed in the future, which will be difficult, so I simply bought a car and put it around. It will be more convenient to come to Yanjing in the future. These words highlight the arrogance. Just because it is more convenient to work, I just bought a car and put it on display. With that said, Shi Qing said to Gu Xiao, by the way, I will keep this car here at the Yanjing office from now on. If you want to use the car in the future, Gu Xiao, I will give you the driver's number, and you can just call me directly when you get to Yanjing. Thank you, Uncle Shi. Gu Xiao thanked with a smile. Don't worry, don't get it. With his sincerity here, Gu Xiao is not ignorant of good intentions. Shi Qing on the side also became interested. Then it's a pity. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Shi Qing rolled his eyes and said, get out of here. Take the bus wherever you want to go. Shi Qing shut himself up on the spot and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. If you want to buy something bad, you have to have a BMW. I hate BMWs the most. I won't sit in them. In response, Shi Qing shrugged and said nothing. Not only because the way the two men get along is so unique, but also because for Shi Qing, it doesn't matter what car he buys, it's just a means of transportation anyway. Brand value? Nonsense. The only advantage is that this car is more convenient for driving out to talk things in this era. Uncle Shi, don't you make mobile phone lenses? Why are you here in Yinjing now? Guxiu asked on the way. Guxiu had watched the entire journey of Shi Chuanlai's fortune, from the earliest monitoring equipment. After arriving, I immediately started using mobile phone cameras. When he was tinkering with this, camera phones had just appeared overseas. For many domestic manufacturers, this was a completely blank market. And Shi Chuanlai obviously took the first bite. That's how business works sometimes. One step faster, each step faster. As the first person to start tinkering with mobile phone cameras, Shi Chuanlai's factory has developed very well in just a few years. It has become one of the top manufacturers of mobile phone lenses in the country. International brands don't have to worry about it, but basically all mid to low-end mobile phone lenses are produced by him. I heard Guxiu ask about this. Shi Chuanlai laughed. Didn't you say before that you should seize the opportunity? My factory has nothing to do with Yinjing, but fortunately our current qualifications are pretty good. So I simply made a contract with Wadaiku Vocational School and hired a research team to help me study lens updates. You don't know. The water in this industry is quite deep. Generally speaking, there are no barriers to technology. If we want to continue to expand the market, we have to win overseas orders. Our previous technology is not qualified. Now that I have some money and strength, I want to try to improve the technology. And I heard that some large manufacturers plan to do OEM in China. If we can win, our development will be stable in the next few years. These things are actually confidential, but they were all on their own. Shi Chuanlai would not hide it. He would speak directly. And after listening to his words, Guxiu just wanted to stretch out his thumb. If so, among the people he knows, who is the most courageous, Shi Chuanlai is definitely one of them. This man who started out in the rough has always been extremely decisive in his work. As long as you choose, you can start working immediately. And he is not fooling around. He has a very long-term vision. Being able to become a first-class optical lens company in China is itself a symbol of ability. Today, they even know how to invest in research and development. I cannot accept this point. Glancing at Shi Qingsong, Guxiu lowered his voice and joked, "You will be the second generation of rich people in the future. Don't forget to be rich and honorable. You're not the second generation of rich people. I want to be the first generation of rich people." Shi Qingsong slapped his mouth. "What did you say?" Shi Chuanlai moved his ears and asked. When Tiger spoke, Shi Qingsong immediately pretended to be dead and shook his head quickly. "No, nothing. Dad, you are so awesome." Shi Chuanlai bared his teeth and smiled at his boy's praise, which was obviously very useful. The entire journey was silent. That night, Shi Chuanlai took two boys and went directly to the famous hotel in Yinjing to commit corruption. Spend money on your own people. The old man is really willing to give up. It was during this dinner that Guxiu was surprised that he met an unexpected person. "Brother Xiu, my dad drank again tonight, and he might have to teach me ideological and political lessons again later. Brother Xiu, you have to save me, otherwise I'm afraid I'm really going to die. My dad said we would stay here tonight and send us on the plane to Pengcheng tomorrow morning. I heard that Uncle Gu is also in Pengcheng, and the food is not as good as Uncle Gu's. By the way, that stinky girl Shijian is also in Pengcheng now, and she called me several times just now to ask me. Ask us when we will arrive tomorrow. At first I thought this stinky girl cared about me, but it turned out that she came here for you, Brother Xiu. Do you think this girl is too unkind? I am his brother." In the bathroom, Shi Qingsong was possessed by Chatterbox, and Barabara turned on the chatter mode and didn't even stop to go to the bathroom. Guxiu had long been used to this. Shi Chuanlai made an exception tonight and gave his son a drink. Basically, after drinking, Shi Qingsong would start chatting and chatting nonstop. However, when the two of them were about to return to the box, they bumped into a man, Guxiu. Guxiu looked away. He found that the person who called him was actually an acquaintance. Yi Mingyu. After not seeing each other for 2 years, Yi Mingyu has not changed much. He is still well-dressed, with oily hair and pink face. He is obviously still the glamorous young man from Yinjing. For the first and only Yi family member he knew, Guxiu naturally couldn't give anyone a cold look. "Master Yi, I didn't expect to meet you here. Haha, you're really your boy. I haven't seen you in 2 years. You have grown so much that I almost didn't recognize him. Yi Mingyu laughed. He stepped forward and gave Gu Xiu a hug. There is also an old saying, how many times have I told you, don't call me Mr. Yi. You have to call me brother. In response, Gu Xiu just smiled and didn't answer. Although after his mother came back and all the truth came to light, his identity was basically confirmed. But at the end of the day, he still doesn't have much interaction with the Yi family. If we insist on talking about contact, it can only be regarded as mutual use. Yuanxiu Investment has the tiger skin of the Yi family, and similarly, the Yi family has taken away 1% of the shares of Yuanxiu Investment. That's all. As for the rest, there is no more contact between the two sides. Yi Mingyu did not force Gu Xiu to change his name when he arrived. At this time, he greeted politely. I heard that you went to Stanford to study. Is it summer vacation? When did you come back? Just arrived this afternoon. How is Stanford? I went to Cambridge, and I heard that Stanford is more interesting. In the next few minutes, the two of them chatted in the corridor of the hotel, and most of the conversation consisted of meaningless, polite greetings. It seems, it really doesn't feel like a family. Yi Mingyu obviously felt Gu Xiu's anger. After a brief pause, he finally couldn't help but ask, I heard, my aunt is back? Hearing him mention his mother, Gu Xiu raised his eyebrows. No words were spoken. There was just some caution in his eyes. I don't mean anything else. In fact, many people in the Yi family hope that aunt can go back, but no one will intervene in this matter. After all, speaking of which, it is the Yi family that has always been sorry for aunt, and many people feel guilty. Guilt? Hearing these two words, Gu Xiu's eyes flashed with amusement. The Yi family was able to force their mother to leave her hometown and not dare to return to her country for many years. Even if he is far away overseas, there are still people chasing him. Look at it from this point. Is this what guilt looks like? Yi Mingyu obviously saw the playfulness in Gu Xiu's eyes and sighed. There have been many changes and disagreements within the Yi family. I don't know if you believe it or not, but I still want to tell you that the current Yi family is full of goodwill towards my aunt and you. Gu Xiu remained silent. He didn't believe Yi Mingyu's words either. The reason for this is that when Yi Mingyu came to invest in his Yuanxiu investment, he only took 1% of the shares for 100 million. Looking at it now, they have indeed made a lot of money. But when Yuanxiu Investment and the investments under Yuanxiu Investment had not yet come to fruition, the investment brought by Yi Mingyu was actually a timely help. Even if you don't talk about the premium, it can be seen that after the Yi family joined, many projects of Yuanxiu Investment have been carried out smoothly in the country. The invisible help here is actually great. But if the Yi family was really full of goodwill toward them, then normally it would be impossible to remain indifferent to them like they are now. Yes, just treat it coldly. Gu Xiu was basically certain that the Yi family must have known for a long time that his mother had returned. But until now, half a year has passed, but there is no news from the Yi family. No contact, no news, no action. He seemed to be covering his ears and eyes. Treat everything as if it doesn't exist. This is clear cold treatment. There is only one possibility. Perhaps the Yi family does feel guilty about what happened back then, and many people may even want to repair their relationship with the Gu Xiu family. But there are certainly dissenting voices. The reason why there has been no action is because the two voices are evenly matched and no one can convince the other, which is why the current situation is created. Otherwise, the Yi family cannot always stand still. As for kindness, Gu Xiu didn't see much kindness for the time being. Yi Mingyu obviously knew what Gu Xiu was thinking, so after finally sighing, he whispered to Gu Xiu, there have been many policies on the national economy this year. I know you have invested in many fields in the past few years, but the most profitable one is still in the real estate field. Although the higher-ups have announced that they will interfere with the increase in real estate prices, the intervention will not be too strong. So, if you're interested, I have several projects here that I can take you with me. These words made Gu Xiu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What is a real family? A real family is that they have sufficient connections, broad connections, and news channels that surpass countless ordinary people. To put it bluntly, this kind of family is actually very impressive. It's all about the wind. Perhaps there's no big outlet for a makeover, but basically it will be easy to maintain it, especially since there are many people who have direct access to Tianning, and they can always get ahead of everyone in obtaining inside information and intelligence. Obviously, the Yi family seems to be planning to get into real estate this time. Although at first glance, it's a little late to get into real estate now. But in fact, this is the best time for most families to get into the business because someone has already helped them explore the road. What they need to do next, just follow the footsteps of the predecessors and go down. It is stable and safe. Even if it does not seem to be the most profitable, it is definitely in the first echelon. But now, Yi Mingyu's words clearly mean that he wants to bring Gu Xiao into the real estate industry. This is a recognized niche area. With the current boom in housing prices across the country, there is no need to think too much. Anyone who goes and will make money, and it looks like they're just playing with Gu Xiao. But actually, he was giving money to Gu Xiao in disguise. It's even difficult not to make money. Pity. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your kindness, but I'm not too interested in real estate. Gu Xiao declined without even thinking about it. Yi Mingyu frowned. You don't look like a person who gives up opportunities just to get angry. I'm really not interested this time. Gu Xiao smiled. Compared to real estate, I prefer to do something else. But this makes money very quickly. It can even be said that now is the golden age. You can make money casually. Yi Mingyu couldn't help but remind him. These words made Gu Xiao couldn't help but look sideways. Being able to say these words, it was obvious that the other party's attitude did not intend to deceive him, but after thinking about it, Gu Xiao still declined politely. I am not short of money now. And real estate can make money quickly, but real estate also faces many problems. In the short term, it is normal to use some special means to speed up domestic infrastructure construction. But in the future, it may be liquidated. So you're afraid of this? Yi Mingyu laughed. Don't worry, I know this well. I'm looking for people with skills. I won't leave any tricks behind. To put it bluntly, investing and holding shares is enough. I know Mr. Yi will definitely be prepared for this, but I'm not very strong-willed, so I don't need to swim in this muddy water. Gu Xiao shook his head and declined again. Seeing Gu Xiao's firm attitude, Yi Mingyu didn't offer any more advice in the end, but said with some regret, what a pity. I think you can succeed in anything, and I want to cooperate with you more. Gu Xiao just smiled at this. The water in real estate is very deep. This is indeed a very tempting fruit, but often the more tempting it is, the easier it is for people to get addicted. In fact, when Gu Xiao joined the real estate field, he had great opportunities before. Even the land he settled in before was completely in the right place at the right time and with the right people. But eventually, Gu Xiao still gave up the lucrative field of real estate. To put it bluntly, the fruits here are indeed delicious, but they are also more prone to problems. The rapid development of real estate will inevitably bring about the rapid development and breeding of evil forces. This is an inevitable problem that will occur during the period of rapid development of real estate. If this is a big river, then everyone who enters is a giant ship. As long as you can muster the courage to grit your teeth and go to sea, you will definitely make a lot of money. But it is also possible that it will sink completely to the bottom of the sea in the huge waves. The scariest thing is, even if this giant ship wants to go ashore one day, I am afraid there will be no room for people on the shore. Certainly, for people at Yi Mingyu's level, they are just making profits. To be honest, he almost doesn't need to do anything. He only needs to use the Yi family's name. As for other issues, he will have nothing to do with him. But what about yourself? Who do you think you are? The Yi family is treating him coldly now, but if things get worse in the future, that giant ship sailing on the sea may eventually turn its cannon fire on itself. If you have nothing, you can really give it a try. But now, Gu Xiao has no need to take risks for the so-called huge profits. What's more, for reborn visitors, as far as the eye can see, there are huge profits. The ocean may be vast, but there is no need to give up the vast forest for a small river. Isn't it? Hello, Mr. Sure. Hello, Mr. Sure. Mr. Gu is in the office. Hello, Mr. Shi. Mr. Shi, Gu's trading company. Shi Chunlai took Shi Qingsong and Gu Xiu with him. It was obvious that most of the employees here knew Shi Chunlai, and many people greeted him along the way. Early this morning, Shi Chunlai came straight to Pengcheng with his 2 children, and came directly to Gu Jianjun's company. Yes, this company belongs to Gu Jianjun. In order to facilitate his expansion and at the same time provide unified management of all his stores, Gu Jianjun simply established a trading company. The effect is obvious. Although the supermarket seems to operate in a simple way, in fact, there are many ways to do it. Just calculate it based on what a new supermarket needs to prepare. First, there is site selection, rent, then decoration design, and then area division, product type selection, then store staff recruitment and training, and then event planning and new store promotion. Even most stores have to weigh a series of issues, such as dealer entry. This is just a new store job. In fact, after the new store is opened and the opening event is over, the supermarket still has a series of tasks to do, such as price localization adjustment, product category selection and elimination, subsequent purchase, sales and inventory accounting, handling of expired products, and a series of other issues. These things, in the past, Gu Jianjun used to just explore and think by himself. Even in the beginning, I spent more than half of a month in the supermarket by myself. This effect is of course good, but it is limited to 1 or 2 stores. Once the number of stores starts to increase dramatically, it will be very difficult to expect to solve the problem by yourself. Incapable of doing anything else. When a company is established, all store data are directly summarized and entered into the company system, and then analyzed and compared through the system's summary of each store. The situation of each store is analyzed in detail, and then professionals are asked to make adjustments. Such a pattern. It will obviously be easier, simpler, and more efficient at the same time. At least. Today, the number of Gujia supermarket stores that have been opened has now reached 15, and 2 more supermarkets are in preparation for opening. But even with so many stores, Gujia Supermarket have basically never had any major problems and instead operates very smoothly. This is the benefit of unified management. Certainly. Another reason is that it is really easy for supermarkets to make money in this era, especially large supermarkets. Basically, one store is opening and the other is booming, as long as the location is not particularly bad. Business is mostly very good. Uncle Gu's current business is really big. This company looks quite big. It was the first time for Shi Qingsong to come to this place, and he couldn't help but sigh. Is this big? Shi Chunlai shook his head and smiled. That's because you haven't visited your Uncle Gu's catering company. That's a really big company. Supermarkets can only be open for fun. The really powerful ones are catering companies. But the catering company is in Jiangxing. The current hotel expansion has not reached national expansion. The only one that is expanding faster is Shu 1 and Shu 2. Now Pengcheng has also opened one, but the taste has been adjusted and it is not an authentic Sichuan hot pot. The most powerful one is Gourmet Mike. Now, what has been on many national food lists? If your Uncle Gu hadn't opened this restaurant, we would have had to wait in line for a long time. Sure, Qingsong couldn't help but sigh. TSK, Uncle Gu is so awesome. Even Shi Chunlai couldn't help but nod at this. This is not a compliment. It seems that Shi Chunlai is developing very well now, but in terms of development speed, Gu Jianjun's development speed is much faster than him. Think about it. When he was driving a luxury car, Gu Jianjun had just opened his first gourmet shop, and even the money for his first restaurant was scrapped together. But now, in just a few years, he already owns more than 30 hotel chains and 15 medium and large supermarket chains. This achievement, bright enough, even when looking at the history of his family, Shi Chunlai would sometimes lament that he was not as good as the other party. After all, when it came to the first pot of gold, he had taken advantage of the turmoil of the times and was rolled out as a hob. To put it bluntly, money is not that clean. But Gu Jianjun was different. This is done step by step and in an upright manner. There is no comparison between the two. Don't accept it. As a big boss worth tens of millions, Is it appropriate for you to praise a junior like me like this? At this moment, a voice came. It's Gu Jianjun. Now that he knew Shi Chun was coming, he came out specially to welcome him. Then he turned his eyes towards Shi Qingsong and said, Qingsong is getting more and more handsome. Those of you who have gone abroad and received a good education will definitely be more successful than us in the future. Uncle Gu, Shi Qingsong shouted obediently. Ha, still so polite. Gu Jianjun praised, and then finally looked at his boy, but unlike the gentleness when facing Shi Qingsong, the old comrade's eyes flashed with disgust. What's the matter with your boy? You can't even carry your luggage by yourself. You've grown so big, and you don't know how to do your own thing, and let your Uncle Shi and Brother Qingsong help. Sure enough, Gu Xiu was really not surprised by his father's attitude. It seemed that fathers in the world were always like this. They like to find faults in their own children in front of others. Gu Xiu was sure, even if he carries all the luggage by himself, this old comrade will definitely be able to criticize him from another angle. It was this scene that made Shi Qingsong feel a little more comfortable. Hey, yesterday he was reprimanded several times by his father. Now he can see Brother Xiu deflated, not to mention how happy he is. But he wasn't happy for long. Seeing Shi Chunlai still standing next to him, he expressed his dissatisfaction on the spot. What are you talking about? I can't even help my nephew carry things, right? When did you get so angry? Also, my nephew finally came back. If you want him to reprimand him right after he comes back, then I have to talk to you. With that, Shi Chunlai grabbed the luggage from Gu Xiu and stuffed it into Shi Qingsong's hands. What are you doing, kid? Are you so tall, just for show? I wonder if you can help Gu Xiu with some more. Shi Qingsong. Of course, no one would worry too much about whether to take their luggage or not. The group of people didn't stay in the company for too long, so they went straight to a nearby large restaurant. Not long after waiting, Shi Jiyun and Shi Mu also arrived. After waiting for a while, Gu Mu also came from Taijiang. The two families are reunited again. It's fun. Gu Xiu, are you having fun in Alikin? Has my brother done anything bad? Has he done anything bad with you? I also want to go to Alikin to play with you, but my father told me that I have to wait until high school to go. But you have all returned to China by then, so why should I go there? Gu Xiu, do you think this hairstyle looks good now? Is it suitable? What's your penguin number? I want to add you as a penguin. Just like before. Although Shi Jiyun is a few years older than Gu Xiu, every time she meets Gu Xiu, she will instantly transform into a role like a little sister. Follow Gu Xiu balabla nonstop. This feels quite weird. After all, Shi Jiyun is now fully stretched. Each of them is 1.65 meters taller. Even Gu Xiu has begun to grow taller, and there is obviously still a slight gap. There is a little sister who is half a head taller than me, and he looks like a little sister. This feels a bit weird. Certainly. In addition to asking questions around Gu Xiu, Shi Jiyun and Shi Qingsong were still the bickering brother and sister. Shi Jiyun, there's nothing you can do about your appearance. No matter how you change your hairstyle, it's useless. You're still just as ugly anyway. No matter how you try to save it, it's useless. It doesn't matter if I'm ugly or not, as long as I'm better looking than you. I recently studied biology and learned a word about genetic mutation. I immediately thought of you. You've brought down the appearance of our family. Hey, it's ridiculous, and it brings down our family's appearance. I've been with several girlfriends, and they're all fair-skinned and beautiful with long legs. Look at you, you have short legs. Oh, you have a nerve to show off when you are in love. Believe it or not, I will tell Dad now and let him break your legs. Break my legs? I have seen other people's love letters to you before. Who of us will be unlucky in the end? Sorry, all the love letters I received were corrected by looking for typos in illogical sentences and then showed them to the teacher. How do you think I can improve my Chinese language by more than 100 points every time? In the blink of an eye, the happy dinner table turned into a bickering battle between the brother and sister. But it's obvious. Although Shi Qingsong has grown a lot over the years when it comes to quarrels, Shi Qingsong is still a few ranks behind, and he was killed on the spot in minutes. After drinking and eating, the two families discussed the arrangements for the next summer vacation for the children. I used to have holidays. The children were just left at home to do whatever they were supposed to do. Anyway, finishing the vacation homework is the most basic thing. In addition, there must be a series of other homework arrangements. But now that the children are older, the two family strategies for raising children have also changed. It is best to ask your children for their opinions. The outstanding baby Shijun was the first to throw a blast at Shijing's song. I want to learn the violin. I will take advantage of the summer vacation to learn the violin. I will never be like my brother, a loser who only knows how to play around. Shijing's song, who was about to ask for money to start a nationwide tour, was suddenly speechless. He glared at his sister fiercely. I plan to learn Jeet Kune Do. When I study abroad, everyone asks me if I know Kung Fu. I think it's better to learn a little bit. He actually wanted to play, but Jiu came first and chose to compromise first. He could guarantee that if he said he wanted to go out to play, he would be criticized immediately. Really, this answer received nods of approval from the elders. Immediately, everyone looked at Gu Xiao, but he saw Gu Xiao thinking for a while. Me? I'm going to travel. Let's go to Pengcheng first. People are treated differently. When Gu Xiao said these words, he actually received nods of praise from the adults. No objection. Shijing's song suddenly shut himself up again. However, Gu Xiao automatically ignored Shijing's song's resentful gaze. A rare trip back to China. Are you not allowed to inspect your own companies? Otherwise, would I be too incompetent as my boss? Father Gu and Mother Gu were very happy that their son was back. That night, after bidding farewell to Shi Chunlai's family, Comrade Gu Jianjun happily took Gu Xiao to their new home in Pengcheng. This is a community house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Gu Xiao was surprised as soon as he entered the door. Because of this house, the decoration is so exquisite. The refinement does not lie in the improvement of the hardware. It can be seen that the house has not excessively dismantled the walls, but the warm tone tiles throughout, mainly white, with blue and beige accents in the living room, the dining room that opens into an open kitchen, the green plants everywhere, and the small bar set up on the terrace, make people fall in love with this place at first glance. How are you, son? How is the decoration of this house? Many of them were decorated by you and I myself. Isn't it amazing? Look, this is a room prepared for you. It is made of solid wood and is healthy and comfortable. Especially this table, but I installed it for you myself. And here, Gu Jianjun took Gu Xiao and introduced each room and area of the house proudly. His words were full of pride. Dad, you're so awesome. Gu Xiao praised without hesitation. Although this cabinet doesn't seem to be well installed, the overall design is great. I think, Dad, you can open a decoration design company here. You must be a nationally famous designer. But this compliment turned the pride on Comrade Gu Jianjun's face into embarrassment. This was designed by your mother. I'll just do it. A little bit of rough assembly work. Is this a flattery that hits the horse's leg? Fortunately, Gu's mother on the side saved her husband's face in time. Although many of them were designed by me, many of them were installed by your father himself. They were originally supposed to be handed over to the workers, but your father said that the place where you live is only fun if you build it bit by bit with your own hands. Without your father, we wouldn't be able to install this house. That's right. Gu Jianjun suddenly laughed. Let me tell you, for the cabinets and furniture I installed before, the installer said that I could become a senior master immediately when he came. Gu Xiao Kai Hong Fu arrived late. It goes without saying, Dad is invincible. You are my Superman. As soon as these words came out, Comrade Gu Jianjun's eyes were filled with laughter. There is nothing better than being praised and admired by your own son. But, seeing his father's excitement, Gu Xiao was a little confused. Dad, we have moved many times before. Why haven't you thought about this? Why have you suddenly changed your gender now? Speaking of this, Gu Jianjun curled his lips and said, It was before and it is now. It can't be the same as before. Huh? Gu Xiao was a little confused, and then he saw his mother who was helping him, taking out the clothes from the suitcase and hanging them in the closet, and he suddenly felt enlightened. Home before. There are only 2 rough guys, the father and the mother. and Gu Jianjun certainly has no interest in this. But it's different now. Now that the mistress of the house is back, the house must be renovated and tidied up, improving the quality of life, right? This kind of life is really good, to be honest. At least for Gu Xiao, who had experienced the scene where he was the only one left in the house in his previous life. The scene at this moment was like being in a dream. But, again, in front of Gu Jianjun, any tenderness is contrary to masculinity. So after visiting my new home, Comrade Gu Jianjun directly picked up the clothes in Gu's mother's hand and threw them on Gu Xiao's bed. You brat. I didn't ask you to be the uncle when I came back. How many times have I told you to do your own thing and let your mother help you pack your clothes? How shameless are you? It's not just your own clothes. You have to stay at home for 2 months when you come back this time, right? I don't object to your travel, but when you are at home, you have the idea and the housework is all yours. Your mother is very tired when she comes back from work. If you expect your mother to clean you, wash and cook for you all day long, don't even think about it. Next, Gu Jianjun once again began to transform from a likable old father to an annoying nagging ghost. The point is, faced with such a nagging ghost, Gu Xiao didn't resist yet. In desperation, Gu Xiao could only look at Gu's mother for help. Fortunately, although Gu's mother had been watching the show with a smile, when she noticed that her son was asking for help, she immediately intervened. Okay. Gu Xiao finally comes back. Can't you let him relax and have a good rest for a few days? Besides, I already like to do housework. You can't let Gu Xiao come and take away what I like to do. I have to admit it. If there is anyone in the world who can handle Comrade Gu Jianjun, it is only my mother. When Gu's mother said this, Gu Jianjun nodded immediately and then patted Gu Xiao. Anyway, just a word. When you see your mother tired, you have to help her as soon as possible. When you come back from the holiday, don't treat yourself as a guest here. If I find out, you will treat yourself as a boss when you come back. Then I won't be polite. Gu Xiao was immune to this threat. However, based on his understanding of Comrade Gu Jianjun, Gu Xiao certainly would not refute anything and immediately nodded and said yes. Anyway, the first tip for returning home during the holidays. Don't try to challenge your parents. Not only is it meaningless, but it will also make the parents who finally want their children back feel sad. Comrade Gu Jianjun expressed that he was very satisfied with how sensible his child was, and he could be forgiven for letting him go through face-to-face instruction. The next 2 days, Gu Xiao stayed at home for 2 days. There was nothing he could do. As a young man of second generation, he always felt that in this world, you should lie down when you should. What's the point of making yourself so anxious and busy? Roll? There will be a lot of success in the future. If you don't enjoy it while you're a minor, will you be able to sleep peacefully as a social animal in the future? Well, of course. The excuses Gu Xiao made were mainly because he felt that with his current worth, there was no need to be involved in death anymore. Stop and relax appropriately. Also a good choice. It was Comrade Gu Jianjun who felt a little displeased when he saw Gu Xiao being idle all the time. Although he was still accumulating anger bars, he didn't say anything yet. But Gu Xiao could still see the unpleasant brilliance in his eyes. So, after lying flat at home for 2 days, Gu Xiao got up early, and even when Comrade Gu Jianjun had just gotten up, he had already hurried out the door. Gu's mother couldn't worry about her son, so she hurriedly stuffed him 2 buns and told him not to forget to have breakfast. In fact, Gu's mother knows that her children must not starve her, but sometimes she knows better. Own children. No matter how promising he is, his parents will always treat him as a child, not to mention the current Gu Xiao, at least from the outside. He was just a child. After leaving the community and eating steamed buns, Gu Xiao began to wait for a taxi. But it's the morning rush hour now. It's not that easy to hail a taxi. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Gu Xiao finally stopped a taxi that said 50. Too expensive? If you dare to find it too expensive, the driver will immediately give you a blank stare and cause exhaust fumes. What could he do? Gu Xiao could only miss the ride-hailing experience in his previous life while jumping in the car without hesitation. Today, Gu Xiao has only one job. Inspect your own subsidiaries. Since you are inspecting work, you must choose the principle of proximity. And in Pengcheng, There's only one company to go to first. Penguin. Speaking of which, in recent years, as Gushio has been involved in more and more industries and has invested in more and more companies and businesses, attention to Penguin seems to have continued to decline in recent years. Even the last time I came to Penguin was the last time? Certainly. Gushio's attention has dropped, not because he is no longer optimistic about Penguin, but because Penguin's development has entered the fast lane and entered the stage of informant development. Even if he's not staring at the Penguin, Penguin development can also progress rapidly. In fact, after so many years, Penguin is no longer the small workshop that it was at the beginning, fighting for a few servers and might even declare bankruptcy and go home at any time. Now is the king of top-tier instant messaging in China. At the same time, Penguin Weibo, which they expanded from Penguin Space 3.0 launch last year, has become the top-tier internet social platform in China. It can be said, Penguin has become the only internet brand in Longhua. It has a very high reputation even around the world, attracting countless companies to learn and imitate. In addition to socializing, Penguin has also created an online game platform called Penguin Game. This platform was just launched this year, but it is gaining momentum. Once online, it directly swept through major internet cafes across the country. Almost all online games whose names you can pronounce can be found on this platform. In addition to online games, they have also opened a digital version sales mall for standalone games, where you can directly recharge to purchase games. Steam calls the experts directly. Moreover, although this product is currently only available in China, it has already begun preparations for Alikin and the European market and will soon be fully launched. It can be said, the future is promising. Because it was still early, when Gushio arrived at Penguin Company downstairs, he did not rush up there. Instead, he found a roadside tea restaurant and started eating. Not to mention eating 2 steam buns when I went out. For a young man who is growing up, it is not enough to eat. And there's one more thing. Within Guangdong province, if you don't go to a tea restaurant, you will definitely be losing money. But while Gushio was enjoying his meal and reading the newspaper, but didn't notice, there was a person who was looking at him frequently. Ding! When the phone rang, Gushio ended his morning tea time, stood up and walked to the tall company building, thoughtfully. Boss! At this moment, Ma Huateng trotted over quickly, and as soon as he came to Gushio, he couldn't help but said, "You are finally here. It's been a long time since you came to Penguin. Everyone even thought that, boss. You have forgotten us." In this regard, Gushio just smiled slightly. "You're doing a good job. Isn't it the same whether I come or not?" "How can it be the same?" Ma Huateng shook his head repeatedly. "Boss, you don't know what kind of image you have in the minds of everyone in the company. Everyone is your fanatical fan. In the past, your casual reminders and suggestions can prove your outstanding vision every time. Boss, you haven't paid much attention to Penguin in the past 2 years. We are really afraid that you, boss, will not be willing to give us any advice in the future." At this, Gushio shook his head with a smile. Really, Penguin's development can basically be said to be moving forward on his prescribed route. From the time he took over until now, it can be said that Penguin has a smooth journey. No matter what kind of situation or problem it faces, it seems that it can always avoid it accurately in advance. This is a company that has faced few difficulties and problems. Certainly, the difficulties and problems mentioned here are mainly due to the fact that they have not gone wrong in the general direction. After all, no matter how good Gushio is, he can only provide the follow-up development direction. To put it bluntly, Gushio used navigation to set the initial place and destination, just like an ordinary person using navigation. As for how to match the route and how the road conditions are along the way, Penguin needs to handle everything himself. What Gushio can guarantee is that only Penguin can go further and further on this road and become more and more successful. So, Ma Huateng's words were definitely a sign of flattery. Gushio was not big enough to blame all Penguin's achievements on his own. "Is the new company's address ready? When will it be moved?" Gushio asked about business. "Penguin is moving. The office building in front of you is the office building that Penguin rented before. Although with the development of Penguin, Penguin has become a star company in this building. At the same time, it is also the largest tenant. But tenants are still tenants after all, and as Pengcheng's real estate becomes more and more popular, rents are also increasing year by year. Although for today's Penguin, this rent is just a small amount of money, but now that it has become a top internet company in the country, it can't be squeezed into an office building with other small companies. Don't you want your company's image anymore? Say it again. With the development of Penguin, the company's business is also constantly expanding, and departments and employees will continue to increase. And that also means they have to continue renting on top of the 2 floors they rent now. Expenses increased, and so did the troubles. The senior officials simply held a high-level meeting, and a decision was unanimously adopted at the meeting. Instead of paying a lot of money in rent every year, it is better to buy some real estate at a low price when the real estate price is rising every day. Then, build a building of your own. As early as 2 years ago, Penguin had already relied on Ma Huatheng's relationship and used Penguin's reputation to buy 30 acres of land to build Penguin's headquarters. In fact, 30 acres was too much. After all, their initial plan was to build a small building. Although Penguin had a good few years and made a lot of money. But it doesn't mean that you can directly become a real estate tycoon and just build a building without any polite words. But when the topic of discussion in their meeting was brought to Gu Xiu gave a reply without saying a word. Take what you can get. Don't be afraid of more. Be afraid of less. Money is not an issue. This reply gave Penguin a shot in the arm. He took over 30 acres of land without saying a word, and then started preparations to build a building in a hurry. Within these 2 years, while everyone laments the boss's wealth, they are also looking forward to the new office building being built and moving. Some people even want to grab a good job position when the time comes. But no one thought of it. Half a year after they acquired the land, real estate prices in Pengcheng soared. For the 30 acres of land they acquired, the price doubled in just 1 year. And now, those 30 acres of land have even become a piece of sky-high real estate, making countless people admire their boss even more. Of course, today's Penguins have no way to digest all 30 acres of land. To this end, they found the top international design companies and assigned them special design assignments. This piece of land has been divided into 3 phases of construction. Calculate the time. The first phase of the project should be almost completed now. Okay, it's done. Speaking of this, Ma Huatheng was excited. Just last week, our Penguin building number 1 was completed. The internal decoration and external greening construction are still in progress. However, it is currently expected that it will be completed before the end of this year. By then, everyone will move to the new company. We will definitely be able to celebrate the new year in the new building this year. I have to say, boss, you were really awesome. When I asked me to take that piece of land, I was a little scared. But I didn't expect that in just 2 years, that piece of land has become our biggest escape route. Real estate is really profitable. When the company becomes bigger and makes more money in the future, I also plan to go to places like Shanghai and Yinjing to build a Penguin building. TSK, it's good to think about it. Hearing this, Gu Xiu was happy and couldn't help but touch his chin. Don't tell me yet. This is indeed quite reliable. Of course, real estate is real estate, and at least one Penguin building has left Penguin stretched thin. The bank loan alone cost a lot of money. As for other things, I can only think about it for the time being. The current priority, or for the development of Penguins. As usual, the first thing to do is to introduce the current results. Unsurprisingly, Penguin's instant messaging service is the most outstanding. Basically, at least one of the 3 young people is a Penguin user. Through the development of the field of instant messaging, the Weibo function launched by Penguin has also won the support of many people. Weibo model. Gu Xiu basically copied the new Wolf model completely and later added Facebook functions. And with Penguin's current popularity and marketing efforts, this product has become the largest discussion community in the country as soon as it was launched. Especially with the opening of functions such as hot search and Big V certification. A large number of celebrities, idols, well-known enterprises, and even many official authorities have also chosen to settle on Weibo, wiping out the studios, people's livelihood forums, distribution forums, and other places that were still struggling on the spot. Interesting. Subsequently, some internet companies discovered this strong enemy and wanted to compete for it as soon as possible. For a while, reproduced, enhanced, and improved versions of various Weibos appeared one after another, and even the original New Wolf suffered the same fate. But it's a pity. In the world of the internet, or in any industry, it's usually one step at a time, especially when the person in charge of this product is Penguin, who is now the undisputed king of instant messaging on the internet. It will be difficult for latecomers to shake it. To know, even Penguin Weibo, which suffered a disastrous defeat in the previous life, actually almost came from behind and pushed the New Wolf into a pit of fire. This is because Penguin only regarded this thing as a defensive product and did not invest too much energy or power, which led to the subsequent failure. But this life is different. Gushio understood the importance of Weibo from the beginning to the end, and also conveyed his optimism to Ma Huateng immediately. Penguins in this life. There is no shortage of funds. There is no shortage of talent. There is no lack of vision. Even the restrictions that were restricted by major shareholders in the previous life did not exist at all. It can be said, the penguins in this life are truly invincible giant ships. Naturally, when it comes to the Weibo project, Penguin can almost be described as devastating, at least in the entire domestic internet market. No opponent, except for Weibo, subsequent game platforms are slightly lacking. After all, this is the Penguin in this life. This is not the big company in the previous life that had a world-class understanding of player wallets and games. On the contrary, Penguins in this life, it can be said that they have almost no experience in games. The only thing they can do is rely on their huge traffic and user base. Sit back and eat nothing. Of course, this word is not actually derogatory. At least Penguin currently has a lot of excellent users. Even online games put on the shelves by other companies can basically bring a lot of traffic. However, the standalone game is a little bit bleak. Most of them just use their platform as an online game launcher. As for the standalone games that require money to buy out, the number of purchases is obviously low. Domestic players do not have a strong sense of authenticity, and many standalone games can basically be played directly in internet cafes. No one is willing to spend money on a standalone game. In the minds of more people, instead of spending money to buy these games, it is better to buy a mobile hard drive and go to internet cafes to copy the games and then install them on your own computer to play directly. So, the development of this area is very bad. It is also for this reason that although our overseas version products have been polished, they have not been released online. Speaking of gaming platforms, Ma Huateng is a little helpless. He also wanted to get this thing started. But it's a pity. Conditions do not allow it. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to stick to this project. Copyright awareness. This is a frustrating fact. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was too poor back then, and no one would be willing to spend money if it was free. And this frugal character eventually led to a large number of people lacking awareness of copyright. This can be seen by looking at the pirated tape stores and video stores all over the street. What's more, there are a lot of pirated games that can be played for free at any internet cafe. Naturally, no one is willing to spend money on a game. Penguin to do. It is to build an electronic version of the game online mall similar to STM. If players are unwilling to spend money to buy games, then this platform is obviously destined to have no way to continue to exist, let alone develop externally. But Gushio was not surprised at all by this result. He thought about it at this moment. Currently, domestic gamers prefer to play some online games because online games are inherently social. In this case, we can also add some sociality to standalone games. Increase sociality in standalone games. Ma Huateng was a little confused. Single-player game. As the name suggests, it is a game played by one person, expecting such a game to be more social. To be honest, Ma Huateng couldn't understand it. It's impossible to build a server for every standalone game and then transform it into an online game so that all players can play in one server, right? How is this possible? It doesn't matter whether the standalone game company will give you the copyright to do this. Even if it does, the size of the standalone game is not small. If you really plan to make it an online game, you may not be able to carry it on any server. What's more, the game modes are also different and simply unrealistic. Don't make the problem so complicated. The first thing you need to know is, what is our penguin's biggest advantage? Faced with Xiao Ma's doubts, Gu Xiu smiled. Our biggest advantage. Ma Huadeng thought for a while. Social. Penguin itself started out as a social network and has built a complete internet social network for all users. This is definitely their biggest advantage. Correct answer. Gu Xiu nodded and smiled. We are already social, and on the basis of this sociality, any game can actually bring our social attributes. The simplest method. Why do our Penguin users like to open Penguin membership, red diamonds and yellow diamonds? Privileges. Ma Huadeng answered directly without thinking. Each of our paid functions has unique privileges. Today's young people are different from the young people in the past. Young people in the past like to chase trends. If others like something new, they would also like it. But today's young people like to be unconventional and unconventional. They also like that everyone can see themselves in the crowd at a glance. And our various paid projects are to increase these uniqueness and give people the passion to pay. Ma Huadeng obviously knows the core advantages of his own products very well. It can be seen that you know your product very well. Gu Xiu nodded in praise, and then changed the topic. Since you already know the advantages of our products, why not add more on this basis? For example, don't we have a data page to display? Can we add the achievement system of the game to our game platform? Achievement system? Ma Huadeng thought seriously. Fortunately, such things as game achievements are not uncommon nowadays, and he immediately understood. Boss, what you're talking about is to display the obtained achievements on the profile page. Yes. Gu Xiu nodded. We can use the achievement bar to unlock levels, and this overall achievement system can directly generate icons or certain specific privileges, which will be displayed on Penguin's profile page. Of course, our restrictions can be more diverse. For example, how many games we have, what level of game progress we have, and what level of overall unlocked achievements we have. Didn't you tell me before that some people sign up for some of our memberships and don't even use them excessively after signing up, just to spend money to open up the drills for display? According to the character of our user players, if we do this, there will always be some people who will try to unlock these icons in order to unlock higher achievement levels, more beautiful achievement icons, or better privileges. In this way, it can have some effect, right? The effect will definitely be there, but the effect may not be too big. Ma Huadeng hesitated and said, after all, there are only a small number of people like that. Fundamentally, our domestic attention to copyright issues has not changed much, and more people will continue to support piracy. It's not him. This is true. The copyright issue itself is very complicated, and even piracy has become a habit of many Chinese people. Want to change habits? Gu Xiu's method is completely useless. But regarding Ma Huadeng's concerns, Gu Xiu shook his head. I don't deny that the current domestic environment and the weak copyright awareness make it impossible to change everyone's copyright awareness. So from the beginning, I had no intention of changing everyone's ideas or thinking. Huh? Ma Huadeng was stunned for a moment, then saw Gu Xiu change his subject. However, overall change is impossible, which does not mean that it cannot be changed. We can change some people first. We will use this part of genuine players to change more pirated players. Isn't this also a way? This can still be like this? Classmate Xiao Ma was stunned and looked at his boss in surprise. But Gu Xiu said, there are too many reasons why piracy is so rampant in the Dragon Kingdom. We can't solve all the problems, but there's one thing we need to know. We are the country with the largest population in the world. And in this country, if there are pirated players, there will inevitably be genuine players. So, instead of letting the pirated players change their minds, we should let the genuine players find the genuine entrance. As for the rest, then let time solve it. Genuine players are one group, and pirate players are another group. The two groups will infect each other, and most pirate players will start to value genuine players under the influence of genuine players. Such a situation is bound to happen. It just needs a process and takes a while, so we don't need to rush. We just need to wait patiently. Plant the seeds and wait for the flowers to bloom. Gushio's words gave Ma Huadeng confidence. After all, he is the boss. If the boss is dissatisfied with the company's entry and the product's profitability and expansion speed, then as the company's top executive, he will feel double the pressure. In fact, why doesn't he know that converting pirated goods into legitimate ones requires a long process? He knew it, always knew it. The reason why I talked to Gushio so much was, to put it bluntly, I wanted to see what Gushio meant and Gushio's attitude before making a decision. And now it seems I should be worrying too much. Of course, it will take time to solve the problem between genuine and pirated products. But before that, we should also use some methods to appropriately accelerate the development of our products and expand our market share. Ma Huadeng nodded repeatedly, but he hesitated to speak. To be honest, the biggest problem of Penguin Game Mall now is the awareness of piracy. If there is no way to solve this problem, it will be very difficult to expand the market. There's another problem. Basically, all standalone games are buyout, which means that if players want to play the game, they need to buy the game. But not everyone is willing to spend money to buy a game that they don't know whether it's fun or not. Why free games make money? To put it bluntly, it gives people the feeling that they can play this game without spending a penny. As for whether they want to recharge money later, it depends on whether the game has the interest to recharge money. Buyout games are different, regardless of whether the game is fun or not. Let alone whether I can continue playing it, I need to pay for it before I even start playing it. Even what Gushio said, some users choose to spend money to buy games or even play games in order to be new and different. But after all, these are a minority. Most people, when there's so many free games on the market, no one is willing to spend money to buy this one. Even if, for many people, they may spend more money playing a certain game. We can't change players' choice of genuine and pirated games all at once. Same. We also have no way to make players accept the habit of spending money to buy standalone games. But that doesn't mean we can't do anything. In fact, we can also use some means that we can use to increase the number of game players as much as possible and increase players' interest in buying games as much as possible. What method? Ma Huadeng couldn't help but ask. But Gushio gave a two-word answer. Promotion. Promotion. Ma Huadeng was a little confused. What does it mean? Literally. Our games can also hold some promotional activities. Ma Huadeng looked confused and couldn't help but ask a question in his heart. This thing is not a shopping mall or supermarket. Still doing promotions? Is it useful? I think this is just nonsense. There are discounts on games. Is this really reliable? Haha, don't ask me, I don't know. I've heard of discounts on washing powder downstairs, discounts on wash basins in supermarkets, and even discounts on air tickets, but games are also on discount. To be honest, I've never heard of it. If you don't want to buy a game, you can't buy a game. Why are there game promotions? Even if you break your bones, no one will buy it, right? Although I've always thought that our boss is very powerful. But to be honest, I think this time, the boss may still take a little bit for granted. I guess this time, we'll be laughed to death by our peers. No surprise, when Ma Huadeng put Gushio's plan in the conference room and placed on the desks of all senior executives, everyone besides not understanding it still didn't understand it. Game can be discounted? This is not a large shopping mall with discounts on products. This is a game, and it is an electronic version of the game, although it is still selling things. But what about discounts? Of course, in addition to these voices of incomprehension and even ridicule, several people agreed. I think you could try it. Don't you know the boss's ability? He said discounts, which definitely proves that this road can work. I think it can be tried. To put it bluntly, our purpose is to attract traffic to our game platform, promote standalone games, and increase the number of standalone players. Indeed, this method may really work. Of course, there are always a small number of supporters because it is no longer about whether you believe the boss's words, but about discounting and adjusting prices, which is a very troublesome thing. This will involve a huge game platform database, and they will need to weigh some dividend ratios, cooperation with game companies, and even whether the game company supports discounts. Perhaps. If their platform has a large enough number of players and their voice in the circle is large enough, it is really possible that they can become the leader. But be aware, Penguin Games has only been around for a few years. Although it has some influence on the various online game markets, for most standalone games, its influence is basically zero. Even the early negotiations with major game companies to launch the game in the mall went on for a long time. Some game companies even don't bother to deal with them because they find it too troublesome. In this case, adjust price. It means a lot of trouble is getting ready to come. But this is the boss's request, and there is no room for negotiation. What we have to consider now is not whether there is a problem with the boss's decision, but to find a way to implement the boss's decision perfectly. And I believe the boss. In the end, Ma Huateng directly interrupted the dispute in the meeting. So many years, that young classmate Xiao Ma is actually growing up. The Penguin work model back then has now transformed into a formal large company model. This change may have drawbacks, but for an increasingly large company, it is obviously the most efficient model. And as soon as he opened his mouth, others shut their mouths. But the problem still exists. It's not difficult to adjust the price. Programmers can adjust the price immediately if they work overtime. But the problem is that this price adjustment means there will be problems with the dividend ratio. Yes, after the price adjustment, the game dividend ratio we negotiated before needs to be changed. Otherwise, we may even lose money ourselves when some games are discounted. Even if we don't lose money, we are still thankless. This means that we need to discuss and negotiate with those game companies again. The biggest problem is not this. The biggest problem is that some game companies may not be willing to adjust prices. After all, this involves game pricing, and some people do not want their games to be sold cheaply. To put it bluntly, the main focus of current game companies is still on game consoles. As for the PC side, most people will not pay too much attention. The problem is real, and it cannot be avoided by just trusting the boss. For most people, if this matter is easy to handle, of course no one will refuse the boss's request. But this matter is not that simple. A single move affects the whole body. I have actually thought about these issues before, and I have discussed them with my boss, Ma Huateng said. So what did the boss say? Does the boss have any good ideas? Are you continuing to spend money? How much money does the boss plan to spend on this time? Everyone asks questions one after another. They are relatively familiar with the boss who sees the dragon, but never sees the end. Although the other party is a hands-off shopkeeper. But often, as long as the boss intervenes, it basically means that there will be a big move, and every time there is a big move, basically without any surprise, the boss will do the same thing. Throw money. Spend money like crazy. Highlight a tyrant. Especially after getting to know other companies under Yuanxiu investment, you can understand that the boss is really not an ordinary tyrant. This time, since the boss already knows that there will be a problem, everyone estimates that the boss has only one solution. That's throwing money. Discounts, to put it bluntly, are just to spend money on publicity, reduce profits, and promote products. And if you think about it according to inertial thinking, it's basically certain. The boss will definitely spend money to reduce his profits, or even directly use money-burning methods to get players to rush in as soon as possible and increase the proportion of single-player players. This is a useful method. But to everyone's surprise, this time their expectations went awry. Ma Huateng shook his head. What the boss means is negotiation. Negotiation? What the hell, negotiation? How does the boss want to negotiate? Aren't you going to spend money? Everyone was a little surprised. The wealthy man who usually spends money like water doesn't plan to continue to use his superpower this time. To be honest, I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. The boss said that if there is no big move in the future, he will not inject more capital into Penguin. And he asked us to make plans and start preparing for the listing. As soon as these words came out, many people's eyes widened. No further capital injection is planned. And prepare to go public. Going public, this is something many of us have thought about more than once. After all, Penguin's current performance has honestly given it some qualifications for going public. There is nothing wrong with going public, and many people even privately discuss when the company will enter the listing stage. It's just that no one thought of it so suddenly. Moreover, it has something to do with the fact that the boss does not intend to continue to inject capital. Penguin is an independent company after all, and in the past 2 years, the boss has been downplaying our reliance on Yuanxiu investment, partly in preparation for the listing. Generally speaking, going public has more benefits than disadvantages for us. Seeing everyone's stunned look, Ma Huateng had no choice but to explain. This is the truth. The benefits of going public are obvious, and even the benefits concern everyone. It also means that Penguin can develop higher and further in the future. Of course, everyone can understand. At this moment, I couldn't help but nod my head repeatedly, with expectations in their eyes. Penguin has developed to this day and is employee-owned. And once it goes on the market, this means that the stocks in their hands will no longer be a blank check, but a cash cow that makes it easier to make money. Of course, whether it will be listed on the market or not cannot be finalized now. For us, the Penguin game this time is an assessment given by the boss. This time, the boss gave us instructions for the discount plan for the game platform. First of all, discounts must be discounted. Because of the reduction in revenue caused by discounts, the boss is completely acceptable. But there is one thing. Discounts must be supported by manufacturers. In other words, manufacturers' dividends must be adjusted. We cannot pay manufacturers' losses. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly felt bitter. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. In the past, everyone spent a lot of time and made a lot of efforts to let some game companies put games on their platforms. Now the boss demands it. Not only do they need discounts, but they also require these game companies to agree to discounts and agree to reduce profits. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. I know this is not easy. After all, there's been no such precedent before, and for many game companies, we are just a new platform, and we don't know whether we can make a profit. But at the same time, I hope everyone can understand that although we are only a small platform now, we will definitely develop rapidly in the future. Overseas servers have begun preparations. If we can start this battle this time, our game platform will be fully launched. So, everyone can work harder and try to persuade those game companies not to be too stubborn. As for those game companies that are too stubborn and unwilling to change the status quo, then just give up. Finally, it was Ma Huateng who gave the final order. The meaning is obvious. If you accept it, are willing to participate in discounts, and are willing to give up some profits, then we will continue to cooperate. We don't know whether we will win or lose in the end, but you will definitely be our partner. If you don't want to, we won't give you a discount. As long as you are willing to continue selling on our platform, you can continue selling. If you don't want to, then get out of here. Penguin Games may be just a bud, but standing behind them is Penguin, one of the world's top instant messaging companies, and Yuanxiu Investment, a wealthy company with a huge amount of money. If even a few game companies can't handle it, that is really nonsense. Under such instructions, the entire Penguin game began to move quickly in the next week. Everyone started acting in strict accordance with Ma Huateng's instructions. The result is no surprise. Many game companies sneered at the game discounts proposed by Penguin Games, and even several major companies did not hesitate to say that it was absolutely impossible to reduce the price of their games, which would reduce the experience of console players. What? Are you saying you want me to reduce my income? Get out of here, you're thinking shit. However, some people refused, and naturally some people supported it. During the hard negotiations among the staff, they finally suddenly negotiated for 5 discounted games. After another week, Penguin Game Arcade has finally received a major update. The updated content, in addition to a batch of games being put on the shelves, is an unprecedented game discount promotion. This one is on sale. It is destined to make this summer a huge wave. Penguin Games games are selling like hotcakes, and the first discount event is a huge success, with sales of many games exceeding 10,000. This is the largest standalone game copyright war in the history of Dragon Kingdom, which means that Dragon Kingdom also has a strong standalone game market space. Single-player games are discounted, and visiting the game mall is like going to a supermarket. Do you dare to think? As low as 2 yuan. Become a genuine supporter immediately. Dragon Kingdom's copyright awareness is awakening, and the Asian dragon is taking off. A Milliken, West Market, in an office with a very cool and trendy decoration. A middle-aged fat man slammed the newspapers he collected on the table. The subordinates on the side were startled by their boss's sudden behavior. Immediately afterwards, I heard the boss angrily yelling, "Damn it! Thief, this is a thief. Why is this happening? Why did they learn from our game discount event? And the speed is faster than us. Damn it! Isn't it said that there is no living space for genuine games in Dragon Kingdom? Why is this happening now? This is wrong. This shouldn't be. These people are thieves. These people are thieves." The man murmured to himself, frowning tightly, pacing back and forth in the office, his face full of anxiety. The man's full name is Gabe Logan Newell, but in the industry, he has a more iconic name, G Fat. He is the founder of Americon Valve Games and is also the company's CEO. He is an excellent game producer. This can be seen from the development history of Valve, which one has an excellent masterpiece. They not only have super high game production technology, but also have very high artistic pursuits. While pursuing the smoothness of the game, it can also take into account the artistic pursuit of the game, especially the control and grasp of the game plot, which is the best in the industry. But, in addition to his strong development capabilities in games, G Fat actually has one advantage that others do not have. That is business ability. In terms of business development, G Fat also has the vision and ability to surpass ordinary game companies. The first is how to use games to bring more revenue returns to the company. In this regard, it can be seen from Valve's financial statements that almost every game has truly achieved both fame and fortune. Certainly, it's just that the game sells well and is well publicized, it doesn't matter. As long as the game is strong enough, another game company can still achieve the sales achievements of Valve. What really shows business vision is the STM game platform launched by G Fat. The emergence of this platform is definitely a breakthrough for the times. Even if it's a Penguin game, they are just latecomers or winners. You know, this is not simple. It is as simple as building a game platform. Going from 0 to 1 is the real era of change. Penguin is just going from 1 to 2. To talk about this, we have to talk about the traditional game hairstyles in the past. Generally speaking, game companies are only responsible for game production, as is the case with Valve. If the produced games want to be sold, they need to find a cooperative publisher. Under normal circumstances, whether the game is well made is indeed the most important, but one issue that cannot be ignored is whether the publisher of the game is reliable. If you encounter an unreliable publisher, the final game sales will be dismal. This kind of thing has not happened before. Speaking of which, Valve is a company that was cheated by the publisher. In fact, Valve also had its own publisher before, Snow Mountain Company, which is a well-known game publisher in the industry and is considered a big player in the industry. When Valve was just established, Spoliers continued to find faults. In the end, Valve relied on its own hard power to gain a good reputation. The cooperation between the two companies even became a legend in the industry. But it's a pity. Just when everyone thought that the cooperation between these two companies would bring more masterpieces and reach the top in one fell swoop, Spoliers has crossed the line. They illegally distributed and profited from copies of Valve's games. To put it bluntly, that's when official pirated copies appeared. Of course, Villefort couldn't bear this situation, so he immediately launched a lawsuit and took Spoliers to court. But they didn't expect it. During the course of the litigation, Spoliers was acquired by Vivendi Universal Games. What was originally a simple and clear infringement case turned into a melee. Not only did he fail to defeat his opponent quickly, instead, they were sued by Vivendi, accusing them of not playing the game well and messing around, instead of generals. Villefort at that time, adding insult to injury. In fact, many people in the industry feel that this company may declare bankruptcy soon. After all, they lost a powerful game publisher, and because they told the game publishers, many large game publishers at the time were wary of them. I am afraid that I will become the next Snow Lesehan. Then comes the fun. All publishers who could match Valve turned them away, while most of the publishers who were willing to cooperate with Valve had various problems. Either the understanding is too small or the influence is too small. It is basically difficult to support Valve publishing games at this time. It was definitely the most difficult period for Villefort, not just the outside world. Even within the company, there are often rumors that some companies are about to collapse. At this time, Fatty G showed his amazing courage. Since there is no suitable publisher, then I will be my own publisher. This idea was a good one, and it even ignited the fire in the hearts of the employees of Wilford Company, making them feel that their future was bright. But it's a pity. A basin of cold water poured over. After all, Valve is just a game company. They only focus on game production. Although they're not completely ignorant about the field of game distribution, they're only slightly better than knowing nothing at all. Not to mention that the previous publisher of Vivendi used many means to suppress it, which completely ruined Villefort's own publishing plan. At this time, change to a normal company. That's almost the end. Submission or destruction. Exactly. G-Fat is a person who does not believe in evil. In an unprecedented move, he began to transform the traditional physical game body into an electronic version and open an STM platform. This is how STM was born. But the development of STM in the early days was not good, and it can even be said that it was stumbling along the way. After all, this is a brand new thing, which is not very acceptable to most gamers. And although G-Fat hopes to build this platform into a diversified online PC platform that integrates all games, major game companies are simply unwilling to accept a model like STM. First, because this model is brand new, and mainstream gamers basically play physical games. This kind of electronic version of the game does not make people feel at ease. They feel that this thing is thankless. The second reason is that although STM's slogan is a very inclusive online game mall platform, all fools know the company behind this product, but Valve has a considerable status in the gaming circle. Now I say hello, I am hello, everyone, but if Valve plans to use this platform to become bigger in the future, one company will be the only one, or even create a resource monopoly. Then no one should live. In this case, STM, which had just started, fell into a trough. Even the number of active users is very rare. Players don't even have the desire to download it. In desperation, G-Fat can only choose to forcibly bind his own masterpiece Half-Life in order to increase the frequency of players using STM and develop a habit. But this approach works very well. But it is also very big after all. The most important thing is to arouse players' disgust, and it may be fine in the short term. But if it goes on for a long time, players will not think that this is a game mall, but will think that this is just a Half-Life launcher. So, at this time, G-Fat began to invest a lot of energy. While improving the STM product, he began to lobby various companies. This process is tortuous and long. Until now, the number of games settled on the STM platform has finally reached expectations, and it seems that the next step can begin. What's next? Of course, it's a game discount. This is the final decision that G-Fat and I made after meditating. After all, although there are enough games in the game mall, I don't really have a strong desire to buy them after playing them. I want players to develop a good habit of buying games. The best way is to promote. Even during this time, G-Fat has prepared discount activities and even started to prepare for publicity. According to his estimate, this time, your own platform will emerge, and you will receive praise and flowers. But something unexpected happened just before the end. Penguin Game. Kill them out. They have more advanced platform technology than STM, a game UI interface that is easier to use than STM, and the number of games in the mall is no less than that of STM. Even those who were one step ahead of them used the strategy of game discounts. What is this? I have obviously prepared everything, but suddenly I find that the things I have prepared and have rehearsed many times in my mind have already been used by others. Exactly. The online game platform was obviously invented by me first, and even the concepts of those game companies were changed by me. But penguins are like thieves. Appear suddenly. He used the game companies he had convinced to directly let them stay at Penguin, and then discounted the games one step ahead of them. Direct. Stuck your neck. Counterattack. What made Fatty G even more angry was that after his investigation, He found that this company had a very deep relationship with a three-body game that had contacted him in the past. So, I am living in their shadow. Supernova Battle is a game that hurts Fatty G. He knows very well that this game was born out of his own Counter-Strike. So every time he saw a super battle, he would be a little depressed. And now, even the STM platform in my mind was developed by others in advance. What is this? This is the shadow? Who? Finally, half an hour later, Fatty G, who was full of anger, finally calmed down again after smashing all the items on the table. He is a genius. He knows exactly when to get angry and when to stay calm. Obviously, as the boss of Wilfur, and as the banner of the entire company, he must maintain absolute calmness and restraint at all times. There's no use getting angry. Doesn't make the situation any better other than being laughed at. This is called Penguin Game. Are they planning overseas? After thinking for a long time, Fatty G asked. Although he was annoyed that he was living in the shadow of others, he also needed to fight back as soon as possible. And the enterprises of Longhua. The biggest advantage is that their internet is not connected to overseas countries, which means that it is difficult for successful products to reach the world. As long as they speed up their pace, although it means they have no chance with the Dragon Kingdom, they can at least win the overseas market, right? But it's a pity. Penguin Games has already announced that they have already started their overseas layout and will open the overseas version of the service within a week at the latest. The name of their new product has been decided. It is called QPIC. Although it has not been fully launched yet, the test version has been released. I have used it before. The subordinate paused here, with some hesitation in his eyes. It's very useful, Fatty G said bitterly. Yes. The subordinate nodded and sighed. Their preparations are very comprehensive, and they should have done a complete investigation. It is different from the Dragon Kingdom version, more concise and intuitive. And they also opened a friend function that we do not have, as well as a game evaluation function. The friend function allows you to add your own game friends, check your friends' game achievements, and chat. As for the game evaluation function, players are responsible for giving points, comments, and evaluating whether a game is fun or not. These two functions have not been officially exposed yet, but many media and bloggers have talked about them. At least on the internet, their popularity and voice are very high. Even, some people have asked us to let our Half-Life be stationed in QPIC. They said they do not want two game malls to be downloaded at the same time on the computer, especially one of them is just a launcher for a certain game. As soon as these words came out, Fat G suddenly turned pale. Gone. Killing is also heart-wrenching. Mr. Gabe, what should we do next? His subordinates couldn't help but ask. In fact, just 2 hours ago, people from QPIC came to us, hoping that we can put our game on the platform. They said that they have optimized the update channel in the platform. When players play, they can choose to update the game with one click. Putting it on their platform will be better than using our own platform. And what? GFAT couldn't help but ask. Moreover, they also said that if we are interested, we can merge our STM into their QPIC. Fake. Rao is a fat man who is always known for his good temper. He couldn't help but swear directly at this minute. Damn it. How's it going? Villefort, have you agreed to our merger? It was still Penguin's office. Gushio had just sat down and couldn't help but ask Ma Huateng with a smile. How is that possible? Ma Huateng smiled bitterly and said, We are targeting them like this. Valve almost hates us. How could they still agree to the merger? As for putting the game on the shelves, they don't even think about it. Our employees went to Valve's company before and were kicked out unceremoniously. After that, we contacted them twice, and Valve never talked to our people. I guess they are still angry. Are you still angry? This is so angry. Gushio smacked his lips. At the same time, he felt that this was quite reasonable. After all, he was taking revenge so blatantly that Fatty G must have noticed it if he was so smart. Even if it's really interesting, at least it's going to be a conflict now, right? Otherwise, what kind of Villefort is a temperless Villefort? Yes, revenge. Whether it is Penguin Game or QPIC, it is actually Gushio's revenge. After all, the conflict between them has been left many years ago. At the beginning, Three Body Games planned to release a masterpiece. It had already completed all the aspects of the game and was only missing a copyright authorization, just because they have taken a fancy to Counter-Strike, which is popular all over the world. Original intention. In order to completely build this game into a top-notch world-class online game, my original Valve really promised well, making Three Body Games feel that everything went smoothly. But here's the problem. When they had made all preparations and only needed to obtain the copyright authorization, Villefort suddenly changed his mind and was unwilling to open the authorization again. This matter, Gushio always kept it in mind. Although from a legal perspective, Valve did nothing wrong, from a moral perspective, this company is simply guilty. If Gushio had not opened the original Three Body Game, or if Gushio had insufficient funds, Three Body Game might have collapsed. After all, they spent a lot of time and energy on that game. The result was because of Villefort's temporary change of heart. Everyone's efforts were almost in vain. Although, it is precisely for this reason that Supernova Battle became a game that swept the world and is still more popular and player-active than World of Warcraft. But this is not the reason why Villefort can change his mind, right? Gushio is not a narrow-minded person, but he was definitely not someone who would help count the money after being sold by others. So Gushio had always written down the company Villefort in his notebook. How can we not take revenge? Must come back with revenge. In fact, this time it was considered gentle. With the energy invested by Yuanshio now, if we really want to get serious about dealing with Wilfer, it won't be too simple. Tom Bank is the best example. This is, of course, because Gushio learned the main reason why Villefort changed his mind temporarily. At the beginning, Gushio actually thought that Fatty G wanted to steal the skills of the Three Body Game from White Wolf. I found out later. G-Fat may have this intention, but in fact the main reason for their temporary change of heart was the conflict between Villefort and Zuelishin behind him during that period. Even many business cooperations were rejected by Zuelishin because of Villefort's reputation. To put it bluntly, it was just letting the doves go. It was not Villefort's original intention. The Three Body Game could only be regarded as an unlucky guy who was hit by a stray bullet. And it was precisely because of this that Gushiotai did not directly launch a plan of destruction against Villefort. Otherwise, after such a long time, Villefort would have become history. But he had no intention of directly destroying Villefort, but Gushio still valued this company. After all, the quality of this game company, which can't count to 3, is really impressive, and their Steam operation is also very successful. It has even become an existence that countless capitals want to learn from, but cannot surpass. Although he knew the future well, Gushio could definitely copy it. But if there is Villefort's blessing, Gushio, the boss, can completely become a hands-off shopkeeper. Isn't this delicious? As for Villefort's current little tsundere, to this, Gushio just grinned. They couldn't last long. After all, QPIC has eaten the biggest piece of meat, and the turnaround battle of STM in the previous life is destined to never happen again. And in this situation, Wilfer himself cannot hold on for much longer. Certainly, in order to avoid accidents, Gushio decided to do something. QPIC is online, and Super Battle will also be integrated into Pixmall. If this is the case, we will increase the promotion of the game. Also, Half-Life only relies on the game to suppress it, and it is difficult to snatch away all their players. After all, the life of this game has been extended infinitely after opening the mod function, and they seem to be planning to launch the portal in the near future. Okay, let's suppress the popularity of the portal first, and then release it when Valve can't hold on anymore. Also, although Valve is not a listed company, Gabe is still a stock trader. Let him feel the malice from capital. In an instant, a series of plans emerged in Gushio's mind. He looks more or less like a villain. However, a business war is a war in which the winner and the loser are the victors. The methods Gushio thought of can only be regarded as basic methods at best. As for whether this method is too low-end. Not that that's the case. Anyway, now that my family has a big business, there's no need to play any tricks. It is enough to just push all the way to achieve the goal. Use the simplest and crudest method. Push the high ground. What's more, Gushio's focus will no longer be on this. Next, there is still an appointment waiting for him. Boss, the number of active players in our STM has dropped by more than 70% in this week, and the number of active players in Half-Life has also dropped by more than 50%. The current situation is very dangerous for us. All our platform users have been taken away by QPIC. Their game library is more complete and more popular. We must find a way as soon as possible. Otherwise, we can only sell traditional games. Our new game has now been put on sale, but the sales are very poor. The popularity of the game is too low, and there is no way to grab too much popularity online. Inside Valve Company, GFAT's face was ashen, and he frowned tightly while listening to the report from his subordinates. During this time, he was having a bad time. STM, or Valve, has suffered unprecedented suppression, even more serious than when it had a lawsuit with Snow Mountain. I originally had a falling out with my publisher, although the lawsuit was settled at the end of last year, but offended big publishers. It is a conscious retreat in itself. And now, they have encountered an unprecedented opponent, the pressure of a super company with huge capital. The other person is not just allowing themselves to live in their shadow. And after QPIC went online, the bayonet was directly displayed, and it was a crazy output against STM. As a result, STM's daily activity dropped rapidly. As for the many games that Valve is proud of, they're also stretched when faced with the Penguin and 3-body games behind QPIC. After all, with just a Super War game, they have already left Valve by a long way, although apart from Super War, they don't have a better single-player masterpiece for the time being. But QPIC has enough games, and the quality is much better than theirs. Think of this. Fat G feels like he killed a dog. At the beginning, these major game companies were not interested in this kind of online PC game platform at all, and he personally came to lobby for many of them. Result: the achievement that should have been his own has become a bullet aimed at him. No one will be happy about this. Of course, these games are actually now also on their STM platform, but it can't be sold at all. In terms of product optimization and production, the current STM has no competitive strength compared to QPIC, which has been prepared for a long time and has more complete functions. There is no advantage at all. The games you have are also available to others, and other people's platforms are easier to use than yours. Players are not fools. They know how to choose. Could it be that I really have no advantage at all? Discount. We also have a discount. Finally, Fatty G shook his teeth and said, "This." The subordinates hesitated. "We are discounting now, but I'm afraid the effect will not be very good. QPIC started discount promotions earlier than us, and even this time they have discounted some games from major manufacturers. We have not yet negotiated contracts with these major manufacturers for game discount promotions. The major manufacturers have also joined." Fatty G was stunned, a little incredible. Didn't they not be optimistic about the online PC platform before and wanted to protect the rights of console players? Why did they suddenly support discounts? Well, the subordinates were a little hesitant. Tell me what you have to say. This is the credit of Penguin Platform. They started the discount in Dragon Kingdom first. At that time, the big game companies did not join, but in just a week, the big game companies changed their minds. His subordinates looked at G Fatty helplessly, hesitated, and said again, because of that discount promotion, the sales of discounted games were very high. QIPC took that data to find new game manufacturers. Game manufacturers have recognized this model, so they have signed contracts and signed up their own games for discount activities. After all, no one will give up the opportunity to make money. Hearing this, Fatty G's eyes widened immediately. "Why do I feel what you said sound a bit familiar?" This is the plan you told me before, boss." The subordinate said bitterly. "It's just that we haven't started the first wave of discounts, and QPIC has already talked about it." Instantly, Fatty G felt dizzy and his whole body felt bad. "Gone. This damn shadow appears again. You are always one step ahead of yourself. Then let's talk." Suppressing the feeling of vomiting blood, Fatty G waved his hand. Since these major game manufacturers have already joined Kick's promotional activities, it will be smoother for us to negotiate. Use the fastest speed to win the promotional contract for these games and start discounting immediately. The subordinate reminded, but boss, in this way, our advantage is not too big. The function of our STM is not perfect. Compared with QPIC, it can only be regarded as a semi-finished product. Indeed, the current STM has no social function or rating function. It only has a discussion community for player groups, but its openness is definitely not as good as QPIC. Every feature costs time and money. Want to add now, it's too late in terms of technology and time. In this case, their advantage is still small. Then the price is lower than theirs. G said through gritted teeth. Our promotion is stronger and the price is lower than Kick's. Don't players just come naturally? The subordinates were startled. Other manufacturers will not agree. Contracts always have a minimum discount ratio, unless what? Unless we are willing to burn money and lose money. Then burn. But what's the matter again? Fatty G was a little angry. His eyes were red and full of anger. But I saw my subordinate saying bitterly, but the company's recent financial situation, it's very bad. If we continue to lose money doing activities like this, our final results may maybe be even worse. Why did you start a company? To make money, of course. GFAT's financial situation has not been good in the past few years. After all, they have hardly had any major hits in the past few years, so their efforts to make money are naturally not high. In addition, the previous lawsuit with the publisher was a waste of life and money. Now Villefort. The financial situation is not ideal. If it just develops slowly, there will be no problem, but if you plan to use money-burning tactics, there is simply no way to do it. But G got drunk and didn't care at this time. Just burn money to death. We have lost many games, and I don't want us to lose anymore. The company has no money, so get a loan. I also have a lot of money in the stock market, and I will take all of it and invest it in the company. He has already decided. No matter what, we have to get back together. This is not just a battle for the market, but also a battle for his face. He is obviously the founder of the PC gaming platform, but he is surpassed step by others. Who can stand it? You must stand firm. Even if you lose, you must lose with dignity. But sometimes, even if Fatty G wants to give it a try, the actual situation is not. He is not even qualified to fight. First, he discovered that all the stocks he bought had plummeted, and he was stuck in the stock market. If he wanted to leave the market, he could only choose to cut the losses. This made Fatty G feel distressed for a while. This is all his savings for most of his life. But Fatty G can be considered a decisive person. While scolding the damn capitalists, he did not hesitate to withdraw part of the funds. But this is little money. Not enough. Then the only option is a loan. Good thing. The loan aspect is relatively simple. After all, Valve's reputation in the industry is still good, and all-can capitalists like lending the most. Except for the high interest rate, everything else is fine. Solve the funding problem. Next comes the game. But right here, something went wrong. Nintendo refused to sign a discount agreement with us. They said they had signed a discount protection agreement with QPIC. QPIC spent a lot of money and did not allow other platforms to reduce prices. Konami also refused. The Polish idiots also refused. They had signed an exclusive agreement with QPIC before. Here comes the bad news. Various major manufacturers have signed low-price protection agreements with QPIC long ago. The general content is that each company can play their games, but the lowest discount price is fixed, and it must not be lower than Kick's price. This is the result of superpowers. Gone. They have a monopoly. They're a monopoly. We can report them. We can sue them. Fatty G cursed on the spot when he heard the news. Rich dog. Dog capital. Just because you have money, you can do whatever you want. The subordinates were helpless. In order to avoid monopoly, they signed this agreement, and the protection period is half a year. Moreover, they did not prohibit other companies from reducing prices and discounts, but only added a price protection. In other words, they spent money just to compete with us on a fair stage. As for the monopoly, At least they did not step on the line. Fatty G is a smart man, and of course he understands the truth. At this time, listening to his subordinate's words, he suddenly felt a tightness in the chest and shortness of breath. Originally, the platform was not as good as QPIC. You can't even discount at a low price, and you can't even hope to overtake your competitors at a lower price. In fact, Fatty G understands. If they have strong funds, fixed price protection is simply nonsense, and they can definitely break through it. But Villefort has no money. What to do? What to do next? Let's get a discount. Let's also get a discount. If we don't do anything, the only thing we will face is death. At least this way we can barely survive. Fatty G said helplessly. Others' discounts are offensive, while their discounts are just passive defense. They don't even know whether they can defend. Own, isn't there any advantage? Wrong. There is an advantage. Suddenly, G-Fat thought of something. Our Half-Life or our Counter-Strike is still one of the most successful games. Although Super War is great, not everyone likes the style. We still have loyal fans. As long as these loyal fans are still playing the game, at least our STM can ensure that players are active. It is not the most dangerous time yet. We will give discounts and optimize our products as soon as possible. As long as the players do not fall below our bottom line, we will have the strength to fight. It is impossible to solve the battle in the short term. We will lengthen the front. G-Fat thought of a solution. Drag. As long as your platform is not down, you can always be a nail household. But unfortunately, as soon as these words were spoken, an employee rushed to the door with a look of horror on his face. It's not good. It's not good. On the internet, in our gaming community, some players are dissatisfied that our game requires mandatory login to STM, so they're scolding. And some players have found a way to crack it. This cracking method allows players to play Half-Life directly without logging in to STM. This method is spreading among the player community. Our STM player activity rate. It's descending rapidly. The moment I heard this, Fatty G froze in place for an instant, with only one thought in his mind. Sky, want to kill me. Boss, Villefort is now interested in accepting our investment, that is, merging with QPIC. They haven't given an accurate answer yet. As expected, the good news spread quickly. Gushio was not surprised at all by this news. Valve has been in his pocket from the beginning. There were financial problems, sales of new products were bleak, and even the online mall, which was a last bargaining chip, was suppressed to the point where it couldn't raise its head. In this case, there's only one outcome waiting for Villefort. Accept the acquisition. It's really refreshing to say that. They tricked me back then, and now we've taught them a lesson. Luo Xiang laughed. At this moment, the car stopped at the entrance of a factory. Luo Xiang took a look outside and said, "Boss, we are here." Gushio nodded and saw the 4 characters Fuyao Glass written on the brand image wall at the entrance of the factory. Yes. This time, Gushio came to not another company, but to the top glass manufacturing factory in the country. Fuyao Glass. At the same time, it can be regarded as a date that we met on the plane before. The security guard at the gate of the factory obviously greeted him in advance, and after confirming that the car was sitting in a distinguished guest of Yuanshio Investment, he immediately let him go. The car drove in again. Not long after, the car stopped in front of the company's administrative building, and here, as the boss of Fuyao Glass, King Chao personally led people to wait at the door. As soon as the car door opened, King Chao walked over first. When he saw Luo Xiang, who was the first to get out of the car, he stretched out his hand and said, "This must be Mr. Luo." Hello, I am Chowda." "Hello, Boss Chao." Facing such a serious tycoon, Luo Xiang would not be too polite. If the other party is so polite, Luo Xiang will only be more polite than the other party. The first meeting between the two parties went smoothly. After a few brief greetings, King Chao gave Luo Xiang a chance to accept the high-level officials following him. I have to say, as expected, a man who has built a business empire without even finishing elementary school, King Chao carries a sense of down-to-earth and sincerity from beginning to end. But King Chao, who was so smooth and graceful, stiffened a bit when he noticed the figure jumping out of the car behind Luo Xiang. "Kid, why are you here?" The person who appeared behind Luo Xiong was none other than Gu Xiu, who had come in person this time. Facing King Chao's surprise, Gu Xiu smiled slightly and said, "Hello, Uncle Chao. I said before that we will definitely see each other again soon. Do you think I'm here now?" "Haha, it seems that we're destined to see you again so soon." King Chao was surprised, but he couldn't help but praise a few words. But he couldn't help but fall in love with Luo Xiong, with a bit of curiosity and doubt in his eyes. "Obviously, I want to ask, what is the relationship between this child and you, Mr. Luo?" Facing King Chao's gaze, Luo Xiong did not hide it. He immediately came to Gu Xiu's identity and introduced him seriously and solemnly. "Let me introduce to Boss Chao. This Mr. Gu Xiu is the actual controller of our Yuanxiu investment and the only big boss of Yuanxiu investment. It seems that Mr. Chao has known our boss before." "Well, what?" King Chao suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Gu Xiu and Luo Xiong strangely, as if he wanted to confirm whether Luo Xiong was joking with him. Even such a powerful man was so surprised, not to mention the group of Fuyao senior executives following him. They looked at Gu Xiu as if they were seeing a ghost. Everyone understands this contact. After returning from Arminican, King Chao immediately determined the company's future development plan. They need to focus their next work on new product research and development as much as possible. Likewise, they want to win the anti-dumping case involving Fuyao as quickly as possible. In fact, it seems very simple to set the tone, but the actual operation is very complicated. Whether it is the company's funds or Fuyao's lawsuit, it is obvious that it cannot be solved simply. At least, it is not something that Fuyao today can solve quickly. But there's a saying that is good. When you feel sleepy, someone will give you a pillow. When determining the company's future development plan, Yuanxiu Investment, which is considered to be a big name in China, also got in touch with them as soon as possible. King Chao still knows about this company. After all, relying on the internet, Yuanxiu Investment now has a very good momentum of development in the country. It is considered a well-known large company in the national investment circle. They invest not only in the internet, but also in entertainment, film and television, ringtones, high-tech companies, and even part of the domestic soybean oil market is controlled by Yuanxiu Investment. But if it was before, King Chao would most likely reject an offer from such a company immediately. After all, although Fuyao is a listed company, it is also officially a listed company. So he knows better that in the eyes of the capital game, it is not necessarily a blessing or a curse for the company. What's more, they're facing Yuanxiu Investment, which is a level higher than Fuyao. No one wants to become the younger brother. However, a plane trip changed King Chao's mind. He was still afraid of large companies like Yuanxiu Investment, but relatively fearful. He is also more willing to see the company make changes. With this in mind, the early stage and long-term investment contacts were very smooth, especially the attitude and sincerity given by Luo Xiong, which also made King Chao think about it, and this is why Luo Xiong was invited. But this was originally just a normal business cooperation. But now it seems, are you really the boss of Yuanxiu Investment? It's true, right? I always thought that you might be the child of some big shot, but I never expected that you turn out to be a real big shot. King Chao couldn't help but sigh. But after saying this, King Chao couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Can I understand it? What you told me on the plane before, from the beginning, there was a plan to represent Yuanxiu Investment today and come to discuss cooperation with me, right? This more or less feels like being calculated." And he was tricked by a child. Unexpected. Faced with this question, Gu Xiu not only did not feel timid, but instead admitted openly, "Yes. From the first time I met you, Uncle Chao, I have thought about having more cooperation with you. However, this is not a premeditation, but a strong alliance by chance, isn't it?" "Ha, good. That's very good. Although I am still surprised that you have become the boss of this company at such an old age, but I am more interested in the next cooperation. I believe that this must be a strong alliance." Gu Xiu's straightforwardness did not arouse the dissatisfaction of King Chao. On the contrary, this tycoon who was born in the reckless and walked step by step had already expressed his satisfaction. To have made it this far, King Chao is not a brainless idiot. On the contrary, he is much smarter than many people. He was being plotted by Gu Xiao. Even on the plane, he didn't even notice that his thoughts were changed by this seemingly unrelated child. But so what? It is true that the thinking has been affected, but this change of thinking is inherently good. At least for Fu Yao now, this in itself is a good thing. It would be the most stupid thing to not be optimistic about this cooperation just because a kid calculated it. Look at it from another perspective. Being able to be so calculated by the other party has proven that the other party does have such intention to cooperate, or at least sincerely wants to negotiate and cooperate. Looking at it this way, this is not only not a bad thing, but also a great good thing. After a brief chat, King Chao brought Gu Xiao and Luo Xiang into the office. However, when he was about to ask someone to serve tea, Gu Xiao spoke first. Actually, the main reason I came here this time is to take a look at Fu Yao's internal environment and the glass production process. I wonder if I can. Haha, Xiao Gu, you are really an action person. King Chao nodded again and smiled, with admiration in his eyes. Of course you want to visit the company. Let's go. I will take you to see it. He was originally from a grassroots background. Unlike most so-called big bosses, King Chao has always been a pragmatist. Rather than sitting in the office with the air conditioner blowing and drinking tea, he actually prefers to go to the front line to supervise operations in person. Even occasionally, he will transform into an ordinary worker and participate in labor production. This is the inheritance of the Chao family. Even if his children want to join the company after graduating from a prestigious university, they will still have to start at the bottom of the company and then move up step by step. Therefore, not only was he not dissatisfied with Gu Xiao's request to visit the factory before his, but was even hot. He was full of praise. Although we at Fu Yao are a glass factory, our main production direction is still for the production of automotive glass. So, I will take you directly to the automotive glass production workshop. Currently, our automotive glass has two processes. One is laminated glass, and the other is regional tempered glass. For the time being, the technology of most small manufacturers is still at the level of ordinary tempered glass. The manufacturing process of tempered glass is actually very simple. It mainly involves cutting ordinary annealed glass into the required size and then continuing to heat it. When the temperature reaches the melting point of the glass, then perform a rapid and even cooling operation to obtain tempered glass. Generally speaking, the bending strength of tempered glass is 3 to 5 times that of ordinary glass, and the impact strength is 5 to 10 times that of ordinary glass. Moreover, after the tempered glass receives an impact, the force will be evenly distributed to the entire glass, and the impact resistance is actually more than that. Furthermore, even if the impact is too great, once it breaks, the tempered glass will form small fragments with an obtuse angle. This will ensure that people will not be scratched by the broken tempered glass to the greatest extent. It is relatively safer. The disadvantages are also obvious, right? Gu Xiao asked. King Chao nodded. Yes, the advantages of tempered glass are obvious, but the disadvantages are equally obvious. First of all, tempered glass cannot be cut, drilled, or edged. Because it is integrated, it can only be customized. Secondly, tempered glass is easy to expose itself. Even without any external mechanical force, it may break itself, and basically no glass factory can avoid this situation. The last thing is because after being stressed, the glass will instantly crack in a burst, forming a snowflake shape, which seriously affects the vision, which is very unsafe for the driver. So, we have also made some optimizations on ordinary tempered glass. At this point, King Chao puffed up his chest and said with some pride, "The first is the cutting and drilling of the glass. We really have no way to adjust it, but we can adjust the strength of different areas of a piece of glass through the regional strengthening mode. The technical difficulty here is actually not that big. The main issue is production difficulty. But with this method, we can ensure as much as possible that after a piece of glass breaks, it can only ensure the safety of the driver to the greatest extent possible, and at the same time ensure a certain degree of vision space. In this regard, we have an absolute advantage. We have the technology, and we already have a complete production chain and professional technicians. It is also with this technology that we have the ability to expand overseas markets. Many car manufacturers like to order from us. At this point, King Chao changed his tune. Of course, this thing has no technical difficulties in itself. The difficulty lies in production, and it does not have any technical exclusive capabilities. Fuyao, to put it bluntly, is just taking advantage of the convenience of the development of the motherland. So, on the basis of regional tempered glass, we began to focus in another direction. It's laminated glass. 2 pieces of tempered glass form a sandwich. Gushio asked, "If you put it that way, there's no problem." King Chao laughed and then explained, "Of course, the actual explanation is not that simple. After all, the production of the two is different, and although the technical conditions are reasonable, there are also differences." With that, King Chao took Gushio to a new processing plant. It can be seen that this place was built later. The production equipment is indeed completely different from the previous ordinary tempered glass workshop, and it is more precise and strict. There is a small building next to it. It still adopts the sterile and dust-proof mode. Obviously, this place is used for research and development. Laminated glass has higher impact resistance and will not break easily after being subjected to high-intensity impact. This is because laminated glass has a high degree of penetration resistance and can be buffered by an elastic interlayer when it is subjected to external forces. Moreover, laminated glass is made of 2 pieces of hot-bent glass bonded with PVB film at constant temperature and constant pressure. The bonding strength between glass and PVB is very strong. Even if the glass is broken, it will basically still adhere to the PVB film and will not fall. It is highly safe. Even if it breaks in front of your eyes, it will not hurt you. Moreover, compared with ordinary tempered glass, laminated glass has stronger heat resistance, cold resistance, moisture resistance, and light resistance, and is more suitable for refraction of light. This kind of glass is not yet mainstream, but I believe that this kind of glass will be able to completely replace ordinary tempered glass in the future, especially in the glass of cars and airplanes. This is the top priority in the future, and we at Fuyao are now fully transforming in this direction. I even plan that this new type of laminated glass will account for 60% or more of Fuyao's future glass production. Although King Chao is the big boss, he is basically the same as Gushio and only needs to be responsible for the company's decision-making. But the difference between him and Gushio is he has mastered all kinds of technologies, including all kinds of glass data, production, processes, and other things, and can accurately describe them. In his words, even if there is an accident and Fuyao goes bankrupt, if he goes to work as a technician in a glass factory, he will definitely be able to become a top-notch technician. This seems fine, but be aware, the person in front of me didn't even have a primary school degree when he started his business. Even in this new century, in the eyes of many people, this is no different from illiteracy. But it just so happens that he is such a person who can now casually tell you long chemical formulas. After attending the factory and seeing some finished glass, Luo Xiong was still a little unbelievable. Is this glass so powerful? Can I try it? Of course. King Chao smiled. If you don't believe it, you can try it, Manager Luo. This is our product testing workshop. You are welcome to test it as you like. Luo Xiong nodded, and without saying a word, he got in front of a piece of laminated glass and started looking at it. Think about it. He slapped it with his palm. The glass made a banging sound and did not break like traditional glass with a click. It seems really good. Mr. Luo can be bolder, King Chao said. Be bolder. Luo Xiong thought for a while, then simply increased his strength a little more and hit it with 7 points of force. The result is no surprise. The glass remained motionless. King Chao reminded again, be bold. We won't be so gentle when testing. Gentle? Luo Xiong was speechless. He simply didn't hold back anymore. He clenched his fist and smashed it, this time with all his strength. The result was, it hurts. Luo Xiong's hand was hurt by the shock, but the cracked glass in front of him remained motionless, with no cracks at all. This time King Chao didn't need to remind him. Luo Xiong directly kicked him. The force of a kick is much greater than that of a fist. But there was nothing wrong with the result. The glass in front of me didn't leave anything except the stains kicked by Luo Xiong. Not even a little crack. See this result. Luo Xiong couldn't help but widen his eyes, a little incredulous. Is today's glass so powerful? Although we are top students, we have driven quite a lot of luxury cars. But for glass, in fact, many times the memory is still stuck in the thin glass that can be easily broken by a pebble. Who would have thought that the current glass is so strong? As for the glass on the car, it's impossible for a normal person to jump into his car and kick his own window glass with such force, right? But when Luo Xiong felt incredible, but he saw that King Chao had already picked up a wooden stick and handed it over. Try it with a tool to increase its strength. Luo Xiong. Good guy. Luo Xiong wanted to call him a good guy anyway. Every time he tried, he was afraid of smashing the glass. In the end, people thought he was too gentle. Even seeing that he could only use his hands and feet, he thoughtfully gave himself tools. As Mr. Zhang San, an outlaw gangster, Luo Xiong felt that he had to show his true skills. He immediately took the stick and weighed it. Don't say it. It's really not light. However, King Chao handed it to him. Could it be that he still felt sorry for the glass in front of him? Luo Xiong no longer hesitated and grabbed the wooden stick with both hands. After a little movement, the wooden stick in his hand was smashed down without hesitation. Bang! With a muffled sound, the wooden stick hit the glass, and a lot of sawdust flew up. Like the sawdust, the wooden stick was also bounced upward. Luo Xiong was caught off guard, and the wooden stick flew away from his hand. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Looking at the glass again, there was nothing else except the marks of sawdust stained on it. After gently wiping it with a towel, I saw that the glass was still brand new. There is no change at all. Isn't this glass too strong? Then if I replace all the glass in my house with this kind of glass, will I no longer have to worry about others smashing the glass in our house with stones? Luo Xiong couldn't help but ask. But King Chao laughed, and without saying a word, he took out an obtuse hammer and handed it over. Try. Can you still resist the hammer? Luo Xiong's eyes widened. Although this is just a small hammer held in one hand, it is also a serious hammer. Mr. Luo, you'll know if you try it. Okay. Luo Xiong didn't hesitate, picked up the hammer and hit it with a bang. This impact was stronger than kicking and hitting with a stick just now. But the results didn't change anything. When a hammer hit it, it bounced up immediately, not to mention the glass shattering. If Luo Xiong hadn't been prepared to hold the hammer tightly this time, the hammer would have flown away. This intensity, at least for Luo Xiong at this moment, it is unimaginable. Isn't this glass impossible to break? Luo Xiong couldn't help but ask. Of course not. King Chao shook his head and smiled. We are making glass, and safety issues still need to be considered. If the car falls into the river, people must be able to escape, right? King Chao picked up a sharp-nosed hammer again. Generally speaking, using a hard object with a sharp angle and smashing hard from the corners of the glass can break the glass. Of course, it is best to start from the joint of the car window. If it is from the middle, sometimes it cannot be broken. He said. King Chao took a sharp-nosed hammer and smashed it hard on the glass frame. This time, things have finally changed. The moment the sharp-nosed hammer hit it, the glass broke instantly. Smooth glass. A crack like a spider web appeared in an instant. It was obviously just a corner that was hit, but the entire glass was completely broken. But here's the interesting thing. Although there were horrible cracks all over, the glass did not fall off. It was still stuck to the glass frame. Even when I pushed it with my hand, except for a little shaking, it didn't break at all. I saw King Chao hit it a few more times, and a small hole appeared in the place where it was hit. He smashed outward along the hole, and it was finally broken open. Moreover, Luo Xiong couldn't help but admire these fragments after taking a look at them. These glass fragments are very regular. They are all oval obtuse angled fragments. Even if they fall, it is difficult to scratch someone. To be honest, before this, it was hard for me to imagine that I saw this technology in a domestic factory. I thought that such technology was only available abroad. It used to be only available abroad, but Fuyao took the lead in breaking the overseas monopoly. The Fuyao executive on the side said with a smile. And, in fact, in terms of technology, we are not only no worse than the top foreign technologies, but in some aspects, we have even surpassed overseas technologies. We always firmly believe that in the future, our Fuyao technology or our domestic technology will be many, many times more powerful than foreign technologies. In fact, this is just our preliminary research result. We're also studying aeronautical flight glass and bulletproof glass at the same time. We have also made breakthroughs in this regard. It's just that these two temporary orders are not large, so we have not carried out large-scale research and development. But this will definitely be one of our research and development directions in the future. Is a manned space flight already available now? We plan to use the glass we produce in the future to be used in the country's aviation technology. These are all made by our Dragon Kingdom. When he said this, everyone around him stood up and raised their heads, not just a group of company executives, but even an ordinary lathe worker. They were all full of pride. What an honor. Such a picture made Luo Xiang couldn't help, but his eyes lit up. He suddenly understood why his boss valued this company so much that he even asked himself to put down other work and focus on negotiating Fuyao matters. This company, the potential is endless. After visiting the company, King Chao took the two of them to his office. The senior officials did not participate this time. As soon as he sat down, Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask, Mr. Chao's investment, shouldn't it be small? It's indeed not small. Every year, we allocate a lot of funds for product research and development. In fact, this expenditure also brings a lot of pressure to the company every year. King Chao nodded frankly. This is also the reason why we hope to have in-depth discussions with Yuanxiu Investment. We hope to find like-minded partners. I believe that we will definitely become a very good partner. Luo Xiang smiled, but then changed the topic. But I still have a question. Say, as far as I know, although there are many domestic companies that advocate independent research and development, there are definitely not many, and most independent research and development companies will not have very good results in the end, because this road is too difficult. Luo Xiang said here, paused briefly, and seeing that King Chao was not angry, he continued. And it is precisely because of this that many factories finally gave up the road of independent research and development and instead worked hard to build themselves into OEM factories. This seems to be a route that saves time, effort, and money, and may not be too profitable in the end. But at the same time, the pressure will be much less, and it is relatively safer. Mr. Luo must have heard that several overseas companies have been looking for us to do OEM, right? King Chao asked with a smile. Yes. Luo Xiang nodded. I did hear that, and I heard that, Mr. Chao. You seem to have rejected them? I did reject them. King Chao nodded. Why? Luo Xiang asked. As far as I know, their offer is not low. You can even say, Mr. Chao, you only need to agree, and the company's pressure will be reduced a lot immediately. It can get through the difficulties without even accepting our investment. Their offer is indeed not low. Although it is not as much as what we earn by sending it overseas, it saves a lot of time and effort. But King Chao shook his head. This is just because our production capacity is better. If we have a better manufacturer as a replacement, we will be worthless. To put it bluntly, we must have the advantage. And the advantage is just production technology? No, we must have our own technology. Or we must have our own brand. Luo Xiang nodded, but saw that King Chao had not finished speaking. He added tea to the two people in front of him, and then continued. I have a fellow villager who makes plastic dolls. It has been in business since the 1990s. Now it is getting bigger and bigger, and the scale of the factory is getting bigger and bigger. But do you know how much profit they make from the dolls they make? One piece. The workers can get 50 cents per doll, and the boss can get 50 cents per doll. For these 50 cents, they have set out the highest standards and produced the best-made dolls and toys in the world. Workers have to squeeze the labor force, and bosses also have to bear risks. If the exchange rate changes, the boss may not even make a penny or even lose money. Do you know how much the dolls produced in his factory can be sold in Alekin? At least 20 meters, and the supply exceeds demand. There are often even many people rushing to buy them at parties. Not to mention overseas. Even if they're turned around and sold to China, it will still cost more than 1 or 200 yuan. So you know, I don't want to do OEM processing, but I want to build my own brand and independently develop technology. These words, King Chao spoke very hard. It was obvious that he was extremely angry, otherwise it wouldn't be the case. And listen to his words. Luo Xiang couldn't help but be silent for a while. The real technology and brand must be in our own hands. At least in the future, we will not be held hostage by others. OEM processing may be good. Not only can it increase our sales, but it can also increase our production, but it will also continue to overdraw our brand. It's a little sad now, but every step forward, the future will be better. The probability of independent research and development may be very low, but if you want to truly achieve the greatest success, you must break through this difficulty. Besides, I think, we are a great country with a lot of talents. Whether it is technology or productivity, it is no worse than overseas. We already have such potential. Good. Luo Xiang couldn't help but agree. Mr. Chao's words are sobering and shocking. At the same time, I finally understand why our boss keeps emphasizing that we must seriously contact your company for cooperation. Because, Mr. Chao, you have exactly the same idea as our boss. You are all entrepreneurs who are confident in the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Oh, could it be that Mr. Gu thinks the same way? Luo Xiang's words not only praised King Chao, but also praised his boss. King Chao could not help but look at Gu Xiu immediately. In response, Gu Xiu just smiled. Luo Xiang, who was on the side, directly helped his boss to explain, I wonder how much Mr. Chao knows about our boss, Mr. Gu Xiu. Well, King Chao smiled bitterly and shook his head. To be honest, I didn't know much about Mr. Gu before this. After all, Mr. Gu's identity is too secretive, and there is basically no news in this regard. In the industry, there's basically very little news about the boss behind Yuanxiu Investment. This is the truth. Yuanxiu Investment is a well-known investment company in China, and many people know it. Especially in the past few years, more and more companies under Yuanxiu Investment have begun to emerge. Penguin, Taobao, Hanshin, Ismail, 3 Body Games, Yuanxiu Entertainment, all of them have well-known names. Even those who have never been exposed to it basically recognize the transcendent status of Yuanxiu Investment. But such a company is full of mystery to many people. There are 2 main mysterious points. The first is the accuracy of investment. The probability of unicorns emerging from Yuanxiu investments is very high. Even those investments that are used to harvest leaks from peers in the investment circle have basically achieved good results. This kind of investment success rate can be described as invincible. The second is the boss of Yuanxiu Investment. Many people know it. The boss of Yuanxiu Investment is called Gu Jianjun. This can be directly checked, and many people know that this Gu Jianjun is the songwriter Uncle Gu who used to be a songwriter. But that's all I know. What this person does, what his identity and background are, and what he looks like, no one can tell clearly, and few have seen him in person. Even those who have met him, when talking about this mysterious Uncle Gu to the outside world, most of them only have one comment. This is a true genius. And he is much younger than many people think. He is truly young and promising. King Chao had heard many comments like this before. Although I was a little curious, I didn't think much about it. After all, it is normal to say that such a person is a genius. Most people who can reach this level have actually been called geniuses. As for being younger than everyone thinks, he is young and promising. Then there is nothing strange about it. He is nothing more than a person born in the 1980s or a little bit in the late 1970s. This age is beginning to develop towards younger people at the level of big bosses. Although it is rare, it is not unheard of. Nothing much to say. But now I actually met someone, after meeting Uncle Gu, the dragon who never saw the beginning or end of the dragon. King Chao finally understood. What is genius? What does it mean to be young and promising? It seems that the above protection of our boss's privacy is very good. Even Mr. Chow doesn't know about our boss. Luo Xiang laughed at this time. Above. King Chow noticed this key word keenly. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. However, he did not ask rashly, but he was just curious. Mr. Chow, have you ever heard of the youngest scientist in our country? Luo Xiang did not let King Chow hesitate, but took the initiative to ask. The youngest scientist? I seem to have some impression. King Chow nodded. It seems to be a scientist at Hanshin Technology. I remember that when I first read the report, he seemed to be only 8 or 9 years old. At this point, King Chow suddenly widened his eyes. He thought of something crucial. The youngest scientist in the world. Yuanxiu Investment not only holds shares in Hanshin Technology, but is also the largest shareholder of Helan Ismail Optical Technology. In that case, no, that person is Gu. Mr. Gu, right? It's true. Gu Xiu smiled slightly and admitted openly. His. King Chow suddenly gasped. He knew that this kid was not simple when he met Gu Xiu on the plane. But it wasn't until he came to the company today that he knew that this kid was actually the boss of a well-known investment company. And now he found out. That's not all Gu Xiu's identity. He is even the youngest scientist in the world who made a sensation back then. At the same time, he also understood why Luo Xiang said that he and Gu Xiu had the same idea. Gu Xiu is the youngest scientist in the world, and he also participated in the research and development projects of Hanshin Technology. His own company even holds shares in these high-tech fields. From this point, it can be seen that Gu Xiu must also be a person who attaches great importance to technology. Then prove it. My own thoughts, and his must be highly similar. Even, my own ideas may not be as far-reaching as Gu Xiu's. In fact, in addition to Hanshin, they include Trisolar Games, Penguin, and even Taobao, and we also have a drone hard technology company. This series of companies all attach great importance to technology, from game engines, to Penguin's instant messaging technology, to Taobao's search technology. All companies invest heavily in technology. It is also because we always believe. Only if the technology is good enough, we can always be at the top level in the future. Gu Xiu took the lead in reaching out. So in my opinion, our future cooperation will be very pleasant. Definitely. King Chow laughed and shook hands with Gu Xiu. Obviously, in this situation where the man is in love and the concubine is interested, the cooperation between the two parties went very smoothly. In the subsequent negotiations, the two parties quickly determined the content of cooperation. The first is funding. Yuanxiu Investment invested 500 million renminbi in Fuyao Glass and holds 25% of the shares in Fuyao Glass. This price is actually quite generous. Even judging from the current situation, Fuyao Glass is taking advantage. It seems. If he didn't take advantage of it, it seemed that Gu Xiu was at a loss. But actually, for Gu Xiu, it doesn't matter whether you take advantage of this or not. Not to mention that the market value of Fuyao Glass will increase dozens of times in the future. Just because King Chow felt that he had taken advantage, when facing Gu Xiu, he always felt that he owed him and wanted to find a way to make up for it. This is considered a favor. Earn less and let the Glass King owe him a favor. This deal is definitely a good deal for Gu Xiu. Not to mention, King Chow is a well-known entrepreneur in Fuzhou, and because he's been based in Fuzhou for many years, Gu Xiu has met even some officials in Fuzhou. This made Gu Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Although the industry does not seem to be as wealthy as the internet, nor can it develop as quickly as the internet. But the same thing. In many aspects, the hidden advantages of industry are actually greater than those of the internet industry, at least the relationship with local official departments, local connections, and a series of other things. They can leave behind many internet companies by a large margin. This can be compared. Even for a company like Penguin, relying on the connections in Xiao Ma's family, they're the dominant company in Nanshan, and all departments have good connections. But that's the pony relationship. Without this relationship, in fact, in the eyes of Nanshan officials, Penguin can only be regarded as a slightly larger company. That's all. Even if we compare them with physical factories, the difference is not even a little bit worse, especially compared to some large factories. Sorry about that. Penguins have to step aside. This is not to discriminate against the internet industry, but because at the current stage, internet companies may be able to bring economic growth, but at least in the short term. Whether it is in terms of taxation or employment of migrant workers, it is far behind compared with ordinary large factories. Companies like Fuyao are different. A single move affects the whole body. With their own technology in hand and the factory located here, the tax revenue and jobs they can actually provide every year can solve a lot of trouble for local officials. This is really implemented. In particular, after Gu Xiu met a circle of local talkative people with King Chao, he actually discovered many future big bosses. One person in particular made Gu Xiu pay special attention to him. Secretary He. This is Gu Xiu, the boss of Yuan Xiu Investment and the second largest shareholder of our Fuyao Glass. Mr. Gu, this is Secretary He. At the dinner table, King Chao introduced each other enthusiastically and secretly introduced to Gu Xiu in private. This secretary he was in Fuzhou 2 years ago, and now he is in Qingmen. He has a doctorate in finance and is promoted once every 2 years. Now his career is going smoothly. There is no need to elaborate too much. King Chao understood that Gu Xiu must understand what he meant. In fact, of course Gu Xiu understood, and it was even more than just understanding because Gu Xiu understood this person the first time he saw him. Met a big boss, and he is a real super boss, because if his memory is correct, the person in front of him will go to Jinmen soon, and then to Yanjing, and all the way to the point where the current Yi family must treat him with caution. Think clearly about this investment in yourself. Gu Xiu only had one feeling: make a lot of money. What surprised Gu Xiu even more was that these were not the only things he made money from, because the two parties have officially finalized the cooperation. One afternoon, when Gu Xiu had returned to Suzhou, suddenly I received a call from King Chao. Gu Xiu, if you're interested in industry, I wonder if you're interested in the domestic automobile manufacturing field? I've been going crazy at home for so long. If Brother Xiu hadn't come to save me, I feel like I would have been depressed at home. You don't know. I was an emperor when I first came home. After staying for less than a week, I became an eyesore that my grandma doesn't care about and my uncle doesn't love. Even my mother dislikes me staying at home every day. Before returning to China, I wanted to play everywhere. Not long after I came back, I wanted to start school quickly. I have more freedom than at home. Brother Xiu, you don't even know that you asked me to go out to play this time. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep last night. It's too hard. On the plane, Shi Qingsong complained to Gu Xiu. Children are really suffering. Before returning to China, he originally thought that after returning, he would travel all over the country and eat and have fun. The entire summer vacation was fully planned by him. As expected, an accident occurred. After playing for a few days, I got bored, because he found that running around was very tiring. It was better to stay at home, eat, sleep, and play games. There is no doubt about it. Such an approach must have been dissatisfied by Shi's father and mother. In this way, Shi Qingsong once again became a negative teaching material for the family to educate Shi Jian. This time Gu Xiu went out and asked Shi Qingsong to come with him. The boy immediately felt like he had been injected with chicken blood. Resurrection with full blood. At least you can lie down at home openly and openly. I don't even have the chance to lie down at home. Classmate Gu Xiu spread his hands in sympathy with the same problem. Shi Qingsong was greatly comforted. Brother Xiu, are you the same as me at home? Who is not a child? I know. It's too miserable to be a child. When I graduate, they won't care about me. That's not necessarily true. While the two were chatting, it was time to board the plane. Only then did Shi Qingsong remember to look at the starting station on the ticket and couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Brother Xiu, are we going to Shanghai this time? Why are we going to Shanghai? Do you have any plans? There doesn't seem to be anything particularly delicious in Shanghai. Is there anything fun? Don't you like looking at cars? Gu Xiu smiled. I'll take you to the car show. Watch the car show. Shi Qingsong became interested. Brother Xiu, are you going to sell a car? What car do you want to buy? I heard that Lamborghini has recently released a good sports car, and Porsche seems to have a new model, and by the way, Ford seems to have released a good muscle car. But I don't know if there is one in China. It seems that the most popular cars in China are BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi. Although the cars of these three companies are good, I don't like them very much. When talking about cars, Shi Song became very interested. He bought a car in Alekan, and he likes to drive it out for fun when he has nothing to do. He has done some research in this area. In his memory, Gu Xiao had never been interested in this thing. It was rare to hear from Gu Xiao that he wanted to go to a car show. It felt a bit novel. But, in response to his words, Gu Xiao just shook his head. Buy a car? He has little interest in this stuff. To be honest, cars these days, no matter how luxurious they are not suitable for Gu Xiao. That's it. If I have the ability, I can let an 11-year-old kid drive this car at will. Otherwise, it's all nonsense. This time, seeing the car is secondary. Getting to know the domestic car brands introduced by King Chao was what Gu Xiao valued most. The entire journey was silent. 2 hours later, the plane landed in Magic City. As soon as the two of them walked out, they saw King Chao waiting for him. Cooperation with Yuanxiu Investment. This gave King Chao enough confidence, allowing this industrial boss who had been frowning before to completely relax now. After all, Yuanxiu Investment not only gave them money, but also provided them with legal help. From Alekan. Now the legal team has been reorganized and is putting pressure on Alekan's commercial department. If nothing else happens, the recent antitrust case that has been delayed for several years will be settled. At this time, I saw Gu Xiao again. King Chao was the first to give Gu Xiao a hug, and then said hello to Shi Song beside him. Hello, kid. We meet again. Oh, you're the uncle we met on the plane last time. Shi Song still remembered King Chao. Haha. Young man, you have such a good memory. King Chao laughed and said, it sounds like fate. Uncle Chao, you've been waiting for a long time. Gu Xiao also said at the side, hey, there's no such thing as waiting too long. I didn't arrive much earlier than you, so I thought I'd wait for you right here. King Chao waved his hand and then pointed at a man who was obviously dressed as a driver and said, let's go. Don't make people wait too long. Gu Xiao and Shi Song immediately agreed, and the three of them set off immediately, got on the waiting car, and headed straight to the International Convention and Exhibition Center. On the way, King Chao introduced them to the car show. This auto show is a major international auto show, and there are many brands present, including luxury brands such as Bentley and Rolls-Royce. It is considered an annual event. Likewise, since this large-scale auto show is held in the country, domestic brands will naturally participate. But the current situation of domestically produced cars is relatively embarrassing, and they are destined not to become the focus of this auto show. And Gu Xiao wanted to meet him this time. It is a domestic car brand that is not well known, and even in this era many people have not heard of it. The CEO of this company is named Wang. We met when we attended a domestic entrepreneur conference. This person is very capable and has ideas. In 1993, Lao Wang started the company and started working in the battery field. At that time, he focused on independent research and development and production. With 20 people, he really took root by improving the production of nickel-cadmium batteries. By 1997, their company had developed into a medium-sized enterprise with annual sales of nearly 100 million, and then they began to change direction. Because Lao Wang discovered that in nickel-cadmium battery technology, no matter how they improved the design, in the end the technology was still behind others. It was better to change the track and transform to an unmanned track. Lithium-ion batteries. I asked him about it back then, and he told me that if domestic rechargeable battery manufacturers want to achieve a qualitative leap, they must get involved in lithium-ion batteries. Otherwise, they will always lag behind competitors like Neon. The final result also proved that he made the right bet this time. With the pioneering research and development of lithium-ion batteries, although a lot of money was invested in the early stage, they also lost a lot of market share of the original nickel-cadmium batteries. But after the success of the technology, they quickly began to occupy the market and even received orders from big brands such as Motorola and Nokia. Even now, they have taken away more than 60% of Neon's battery orders, and they are even considered a serious giant in the global battery market. King Chao did not mention the brand, but when Gushio heard this, he immediately understood which brand King Chao was talking about. It was sure Ching Song who didn't understand. Aren't we going to see cars? They seem to be domestically produced cars. How come the battery is involved? Don't worry. King Chao laughed and said, you must see cars. The company I'm talking about only started to get involved in cars a few years ago. They acquired Qingchuan Automobile. Have you heard of it? Qingchuan Automobile. Sure, Ching Song shook his head. Does Alto know? King Chao asked again. I know. Sure, Ching Song nodded repeatedly. You're not talking about Alto, are you? This car doesn't seem to be very popular, right? Haha, it's actually not bad. During the great transformation of domestic military industry companies in the early years, for companies successively obtained the automobile manufacturing technology from Neon Suzuki, Chang'an Alto, Zhong'an Alto, Qingchuan Alto, and Zhongbei Alto. At that time, these four companies produced Alto models at the same time. No wonder, when I asked why I often see Alto, it turns out that it is produced by four companies. Sure, Ching Song smacked his mouth, which was considered a great insight. Actually, there are not four companies because only two companies, Qingchuan and Chang'an, developed well in the end. Then the two companies started to compete again. Chang'an was stronger, but Qingchuan was slowly suppressed and could not raise its head, so it was considered a failure. At the beginning of the century, they did not give up. Based on the original Alto platform, they independently developed the Flare sedan and invested $720 million to build a production line. They achieved good results in the first year of production. With the title of the cheapest car, they sold 17,000 cars in 1 year. This sales volume was considered to be on the list that year. How come it was acquired by others after selling well? Sure, Ching Song was puzzled. This kind of old military-industrial enterprise has serious financial problems. Even if the sales volume is good, the profit is actually not high. I heard that their profit that year was only more than 700,000 yuan. Say, if you were the boss, looking at such high sales volume and such small profits, would your heart become cold? Sure, Ching Song nodded. These things were very unfamiliar to him. That's the good thing about chatting with Lao Jianghu. Long experience. King Chao did not stop his explanation, so Qingchuan Automobile at that time was actually thinking about finding a partner. It happened that the second year, the car manufacturing boom began to appear, and the home appliance industry, mobile phone industry, and tobacco industry began to pour into the automobile industry like a tide. The company I'm talking about also began to enter the automobile manufacturing industry at this time, and it happened to value Qingchuan Automobile, which was in a poor economic situation. The two parties hit it off and chose to cooperate. This company originally spent $270 million to acquire 77% of Qingchuan Automobile shares. It seems that it already obtained 99% of the shares last year. At this point, the car has entered the parking lot of the International Convention and Exhibition Center. King Chao got out of the car first, and there happened to be a brand sign for this auto show next to him. King Chao pointed to the dazzling array of brands, smiled slightly, and said, and the company I'm talking about has now changed its name to Qingchuan Automobile. It's called Baiadi. Mr. Chao, let's go this way. I'm sorry that Mr. Wang left temporarily because of something. He just called me and asked me to entertain you well. He will come back as soon as possible. Sorry. Under the leadership of Baiadi's staff, a group of 3 people was quickly brought into Baiadi's exhibition hall. Originally, Gushio was looking forward to meeting the legendary Mr. Wang. It's a pity. Didn't see it for the first time. Haha, it's okay. Today is your big day. You are busy with your business and don't worry about me. As for Lao Wang, I'll just wait. There's no rush. King Chao was not an arrogant person. After listening to the Baiadi staff, he smiled and waved his hands to show that he didn't mind. It can be seen that they are really busy. There were countless people looking at the car, and even more people placing orders on the spot. Especially the mainstream model called F3 attracted much attention. Such a scene opened Shi Qing Song's eyes and made him feel incredible. He thought that because domestic cars were in this showroom, no one would pay much attention to them. And, after looking at the cars in the Baiadi showroom, what caught Shi Qingsong's attention the most was the convertible sports car placed in the center of the booth. The appearance of this car is a bit like a Mercedes-Benz CLK. The front grille and two headlights make it look very dynamic. Especially the streamlined body and the cool rear wing made sure Qingsong couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this a domestic car? Is there such a handsome sports car made in China?" "Brother Xiao, I think I have a goal for the first sports car in my life." After hearing this, King Chao, who was originally very optimistic about this manufacturer, had a strange expression on his face, as if he was hesitant to say something. Gu Xiao was more direct. "If you want to buy this car, you might as well look at the parameters of this car first." "Look at the parameters?" Shi Qingsong was puzzled and stepped forward to take a closer look. "Really?" As expected, Shi Qingsong retreated after just 3 minutes. The first thing he said when he came back was, "Liar." Then he seemed a little annoyed and pulled Gu Xiao to complain. "This car is just a showpiece, a pure IQ tax. It looks so cool, and the price is not expensive. It's only about 200,000, and it's a convertible. If the parameters are better, I'm planning to buy one for fun." "Brother Xiao, do you know the result?" This car is a front-wheel drive design with a 2.0L engine. It takes 14 seconds to accelerate from 100 kilometers to 100 kilometers. This data is not worthy of the appearance of this car. It costs 200,000 for this broken car. It is not as fast as robbery. Although Shi Qingsong has not yet owned his first sports car in his life, he has driven it in a Milliken quite a few times. "I'm still more concerned about vehicle parameters." And this was his intuitive feeling after seeing this convertible sports car. In fact, most people who come to the auto show are knowledgeable. There are not a few people looking at this convertible sports car. However, after seeing it, most people shook their heads and turned around and left, not even interested in chatting more. After that, Shi Qingsong took a look at several popular models of Baiadi, and he probably had some idea in his mind. "Brother Xiao, I don't think this brand is good." "Oh," Gu Xiao smiled. "Why?" "They feel a bit copycat." "Copycat?" "Yes, they're copycats. Look at the appearance of their vehicles. They all imitate the appearance of some well-known luxury cars, just like the F3 they sell best now, which imitates Toyota's Corolla." Shi Qingsong said with some displeasure, "Our domestic brands are really not good. They are all imitating other people's things. They don't have anything of our own. They even imitate the appearance. Anyway, I would be embarrassed to drive their car, even if it was given to me. Otherwise, people would say that I have no class and drive knockoffs. Tell me, isn't it good for a good domestic brand to do independent research and development? If you just follow the path of imitation, you will never be able to stand up in your life. Maybe you'll be laughed at in the future, but I think they are selling well." Gu Xiao said with a smile. Shi Qingsong curled his lips and said, "It's selling well because they imitated the appearance and offered good value for money. Compact cars are only sold at the price of small cars, and even the starting price is over 50,000. Anyway, if I want to buy a car, I would rather add tens or hundreds of thousands more to buy a better one than this kind of car." Shi Qingsong is a young man after all. Moreover, he is also a serious second-generation rich man. He even made a lot of money by relying on Jinjiu, and his small coffers are quite thick. Consumption concepts have also changed a lot. Looking at Shi Qingsong like this, Gu Xiao didn't feel anything. People's concepts will change with age, wealth, and knowledge. Can't say right or wrong. What's more, the current Baiadi is indeed like that. But, actually, although this company does take some shortcuts in appearance, if domestic automobile manufacturers want to get ahead, they need some shortcuts. Otherwise, it will be impossible to break out of the siege. Being an honest person can achieve nothing except the title of being an honest person. Gu Xiao shook his head and expressed his different opinions. Moreover, you shouldn't just look at the problem from your own perspective. You should also think about, if you are the decision maker of this company, what can you do to break out of the siege surrounded by foreign capital and domestic competition? Also, you also have to think about why this car manufacturer can achieve such a low price. but it is difficult for other companies to achieve such a low price. These words made Shi Qing think deeply. This is his good habit. He would not hide his intuitive thoughts from Gu Xiao, but he would also think more under Gu Xiao's guidance. Gu Xiao is right. Biote is definitely not perfect. Everyone wants to make a perfect product, but in many cases it must be based on reality. It's like a car. The appearance of a car has many aspects that need to be considered. Is the appearance pleasing? Is the model reasonable? Will it affect the stable speed? And can its own equipment be produced? These are all issues. Although imitating successful models affects reputation, it is a relatively safe shortcut for a car company that has just completed its merger and wants to develop rapidly. King Chao had not interrupted before. After hearing Gu Xiao's words, he couldn't help but nod in admiration and said, "And the price of this car is a problem. The reason why the price of this car can be kept so low is because Biote's cars are basically all independently developed and manufactured. They basically have no outsourcing projects. To put it bluntly, we have achieved such an extreme price by controlling costs to the extreme. From this point of view, they are at least better looking than those who make home appliances. Personally, I am quite optimistic about them." At the beginning of the new century, with the growth of the national economy and the adjustment of domestic policies, the car-building craze once reached a crazy level. Because domestic demand for private cars has surged. The huge profits from automobile manufacturing are also regarded by many people. After that, many companies, including Medea Air Conditioning, Oaks Group, Greencool, and Bird, spent a lot of money to enter the automotive industry. And Biote can only be regarded as one of the small companies that is not conspicuous. Able to achieve this level is already considered very rare. Shi Qing nodded, somewhat understanding, but more or less still a little lackluster. When King Chao saw his appearance, he just smiled and said nothing. After all, young people today are different from middle-aged and elderly people. It's about imitating the appearance. It is tantamount to plagiarism and is enough for young people to despise. But it was Gu Xiao's performance that made King Chao appreciate him even more. "You don't seem to have bad feelings about Biote?" "Indeed." "Why?" King Chao was curious. It's normal to have a little dark history, and a lot of dark history is actually due to decisions made out of desperation during the development stage. Gu Xiao shook his head. "In comparison, what I am more optimistic about is whether this company, which is the world's largest battery supplier, will combine the two products." "You said battery plus car?" "Electric car." King Chao was a little surprised. "Yes, you." King Chao hesitated and finally lowered his voice. "How did you know that Biote was going to build an electric vehicle?" "I just learned about the news not long ago, which is why I brought you here. In fact, as soon as they captured Qingchuan, they thought about using their battery advantages to develop electric vehicles. But it is a new field after all, so in the early stage, they plan to continue to work on traditional fuel vehicles. It was also in the past 2 years that they really started to try the research on battery vehicles based on their achievements in the fuel vehicle market. However, I heard that there was considerable opposition to this project within Biote. After all, redeveloping this kind of thing means more funds and greater risks. At this time, Lao Wang heard about the investment cooperation between Fuyao and your Yuan Xiu, so he called me and asked me. Then I thought of bringing you to see if you were interested. At this point, King Chao reminded, "Of course. You don't have to give me any face in business matters. If you think you can cooperate, then cooperate. If you feel it's inappropriate, don't force yourself because of me. You understand this. This is the bottom line." And these words made Gu Xiao sigh with emotion again. At that time, I met King Chao on the plane. It's really good luck. As for whether Biote electric vehicles are worth investing in, such a question. Perhaps for people in this era, everything is still full of unknowns. But from the perspective of a reborn guest who has been reborn from the future, this is an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In fact, after Gu Xiao returned from rebirth, he listed several companies he was interested in, or investment objects. Biote is definitely a leader on Gu Xiao's investment list. But it's a pity. When Bayadi is in trouble, Gushio is also in trouble. Even if he has some spare money, he wants to invest in a large company like Bayadi, which has become the world's largest battery supplier. The little capital Gushio had back then was basically not enough. And, even if it was enough, Gushio wouldn't be able to throw everything in. After all, this thing would basically not see any profit in the short term. Not to mention, later, with the acquisition of Qingchuan Automobile by Bayadi, F3 was born and became a hit, and Gushio had no intention of investing in Bayadi. Because in his opinion, Bayadi has abundant funds, and it is basically impossible to recruit another capital to divide it. I didn't expect that. There is no way out in the mountains and rivers, but there is another village with dark willows and bright flowers. When he originally thought there was no chance, Gushio regained the opportunity to participate in this investment because of the existence of King Chao, or an opportunity to invest directly in electric vehicles. Fragrant. It smells really good. However, it is not yet known whether this cooperation can be finalized due to Wang Chuan's temporary absence due to something else. Shi Qingsong is a young man. I don't want to stay in one place for too long. What's more, it's the largest auto show in the country where people come and go and stars gather. So, after staying for a while, he invited Gushio to go to the car show with him. Gushio didn't refuse. Although he was basically not interested in cars at his age, it was everyone's nature to watch the excitement. Looking at the car shows of this era, it is quite interesting to think about it. And indeed it is. Some people have said that to see whether a company has strength, you can tell by going to large exhibitions. This may not be entirely correct, but there must still be merit. The scale of this auto show is not small, and it can be regarded as a collection of almost all vehicle brands that can be seen in Longwa. So many brands. It is certainly impossible to gather them all in one exhibition hall, so the exhibition center is divided into two major areas: domestic cars, joint venture cars, and imported cars. Among them, the area for domestically produced cars is basically a corner, and the only few better positions are basically controlled by brands with relatively high domestic reputations, such as Chery, Chang'an, and so on. But it's just that the location is good. The overall exhibition hall is not very good in terms of decoration and display. Not so much a car show. It's more like a booth in a 4S store. As for the joint venture car booths, you can basically see the difference. Joint venture cars are currently the mainstream choice in China, led by Japanese Honda and Toyota, French Citroën, and German Volkswagen. It's basically like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Each shows his or her special powers. One showroom is better than another. In fact, not only is the decoration and design of the exhibition unique, but even the activities and car models at the exhibition are of a much higher standard. And everyone's attitudes are pretty good. At least Gushio and Shi Qingsong walked around, even if they were two children who seemed to have no intention of buying a car, these brand employees. Everyone was greeted with a smile. Shi Qingsong came forward and asked anything, and someone would answer enthusiastically. TSK Tisk. Domestic cars can't compete with joint venture cars. I guess it has something to do with the attitude of these brands. No one paid attention to the domestic cars wherever we went. But at these booths, the attitude of those people was so good. They answered all questions and were polite. Even if I didn't buy the car and just asked, they would explain it to you seriously. Although domestically produced cars have a good attitude in this regard, they don't feel as enthusiastic as joint venture cars. Shi Qingsong gave his own evaluation as an ordinary exhibitor. Gushio nodded and did not deny it. Chinese cars are indeed a little behind. After all, the growth of domestic cars is not as good as others, whether it is technology or experience. That's true. Shi Qingsong nodded in agreement. Nowadays, many domestic companies seem to have begun to learn some advanced management concept from abroad. Even my father's factory has begun to adopt the same methods as those of foreign factories. I just don't know when our domestically produced products can really stand up and get rid of the label of knockoffs. Cottage. This is the intuitive feeling of many people towards domestic brands in this day and age. Perhaps many people will forget this matter 10 or 20 years from now. But in this day and age, made in the Dragon Kingdom is almost linked to knockoff goods. Even if nothing unexpected happens, the word copycat will still be used for many years to come. There's actually no way around this. The times are evolving, and success in any industry cannot be achieved overnight. This requires a lot of time, a lot of accumulation, whether it's technology or production lines. Today's longwa is not even a bit worse than the major overseas manufacturing countries. Counterfeit goods. In fact, it is often a choice made out of desperation. And there is one thing to say. As far as Gushio knows, some copycat brands are even better than the genuine ones, at least waterproof and anti-fall mobile phones. Even after many years, Gushio feels that they are awesome. Of course, this does not mean that copycats are good. It's just that Dragon Kingdom really needs this process. As for the more enthusiastic attitude of these joint venture brands, this is even more nonsense. After all, people want to make money from you. Is it possible that I still have to speak coldly to you? In this case, it's a crappy car to sell. In fact, there's nothing to look for in joint venture cars. After all, these brands are impacting the domestic market. Most of them are not too high in price, and each one has its own characteristics. Sure, Ching Song lost interest after walking around for a while. Brother Shio, this auto show isn't very exciting. Let's go check out the imported cars. I heard that there are many luxury car brands here. Sure, Ching Song suggested. Naturally, Gushio wouldn't have any objections. Not immediately. The two of them went straight to the imported car showroom. Go here. You can feel what it means to be a top global brand. If so, for the brands in the previous exhibition hall, the main function of the exhibition hall is to promote new products and increase product sales. When it comes to luxury brands, the main thing is brand building. There are not many cars displayed in each showroom, especially for brands like Rolls-Royce. There are only 1 or 2 cars in the entire showroom. What they are more willing to show you is the history of their brand and the heritage of the brand. And there's a most unusual place. Don't let in. Most of these luxury brands are not willing to allow ordinary exhibitors to enter. Even if they can enter, basically all the exhibition cars are isolated with isolation tapes. No touching. You can't even touch it, let alone sit on it, pull the steering wheel, and experience the leather seats. Others don't know what's going on, but the two children, Shi Ching Song and Gu Xiao, have basically never had any serious contact with these cars. This result made Shi Ching Song very depressed, even a little angry. They all run on 4 wheels on the ground. Why are they so high-handed? Besides, many brands here do not have high restrictions in Alikin, but when they arrive in Dragon Kingdom, why do they have their tails in the sky? Not to mention other things, for most brands here, I can go to any car dealership in Alikin if I want to test drive, and the brand sales staff have to be polite to me. When we came to China, everyone was so arrogant. Are they here to show off, or are they here to sell cars? Shi Ching Song felt aggrieved. He felt that he was being treated differently, especially those from luxury brands with their nostrils turned upward, which made him even more depressed. But what really made him feel helpless was the wealthy people in China seem to be stuck with this. The more they fawn over the brands they buy, the more these wealthy people pay no attention to them. And the more you look at people with this arrogant nostril, the car brand that won't even let you touch it. Even if they have never heard of it before, rich people will immediately flock to it. Even if they don't buy it now, most people will list this brand as their next target. Think about it carefully. Sometimes it really means 30 years to the east of Hedong, 30 years to the west of Heshi. Sooner or later, I will buy you and ride you. It seems that this can relieve the anger. But it is often overlooked that in many cases, this is actually just a marketing tool by the brand. Or rather, ignore it. Most people who can buy such a luxury car can see this trick, but even if they see it, most people still stick to it. This person, it's quite interesting. Gushio had long been used to this situation. At this time, he shook his head and smiled. This is brand positioning and brand building. You have enough ability and enough hard power to build a brand, and use the same means to make money from foreigners. For this matter, Gushio would not be angry. After all, this is actually the norm. What's more, nowadays, these so-called luxury brands basically regard arrogance as one of their brand images, but they would never think of it. This approach may go a long way. But one day, their arrogance while bringing them huge profits, also push their brand bit by bit into the irreversible abyss. Once it breaks out, that would be an unimaginable disaster for any brand. After all, our independent brand started late. I wonder if our own brand will develop in the future. Will this situation change? Ching Song smacked his lips and asked. Going to study abroad did not make Ching Song feel how sweet the overseas air was. On the contrary, it made him a young man who originally didn't have much feeling for his own country. More and more hopeful. Our country can become better and stronger. Listening to this question, Gushio nodded firmly. Yes. Definitely yes. Perhaps before his rebirth, Long did not capture a large share of the top luxury car series, but it did occupy a large share of the mid to low-end car market. But is already full of sound and color. At least Gushio was sure that the future was what Ching Song expected. It will definitely come true. Gushio, come on, let me introduce you. This is by Yachty's boss, Mr. Wang Chuanfu. Mr. Wang, this is the boss of Yuanxiu Investment, I told you. Gushio, Mr. Gu. Returning to buy Yachty's auto show again, King Chao immediately took Wang Chuanfu, who had returned, to introduce him to Gushio. He is really interested in Wang Chuanfu. He went all the way to introduce Gushio, and even came out in person to bring Gushio to the car show. But, compared with King Chao's enthusiasm, Wang Chuanfu was more or less confused. But it's not his fault. The main reason was Gushio's age, which was more or less unbelievable. A simple introduction between the two parties. Gushio witnessed with his own eyes Wang Chuanfu's anticipation when he first saw him, his confusion after discovering his identity, and his shock when he repeatedly looked at King Chao to confirm his identity. That look, if it were acting, just this series of changes in his eyes would be enough for Mr. Wang to easily win the Best Actor crown. It seems that Mr. Wang was as surprised as I was by Mr. Gu's identity. King Chao laughed immediately when he saw his friend's expression. I'm not afraid of your jokes. When I first learned about Mr. Gu's true identity, I wondered if I had heard wrong. And when I realized what I was doing, I began to wonder if I was really too old. How young are today's super companies? Although it was a self-deprecating joke. But there is some truth in these words. Obviously, this was not just something King Chao said casually. At least he was really surprised when he knew Gushio's identity. Mr. Chao, I'm telling you what's in my heart. Having an old friend laugh at him relieved Wang Chuanfu's embarrassment, but when he looked at Gushio, he still looked a bit incredulous. I'm taking the liberty to ask. Mr. Gu, are you really the boss of Yuanxiu Investment? Yes, it's true, Gushio affirmed with a smile. Wang Chuanfu swallowed his saliva. Then, can I ask how old Mr. Gu is this year? 11 years old. 11 years old. Wang Chuanfu swallowed hard again, looked at King Chao, then at Gushio, and finally gave a bitter smile. Old. It seems that we are really old. Everyone said before that the future belongs to young people. I didn't believe it, but now I find I have to believe it. Gushio is basically immune to such praises by now. Moreover, facing an entrepreneur of this level, Gushio has no confidence in him. It's not that exaggerated. I can only be regarded as a special case. Besides, I just have better luck than others. When it comes to real materials, people like Mr. Wang and Uncle Chao are the real ones. Gushio is also telling the truth. Good luck. After all, if it wasn't for good luck, he wouldn't have been able to come back again. However, in this case, only he himself recognized such words. Wang Chuanfu just laughed on the spot, a little unable to answer the words. No, King Chao was one of his own, so he didn't have so many worries, so he waved his hand directly. I don't have the real materials you mentioned. I can only make glass, I can't do the internet, I can't do finance, and I can't do any scientific research and development. Anyway, I have lived most of my life, and when I met you, I always felt that I had lived most of my life in vain. With a big boss like King Chao playing foreign aid beside him, this first meeting was a happy and smooth one. Soon, Gushio and Wang Chuan became familiar with each other again. I have learned about Yuanxiu Investment, and I found that Yuanxiu Investment seems to be very interested in the high-tech field. I just don't know. Mr. Gu, Are you interested in high-tech automobile manufacturing in the future? After chatting for a few words, Wang Chuanfu took the lead in bringing up the topic. After all, he is someone who wants to seek investment, so he cannot go around in circles for a long time without getting into the topic. High-tech automobile manufacturing? Gu Xiu did not disappoint him. He showed a very interested expression at this time. This is the first time I have heard of this term. Can you elaborate on it? This is a new concept that I have thought of. Wang Chuanfu said, if you really want to talk about it, it should be more appropriately called assembly line rapid automobile manufacturing. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Gu Xiu became more energetic. Mr. Gu, have you ever seen a cow killed? Wang Chuan asked again. I've seen it. Gu Xiu nodded. When I was a kid, I occasionally saw cows being slaughtered in front of beef restaurants. How did you feel after seeing it? Trouble, please. Gu Xiu thought for a while and commented, a cow often requires a lot of people to kill, and after killing, various parts of the body need to go through a lot of processing and segmentation, which usually takes a whole day, and it may not be done. Yes, trouble. Wang Chuanfu smiled. Have Mr. Gu ever been to a slaughterhouse to see it? This is really not the case. I have seen it, Wang Chuanfu said. I have seen it with my own eyes. On the conveyor belt of the assembly line, a cow is sent up here, and when it comes out from the other side, it is a piece of perfectly divided beef, buckets of cow blood, and pieces of cowhide. Actually, in the early years, domestic slaughterhouses were not so high-tech and were relatively primitive. The slaughterhouse I saw was considered the factory with the most advanced equipment in China. Gu Xiu nodded and immediately understood what Wang Chuanfu wanted to say. Mr. Wang, is this similar car-making production line what you were talking about? Yes. Wang Chuanfu nodded. In fact, in 1913, inspired by the meat processing production line, the world's first automobile production line was also born at Ford. This production line directly reduced production costs and increased production capacity. At that time, a Ford Model T could be rolled off the production line basically every 3 minutes. After that, all walks of life began to be affected by such production lines and began to fully invest in the construction of such mass production. In fact, Amlikin's ability to become the biggest winner in World War II is inseparable from their large-scale production capabilities because they control the assembly line shipyards, aircraft factories, and automobile factories. At that time, it only took a few weeks or even days for them to completely assemble a ship, and the same was true for aircraft. This is enough for them to surpass everyone. Such a production line not only increases production capacity and speed, but can also strictly reduce costs. Neon, which was defeated at the time, is the best example. At that time, Neon had no money, no land, and no workers. Under such circumstances, Neon's production line ushered in a reform, lean manufacturing or just-in-time manufacturing. There's only one goal of this thing. Improve efficiency. Use limited resources to create maximum value and eliminate all waste. Even the major neon manufacturers are pursuing a few things even now. Eliminate the waste of excess raw materials and finished products. Eliminate the waste of overproduction. Eliminate the waste of overprocessing. Eliminate the waste of transportation, etc. They are indeed on the right track and have even brought about a new revolution in the production line. Especially in the automotive industry, they have taken this kind of lean production to the extreme. From hammer wrenches to rows of automated robotic arms is the best proof. Of course, this is certainly not the ultimate. But for now, the ultimate goal is still too far away for our domestic manufacturers. In fact, basically none of our current domestic car manufacturers can compete with Neon's car factory. Gu Xiu didn't know much about car manufacturing. But fortunately, after all, he can be regarded as a reborn customer who will be reborn in the era of the rise of self-media in the future, and he still knows the general production process. And he knew better. The current domestic car manufacturers are indeed still in a relatively primitive stage, lacking a lot in both technology and production. So, Mr. Wang, do you want to improve your production line? Gu Xiu asked curiously. Yes. Wang Chuanfu nodded. Mr. Gu has been in our showroom for a while, just now. You should be able to see how well our F3 is selling. It's really good, Gu Xiao commented. But in fact, we still failed to win the first place in domestic car sales. A large part of the reason is because our production speed is limited. After many customers have ordered our cars, we have no way to provide the cars that customers need as soon as possible. We can only watch the orders being lost. But if we can strengthen our production lines and increase our car production speed, in this way, we will capture a larger share of the market. Having said this, Wang Chuan glanced at Gu Xiao. To his dismay, there was no special expression on Gu Xiao's face, or his interest seemed to be disappearing because he had always been smiling, but now he frowned slightly. This discovery made Wang Chuanfu stunned. So, Mr. Wang, do you want me to invest in you to improve your production workshop and increase Bioti's production capacity? Gu Xiao asked directly. This, yes. Wang Chuanfu nodded. After receiving this answer, Gu Xiao immediately shook his head. If that's the case, I think Mr. Wang might ask someone else. As for me, not interested. Gu Xiao's attitude was decisive. Even, the tone was strong, without any intention of backtracking. Gu Xiao would definitely be interested in building a tram. Old truck? Hello, bye. Gu Xiao's sudden decisive attitude obviously exceeded Wang Chuanfu's expectations, making him unable to accept his next words for a while. Why doesn't this kid act according to common sense? In desperation, Wang Chuanfu could only turn his head and look at King Chao on the side. But it was a pity that King Chao did not help him, because at this moment King Chao also frowned. Old Wang, you told me before that this is not what you want to do, and this is not what Gu Xiao is interested in. Although he didn't say it clearly, the meaning was already obvious. Wang Chuanfu was a smart man, so he naturally understood the meaning of King Chao's words. It was obvious that King Chao had already given Gu Xiao a thorough explanation in advance. Thinking of this, Wang Chuanfu smiled bitterly and said, "What is Mr. Gu interested in? Our electric cars?" "Yes." "Mr. Gu, aren't you interested in gas cars?" Wang Chuanfu tried to persuade him to stay. You know, our Bioti's current sales of gas cars are very good, and the prospects are very big, and it can even be said to be promising. According to the estimates of our company's senior management, according to our current F3 trend, as long as we continue on this path and further expand production capacity, we could be the #1 in sales in the country within 5 years and become a globally renowned brand within 10 years. In this case, we will be the Dragon Country car going global in the future. Wang Chuanfu said in a very seductive tone, "This is a master of painting cakes. It's a pity. Gu Xiao is not a cake eater, or in other words, his cake painting level is at least much better than that of Wang Chuanfu now." At this time, Gu Xiao not only did not show any interest in Wang Chuanfu's words, but instead smiled and asked, "Does Mr. Wang believe what he said?" Breaking the defense with one move. At least, when Wang Chuanfu faced Gu Xiao's question, his lips wriggled a few times and seemed to hesitate to speak, but in the end he still couldn't give a definite answer. After thinking about it, Wang Chuanfu changed the topic, but it looks much simpler than electric cars. We did have this concept of electric cars before. After all, we started out as a battery manufacturer, so we have an advantage in this regard. So, I had planned from the beginning to combine our new battery with cars. But to be honest, this road is not easy to walk. The road ahead is bumpy, the future is uncertain, and it can even be said that the possibility of failure is very high. He had one meaning: disaster. But listening to Wang Chuanfu's words, Gu Xiao was thinking quickly in his mind. To be honest, the scene before him greatly exceeded Gu Xiao's expectations. Bioti. These 3 words will definitely not be unfamiliar to anyone in the future, because they represent the top players in the domestic electric vehicle field in the future. Normally, everyone will subconsciously feel that their tram field is going extremely smoothly, and their will is extremely determined. But Wang Chuanfu's attitude at this moment gave Gu Xiao a different feeling. I don't seem to have confidence in this thing. I'm a person who likes to challenge new things. After thinking for a while, Gu Xiao finally said, "Whether it is the previous internet instant messaging, or internet shopping, or the gaming field in China, which is still in chaos, or even the domestic chip technology that is lagging far behind. As long as it interests me and has potential in my opinion, I am willing to invest. The same is true in traditional fields. However, compared to emerging fields, my requirements for investments in traditional fields will be stricter, because what I value is not the company's past or even the present, but their future. It's like being Uncle Chow's glass factory. I appreciate Uncle Chow's courage, because even if the company's situation is already very bad, he is still willing to spend a lot of money on R&D and production instead of resting on his laurels. So, I can invest in Uncle Chow without hesitation. As for Bayati, having said this, Gushio glanced at Wang Chuanfu, then turned to look at several exhibition cars in the exhibition hall. I don't deny that Bayati is very popular now. Your F3 models are selling very well, and even other models upgraded on the F3 frame are selling well. I know all this, but we might as well ask ourselves, Mr. Wang, how much potential do you think this thing has? Wang Chuanfu was silent, and after a moment he said, but we have funds, don't we? The market for Bayati is now booming, which has given us a lot of financial support. With these capital gains, we can speed up the evolution of Bayati to a large extent and can be used for more research and development and improvements to our equipment and production lines. We are an enterprise. While taking care of our dreams, we must also ensure that everyone has enough to eat, right? So you gave up on the tram? Gushio asked. It can't be regarded as giving up. It's just shelving for the time being. Wang Chuanfu shook his head. Mr. Gu, as the boss of Yuanxiu Investment, must be able to see our current situation clearly. I'll just say it bluntly. We didn't intend to build electric vehicles before because this is a brand new track, and with our leading battery technology, if we can succeed on this track, we can make a comeback. We are not short-sighted. In fact, we ourselves can see this clearly. But, compared to this route that is full of unknowns and uncertainties, we actually have a better route. Now that our fuel vehicle market is booming, whether from a market perspective or a research and development perspective, this path has actually proven that we are on the right path. Then if you look at it this way, is it okay to think so? Instead of continuing on that road, full of unknowns and dangers, why not find the target and continue running on this track where we have already gained an advantage? If we run faster and farther on this road, wouldn't the final result be the same? Even when we have stabilized on this track, we can also challenge more things and harder things. At that time, we were trying to build electric cars. Is it possible? Will we go more smoothly? When Wang Chuanfu said these words, his tone was full of sincerity. Apparently, this was a decision he made after careful consideration. In fact, it was not his decision alone. It was a unanimous decision made by the entire Bayati senior management after discussions. I am indeed optimistic about electric vehicles. But in this era and in this environment, I don't think this is the golden age of electric vehicles. Moreover, although Bayati acquired Qingchuan Automobile, its production technology and R&D capabilities are not very good, and it can even be said that it is not good at all. Too big a step will not be good for us, but may cause us major losses and problems. In this case, why don't we take a more cautious approach? This is the truth. It was also a decision made by Bayati's senior management after a series of considerations. Electric cars are their dream, but the price to pay for this dream is too high. They're a large enterprise. Once a decision goes wrong, and if something goes wrong in the end, the losses will be unimaginable. Safe is the best way. According to Bayati's high-level meeting, they decided to extend the timeline. We even made a 3-5 plan. The third 5-year plan, as you can tell from the name, is 3 5-year plans with a timeline of 15 years. The first 5 years go all out to open the fuel vehicle market. Bayati plans to use these 5 years to fully digest and absorb all the technologies and things of Qingchuan Automobile and start to make people completely forget about Qingchuan Automobile and instead remember Bayati Automobile. Let Bayati fuel vehicles become a well-known brand. This plan is currently underway, and now it seems that this plan is going very smoothly. After all, their F3 is almost crazy in the domestic low-price area. It can even be described as unstoppable. In their plan, in the next 5 years, they will continue to expand the advantages of F3 and use F3 to launch more products and models to further expand their market share. After that, enter the second 5-year plan. In the second 5 years, build the brand through products. If nothing unexpected happens, in the first 5 years, Biote will become a well-known automobile manufacturer in China and a well-known automobile brand in the world. The second stage is to continue to expand their brand advantages. They will begin to gradually abandon the low-price car market and begin to transform towards luxury cars, creating better and more expensive cars to impact the luxury car market. At least, it has to be comparable to BMW and Mercedes-Benz. That's 10 years. 10 years later, when their brand image and financial reserves have reached a certain level, they could begin higher-level research. Electric cars. After all, if everything goes well, in 10 years Biote will become a major automobile manufacturer with money, leisure, brands, and technology, and by then it will naturally be able to start developing other things unscrupulously. In this way, even if electric vehicles fail in the end, at least their car factories will not be greatly affected. And if it succeeds, they will lead an era. Of course, this third 5-year plan actually involves many things. Even within Biote, this third 5-year plan has not been completely completed yet. But for now, this plan has basically been determined. The next thing that needs to be done is to complete and fill in the plan. As for changing the plan, it is basically impossible to happen. Certainly, such a plan means that they really need to invest. At least the production process, he said before, needs to be replaced, and even the entire production line needs to be updated. He needs investment from Yuan Shio Investment. But definitely not for electric cars, but for completing your own 3-5-year plan. So it seemed that Gu Xiu was not interested in his fuel vehicle. Wang Chuanfu did not give up. He was still trying hard to convince Gu Xiu. He hoped, the young and over-the-top kid in front of me can be convinced by myself. But will Gu Xiu be convinced? Because of Biote's third 5-year plan, the original plan to invest in electric vehicles was changed to a plan to invest in gasoline vehicles. In fact, normally, there is no problem with this plan itself. Even after future generations have witnessed Biote's success with their own eyes, Gu Xiu should not hesitate to seize this opportunity to invest in Biote. From then on, I became a shareholder of Biote and waited for Biote's technological breakthroughs in the future. They make crazy profits. This is the most correct choice. But there is actually a paradox in this. In fact, if Gu Xiu really plans to invest in electric vehicles and stand at the top in the future, then that is what he should do. In fact, it should not be an investment in Biote. After all, in the future, Biote will indeed be great. Among all the trams in the country, they can be regarded as serious leaders. Regardless of technology or strength, they are worthy of the title of domestic light. But, in fact, it is just a domestic light. On the world stage, at least until the time of Gu Xiu's rebirth, Biote had not really stepped into the spotlight. Their technology is very good, especially in terms of the application of battery technology for electric vehicles. They're definitely at the top of the list, and they have contributed to the promotion of the electric vehicle field in the entire Dragon Kingdom. It's definitely considerable, but they are not recognized as the number one in the global electric vehicle field. Even in their own country, they are often criticized by others. This is for a company that has already mastered the world's top battery technology and has long planned to build electric vehicles. Although it is not a failure, it is definitely not a success. As for their third 5-year plan, Gu Xiu wanted to sneer even more because, if you remember correctly, Biote's third 5-year plan went very smoothly at the beginning. Because now this Ace Model F3 has indeed achieved the level of indiscriminate killing with low price, pleasing appearance, and fairly SOSO quality. It did become a popular model for a time. For this reason, Biote began to expand aggressively, frantically updating its product lines, and even planned to create more successful models on this basis. It did work out initially. Relying on the aura of the F3, Biote has conquered the city and gained overwhelming momentum. Not only has its sales been rising, but it has even attracted investment from the stock god Buffett. Bayadi at that time. Happy spring breeze. Many people even feel that their 5-year plans have been successful, and even companies feel that they have begun to have the strength to try their dreams. Electric cars. They actually did it, and even launched a pure electric vehicle. Unfortunately, all the company's focus was on gasoline vehicles, which electric vehicle at that time was more useful in realizing the dream. The results can be imagined. Basically no splashing. However, Bayadi did not care about this. They were still full of joy and confidence in themselves, and even their good results made them shout out their lofty ideals to the outside world. We will become the #1 automobile company in the Dragon Kingdom within 5 years, and we will become the #1 in the world within 15 years. Bayadi will conquer the world. But unfortunately, the slogans are loud, but in the end, they are still blindly confident. As the first 5-year plan of the third 5-year plan is coming to an end, Bayadi finally suffered the bitter consequences of his blind expansion and blind confidence. The first is that sales have slumped. At that time, Bayadi was still enjoying the capital dividends of F3, but did not pay attention to the fact that the sales of its other models could never keep up. While other companies distributed their efforts, and more powerful competing products came onto the stage, Bayadi was instantly attacked. The final sales volume was only half of the expected sales volume of the production capacity. After, they have experienced many problems such as dealers withdrawing from the network, automobile executives leaving their jobs, employees being laid off on a large scale, and so on. This was a slap in the face. He directly stunned Bayadi on the spot, and even sent this brand, who was standing on the high platform shouting the king of the world a second ago, directly into the 18th level of hell. After that, life was difficult for Bayadi. There are even frequent reports that the company is about to sell out and go bankrupt. It was also at that time that Bayadi began to re-examine their own problems. They wanted to try to save themselves and escape from the sea of suffering. But that's when they made an embarrassing discovery. They are in a very embarrassing situation. Their low-price model is no longer popular in the low-end car market because their production line model has been copied by others. As for the mid-range car market, their own technology is not comparable, let alone the high-end car market. Neither technology nor brand image is enough to support it. There was no way for them to go forward or backward. At last, it was the toy electric car built to realize their dreams that gave them new ideas. That's when I started working on electric vehicles. It's not that they are far-sighted, but that they have no choice but to make a choice after having no choice but to retreat. Good thing. They were lucky enough to catch up with the domestic policy opening up for electric vehicles, which allowed Bayadi to turn around and rise again. But Bayadi at that time, whether it is technology or decision-making, it may be relatively advanced in China, but it is still a step too late on the world stage. Even the world's top battery supplier can't build an electric car with even a brake failure. What is this called? This is called wasting time. This is called playing a good hand of cards badly. Maybe they did well after leaving. But I could have taken a step closer and become the leader in the industry, but I was dominated by others. Isn't this frustrating? Gu Xiao, who understood all these developments, had only one thought when faced with Wang Chuanfu. Don't invest. Why? Wang Chuanfu was a little unbelievable. Mr. Gu, if you question our sales, I can show you our sales. To be honest, if we didn't want to expand the production line and the battery side is temporarily unable to provide funds, we wouldn't have to invest at all. This is an opportunity. Even if it's an opportunity, I don't want it. Gu Xiao shook his head with a very determined attitude. I'm not interested in traditional fuel vehicles. I'm only interested in electric vehicles. But the risks are very high, and I can't lead the company's owners to give up the good situation and gamble on uncertainty. Then there's no need to talk. Wang Chuanfu shook his teeth. Looking at Gu Xiao's lack of fuel and salt, he could only look at King Chao helplessly. He hoped that King Chao could help. It's a pity. King Chao faced his gaze, but he just spread his hands, looking helpless. This made Wang Chuanfu depressed. He approached Yuan Xiao for investment because he believed that the company was rich and was willing to spend money. But now BYD Auto was short of money, so he hopes to join forces to create brilliance. But if Gushio is unwilling to agree, it means everything is nonsense. The scene became awkward for a while. King Chao was watching with his eyes, nose, and heart, but Gushio and Wang Chuanfu refused to give in to each other. No matter how you looked at this sentence, they were completely frozen and were about to blow up. But that's it. Shi Qingsong, who had always been a little transparent, stood up and said to Wang Chuanfu, "Uncle Wang, I just saw your sports car, but I haven't taken a close look yet. Could Uncle Wang deign to take me to visit it again?" Huh? Wang Chuanfu was stunned. He knew Shi Qingsong's identity when he was introduced before. He is Gushio's good friend and playmate. I didn't expect that this child was so ignorant. He didn't see that the situation was so deadlocked, and he suddenly interrupted it. But when he turned to look at Shi Qingsong and saw Shi Qingsong winking at him, Wang Chuanfu was suddenly stunned. Could it be that this kid has something to say to himself? Of course. Thinking of this, Wang Chuanfu stood up immediately, said goodbye to Gushio and King Chao, and walked towards the sports car exhibition stand with Shi Qingsong. Just when I was about to ask this young man what he had to say. But Shi Qingsong said, "Uncle Wang, sometimes my brother Shio has a very stubborn temper. Things he is sure will never change. You have to be mentally prepared. I can see this too." Wang Chuanfu sighed, thinking of Gushio's resolute attitude, and felt helpless for a moment. But I can't help it. This is a decision unanimously made by the company's senior management. I cannot act arbitrarily. Besides, I don't know if you have understood, little one, that electric vehicles cannot be built just by saying. There are many problems to be faced, not only in terms of technology, but also in terms of people's acceptance, as well as energy replenishment, battery life, and safety during the trip. These are all big issues. Now, if we don't seize the great opportunity in front of us, we will instead get something completely unfamiliar. No one else can agree to it. That's right. If you have an advantage, you should expand it. Shi Qingsong agreed. These words made Wang Chuanfu feel like he had found a confidant. Even feel it in my heart. Although Gushio is the boss of Yuan Shio Investment and may indeed be outstanding, the most likely thing is that he just has a good family. To be honest, he is just a child after all. In terms of knowledge, he is still somewhat behind Shi Qingsong, a half-year-old boy. My brother Shio is sometimes quite idealistic. He wants to try things at all costs, no matter how much money he spends. It's actually very difficult to persuade this kind of people, because you won't look back until you hit the wall. Shi Qingsong commented, and then changed the topic. Of course. In fact, as long as you find the right method, it will be very easy to persuade. Oh, Wang Chuanfu suddenly became interested. But Shi Qingsong glanced in the direction of Gushio, and Gushio's eyes happened to be looking at the same time. However, the two of them looked at each other for a fleeting moment. Shi Qingsong withdrew his gaze without any trace, and said in a low voice, "You insist that you don't consider electric vehicles and just go for oil trucks. Brother Shio will definitely disagree. But if you tell him that you will develop electric vehicles at the same time, set up a new project department, or invest more shares in electric vehicles, then I think Brother Shio may not reject you." Mr. Wang, are you saying that you have thought clearly and planned to start working on developing electric vehicles? 10 minutes later, Gushio was a little surprised and looked at Wang Chuanfu in front of him. Facing Gushio's gaze, Wang Chuanfu glanced at Shi Qingsong next to him subconsciously, and after a moment of hesitation, he nodded, "Yes. I thought about it carefully, and what you said, Mr. Luo, does make sense. In fact, when we at BYD started building cars, my original plan was to use our battery advantages to develop the field of electric vehicles. This is what Mr. Chao and I said at the beginning. It would be too wasteful if we ignore our own advantages and don't use them. So I almost believe that BYD will start research in the field of electric vehicles next. And we plan to produce a finished electric vehicle within 3 years." Oh, Gushio's stiff expression before suddenly turned into a smile. "I'm very happy that Mr. Wang has such an idea. If that's the case, I will be happy to cooperate with BYD." This attitude changed so quickly that Wang Chuanfu couldn't help being stunned. Look at Ching Song winking at him. Look at Gu Xiao's height again. Wang Chuanfu suddenly understood. Ching Song said it right. Although Gu Xiao is the big boss of Yuanxiu Investment, he is just a child after all. No matter how powerful he is, the child's character will not change. Except death. Thinking of this, Wang Chuanfu reorganized his words and said again, of course. The development of any company cannot be pinned on one point, so I plan to make two-pronged preparations. Two-pronged preparations? Sure enough, when Gu Xiao heard this, he frowned immediately. But what made Wang Chuanfu relieved was that, although Gu Xiao frowned, he didn't refute anything, but motioned for him to continue. Wang Chuanfu then continued, yes, prepare with both hands. I'm full of confidence in electric vehicles, but after all, Biotti has just completed its merger with Qingchuan, and we are not yet proficient in all businesses. To put it bluntly, after all, we were making batteries before, and we don't know much about traditional cars. So I plan that while we are developing electric vehicles, our traditional fuel vehicle market cannot be completely abandoned. In addition to the profits that the traditional fuel vehicle market can bring us, this market can also give us more rare and valuable experience, which can help us more effectively in the subsequent research and development of electric vehicles. At this point, Wang Chuanfu looked at Gu Xiao. To his relief, Gu Xiao seemed to be able to accept this statement and did not object to anything. Instead, he nodded very seriously, quite a bit in agreement. This discovery made Wang Chuanfu determined. My current plan is to establish a separate electric vehicle department. This department will transfer a group of employees from the existing battery production department and automobile manufacturing department. They will be completely independent departments. At the same time, when necessary, they can directly get help from the original battery manufacturing and fuel vehicle manufacturing departments. This department has only one goal, which is to develop and produce electric vehicles. At the same time, the automobile department cannot stop the production of fuel vehicles. We even plan to start updating some equipment in the production workshop. After all, electric vehicles simply mean that the energy source has been replaced, but many aspects will not change much. Cars are still cars. So in fact, no matter how electric vehicles develop, there are still many overlaps with traditional cars. Our equipment update this time is mainly focused on some production equipment that can also be used by electric vehicles in the future. This is killing two birds with one stone. It can not only guarantee that we can start production as soon as possible after we make progress in the research and development of electric vehicles in the future. At the same time, when the electric vehicle technology is not yet mature, we can increase the sales of traditional fuel vehicles, bring considerable profits to the company, and increase the research and development expenses of electric vehicles. The above is my plan. Wang Chuanfu finished what he wanted to say in one breath, and then looked at Gu Xiao. I don't know now. Will President Gu be interested in this cooperation? To be honest, when I heard Mr. Wang that you have plans for electric vehicles, I did become interested in Biotti again. Gu Xiao smiled slightly and said with admiration, this method, it is indeed a method that has the best of both worlds. If it can be implemented perfectly, I believe that such a plan will definitely be a good thing that will benefit the present generation and benefit the future. Wang Chuanfu suddenly grinned. In fact, the plan has not changed much. It is just a complete process. Just change it to reality. Not even real. After all, if he says this now, he can only light a fire and start burning the furnace. As for whether he will draw the cake in the end, only the devil knows. But it's just such a small change. But Gu Xiao's attitude took a 180-degree turn. After all, he is still a child. Even if he is a genius, a child's mind is still just that of a child. I have a question. I'm so sure, are you fooling me? At this moment, Gu Xiao asked, I can support investing in research and development, or even investing in updating some necessary production lines. But what if you just fooled me and didn't actually start research and development? Of course, this is impossible. Wang Chuanfu shook his head and smiled. Since I propose to build electric vehicles, I can't just shout slogans. Not to mention, Mr. Gu, you can inspect the work at any time. As I said before, in the first 3 years, we will definitely produce a prototype car. And if Mr. Gu needs it, I can have this team report to you simultaneously when reporting on their work in the future, so as to ensure that the project team will not be left idle. Wang Chuanfu explained immediately, his tone full of sincerity. This is not to fool children. Although Biotti senior management is not very optimistic about the R&D and production of electric vehicles, since he plans to do it, it is impossible for him to work as a foreigner. Wang Chuanfu can still guarantee this. It's a pity that Gu Xiao, a child who always likes to get into trouble, shook his head at this moment. It's useless to talk about inspecting the work. Don't mention whether I have time to inspect the work. Even if I really come to inspect the work, if they make a show in advance, how can I see it? This, Wang Chuanfu was about to explain, but Gu Xiao had already spoken again. I have learned this method since elementary school. As for the work report, it's even simpler. I'm not here. The work report is just a bunch of words. Who can tell whether it's true or false? Besides, they say every line is like a mountain. Even if you make it up randomly, I can't tell whether it's true or false. Then isn't the best proof that we can produce the finished product within 3 years? Wang Chuanfu couldn't help but say. His tone was somewhat impatient. He felt that the child in front of him was not only difficult to deal with, but was even looking for trouble. How can anyone look for trouble like this? Sure enough, Gu Trouble finding Wang Xiao was still chattering at this time. Come on, I really believe that you can produce an electric car in 3 years. In fact, if you give me the tools now, I can build an electric car for you in 3 months, no, 3 days. But what I want is just an electric car. What I want is a car that has endurance, can ensure safety, can solve the charging problem, and can really be driven on the street like a fuel car. If you give me a large toy car in 3 years, what use will it be to me? This, Wang Chuanfu didn't speak, and even looked at Gu Xiao with an evil look in his eyes. He finally saw it. The kid in front of me is looking for trouble unilaterally. Or rather, he just came here to make himself happy. He had no intention of cooperating with him or investing in Biotti. But looking at King Chao sitting next to him, he thought that Gu Xiao was introduced by him after all, so it would be hard for Wang Chuan to just start complaining when he returned. He just asked in a somewhat unkind tone, I don't know, Mr. Gu, what do you think? Since you have so many concerns, I guess Mr. Gu must have some solutions. Why don't you tell me your opinions first? Unexpectedly, the kid in front of me seems to be really not just looking for trouble unilaterally. At least if he is really looking for trouble, then he is definitely well prepared. Faced with Wang Chuanfu's questioning at this moment, Gu Xiao said directly, I do have other ideas. I think Biotti should not have any subdepartments, just establish an independent branch. I need to hold more than 75% of the shares in this company and gain absolute control. And this company will use the automobile birth certificate of Biotti or Qingchuan Automobile to establish a new brand that is completely separate from Biotti. Of course, as for the redeployment of manpower that Mr. Wang just mentioned, it is definitely necessary. In the early stage, this company focused on research and development, and if nothing unexpected happens in the future, this company will not produce independently. Instead, it will give priority to orders to the Biotti factory for production. Mr. Wang, what do you think of this? Gu Xiao's sudden words made Wang Chuanfu stunned for a while. Originally thought, this kid was just teasing me, and even found any excuse to reject him. But he definitely didn't expect that. The kid in front of me seems to be, really? Playing for real? Gu Xiao was not joking. He really planned to do this. But, to be honest, at this moment, Wang Chuanfu always felt that he was a little bit out of control. At least now, he only has one opinion about Gu Xiao. Fickle. He is just a standard kid who changes whenever he wants. It might be one thought 1 second and another thought the next. The speed of change made Wang Chuanfu feel a little unpredictable. Can't keep up with the speed of his facial expressions. What's wrong, Mr. Wang? Don't you want to ask for my opinion? I've expressed my opinion now. Do you think you can accept it? Gu Xiao asked. This. Wang Chuanfu frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. Is what Gu Xiao said okay? To be fair, there are many problems here. The first is the establishment of a separate branch, and the elective investment accounting for more than 75% of the shares, giving it absolute control. This is somewhat unreasonable. All he wants is investment, but he definitely doesn't want to sell himself. If you directly give someone else the absolute controlling share, doesn't that mean you have to agree to sell yourself? But if you want to say that, it's not appropriate. After all, what Gushio meant was to establish a separate company based on the existing one, and even this company would have to operate a completely new brand. From this perspective, it actually seems that he has made money again. But is this true? First of all, we need to make sure that if this company is an independent new company, then Wang Chuanfu will definitely make money, and he will be a prostitute for nothing. But here's the thing. It is impossible for this company to be independent at all, at least for now. It is basically impossible to become independent in a short time. Whether it is using Bioti's current production license, or using Bioti's technology and personnel, even the production workshop and R&D team need help. This company, to put it bluntly, is a subsidiary company hatched with the full support of Bioti. If you look at it from this perspective, the majority shareholder of the subsidiary company they had hatched was Gushio's Yuan Shio investment, which felt more or less like just a wedding dress. If you look at it this way, the problem is much more complicated. Can't say it's a loss, but to say it's not a loss, I still feel a bit of a loss. And there is the most important question. This company needs a production license authorized by BYD. This authorization was different. If Gushio had any bad intentions, he could even take advantage of this opportunity to create a competitor to Bioti. What is the most expensive thing in the automotive world today? Is it advanced production equipment? Is it a professional R&D team? It is all of the above, but it is none of them, because when it comes to the most expensive thing, it is actually the license. This thing is like a car birth certificate. At present, there are not many domestic companies with automobile production licenses. The reason why Bioti acquired Qingchuan Automobile was to a large extent because of Qingchuan's automobile birth certificate. Any car manufacturer that wants to produce and sell cars needs such a car birth certificate. And now, the meaning of according to repairs is that the new company will directly obtain the authorization from Bioti as soon as it is established, and directly obtain the new brand's automobile birth certificate out of thin air. It's not that Wang Chuanfu looks at the problem with a villain's heart, but that at this point he has to be cautious. Just in case. Did Gushio actually come here for this purpose? Once the contract is signed, the company will have the final say, and they will be able to burn bridges and create a competitor for themselves. That would be great fun. It is possible to be nailed to the pillar of shame. I think we may need to hold a meeting to discuss Mr. Gu's proposal. Wang Chuanfu thought for a while, but still didn't dare to agree directly. Good thing. Gushio was not in a hurry, and nodded at this time. Of course, no problem. After all, it is such a big thing. Of course. Before Mr. Wang needs to hold a meeting to discuss, I think I should make my thoughts clear first. You say, Wang Chuanfu nodded. Although the attitude seems good, it is actually a bit perfunctory. Even though he hasn't held a meeting with the company's senior management to discuss it yet, he already knows it. This thing is probably impossible to come true. It is impossible for other people in the company to agree to something that is extremely risky. But the next second, when Gushio spoke, Wang Chuanfu had to become serious. This time I plan to invest 1 billion. Wang Chuanfu, of which 600 million will be used for Bioti fuel vehicles, and 400 million will be used for this new company. Wang Chuanfu. In terms of equity in a new electric vehicle company, my shareholding is at least 75%, so 75% is fine. The rest, except for company incentives, all belong to the technical shares of Bioti Group. Of course, with electric vehicles taking so many shares, my requirements for fuel vehicles are not high. I only need 10%. A little less is not a problem. After all, this is not my investment focus. Wang Chuanfu. Good guy. These 3 simple sentences made Wang Chuanfu confused. He knew that Yuanshio Investment has always been willing and generous in investment. But I really didn't expect it. Yuanshio Investment was able to be so generous this time. The investment opening is 1 billion. According to Wang Chuanfu's idea, It would be good to be able to get 300 million. If he could get 500 million, it would be a high price. But in the end, he asked for 1 billion. Moreover, there's also the aspect of equity distribution. Biotti's fuel vehicles are now obviously profitable, and the profits are very considerable. All fools know, as long as you keep holding shares, the next profits will become more and more impressive and promising. With an initial investment of 1 billion, Wang Chuanfu thought Gu Xiao would be a big talker. He even had a headache about what he should do if Gu Xiao asked for too many shares. The result? People don't like fuel vehicles at all. To be honest, even Wang Chuanfu himself feels that it is a bit too dark to invest so much and get 10%. As for the 75% share of electric vehicle companies, instead, it becomes less important. It is not easy for that company to make money. No matter how much shares it holds now, it is not certain whether it will be able to make money from this company in the future. Mr. Wang, my conditions have been laid out here. What do you personally think of this condition? Gu Xiao asked with a smile. How about it? Simply great. Wang Chuanfu answered subconsciously in his heart. But after all, he was the helmsman of Biatti, and he had already mastered the art of keeping his emotions a secret. Although my heart started to beat wildly, I still had to show my embarrassment on the surface. To be honest, Mr. Gu, the conditions you offered are very good, but it was over before he could say anything. Because Gu Xiao seemed to have thought of something, he suddenly added, by the way, I forgot to mention it. Since this new company intends to focus entirely on the field of electric vehicles, it should have the courage and determination to break the boat, so I decided to put some restrictions on this new company. The first point is that this company cannot obtain authorization for traditional fuel vehicles. They can only produce, develop, and manufacture things related to electric vehicles. Hiss! As soon as these words came out, even Wang Chuanfu, who had always emphasized that he should be calm, keep his emotions and anger hidden, and maintain absolute restraint, couldn't help but take a breath of air at this moment. Good guy. I call him good guy. This is really courageous. In order to develop electric vehicles, we must abandon the route of traditional fuel vehicles from a route. Don't say anything else. This alone is enough to be admired. While admiring him, Wang Chuanfu also discovered that the biggest problem that had been troubling him had disappeared with Gu Xiao's decision. Completely giving up the production authorization for fuel vehicles means that it is absolutely impossible for this new company to occupy the magpie's nest and counterattack Biotti's market. At least there won't be internal fighting between the left hand and the right hand. If that's the case, Mr. Gu, although I can't give you an accurate answer yet, I can promise that our cooperation will be very pleasant. Without hesitation, Wang Chuanfu spoke directly. Others are so sincere, and if I don't show some expression, then I will really go too far. After all, he is just a child. Taking advantage of a child is already immoral. If there's a show at this time, it would be a bit unethical. In the next half day, the two sides began to get along well. The previous smell of gunpowder completely disappeared. Replace it with sincerity and kindness. In this case, Wang Chuanfu discovered that although this child was young, he was sometimes fickle, overvalued, and sometimes even naive. But some of his ideas are very useful. Like what he said, the first thing that electric vehicles need to solve is the issue of charging range. And it is also an issue of public trust. For example, Gu Xiao believes that the electric power of electric vehicles should not only be ordinary energy, but also include some capabilities that traditional fuel vehicles do not have, such as adapting to future internet technology and vehicle systems. For another example, Gu Xiao also mentioned that the acceptance of electric vehicles is an issue for the general public, so a hybrid model of gasoline and electricity can be introduced in the middle, so that people can retain the traditional habit of fuel vehicles, but at the same time recognize the capabilities of electric vehicles. And Gu Xiao also suggested that Biatti should change its current logo to make its brand models more recognizable, etc. It can be said, during this afternoon, Wang Chuanfu and Gu Xiao talked a lot, but in the end they only had one feeling. Benefited a lot. That night, Wang Chuanfu even acted as the host and warmly invited Gu Xiao and his party to have a luxurious dinner at a famous hotel in Shanghai. Before leaving, Shi Qing kept thanking him. Thanks to Shi Qing for your help. After leaving, Wang Chuanfu dialed his secretary's phone number immediately. Notice, let's have a meeting. Tomorrow morning. No, it will be held tonight. I will fly back now. This meeting is very important. But Wang Chuanfu, who was busy preparing to discuss with the company's senior executives, did not know this at this time. Gu Xiao and Shi Qing in the restaurant box. At this time, they looked at each other, smiled, and toasted together. Celebrate. A success this time. Brother Xiao, my acting skills are pretty good. Shi Qing took the lead in picking up the drink cup and took the credit. Very good. Gu Xiao gave a thumbs up without hesitation and praised. If you are interested, you can just debut and become a star. Your acting skills will definitely not be bad. You may win the best actor in 5 years. Forget it. My dad will have to break one of my legs. Shi Qing shook his head repeatedly, but the smile on his face was still bright. This was the first time he felt it. I can help Brother Xiao. You too ago. Are you acting on purpose? King Chao on the side couldn't help but widen his eyes. Somewhat incredible. That's necessary. How can my brother Xiao be so unkind when discussing business with others? He must be acting. Shi Qing chuckled and said, this is still my plan. On the way here, I knew that Brother Xiao was going to talk about cooperation this time. So I suggested that we act in a play, one with a red face and the other with a white face. The result was pretty good. Brother Xiao successfully achieved his goal. It's awesome. Shi Qing spoke proudly. This was indeed his plan. Wang Chuanfu is not someone who can be fooled casually. In the 1990s, he was able to lead a dozen people to build a world-class battery factory. Gu Xiao had actually thought about how to negotiate with such a person before he came. After all, compared with other investments that provide timely help, for Wang Chuanfu, Gu Xiao is more like the icing on the cake. In this case, even if Gu Xiao negotiates the investment normally, he will not make much profit. As for the right to speak, even more nonsense. But what Gu Xiao needs is not just Bioti's shares. What he really values is the future of Bioti, or the future of Bioti's electric vehicles. And, as a reborn person, what Gu Xiao wants is not just for Bioti to replicate the success of his previous life. What he wants is for Bioti to make further progress. What he wants is for Bioti to truly go global in the field of electric vehicles and truly become a dominant player. This requires the right to speak. In terms of normal investment, it is hard to say whether the shares that Gu Xiao normally invested could affect Bioti's internal decisions. So, when Shi Qing suggested putting on a play, Gu Xiao immediately agreed. Obviously, the result was what Gu Xiao wanted to see. Although the stake in Bioti Auto is much lower than expected, it has obtained absolute controlling interest in electric vehicles derived from Bioti's derivative sub-brands. This thing is much more valuable. Even now, it seems that this brand company is just a small, transparent company with nothing. But Gu Xiao still had confidence. This company can go higher and further in the future. But, seeing Shi Qing's triumphant look, which even raised his tail to the sky, Gu Xiao couldn't help but shook his head and interrupted him. Okay, stop showing off here. Do you really think that our little trick can hide it from Uncle Chow and Mr. Wang? Shi Qing was stunned, but he saw that Gu Xiao had already looked at King Chow. Uncle Chow should have noticed it from the beginning, but he just didn't expose it. It's always a good thing for young people to have ideas, not to mention that Lao Wang didn't say anything. King Chow chuckled and said casually, feeling more or less calm. But the meaning behind these words is obvious. He saw it. Even Wang Chuanfu also noticed that the two children were cooperating. Uncle Chow saw it. I can understand it, but did Mr. Wang see it too? Why didn't he expose us? Isn't this unreasonable? Shi Qing's eyes widened and he asked unwillingly. This was the first time he had used small tricks. He originally thought it was going very smoothly and successfully, but now that Gu Xiao and King Chow told him, it seemed that his small tricks had actually been seen through from the beginning. This is somewhat difficult to accept. It's not uncommon to see things through without telling them. Gushio shook his head. Sometimes things in a shopping mall are simpler than you think, but sometimes they are far more complicated than you think. This is a profit-seeking track, and everyone has only one purpose, and that is to consider their own interests. With Mr. Wong's knowledge and experience, if you really think that he can't even see such cooperation, then you are a bit too underestimated. Perhaps at the beginning, he was not confused for a while, but he must have realized the possibility that we were acting from the beginning. Then why did he still use the trick and not expose us, right? Gushio smiled and gave the explanation directly. It's the same sentence. Because for him, although we are acting, the final result is within the range he can accept, and this result is in his interest. So, there's no point in exposing our acting skills. It's better to use the trick and cooperate with us in the performance. This, Shi Song was dumbfounded and couldn't help crying and laughing. Why are there so many tricks here? I thought I could become a successful businessman in the future, but it turned out that the clown turned out to be me, and I am the purest one. Gushio smiled. It doesn't matter if it's simple, whether it's dealing with people or doing business. It doesn't matter if the purpose is direct. Everyone can find a style of doing things that suits them. And haven't we succeeded now? This proves that what we just played may be a small trick, but such a small trick is indeed useful, right? Shi Song nodded, thoughtfully. Seeing Shi Song like this, Gushio couldn't help but smile. He said so much. In fact, it is not an afterthought, nor is it an attempt to dampen Shi Song's enthusiasm. But I want him to understand. In this world, never treat others as fools at any time. Because when you treat others as a fool, maybe in the eyes of others, you're just a clown. Stay cautious and stay humble. This is something you need to keep in mind to survive in this world. I didn't expect that. Gushio taught Shi Song a lesson through words and deeds, but King Chao on the side couldn't help but look at Gushio in surprise again. Gushio, I feel that I still underestimated you. I thought before that your future achievements would be limitless, but now I find that I can't even imagine what heights you can reach in the future. King Chao sincerely praised you. Since you know that Lao Wang can see your cooperation, you're still willing to cooperate with Xiao Shi. Doesn't this mean, have you been sure about the process and even the outcome of this negotiation from the beginning? Are you even sure from the beginning that Lao Wang will agree to your request? Yes. Shi Song also slapped his forehead beside him. If I am standing on the first floor, and the king just now was always on the second floor, then Brother Xiao, aren't you standing on the third floor? Maybe more than the third floor. King Chao shook his head, looking at Gushio with surprise. Unable to help it, the thought that had been popping up in my mind since the first time I met Gushio came into my mind. This little kid, really only 11 years old, isn't this an old fox? No matter what level Gushio is on, no matter whether he's an old fox or a simple elementary school student, no matter what he is, nothing can stop the next cooperation plan between Baiyati and Yuan Shio Investment. Yes, the two companies finally cooperated as expected. When Wang Chuanfu brought a series of conditions proposed by Gushio to the company's high-level meeting, he stated them. No surprises. Passed unanimously. There was nothing to refuse. After all, the conditions given by Gushio were indeed too good. For Baiyati, this was a huge opportunity. Not only can you obtain financial support, but you can also add a new escape route for yourself. This is a cooperation that is harmless to Baiyati. Whether the electric car succeeds or fails, it will not have any impact on Baiyati. Even if it succeeds, Baiyati will have one more retreat, one more layer of protection, and more opportunities. Even if you lose in the end. In essence, for Baiyati, they will not suffer much loss, and even the loss will be reduced to a minimum. In this situation of guaranteed profit without losing money, even the senior executives of BYD, who are famous for being difficult to deal with, voted unanimously without hesitation. In this situation, where the man is affectionate and the concubine is interested, the next thing will be much simpler. The legal teams and investment departments of both parties began to appear. mainly to draft contracts and determine the detailed terms of cooperation, so as to ensure the smooth cooperation and ensure their own rights and interests to the greatest extent. Of course, Gushio doesn't have to do this himself. But, although Gushio was not involved in the specific details of the cooperation, he had already taken the lead and started planning for the follow-up work of the new company. Although the final contract has not yet been signed, there are basically no surprises in this cooperation. Therefore, Bayati did not waste time, but immediately began to prepare for the new company. This new company, Gushio named Future Car. This name is a very popular name. Even today's internet companies or technology companies will basically choose more distinctive names instead of names that look bad at first glance. So it's no surprise that when Gushio chose this name, many of Bayati's senior executives immediately raised objections. They feel, in this era of rapid development in the high-tech field, high-tech companies should not only be a future full of fantasy, but should also have their own brand influence. But it's a pity. Their opposition was confirmed by Gushio's vote. Although the senior management of BYD were hesitant to speak, in the end they did not choose to go against the company's most inhumane financial backer, their father. It's just that, more or less, I have less expectations for this company. Future. Most companies will not use this word because it is too big and carries too much weight. They can't afford it. But only Gushio was filled with excitement about this name. This name may indeed be heavy, but for a reborn guest, Gushio, who has a photographic memory and is a super academic, he wants to be in this company. Build a truly future car. After the company name is determined, the next step is to determine the company personnel. According to the previous plan, BYD Group, which includes the battery energy department and the fuel vehicle department, needs to provide half of its manpower to join this new company. But that's where the problem lies. Who will go to the new company? Who stays at the old company? This issue has troubled many people in the Bayati Group. After all, even though the senior executives are not optimistic about it, this future car seems to be on everyone's mind. Cast a shadow. People who go to work hope that they can make more money, do more meaningful things, and be in a stronger and more stable company. One thing to say, the salary package at Future Auto is pretty good. Overall, compared with Bayati's original company positions, the salary has increased by 10%. Although it is not too high, it is still good. But just the increase in salary does not bring much attraction. After the new company is established, there are very few applicants. Although the salary has increased by 10%, what everyone values more is the company's potential. If the company closes down after less than a few years of operation, then no matter how much the salary is increased, it will be meaningless to everyone. What's more, electric cars? To be honest, many people are not optimistic about it. Rather than working in such a company that has no future at all and may even overturn at any time, they would be more happy. Still stay in Bayati. After all, Bayati is now. It's so popular. To be number one in the country in 5 years and number one in the world in 20 years is a slogan that the company has truly put in place, and many people even think it will definitely succeed. How to choose in such a situation seems very simple. For a while, the newly established Future Auto was instantly embarrassed. Even Wang Chuanfu was in a dilemma, so he had to go to Gushio. Mr. Gu, look at this. No one is very willing to join the new company. So how about we give up the independent choice of employees and be directly assigned by the group? In this way, we can increase the recruitment rate of the company's employees and build up the company's team as soon as possible. Part of the reason why the situation is so embarrassing is actually because of Gushio's selection plan. According to Wang Chuan's original plan to restore, after the establishment of the new company this time, the personnel arrangements for all employees will be directly assigned by the Bayati Group. When this news came out, the company was actually in turmoil for a while. In particular, some senior executives use all kinds of tricks to keep their subordinates from joining the new company. Result: Gushio directly rejected this personnel arrangement plan. He felt that since this new company was based on new energy and its purpose was to subvert the traditional industry, all employees needed to have a rebellious heart. Direct assignment may indeed be able to set up the company's framework as quickly as possible. But This will also make this newly established company lose the hard work that a high-tech company should have at the very beginning. This is obviously not a good thing. Therefore, the future personnel transfer of future automobile changed from the original assignment model to the resource joining model. The idea is indeed a good one. It's just, now it seems that Gushio's decision is not that good. It can even be said to be very bad. After all, from the beginning of this independent choice to now, there are only 10 or 20 employees in the entire Biotti group who are willing to come to this new company for development. And 1/3 of them are employees from the battery energy department, and very few from the fuel vehicle department are willing to come. This is for a company that has invested hundreds of millions since its inception. This was a slap in the face. So this time, Wang Chuanfu wanted to discuss with Gushio to see if he could change his free choice and directly make it a compulsory assignment. Maybe a little unkind, but at least it can guarantee that the new company can operate. But it's a pity. Wang Chuanfu's good intentions were decisively rejected by Gushio. No need, Mr. Wang. I have said before that what future cars need are like-minded people and people who dare to resist tradition. If they're forced to be assigned, it will be counterproductive and violate the original intention. But Wang Chuanfu smiled bitterly. But if this is the case, I am afraid there is no way to fulfill our previous commitments. Moreover, if there is no large-scale team, the company's development will be directly affected. Although Wang Chuanfu actually has some doubts about this electric car, and even doubts whether this thing can really be built. But since I have agreed to Gushio, then he is not a person who breaks his promises and naturally hopes to do his best. But there's no rush. Gushio declined Wang Chuanfu's kindness. He smiled slightly and said, "It's very simple from the staff." Simple. Wang Chuanfu was dumbfounded. He wanted to say that Gushio might be a little overconfident. Electric cars are a completely new thing, and the technical talents needed, it's a lot more. Moreover, there are not many talents for this kind of technical position, and a large number of them are needed, which is almost impossible without the help of Biotti. It is simply impossible to form a sufficient team. But he didn't wait for Wang Chuanfu to say anything. Hearing a knock on the door, Wang Chuanfu was a little surprised. They were in a private room of the hotel, and it was Gushio who invited him out this time. Could it be that Gushio made an appointment with someone else? But when Wang Chuanfu was confused, he saw that Gushio had already opened the box door first, and what he saw immediately was an old man wearing glasses and with white hair. Seeing this person, Wang Chuanfu just felt a little familiar. But when Gushio made the formal introduction, Wang Chuanfu was really confused. "Professor Zhou, you are finally here. Please come and take a seat." "Mr. Wang, this is Professor Zhou from Wadaiku Institute of Technology. You should know him, right?" "You. Are you Professor Zhou Ji?" Wang Chuanfu's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. When he was sure that the other person was really the professor he knew, Wang Chuanfu was shocked. "Hello, Professor Zhou. Hello, Professor Zhou. Just call me Xiao Wang. The papers you published before on lithium-ion batteries have brought very important inspiration to us at Biotti. We also invited you to participate in Biotti's factory guidance, but you refused. I didn't expect to see you here today." Wang Chuanfu is indeed no stranger to the person in front of him, and even people who know something about the battery field know it. They are definitely among the top scientists in the country. What shocked Wang Chuanfu even more was that after a brief exchange of greetings, the first thing the top scientist said was, "I have about 10 students who all want to join Future Automobile. They can join at any time." This simple sentence made Wang Chuanfu freeze in place. This is what's going on. Gudu. Wang Chuanfu swallowed his saliva almost subconsciously and asked Professor Zhou in disbelief, "Professor Zhou, what did you just say? You want your students to work in future cars?" "Of course." Professor Zhouji laughed. "I am very optimistic about the development direction of future cars. This is a new development direction for lithium-ion batteries. It is a project with great practical significance and research and development significance. And the initiator of this project is still Gushio. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that there are too many things in my institute that I can't leave, I would have wanted to join this project. So, I came here this time just to hope that Gu Xiao can sell me a favor so that my students can get this opportunity to study. Mr. Wang, you shouldn't refuse, right? Although Professor Zhou Ji smiled from beginning to end, his tone was full of sincerity, as if he was really here to find a backdoor relationship for his students. Let them join the cars of the future. But Professor Zhou Ji's sincere attitude made Wang Chuanfu more or less confused. What did he hear? Long was well-known top boss in lithium-ion battery research, actually needs to personally lobby for connections to find job opportunities for his students? And hired? Or is it a new company where even the company's organizational framework has not been fully established, and the project seems to have little chance of success? This is too outrageous. Just a second ago, he was still worried that the future car would not even be able to get together with people. Every Biotti employee was trying to avoid the future car like a scourge. The result is the next second. Such a top authority is here, and he even plans to let his disciples and grandchildren join him. I have thought of many ways and racked my brains, hoping to get in touch with you, Professor Zhou, hoping that you can recommend some people to join Biotti. But in the end, I still failed to do so. Unable to bear it, Wang Chuanfu asked naggingly, "How? Why are you, Professor Zhou, interested in future cars?" He still felt incredible. Previously, Professor Zhou Ji's team, and even his disciples were beyond Wang Chuanfu's reach and unattainable. Together with the goddess, he licked desperately. Is there ever a day when I lick someone else? It's definitely not a lick. After all, considering Gu Xiao's attitude, this is obviously a hit-and-miss decision between the two parties. But why does Wang Chuanfu always feel like he's being NTR'd? Mr. Wang may not know. Our previous projects were quite busy, so we couldn't allocate manpower. Mr. Wang won't be angry with me because of this, right? Professor Zhou Ji laughed, giving Wang Chuan a more respectable explanation. Of course not. In fact, it is my honor to be able to contact and cooperate with you, Professor Zhou, in this way. Wang Chuanfu replied quickly. Although the other party's explanation seemed sincere, Wang Chuanfu actually knew in his heart that the reason why the other party did not agree to him before was because he looked down on him. And now, it's not that he likes him. The person he values is Gu Xiao. Unable to help himself, Wang Chuanfu looked at Gu Xiao with a look of disbelief in his eyes. With curiosity, even more incredible. How do you do this? Especially watching Gu Xiao chatting and laughing with Professor Zhou Ji next, and finalizing the core members of the battery technology improvement team for future cars in just one meal. I feel even more confused. Who I am? Where am I? What do I see? Finally, after the meal was finished, the two parties began to leave. Gu Xiao sent Professor Zhou Ji to the car in front of the restaurant. It's a pity that Professor Zhou is busy with the subject, so I neglected it this time. When I have time next time, I hope Professor Zhou can come to Future Auto to give more guidance, and let me do my best as a landlord. Of course it's no problem. Don't worry. When I finish my work there, I will definitely come to Future Auto to have a look. I'm also looking forward to this company. Professor Zhou Ji laughed and said, I will leave my students to you, Xiaogu. I will have them report to Future Automobile within a week. I have confidence in them. Of course, if any of them embarrass me, Xiaogu, don't worry about me. You can deal with it how you want. If anyone is disobedient, I will teach you a lesson. If you're not easy to teach, just tell me, and I will help you deal with it. After saying a few words, Professor Zhou Ji finally left. As a top boss in the lithium battery field, he didn't have enough time, but he was still willing to travel thousands of miles to meet Gu Xiao in person. This scene, Wang Chuanfu was even more surprised. And when his eyes moved to Gu Xiao again, Wang Chuanfu suddenly realized that he couldn't understand this child at all. Can't see through. Can't read. Mr. Gu, Professor Zhou, just now you? How did you convince him? Wang Chuanfu couldn't help but ask curiously. It's so unbelievable. But what made Wang Chuanfu even more unbelievable was that Gu Xiao had a strange face. What do you mean by how to persuade? Does this still require persuasion? Doesn't this require persuasion? Are you kidding me? But Gu Xiao didn't seem to notice Wang Chuanfu's confusion. Instead, he explained casually. I called Professor Zhou, and he expressed his willingness to help. Professor Zhou is a very warm-hearted person and very friendly to people. From what I just said, have you ever asked Professor Zhou for help and been rejected? Don't think too much. Professor Zhou must be too busy to take care of it. In fact, he is very nice. Does this even comfort yourself? Wang Chuanfu is more or less autistic, and he admits that he may indeed need a little comfort, especially when I think of it. He even visited the other party many times, but in the end he was not even qualified to meet the other party once. However, Gu Xiao just made a phone call and asked the other party to fly over directly. This contrast, don't realize it's too big, but while Wang Chuanfu was hurt in his heart, he couldn't help but become more and more curious about Gu Xiao's identity. This little kid, not simple. Moreover, it is not as simple as the ordinary rich second generation who relies on the family. Otherwise, why can Professor Zhou come to meet him in person? The questions on his head made Wang Chuanfu feel very uncomfortable. After much hesitation, he finally decided to ask, Mr. Gu, can I ask? Mr. Wang, it's time for us to go. As he was about to say the words, he saw that Gu Xiao had already turned around and walked towards the commercial building behind, and turned his head to urge him. Wang Chuanfu was a little confused. Do we have anything else to do? Of course, because I rarely have time today. Many people have made appointments today. I may have to trouble Mr. Wang to run around with me more today. Gu Xiao explained casually as he walked forward quickly. The end. Gu Xiao seemed to remember what Wang Chuanfu said before. By the way, Mr. Wang, what did you want to say just now? Wang Chuanfu was stunned. After hesitation, he did not ask about Professor Zhou. Instead, he asked curiously, Mr. Gu made appointments with other people today? Do you want me to come forward? Of course I do. After all, Mr. Wang is also one of the shareholders of Future Auto, and the next production workshop also needs Bayati's help. Gu Xiao nodded. Besides, most of the people we want to meet are members of the scientific research team. For these people, it will be better for the two of us to appear together. Didn't you say before, Mr. Wang, that you have all your time today? Wang Chuanfu was hesitant to speak, and finally nodded honestly, but there was already a storm in his heart. What's going on? Are the people we are going to meet today the scientific research team? So is Gu Xiao already prepared? But didn't I already meet Professor Zhou Ji before? He has more than 10 students to teach. A student who could be Professor Zhou is definitely not weak in ability. Such a strong team. Not enough. There is a more important question. It was Professor Zhou Ji before. Will he be with such a powerful person this time? How is that possible? Wang Chuanfu shook his head repeatedly, throwing away this incredible idea. What am I thinking? Gu Xiao can already know Professor Zhou Ji, who is already very powerful. How could I still know a big boss at this level? This time it should be some fresh graduates or something. But do these people need to meet with the two major shareholders? Just when Wang Chuanfu was full of curiosity, he saw that Gu Xiao had taken him to a coffee shop. Gu Xiao seemed to have already determined his goal without any hesitation. He took a step towards the inside. And this time, what Gu Xiao saw was a group of foreigners with different skin colors and hair colors. Wang Chuanfu didn't understand the identity of this group of people at first. But when Gu Xiao introduced him, he was surprised to find out. This group of people, it turned out that all of them were top students from the world-famous Stanford University, and they had traveled thousands of miles to come to Longhua and were waiting for their destination in this coffee shop. There is only one. Join the car of the future. And Wang Chuanfu was shocked to find that when these top students faced Gu Xiao, they showed no signs of dealing with an entrepreneurial boss, let alone a child. On the contrary, it was as if they were facing their teacher, and even the eyes of several people were filled with fanaticism when they saw Gu Xiao. They are joining Future Automobile. After Gu Xiao contacted them for a while, he directly asked a staff member from Future Automobile to be responsible for the reception, mainly arranging accommodation and work details for this group of international friends. But when the group of people made arrangements, Gu Xiao didn't stop and took Wang Chuanfu to the car to the airport again. While sitting in the car, Wang Chuanfu finally couldn't help but ask, Mr. Gu, Those people just now, we're all here to join Future Automobile. Yes, what's the problem? Gu Xiao nodded. Any questions? This is a big problem, okay? You just start a new company with nothing yet. Directly recruit a team of apprentices of top scientists and recruit top students from world-renowned universities? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Oh, I see. Mr. Wang is probably worried that there are too many foreign employees at Future Auto, right? Don't worry about that. Future Auto's requirements for overseas employees are 30% higher than those at home. Even though I think the group of people just now have good abilities, they still have to work step by step from interns. In comparison, I will be more keen on promoting Chinese people. Don't worry about this, Mr. Wang. Mr. Gu is indeed far-sighted. Wang Chuanfu smiled awkwardly, but in the end he could only give a thumbs up in praise. In fact, he really wanted to say it. This group of top students from Stanford are not something that ordinary companies can just call upon. In fact, most companies in the country will basically give preferential treatment to such students if they encounter them. Where's Gu Xiao like this? For such high-achieving students, they're actually a little bit indifferent and even let these people directly become interns. This can be regarded as directly promoting the company's intern qualifications. Thinking again about the group of people in Baiadi who were afraid of being transferred into the future car, Wang Chuanfu suddenly thought of a question. If only those people knew. If Future Auto's configuration team is so high-end, would they regret giving up the opportunity to join Future Auto? After all, if you look at it at this level, this may be the closest opportunity these people have in their lives to join the future car, and it may not be long before this company they once looked down upon will be their unattainable existence. We're here. Just as Wang Chuanfu was thinking this, he saw that the car had parked in the pickup parking lot of the airport terminal. Gu Xiao got out of the car first and went straight to the pickup gate. Only then did Wang Chuanfu remember. Gu Xiao came here as if he wanted to pick someone up, but I forgot to ask him who he wanted to pick up before. But, thinking of Professor Zhou and the group of top Stanford students, Wang Chuanfu suspected that the person Gu Xiao wanted to meet this time might not be a simple person. Just don't know. Who are you meeting this time? However, Wang Chuan thought about it again and was still a little confused. The biggest difficulties for electric vehicles are mainly in terms of vehicle energy improvement, charging speed, and battery safety performance. To put it bluntly, the core focus is still on the lithium battery technology research and development team. In comparison, although other aspects are equally important, it is obvious that the priority will not be too high for the current future cars. But this made Wang Chuanfu even more confused. In the field of batteries, there is the traditional group of students of Professor Zhou, who are all people with real expertise in the technical research and development of lithium batteries. In terms of cruising range, safety performance, and innovation, there are also a group of college students from Stanford. So who is Gu Xiao going to meet this time? Instantly, Wang Chuanfu thought of a possibility. Mr. Gu, is the person in charge of the project we are going to meet this time? Mr. Wang is really smart. You already knew it before I even said it. Gu Xiao was a little surprised. Wang Chuanfu just shook his head. Clever? How smart is this? Gu Xiao explained. Electric vehicles are a big project. Although the current main direction is still in the battery motor, there are many problems with the battery alone. In the future, if the car plans to build electric vehicles, it will need to solve many problems. The project research and development will definitely be divided into multiple groups for unified scheduling and management. Then you need someone with sufficient technology and ability to take charge of the overall situation. We are here just to meet the general manager of our future car R&D team. Mr. Wang and this general manager will definitely meet and communicate frequently in the future. Indeed, we do need a chief engineer to take charge. Wang Chuanfu nodded, but at the same time he was a little confused. But who do you plan to hire, Mr. Gu? Your project team can be considered luxurious. Even Professor Zhou's disciples have been brought in. If the chief engineer's foundation is weaker, there may be problems. This is a kind reminder. Normally there is no need for such a reminder, but Wang Chuanfu cannot feel at ease when he thinks about who the core members of Future Auto will be. The reason is very simple. It's like an army. There are Lu Bu and Zhao Yun in it. So who do you want to be the general? This is not a good choice. Even if the person selected does not have real materials and cannot convince the public, it will cause internal rebound in the R&D team and even directly affect the development and completion of the project. The gain outweighs the loss. But such a reminder came when Wang Chuanfu saw the tall and thin man walking out of the station, dragging a suitcase and wearing black-rimmed glasses. Wang Chuanfu understood instantly. I worry too much. Dean's son, thank you for coming here. Seeing the person coming, Gu Xiu took the lead to greet him, and Wang Chuanfu also hurriedly followed. Seeing Gu Xiu greeting the other party, he hurriedly pulled up his clothes to ensure that he was meticulous, and then rushed forward and stretched out his hands. Dean's son, hello, hello. We meet again. I don't know if Dean's son still remembers me. I am Wang Chuanfu Xiao Wang. Mr. Wang, you are joking. How could you and I not know that your battery technology has given me a big surprise? The visitor chuckled and shook hands with Wang Chuanfu politely. A simple act, but Wang Chuanfu almost jumped with excitement, and the smile on his whole face was bright. But Wang Chuanfu also understood that the other party's attitude toward him was obviously to save Gu Xiu's face, because normally this person was also beyond his reach. If so, if the previous Professor Zhou Ji was the top expert in the domestic lithium battery field, then the man in front of him is the godfather of Longhua electric vehicles. Just because his name is Sun Fengshan. Just because, as early as the 1990s, the other party led a team to develop Longhua's first pure electric bus Yuan Wangho. It was also that year that Wang Chuanfu established Baiadi. To put it bluntly, part of the reason why Baiadi was founded was because of the impact of Professor Sun Fengshan's achievements, which allowed him to see the potential in the battery field. And after this, Professor Sun Fengshan has not stopped researching in the field of electric vehicles. He is one of the main pioneers of electric vehicle engineering technology. He has contributed many related papers and technical support from a series of technical research on the overall design theory of electric vehicles, system integration and control, integrated electric drive and transmission, charging/swap station infrastructure, and operation health management. And this one, now he also serves as the vice president of Yinxing University of Science and Technology. It doesn't seem like this position is very impressive, but you must know that his research projects have not stopped so far. It can be said that he is definitely familiar with the field of electric vehicles. This is only now. In fact, what Gu Xiu is even more aware of is that this professor, who is still unfamiliar to many people, will grow even higher in the future as the field of electric vehicles is fully developed. If Gu Xiu remembers correctly, the other party will become the director of New Energy Vehicle Supervision and Management in the future framer of the new energy vehicle industry, and he will also successfully become an academician. Even now, because the field of electric vehicles has not yet been implemented on a large scale, this professor seems to have little reputation for the time being. But actually, in the field of batteries and electric vehicles, this man is a real super boss. Even on an international scale, some of his concepts and ideas are still there. All are sought after. There is such a person to take charge of the overall situation and serve as the chief engineer. Wang Chuanfu had only one idea. This project, stable, and the same. Wang Chuanfu clicked again and began to refresh his judgment on the child Gu Xiu. This kid is too scary. What's scary is that not only has he become the boss of Yuanxiu Investment at such a young age, but he has even been able to sit on an equal footing with an adult like himself and discuss the truth. What's even more terrifying is that Gu Xiu's incredibly powerful social circle is terrifying. This is what makes Wang Chuanfu feel most incredible. Originally, he also feels that future automobiles may be a very difficult thing to do just in terms of team building and will take a lot of time. But what's the result? Gu Xiu seemed to have attracted a large number of top-notch personnel to join the company's scientific research team without even exerting much effort. This is the most incredible thing. After all, this is not something that can only be solved with money. If we talk about throwing money at this method, it may be possible for those Stanford students to leave their hometown and travel thousands of miles to long country to join a completely new company and a brand new project. What about Dr. Zhou Ji? This is definitely not something you can get by simply throwing money at it. After all, for a great master like Dr. Zhou Ji, money is not that important to them. Not to mention that Dr. Zhou Ji still wants his disciples to join the future car. Maybe it's a trust relationship. Gu Xiao's elder, or someone who has a relationship with Dr. Zhou Ji, asked him to help, and asked his students to come to Future Automobile to help for a period of time and stabilize the situation. This possibility is not impossible. After all, Dr. Zhou Ji himself did not join Future Automobile, but asked his students to come. No one is even sure how long these students will stay here. But, as the chief engineer, how can Sun Fengchun explain? Sun Fengchun's status is not small, especially in the field of electric vehicles. It can be said that if he is willing to join a company that is interested in this area, he will definitely receive the highest level of preferential treatment. It's not just domestic. Money? People don't care. Relation? Maybe the trust relationship is useful, but it is absolutely impossible for such a great person to join a completely useless company as the chief engineer. The position of chief engineer is more than just a title. If there are results, everyone will definitely be happy and benefit a lot. But if there are no results, even if he encounters a Waterloo, it will naturally be stained on the resume of the chief engineer. That explains it. What Gu Xiao gave was not just money, not just trust relationships, but something more advanced than these. For example, can this happen? At least for Sun Fengchun, who is the chief engineer, future cars really have a future, are really likely to succeed, and can really succeed. This is possible. But this is a future car, a newly established company with an uncertain future that was split from BYD Auto in name only. How can ordinary people have confidence? And when this series of questions all focused on Gu Xiao, Wang Chuanfu couldn't help but become curious again. Gu Xiao, how'd he do it? Gu Xiao, why on earth did he let so many big guys come and help him? Or rather, this kid in front of me. What other great identities are there? Who is he? It was obviously impossible for Wang Chuanfu to come up with an answer to the question of who Gu Xiao was in a short period of time. But while Wang Chuanfu was still struggling with this centuries problem, Gu Xiao on the other side didn't have so many ideas. He didn't care what Wang Chuanfu thought. All he cared about was the next development. So after picking up Sun Fengchun from the airport to the future car and briefly getting him familiar with the upcoming work environment, Gu Xiao directly convened the first meeting of Future Automobile. The meeting was not well attended. There were only 4 people in total. 3 of them are naturally the 2 company bosses, Gu Xiao and Wang Chuanfu, and the third one, as expected, is Sun Fengchun, who has been confirmed to be the future chief engineer of the automobile. As for the 4th person, it is the direct lineage of Zheng Bajing. Cheng Dihao from Yuanxiu Investment, a middle-aged man in his 30s, originally served as a middle-level market manager at Yuanxiu Investment. Gu Xiao transferred him as soon as the future car project was determined. His current position is general manager of Future Auto and can currently head of marketing. Today, Cheng Dihao is just an unknown person. Even in the distant cultivation department, he can only be regarded as a transparent high-level person. But in fact, Gu Xiao knew it very well. This top marketing general in his previous life will shine everywhere from the future of cars in this life. Since Teacher Sun and Teacher Cheng are already here, let me just say a few words. The meeting staff have arrived, and Gu Xiao is the first to speak. First of all, I am very happy. Next, we will create legends and history together. I'm honored to be able to participate in this historical moment. As soon as these words came out, the other 3 people all had smiles on their faces. No one questioned it. Even Sun Fengchun, the chief engineer, even nodded at this time. I also think that this will definitely be a historical moment. Maybe in the future, today's meeting will be recorded in history. That's for sure. Cheng Dihao nodded repeatedly. Wang Chuanfu, who was still a little unsure, looked at the 2 people's attitudes and nodded, but he didn't know what to say. Good thing. Gushio didn't expect him to express any opinions. At this time, the topic changed, and he spoke again, back to business. Everyone should have already made it clear that our next project is electric vehicles. This is the future, because this is not only a trend, but also a new track for the rise of one-stop countries. Electric vehicles were born nearly 50 years earlier than fuel vehicles. However, due to technical reasons, electric vehicles eventually lost their advantage over fuel vehicles. But electric vehicles are still the general trend. More energy-saving and more environmentally friendly. These 2 points alone are destined to lead the trend in this direction, not to mention less noise, more comfortable, and cheaper. But the same, electric vehicles are destined to be a road that requires overcoming obstacles and experiencing countless difficulties. This, General Manager Sun, should be very clear. Yes, Sun Fengchun nodded. It is almost a consensus that electric vehicles have more obvious advantages than fuel vehicles and are even the future trend. In fact, since the last century, many countries and companies have successively announced that they will start the research and development of electric vehicles, including Aliken's companies, established car companies, and Neon. However, in the end, they all chose to abandon these routes due to various reasons. Why? Is it because the technology can't keep up? Cheng Dihao is considered an outsider. His main expertise is in the market. He actually doesn't know much about electric vehicles for the time being. Yes and no. Sun Fengchun shook his head. Cheng Dihao was a little puzzled. Fortunately, Sun Fengchun did not sell out and said directly, in the 1970s, there were many companies in Aliken that announced their investment in the research and development and production of electric vehicles, and even established companies joined in. Moreover, in fact, there were already companies at that time that had made some breakthroughs. Although some key problems cannot be solved for the time being. In fact, as long as they are given time, they can still succeed. But where is Aliken? It is a country that has tied its currency to oil, and on its own territory, there are people who want to overthrow this tied hegemony. Do you think those people will agree? As soon as these words came out, Cheng Dihao suddenly understood. It's Americans' interest groups or capital groups that don't want oil to lose its absolute advantage. Nature. It is also necessary to extinguish this kind of thing that may overthrow oil hegemony as soon as possible. After that, until the 1990s, Neon's car companies began to rise rapidly. I don't need to say how fast they rose. It was also at that time that many large Neon car companies had actually seen the potential of electric vehicles. They knew that this was a track with huge potential and future. So at that time, many Neon car companies began to announce their entry into the field of electric vehicles and released the slogan of annual production of more than 100,000 vehicles. They planned to enter this new field full of future. However, as a puppet country, their idea is obviously a bit too naive. Americans' capital will not allow them to do such cross-border things. Of course, part of the reason is due to battery technology problems at the time. For these reasons, Neon car companies also chose to abandon this track. So, the challenge Gushio mentioned is true. If we want to engage in this, we have to face not only technical issues, but also public recognition and support, as well as possible external pressure in the future. After all, we had already begun to study the existence of electric vehicles and the inside of electric vehicles as early as 10 years ago. In fact, Sun Fengchun saw things more thoroughly than many people. Certainly, he was also more optimistic. This is actually our opportunity. After all, our country started late and suffered losses in many fields. Even in the fuel vehicle market, we are actually the same. We have no way to challenge others. I don't know if Mr. Wang has discovered this. When he was suddenly named, Wang Chuanfu expressed a little nervous and smiled awkwardly. In terms of technology, there are indeed some gaps, and it will take some time to make up for it. We can certainly make up for it, but it depends on whether the other party is willing to give us the opportunity to make up for it. Sun Fengchun shook his head and then smiled. So, personally, I am more inclined to change the track. Since we have a small advantage in the fuel vehicle market, then instead of pursuing this aspect, we should change the way and change the track. And electric vehicles are a good track. Both Ollie Ken and Neon have studied this thing, and it is enough to see that for them, this thing has great potential in the future. But also, because of their own reasons, they cannot give up their fuel vehicle production line and invest in the field of electric vehicles on a large scale. This gives us an opportunity. It can be said that, at least for now, we are the vanguard in this track, and there are even few people working alongside us. So, if we can find a way out on this track, then we will be able to achieve corner overtaking in the future and completely leave behind our opponents on the new track. Challenges and opportunities coexist. This is an interesting career. Chung Dihao laughed, with a little more passion in his eyes. Yes, this is a very interesting career. Sun Fengchun also smiled, but looked at Gu Xiu again. But the challenges of this career are very big. Because there is no one in front of us, we need to rely on ourselves to explore many things. This road is destined to be difficult, and there are bound to be many problems. There are indeed many problems, but the top priority is mainly technological breakthroughs. Gu Xiu smiled, still confident. Teacher's son, you only need to be responsible for the technical aspects. As for other aspects, trust me, I will solve them. With you here, I believe many problems will be solved, but to be honest, I am not very confident in the technical aspect. Oh, Sun Fengchun thought for a while and said directly, electric vehicles do have many advantages, but there are also many problems compared to fuel vehicles. The first is the issue of battery life. There's basically no problem with the battery life of fuel vehicles. After all, there are gas stations everywhere, and it is not a problem to run hundreds of kilometers on a tank of fuel. But there are still many problems for the battery to achieve such a high battery life. Secondly, there is the charging problem. As mentioned before, replenishing fuel vehicles is very simple. Gas stations are everywhere. If you run out of gas, you only need to go to the gas station, and it can be replenished in 3 minutes. However, battery charging takes time. Currently, in terms of technology, breakthroughs are still needed, or at least the charging speed needs to be accelerated. Then there is the safety issue. Cars are the means of transportation with the highest casualty rate in the world. There's a car accident almost every minute in the world. This is currently unavoidable. The biggest problem with electric cars, or lithium batteries, is spontaneous combustion. Once an accident occurs, it may easily cause the vehicle to catch fire. As the chief engineer of a scientific research team, it is always better to summarize the problem than hide it. After all, these problems must be solved. It does not mean that these problems will disappear if we hide them. On the contrary, only by facing these problems head-on can we come up with solutions. And these issues are the focus of their next research. Gu Xiu, on the other hand, listened to the few questions Sun Fengchun said, but subconsciously looked at Wang Chuanfu, who was acting as a backdrop. Wang Chuanfu was baffled by such a look. When he was about to ask, he saw Gu Xiu say, "There are a lot of things that need to be studied in terms of batteries, but I don't have a very mature idea here." Oh, Sun Fengchun was interested. He knew Gu Xiu's true identity, the youngest scientist in the world. Now he was planning to do this, and he obviously had ideas about this. He couldn't wait to ask, "If you have any ideas, just tell me." However, Gu Xiu hesitated and highlighted 4 words, blade battery. Blade battery? What is that? The first time Gu Xiu spoke, Chung Dihao and Wang Chuanfu became curious in their hearts, and they were a little confused about what Gu Xiu meant. But Sun Fengchun, who had been raped for many years, suddenly brightened up at this moment. "You mean to change the traditional cylindrical battery into a blade-like shape?" "Yes." Gu Xiu nodded. Although he looked calm on the surface, Duo was a little surprised in his heart. He just said his name, but Sun Fengchun understood what he meant instantly. All I can say is, he is worthy of being an industry leader. However, Sun Fengchun didn't know what Gu Xiu was thinking. At this time, he was staring at Gu Xiu, urging Gu Xiu, "Tell me in detail. What I mean is actually what you think, Mr. Sun, which is to change the shape of the traditional battery, flatten the individual cells, and lengthen the width to become thinner." "Oh, what's the purpose?" "Space utilization." Gushio replied, "Traditionally, cylindrical single cells are used. After stacking, a lot of gaps will be formed. Excluding the supporting cooling and supporting components, the final space utilization can only reach more than 40%. The flat blade battery can reduce the ineffective gaps between the single cells, and the increase in area can also play a great role in heat dissipation. After the overall arrangement, the space utilization of the blade battery will also inevitably increase. This means that the battery modules of electric vehicles can add more cells to achieve greater power storage, which naturally allows electric vehicles to have a higher cruising range." Wonderful. It's really wonderful. Sun Fengchuan's eyes brightened in an instant, and he was extremely excited. "Your idea is great. Changing the battery into a blade shape can achieve multiple goals. And with this idea, we can start research and development in this direction. We can set up and improve the battery in a targeted manner to determine which type of battery is most suitable. Moreover, there's also the safety aspect. After improving to this mode, the problem of spontaneous combustion and accidental fires of the battery can also be solved, and corresponding settings and adjustments can be made. I think this mode can be given a try. Moreover, if the module configuration is reasonable, this form of battery will be more resistant to deformation, extrusion, and even puncture resistance. Also, the heat dissipation can also be set more simply and reasonably. I have been studying the problem of high temperature of the battery recently. Your suggestion gave me new inspiration." Sun Fengchuan was in an extremely excited state at this time. He could not help but take out a notebook from his pocket and started doing calculations quickly on the spot. What Gushio gave was just a very simple suggestion. Even an ordinary person can clearly understand the principle. But sometimes, it is such a small, seemingly simple suggestion, but it can burst out some unimaginable inspiration in the hearts of professionals. At least that's how Sun Fengchuan is at this moment. His entire eyes, full of brilliance. It can even be seen that if he didn't need to sit here for a meeting, he would have rushed to the laboratory to conduct research. Looking at Sun Fengchuan, who looked like a madman, Wang Chuanfu and Cheng Dihao were sitting next to him. They looked at each other and looked at each other. The eyes are filled with horror. Although Wang Chuanfu was a businessman, he was able to directly lead the team to engage in batteries at that time. He himself was particularly knowledgeable about the battery field. Although he is not a standard scientific researcher, he is definitely not a layman. So, while Sun Fengchuan was excited at this moment, Wang Chuanfu actually couldn't calm down because he could clearly see Gu Xio's seemingly simple suggestion. How much room for development is there? This thing, if it really works, it could even determine the future development direction of electric vehicles. And this was just suggested by an 11-year-old child. As for Cheng Dihao, he doesn't have so many ideas. Whether his cars or batteries, he can only be regarded as a layman now. But he has an advantage that few people present have. That is, he comes from Yuanxiu Investment and joined Yuanxiu Investment 3 years ago. It can be said that he is a direct descendant of Gu Xiu Bajing. He doesn't understand these techniques, but he understands his boss. After all, among all the companies in the entire Yuanxiu department, the legend of the boss Gu Xiu has long been spread to everyone's ears, and even has a concept in the hearts of many people. My boss is a true genius. In front of him, no problem. Originally, when I met Gu Xiu for the first time and knew that my boss, who was regarded as a god, was actually just an 11-year-old child. In fact, Cheng Dihao had doubts. But now, he was sure. The boss is really awesome. Moreover, if you look at it this way, it is not a bad thing for the boss to be young. On the contrary, it is a good thing for the boss to be so young. After all, he is only 11 years old. He was able to achieve this level and achieve such brilliant results at just 11 years old. What about the future? What about 21 years old? What about 31? What about 41? His future is full of infinite possibilities. And following a person full of infinite possibilities, what kind of glorious legend will I create in the end? Don't dare think. In terms of battery technology, I don't have much advice. After all, I don't know much about this field. So many times, in addition to making some suggestions that may not be reliable, more often than not, I still need to rely on your efforts. Teacher Sunday. Gushio spoke at this time, but he was not too confident. After all, although he comes from the future, he even has the ability to remember photographs, which is basically equivalent to unlocking the talent of academic master. But when there is no relevant learning, it is simply impossible for him to convey all the skills of Bayati in his previous life in a clear and logical manner. In the end, he needs to rely on it. The scientific research team is still working hard little by little. Of course, since he is being modest, it naturally means that Gushio actually has his own way. After all, although he does not remember all the patents and professional technologies related to electric vehicles in his previous life, but he has a super brain. As long as it is combined with some known effects and research backwards, Gushio can actually do it even if he spends time. Haha, you are so humble. Being able to think of the concept of blade batteries means that you are definitely not ignorant. You must have studied it carefully. Everyone said you were a genius before, and I have always believed it, but I never thought that you could be such a genius. Sun Fengchun laughed and said, "Of course, don't worry, I won't embarrass you. You have given me a strong team. If I still have to rely on you for everything and don't make some achievements on my own, it will be too much of a drag. However, if you have any ideas in the future, you are welcome to put them forward at any time. You know my phone number is on standby 24 hours a day. You can contact me at any time." "Ha," he said. Sun Fengchun couldn't help but laugh first. Gushio smiled and said, "Of course, I will definitely disturb Teacher Sun whenever I have an idea. I just hope that Teacher Sun won't find me annoying." The two chatted happily. Gushio then turned his attention to Chengdi Hao. Gushio still valued this big boss who was known as the marketing emperor in his previous life. So when the other party joined Yuanxiu Investment, Gushio directly gave him generous treatment. They say that it takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but it takes only a moment to deploy it. And now, that's when he used his troops. "Mr. Chung, I know you don't know much about the automotive industry and the battery field, so I won't give you detailed tasks for the time being. You have only 2 tasks next. The first is to establish and improve the organizational framework for future cars. After all, the company is a startup and you have seen nothing. You need to worry about this aspect. Don't worry, Mr. Gu. I will definitely satisfy you, old Chung." Chung Dihao nodded repeatedly. Gushio smiled and said again, "The second request is that I need you to learn about this industry and the prospects of electric vehicles in your spare time, and improve a brand plan and positioning." Brand plan? Wang Chuanfu was stunned and couldn't help but remind. "Gushio, this company has just been established, and it hasn't even started research and development. It will take a long time before results are produced. Is it a little too early to start a brand plan now?" "Early?" Gushio blinked. This, before Wang Chuanfu could answer, Cheng Dihao on the side had already spoken and took the initiative to help Gushio explain. "Mr. Wang, it's not too early to start working on brand planning. A brand, especially a car brand. Brand image is a very important thing. Among the brands that are well known to the public today, the most valuable thing is actually their brand image. Sooner or later, future cars will be on the market, and the brand image also needs to start bit by bit, subtly entering the hearts of potential consumers. If we have to wait until the research and development results appear, or even the finished vehicle is built, before we start paying attention to brand promotion, by then it will be too late." Hearing this explanation, Wang Chuanfu frowned slightly, but finally said nothing more. Cheng Dihao is indeed telling the truth. The creation of brand image is indeed very important. Now, Bayati is actually facing this problem. Their accumulation is too little, which is actually a hindrance in terms of brand image. "Boss, I actually don't know anything about the automobile industry. After receiving your notice, I have consulted a lot of information and supplemented my knowledge in this area. Now let me ask you about your attitude first. In your plan, what is the market positioning of our future cars? In other words, what type of brand are we targeting? How are we positioned in terms of price? I know your thoughts in advance, boss, so that I can make corresponding strategies for the next brand marketing." Chung Dihao was the first to ask. Professional people do professional things, and they have strong talents in marketing, but they cannot just do brand marketing casually. At least, the premise is that he has to know what the boss thinks. Brand positioning is a problem. Is it an economy model, a mid-range model, or a top-end luxury car? But when faced with this multiple-choice question that seemed like one of three choices, Gu Xiao gave an unexpected answer. I want them all. I want them all. Gu Xiao's answer was loud and clear, but this unhesitating answer made the three people present stunned. This is impossible. Brands need to be positioned. After positioning from the beginning, they can promote to specific groups of people. It is most likely to cause problems if they are all involved. Wang Chuanfu shook his head first and reminded. He has thought about the positioning of Baiadi before. He really wants to directly compete with Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, and the like, but it is impossible to do so. Even Sun Fengchun smiled bitterly at this time. Gu Xiao, I'm afraid your idea is a bit naive. Even I, a scientific researcher, know that Alto and Audi are not on the same level, and Honda and Lamborghini are not on the same level. We should still choose a level for development. This is the most appropriate. The two tried their best to dissuade them. But unfortunately, Gu Xiao didn't seem to change his mind. Instead, he looked at Chung Dihao aside. What do you think, Mr. Chung? It's my idea. Is it possible? This. Chung Dihao hesitated. He originally wanted to shake his head without hesitation. Brand positioning is not a simple matter, not to mention the automotive field. Choosing a positioning means that they have to compete with car manufacturers in the same positioning. To put more simply, if you choose to make cars with a price of less than 100,000 yuan, your competitors will be companies with mainstream models with cars with a price of less than 100,000 yuan. And if you plan to make a model with a price of more than 300,000 yuan, then the opponents you face are completely different. If you're like Gu Xiao, if you plan to do them all, the final possibility is that no opponent can do it, and it becomes a complete joke. It's very difficult. After much hesitation, Chung Dihao said, First of all, brand positioning is very complicated, and this positioning must also be considered based on its own reality. As for the current domestic brands, it is basically impossible to reach the level of Ferrari, Lamborghini, and the like. Compare with those top luxury cars in terms of brand accumulation and technology, they are still far behind. In fact, almost all domestic manufacturers currently hope that their cars can be sold at prices comparable to top luxury cars, but without exception, no one will buy it. At this point, Chung Dihao paused. He looked at his boss's expression. When he found that Gu Xiao was not angry because of his words, he spoke again and continued. Besides, transformation after positioning is also very difficult. After we have determined a positioning, it will be very difficult to expand the positioning. Mr. Wang should know this best. Their cars are now mainstream cost-effective cars under 100,000 yuan, but if they come up with a car priced at 200,000, 300,000 or more, basically no one will buy it. After all, their brand positioning in the hearts of the public is focused on low end. If the price is higher, then why don't I just switch to a luxury car brand? So brand positioning is something. It's not a blind positioning, nor can it be expanded casually after positioning. It can be seen. Chung Dihao may indeed have just started to get involved in the automotive field, but he really doesn't know anything about the automotive field. At least what he said at this moment was approved by Wang Chuanfu. Mr. Chung said it right. Brand positioning is not blind positioning, and positioning cannot be changed casually. I think Mr. Gu should think carefully about what kind of positioning to choose, instead of planning to develop in an all-round way from the beginning. In this case, it may be thankless in the end. At least, you have to give yourself an early positioning first. Early positioning? Gu Xiao blinked. Yes. Chung Dihao nodded. Preliminary positioning is very important. It is related to our publicity direction, investment costs, and the quality of the final car. In this case, Gu Xiao thought seriously. The other three people arrived. Without urging, waiting for Gu Xiao's decision. For the next second, the three of them were stunned because they only heard Gu Xiao say, In this case, we can compete with Ferrari and Lamborghini. Wang Chuanfu. Chung Dihao. Even Sun Fengchuan's expression became strange at this time, saying that he was under great pressure now. Are you kidding me? Is a domestically produced car directly competing with top luxury cars from the start? You know, whether it's a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, the cheapest cars cost $2 to $3 million, which is not something ordinary people can afford. And this positioning is not arbitrary. First of all, the value of its brand is there, and secondly, its technology is really worth the price. Don't say anything else. In terms of engine performance, these two companies are far ahead of many brands. It is not an exaggeration to say that they have the most outstanding automobile engine technology in the world. In addition to this, they also master more advanced processes and materials, such as carbon fiber, titanium alloys, and aluminum alloys, which can make vehicles lighter and more durable. As for the subsequent appearance, interior design, and limited production, it is also an important reason why they sit firmly on the altar. These things, not any brand can challenge it casually. At least, it was not something that a car company from Long Country, which had no reputation before, could challenge. Even those well-known luxury car brands that want to challenge the status of these two brands basically end in failure, let alone they are now poor and have nothing to do with future cars. What? Is there a problem? Gushio seemed to finally see the strange expressions on the three people's faces and asked with a smile, "Is this a problem? Be confident and remove it. This is obviously a big problem, right? I think the road still has to be walked step by step, rather than thinking about eating a big fat man in one bite." Wang Chuanfu said, "Mr. Gu, you have also seen before that our two S-Class convertibles definitely have a good appearance. The price comparison is only about 200,000, but the numbers sold so far can be counted on one hand. People who buy luxury cars are not fools. Most of them have practical considerations. Everyone will consider the brand value and the various technical factors of the brand. If our positioning starts from such a high level, the final result may be that future cars will become a complete joke." These words are Wang Chuanfu's true thoughts. He felt Gushio, a kid, is more or less too idealistic. This market is not something that one person can achieve just by what he thinks. It should be combined with reality. But in response to Wang Chuanfu's words, Gushio shook his head without hesitation. Is the positioning high? When you talk about brand positioning, Lamborghini in the early years was just selling tractors. Such a brand can also become a top luxury car. Why can't cars in the future? Although they started by selling tractors, when they started to transform into cars, technology. Gushio smiled and interrupted Wang Chuanfu before he finished speaking. Wang always feels that Baiadi's current battery technology is not powerful enough. You are now the world's leading battery technology. Isn't this an advantage? Wang Chuanfu was speechless. It's impossible to say that your BYD battery is not good, right? Don't worry. In fact, we are not the only one making electric cars. I wonder if you have heard of an overseas car brand called Tesla. Consultant Xiu asked. Tesla. Wang Chuanfu and Cheng Dihao looked at each other and couldn't help but shook their heads. They had never heard of this brand. Sun Fengchun, who has been researching in the field of electric vehicles for many years, said at this time, "I have heard of this brand. They're also engaged in electric vehicles. They were just established 2 years ago and are still in the research and development stage. However, their company has obtained a lot of patents. Furthermore, some of their patents are indeed very interesting, including the research and development patent on solar panels, which provides a new direction. After all, he is engaged in scientific research. At least he is relatively familiar with the fields he is familiar with, especially in some academic breakthroughs. He pays more attention than others." Wang Chuanfu was a little surprised when he heard Sun Fengchuan's words. He builds cars himself, but to be honest, he didn't even know about a company like Tesla before that. Only now did he know that there was actually a company that had started developing electric cars before them. Since Teacher Sun knows Tesla, do you know, Teacher Sun, what is Tesla's positioning? Gushio asked. Luxury cars. Sun Fengchun answered directly without even thinking. Although they are still in the research and development stage and currently do not have any mass-produced models, they already have finished cars and have done some publicity. Especially in some important events, Tesla really wants to sign up. The competitors in these events are basically luxury cars, such as Ferrari, Lamborghini, and Aston Martin. It can be seen that this car should be targeting these luxury cars. Teacher son, do you think Tesla can succeed? Gushio asked again. This. Sun Fengchun shook his head. It's hard to say. After all, this manufacturer has not yet produced any mass-produced finished cars. No one can say whether they will succeed. Why don't you think they will definitely fail? Gushio asked. Electric vehicles have a lot of advantages over gasoline vehicles. Sun Fengchun shook his head. What everyone pursues is speed. To test the quality of a car, many will use the speed of acceleration from 100 kilometers as a reference. Electric vehicles have a greater advantage than gasoline vehicles in this aspect because the speed of electric vehicles can easily surpass that of gasoline vehicles, or at least be on the same level as gasoline vehicles. If this brand can achieve good results in those professional competitions, it might really become an instant hit and join the near-luxury car series. This is an analysis from a professional perspective, and that's the analysis. Wang Chuanfu and Cheng Dihao instantly understood what Gushio meant. What Tesla can do. They can also make cars in the future. It seems to be possible. Electric vehicles are a new track after all. As long as we can successfully develop it, we can at least be ahead of the curve. And in terms of publicity, it is even simpler. We can learn from the brand called Tesla. As long as this is the case, our brand is actually not incapable of producing top-notch luxury cars. As long as the direction is correct, it can be produced. There are specialties in the industry. Cheng Dihao may only be considered a newcomer in the automotive field for the time being, but he is very knowledgeable about brand marketing. With Gushio's reminder, I immediately thought of the feasibility of it. Of course, our difficulties are not small. First of all, in terms of technology, brand marketing can indeed increase our popularity to a certain extent and give us accurate brand positioning. But similarly, users who buy cars are not fools. They will carefully consider whether our cars are worth the price. The most important consideration is whether our technology is really up to standard. Power, speed, and safety all need to be taken into consideration. After all, if the quality of our products is not up to standard, no matter how good the marketing is, it will only be a castle in the air. By the way, there is also appearance. Whether it is Lamborghini or Ferrari, they actually have their own iconic appearance and logo. If we want to launch this series, we need to have our own unique appearance. This aspect is also something that needs to be considered. Cheng Dihao analyzed it immediately, and in his analysis, there is basically one meaning. As long as the technology can meet the standards. In terms of marketing, you can teach him to handle it. He can guarantee that the brand can be successfully marketed. Although, Longhua Auto, among the current global automobile brands, basically has no market space and little popularity. But that doesn't mean you can't go out. The simplest one is to follow Tesla's path of porcelain. Frequently participates in various racing events. Continuously expand advantages and popularity in the circle. Over time, the brand awareness of future cars will inevitably increase. And, because the benchmarks are Lamborghini and Ferrari, when people mention these cars, future cars can naturally come to everyone's mind. This way, even if the marketing is successful, it's just, although we can position ourselves this way, it's not easy to shake the status of Ferrari and Lamborghini. At least, sales may not be ideal, especially in the early stage. Cheng Dihao gave Gushio a shot. Challenging the established top brands cannot be shaken by more than just one brand positioning. There are many brands that compete with them, including Bugatti, McLaren, Koenigsegg, Aston Martin, and so on. But it really has a wide reputation and a wide audience around the world. Or Ferrari and Lamborghini. As long as the technology meets the standards, Cheng Dihao can guarantee that he can make future cars join the sequence. But what will happen after they squeeze in? That is not what he can guarantee. After all, they don't even have a finished car now, and there's no breakthrough in technology. It's too early to say anything about it. This requires a lot of funds. Wang Chuanfu was not optimistic about this. Luxury cars look very noble, but in fact they are often thankless. Because the benchmark is a top luxury car, so this means that the R&D funds and R&D requirements we need will only be higher. But because the foundation of the brand is unstable, the sales volume may not be very impressive, and the final result may be to make ends meet. In fact, nowadays, many luxury brands are glamorous on the surface, but in fact they are living in misery and are even too poor to take the blame. They have to sell themselves. In fact, personally, I would recommend going to the mid-level or entry-level. Wang Chuanfu may not understand electric cars, nor does he know much about brand marketing, but he knows enough. About the automobile industry. Luxury brand. It sounds very powerful, and it seems to be always high and out of reach. But in fact, many of these luxury brands are actually not as good as imagined. Higher R&D requirements and higher technical requirements mean more money is spent and greater investment is required. But spending more money does not mean you'll make more money, nor does it mean good sales. In fact, many luxury car brands are envious of those low-end car brands because they can't sell it. Rolls-Royce is an example. They are very well known and are a very successful brand in the eyes of countless people who know the car brand. But it is such a brand. Wasn't it still acquired by BMW a few years ago? There are many brands similar to Rolls-Royce, many of which cannot even be sold and can only slowly disappear in the long river of history. This thing is really thankless. So compared to what Gushio wants to do, Wang Chuanfu personally prefers middle-class or even entry-level vehicle positioning. Maybe it doesn't look as high-end as those top luxury car brands, but at least you can live on, and many of you are still alive and well, right? Especially as the domestic economic strength increases, the number of private cars is rising every year, and the demand for private cars will only grow. Instead of buying a luxury car that 90% of ordinary people can't afford, it's better to buy one that everyone can afford. These words, Professor Sun agreed. Indeed, the biggest advantage of electric vehicles is energy saving. This is a natural advantage. If we make top-notch luxury cars, this advantage will actually be less important. What is really suitable for the electric vehicle market is home grocery shopping and daily family use. I also suggest that we don't have such a high profile. But regarding the attitude of the two people, Gushio smiled. So I said from the beginning, I want them all. Huh? What's the meaning? The two of them were stunned, but Gushio said again, if I start with a car that costs 100,000 yuan, I hope to build my brand to sell for several million in the future. It will be difficult. But what if I start with a car that costs 2 or 3 million yuan, but end up selling only 7 or 800,000, or even 2 or 300,000, or even lower? Histash. Everyone here was smart, and Gushio's words instantly made them understand Gushio's thoughts. Are you planning to raise expectations and then strike at a low price? Chung Dihao instantly understood Gushio's thoughts. He plans to stand in the top luxury car ranks from the very beginning and be in the same class as these top luxury cars. Then, the market will sink again and the sinking brands will be attacked at low prices. Having said that, this is definitely a very good tactic. Give a simple example. Now everyone knows that the price of Lamborghini is not low. Even an entry-level car costs 2 to 3 million. But if Lamborghini launches a grocery shopping cart for ordinary people, it will directly enter the 200,000 price range and still retain its own brand logo, brand appearance, and matching technology. What will be the result? Indiscriminate killing. This will definitely lead to indiscriminate killing. At least within the same price range, there are basically no competitors. After all, you can own a top luxury car brand with only 200,000 yuan, and most people will make the choice without hesitation. Of course, this kind of thing is basically impossible to happen to Lamborghini. After all, maybe they can kill at low prices, but their brand positioning will be affected and even their current foundation will be shaken. After all, Lamborghini is valuable because, in addition to technology, they are also rare enough and distinctive enough. Indiscriminate killing at low prices will naturally affect the entire brand. But what about future cars? This brand itself is a new brand. What if the marketing succeeds in establishing a foothold in the top luxury car market and then develops downwards? That will be different again. Because it has no foundation, there is no way to shake the foundation. So, Gucci's idea from the beginning was not top luxury cars, but mid to high-end cars. But when he thought of this, Chung Dihao couldn't help but frown. But that's not necessary. We want to catch up with top luxury cars, which has very high technical requirements for us. Instead of fighting in such a roundabout way, we might as well have benchmarking positioning from the beginning. At least in the early stage, our financial pressure will not be so great. Still the same sentence. Any decision cannot be divorced from reality and talk about ideals. Competing against top luxury cars requires a lot of technology and time, which means the initial investment will be very large. Maybe starting a low-price strategy in the future can kill indiscriminately. But the initial investment, not everyone can afford it. This is not necessarily a good thing for future cars. Rather than this, it is better to take one step at a time and only develop mid-range or even low-end products. At least the results can be seen in a short time, and even finished cars can be produced in a short time. Once sales are made, if the sales are not too bad, you can basically provide yourself with some funds and relieve the financial pressure on investors. This is reality. But, regarding their words, Guccio still acted stubbornly. Just do as I say. Financial issues will never be a problem for me. I have money. With these 3 simple words, the 3 people present couldn't help but shut their mouths. What's this called? Have money and be willful. Can afford to burn. However, although this decision was somewhat arbitrary, Guccio did not really insist on it. Seeing that the 3 of them were shocked by his words, he explained, "The 3 of you are very familiar with the automobile industry and brand positioning. But I think you may have overlooked an issue. That is the coverage of electric vehicles. There is no such market for current future cars, even if they want to be low-end electric vehicles. And this is the route I am talking about. At least for now, it seems to be the best route for future cars. It's also the only route." Best route? The only route? Guccio's words caused the 3 people present to frown in unison. What does this mean? Isn't our analysis clear enough? Not sufficient enough? What else are we overlooking? But Guccio added, the popularity and acceptance of electric vehicles are still too low, or even almost non-existent. This is a completely new and unfamiliar market. In other words, this is a completely different track. And we are the pioneers of this track. As pioneers, what we need to think about is not just what we should do, but also what should the entire market do next. Thinking about the market? Guccio's words made Chung Dihao and Wang Chuanfu frown. Professor Sun, who was on the side, seemed to have thought of something at this time. What do you mean? You propose to go high-end from the beginning, because those people will be more accepting and it will be easier to promote the development of electric vehicles? Yes. Guccio snapped his fingers and praised Sun Fengchun. Teacher Sun is indeed a pioneer in this industry, and he hit the nail on the head. No, I just followed your thoughts. To be honest, if you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have thought of this level at all. Teacher Sun, you are too humble. This is not modesty, but the truth, or you're just too smart. The 2 of them complimented each other here, but Wang Chuanfu and Chung Dihao on the side were more or less at a loss. Look at each other. They all saw the same brilliance as themselves in each other's eyes. Awkward. Embarrassing indeed, because they found that they still had not turned around for a while and did not understand what Guccio and Sun Fengchun were discussing. What does it mean? Is this the only route? What Guccio is talking about is the current overall market environment. Sun Fengchun saw the embarrassment between the 2 and explained, "What do you think is the biggest obstacle to electric vehicles now?" Obstacle? Wang Chuanfu thought for a while. Technology. The main problem is the current technical problem. Didn't I say it before? Whether it is battery life or energy replenishment, the problem is not small. I think it should be cognitive. Chung Dihao thought for a while and gave another answer. After all, fuel vehicles have been developed for so many years and have already become mainstream. Not everyone is willing to choose an electric vehicle. After all, buying a car is not a trivial matter for most people. For more people, buying a car is a big deal. After all, the price is there. So many people will choose to be conservative rather than take risks. Is there anything else? Sun Fengchun nodded and asked. Wang Chuanfu shook his head, and after thinking about it, Cheng Dihao added, charging is also a problem. Anyway, to be fair, if an electric car appeared now, and I spent hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands to buy it, I would definitely consider it. If I just buy groceries and go to work, I might choose an electric car, but if I need to use the car often or go to a farther place, I will definitely not choose an electric car. After all, the main reason why electric vehicles were eliminated by fuel vehicles was because they couldn't travel farther. Yes, that's right. That's the reason. It's also one of the technical problems. Wang Chuanfa nodded repeatedly from the side. We at Bayati are actually also studying how to speed up the charging, but to be honest, this problem is not just as simple as the charging speed. Looking at now, you can easily find gas stations, but what about electric cars? Get a charging station. No matter how fast the charging speed is, can it still be faster than the refueling speed? Is there anything else? Sun Fengchun asked again. This time, both Wang and Cheng shook their heads. After all, this was basically the main problem at the moment. The current problems basically focus on these 3 points: technology, habits, and popularity. Really, Sun Fengchun looked at the two people. Regarding this issue, the two of them certainly nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, this is indeed a problem that electric vehicles must face at present. Most other issues also revolve around these 3 aspects. In terms of technology, our R&D project department will do its best to solve it. I can't guarantee anything, but the blade battery proposed by Gushio just now has been a great inspiration to us. Coupled with the battery technology that Bayati has now mastered, although I am not sure when the results will be available, I can guarantee that our technology will have a breakthrough next. Sun Fengchun said here, paused briefly, and then said again, but to be honest, what I can solve are only technical problems. Other problems, such as habits and penetration rate, are not something I can solve. But what Gushio said is a real solution to this problem. Huh? Can a car selling strategy solve this problem? Wang Chuanfu and Cheng Dihao were a little puzzled. First of all, it's the habit problem you just mentioned. Everyone around me is driving a fuel vehicle, but I only earn a few thousand yuan a month, and I can only save a few years to buy a car. In terms of choice, it's not surprising to me. I will definitely choose a traditional gasoline vehicle. Maybe it doesn't have as many advantages as electric vehicles, but before others have tried it and the technology has not stabilized. I will definitely not use the money I have worked hard to save to buy a product with immature technology to serve as a guinea pig for others. Is this the truth? Sun Fengchun asked. This question went straight to the core. At least Wang Chuanfu and Cheng Dihao both nodded. This is the truth. No one would use their savings to be someone else's guinea pig. But what do you mean by this? The two were a little confused, but they saw Sun Fengchun spreading his hands. So, don't you two understand that our positioning needs to exclude positioning first? What kind of positioning is it? The first positioning to exclude. These words made the two of them understand Sun Fengchun's meaning instantly. To put it bluntly, even now, they have perfected the technology, but until this thing becomes mainstream, most people will not choose this brand new thing. They will choose gas vehicles for safety. And what is the purpose of most people's first car? Low to mid-range, especially in the Dragon Kingdom. Not everyone can start their first car with a starting price of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. More people will still choose a car within 100,000 yuan. This is also the reason why Bayati's F3 can achieve such high sales. Because after the economy rises, most families will also start to consider private cars, and in most cases their first private car will be purchased for emergency practicality. Then face this group. Most people will never choose an electric car that seems to have less mature technology and a more unstable market. The risk here is greater. Sun Fengchun asked again. From this perspective, let's think about what kind of people will become the first users of electric cars. This, Wang Chuanfu thought for a while. Users who already own one or more cars. Users who are not very short of money. Cheng Dihao also answered. That's it, Sun Fengchun smiled. To put it bluntly, The people we want to choose are the petty bourgeoisie who are financially independent, pursue individuality, pursue trends, and are willing to try new things. For this class, in terms of product quality and positioning, we cannot pursue low-end, but should pursue mid to high-end. Think about it, the million-dollar luxury car we initially targeted. If the brand is successfully built, our car itself will be a symbol of luxury and nobility. Similarly, we have adopted a price reduction model, and the price can meet the expectations of this group of people. For them, our cars can definitely become the first choice for this type of people. As soon as these words came out, Wang Chuanfu and Cheng Dihao's eyes suddenly lit up. Understood. They finally understood why Sun Fengshan was so surprised just now. Gu Xiao had already determined his position from the beginning. It's mid to high end. Top is just a cover. Gu Xiao's main target is the mid to high end market, and his main target is mid to high end luxury car companies. This is a choice that can only be made after detailed analysis and thorough thinking about market positioning. Sun Fengshan shook his head. Not just the mid to high end. Gu Xiao said he wants them all, not because he is greedy and wants to eat a big fat man in one bite, but because all development is the only choice. With the participation of this group of people, our electric cars will not only gain popularity and enhance the brand, but also increase market recognition. But such recognition is not enough to form a penetration rate. Such recognition is obviously not enough. The two nodded. Really? It's really not enough for a group of petty bourgeoisie or wealthy people with financial strength to buy it. Maybe in the eyes of others. Their cars are just toys, which are far from enough for future cars. What they need is penetration. It solves the urgent needs. Just now Mr. Chung said that if there is a finished electric car now, he would indeed choose it, because Mr. Chung himself has entered the ranks of young men. After all, Yuan Xiao investment salary is good, and he can fully afford the money. But Mr. Ching also said that if he was going to run long distances, he would never choose this car. This is because of the battery life problem. Then if I say that I can maximize the battery life, and even make an electric car have a battery life comparable to that of a gas vehicle, will you choose it? Sun Fengshan asked. No. Cheng Dihao shook his head. I can get a car like this at an acceptable price range and drive it as a toy, but if it is something important, I will still choose to be safe. Besides, it is still a technical problem. The biggest problem is the inconvenience of charging. I run long distances, no matter how far, as long as there's a gas station, I can refuel and continue running. But what about electric cars? Can it be recharged? How should it be charged? How long should it be charged? And where should I charge it? Indeed, Sun Fengshan nodded. This question is indeed very important. But it is not difficult to answer. There are gas stations for refueling, charging stations for charging, and even battery swapping stations. This is the direction of our research. But technology is one thing. Whether such charging stations can be popularized is another matter. Nowadays, there are gas stations all over the country, whether in big cities or small counties, or even in some small towns. But what about charging stations? It is impossible to spread them all over the country in a short period of time, let alone all over the world. Because there is no profit. People who open gas stations are there to make money, and they are there to benefit from others refueling. Charging stations can also make profits. But if our specific group of people is just the petty bourgeoisie, mid to high-end users, no one will build separate charging stations for this group of people. Because the number is too small, it is not profitable. Today, the biggest customers of any gas station will never be the rich people who drive luxury cars, but ordinary people who drive poor cars or even agricultural vehicles. So, what Biotti wants is not just to develop the mid to high-end market. I also need the market to continue to sink, covering the entire market and turning the toys in the hands of the rich into a necessity in the eyes of most people. So, covering all levels is probably what we must do.